Oh!
Let's start the stream off right here. L A N A L A L A N L I I L A N A L Wow. And they
Oh! Dye your hair red for red pill? I'm gonna be honest. Probably keeping this blue hair for a long time, okay? It's just too much, okay? It's too much positive attention. Why would I get rid of it? What am I looking for? Why the fuck is it? I'm just fucking retarded. Hold on. I'm just stupid. I'm just stupid. That's it. Oh. I had the same feeling when I dyed mine blue. Well, yeah, that's kind of what I said. What did I say? I don't know what I said. Why are these lights not on? Hold on. I don't. My shit is like half of this is like fucked. Did Melina turn these on? One sec. What the Mel? What's the difference between 1 and 2? Oh, battery or not?
Mashallah Brothers. He has returned. Stuck out tongue winking eye.
The initial reason why I never, well, there's a lot of reasons why I wouldn't want to dye my hair, but the initial reason is just because it just looks so fucking bad. After like 2 weeks, it turns green. But I think that for whichever, I wish I knew the guy's name in chat. I should thank him. He gave me some. He gave me this thing to use. I've already gone through like 4 bottles of these. I'm gonna be honest. Since I've dyed my hair, I use these like maybe every 3rd day. And I think it's helped like keep my hair this color without it turning that nasty, sick, disgusting fucking green. And I mean, as long as it's not going to turn into that quickly, I don't mind. I think that I think it looks cute. It makes me stand out. Let's see. Also, I want to give a big shout out to good friend of the stream, Hassan. I think it's really cool that despite him being so harsh on Mr. Beast, he was inspired and he did his own dono drive. So good for him. Taking after other positive YouTubers, making change in the world. I like that. Good job. W. Hassan.
Destiny, your dogshit website is lagging my computer.
Good.
I refresh the chat and it fixes it for 30 seconds before it lags again. Get your shit in order or I'm going to break your spine. Feels gimme, man.
Why'd you start wearing normal clothes? If I'm gonna dye my hair, I'm already at like a 1 appearance disadvantage. So it's kind of annoying to like show up and like, oh, blue hair, blue. So I figured I might as well like dress okay as well. So I went clothes shopping. I bought like $2,000 worth of fucking outfits, and we'll mix and match as we go on. What I really need to start getting, oh fuck, I didn't think of this until because I brought like 10 outfits to London to see what I wanted to wear. I don't know what the name of this, what is the name of this, what is the name of this pattern? I'm trying to think of,
I actually think
oh, I don't even know if I wore these pants on stream. Oh,
This is an example of another black man.
he has a bad country.
Basically,
what's the name of these, like, they're gray, but they're not. They have like square patterns on these pants.
so I feel like there's a lot
These
of
things, fuck. I don't know if you can really tell. They look solid gray, I think, in the video, but there's like square, is it paisley? Oh, no, you're looking at the
20
shirt.
months strong, and all I got was good one. Welcome home, Stephen Bonus Meme Obama.
Heathered Argyle. Is it heathered? Oh, maybe it's this. I have these pants that have a they've got this pattern or whatever. I need to start getting what are they called? I'm trying to remember what the difference is between a blazer and a sport jacket. I think blazers are like cheat codes for looking very, very, very what's like the step past business casual, but not quite like tuxedo. I'm trying to remember what it's called, or I don't remember the name of it. I think they're either sports coats or jackets or whatever, or they're sports coats or blazers or whatever. And I get a few of those. Okay, those are sick. It's like the professional, yeah, but not like ultra fancy professional. Yeah, hell yes. Can you please unban? Why did Knicks get banned for 7 days? Oh my god. Jesus. You got the whole disconnected crew at No Jumper Fired. I don't want to. I have so many thoughts on it, but I don't really know like what's responsible to share or not. So I don't even know if I can talk about it. But start wearing Hassan type clothes and paint your nails. I would never. I don't like I said, it might be my traditional. I have to be careful when I talk about this because my subreddit gets offended at every fucking thing that I say now. I don't like painted nails on men. Sorry, hold on. I don't want to paint my nails. There we go. I don't think I would ever paint my nails. I've thought about maybe small earrings, but I don't really think I'm into that either. I don't think I would ever wear necklaces or chains or anything like that. Maybe a nice watch, but if anything, I'd probably just get like an Apple Watch with like an iPhone. I don't think I would get like a Rolex or anything. It just doesn't. I don't know. I'm just not into that stuff as much. We wear the blue jacket again. I wear the blue jacket every fucking day. Okay, I got some black and brown dress shoes. I don't know the names of them, where they're like smooth on the shit or whatever. I just need a hat for it. I'll be good to go. All right. Yeah, this look, whatever this look is, this is super. Oh, fuck the tie though. That's too much. But I feel like slacks, like a decent pair of shoes, some kind of button-down shirt, probably white, solid color, and then like a blazer or sports jacket. I feel like it's like a semi-professional, such a good look. I think it's such an easy good look. I think, but we'll see in the future. Successfully destroyed No Jumper. We are calling you Cripstony going forward. Shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, what are we doing today? I haven't done any messages or emails in like a day. I'm not that far behind. We'll be watching Ayla's appearance on Lex's podcast. Maybe. Fuck, 4 hours. Take a look around. Our male fashion advice. That's where I learned to not look like a schmuck. I could be wrong. Take everything I say with a grain of salt, because what little I know about fashion just comes from looking at shit and not being 100% retarded. I feel like male fashion advice is a really difficult subreddit to go if you're totally clueless. Male fashion advice to me comes across as the same as like when I read male fashion advice, it comes across as like somebody like me, like somebody comes to me and is like, I don't know how to talk to girls, Justin, can you help? And I'm like, bro, just be yourself. Be like really charismatic, like witty, charming, funny, and like you'll be good. That's what I feel like if you have no idea about anything relating to fashion and you go to like male fashion advice, like, okay, well, what do I do? And it's like, well, just make sure that you have like a good jacket, pants, suit, make sure everything fits well. Yeah, and then make sure the colors match, you're good to go. And it's like, okay. Thanks. I don't know. Fuck that. But who knows? We'll see. I can't wear shit when I'm in Miami anyway because it's too hot out here, so fuck it. Do you replace your mouse yet? I don't. The problem, I can't replace my mouse because I would need to replace my mouse pad. The mouse pad combo is keeping me locked into the Logitech shit. I thought about just buying 3 more mice and then throwing out any more that have the bad scroll wheel. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Wait, Destiny, is that bad advice? I don't know. I'm fashion clueless. Don't talk to me about fashion, bro. Here's the bullshit tips I would give. These are the 2 things I've heard. There's probably good advice, but I don't fucking know. The best things you can probably do are look at people that are celebrities that have a similar build to you, and then try to buy stuff that looks kind of like them, and then just wear it out and see how you feel, and make sure your shit fits. That's like the only 2 pieces of advice that seem like try that and then go. Good luck. So like if you see a guy and you really like how he dresses, and you're like 5'6" and he's like 6'5", and you try to copy his outfits, you're probably gonna be fucked up. But if there's like a celebrity that's like, oh, you're 5'9", he's 5'9", you have like similar builds, he's like a little dad botted or whatever, and you're like kind of similar, like buy shit that he has, and then see if you look similar, and then go from there basically. But proportions and silhouettes are a good base to start with. Yeah, people don't realize how different. I didn't even realize how different clothes can make you look. It's so funny. The comments that I've gotten over the past like 6 months in terms of I've gotten super fucking fat, I'm super ripped, I'm super like my weight has been at a constant 165 to 170 for about the past like 6 to 9 months. I weigh myself every day. And it's just so funny based on like if I'm on like no jumper and I'm on one of those couches and I'm like slacked back and my legs are like pressed to the seat or whatever, people are like, holy shit, Destiny's gained like 50 pounds. He looks like he's 200 pounds. But then if I'm in like a black shirt, no jacket on, and I'm like sitting straight up and I got my chest out and I'm on like a platform, it could be the next day and people are like, oh my God, like he's like worked out so much better. It's just like, it literally just has to do with like camera angles, clothes you're wearing. It's so stupid like how different the perception is. It's really dumb. And then whether you have like a jacket on too. I noticed that like the easiest way to look really fat, this is so I didn't know these things until I look at how you guys responded and how I look on video. The easiest way to look really, really, really fat, I think, the easiest way to look really fat is to wear a dark shirt and then get like a jacket that hangs off you. Because what happens is when the jacket hangs off you and you've got a dark shirt, your mind fills in all the dark in between. So when you're here and you got like a jacket on and it's hanging off you, the mind just says like, oh, they're that big. People just like, it just assumes all of it. It's like really dumb. How has the gym work been going? Okay, I'm going again. I just have to not to let travel fuck me up too much. I said I wasn't gonna travel as much this year, and I've got like 5 things lined up already. But what am I gonna do, dude? I'm just not gonna. Oh, this sounds so cloudy. I don't care. I'll be cloudy for 1 year. I'm just gonna stick to big events. Like the Just Pearly things was really good. She milked the fuck out of me. in a really positive way. Like I went, because usually when I'll fly to like another country and I'm doing like one show for 2 hours, but I ended up doing like 5 different shows there. It was really, really, really good for the amount of time I was in London. Yeah, and then hopefully I've got a few more events coming up. Some fresh and fit stuff is always good. The in real life debates at like Austin and all of that tend to be pretty good. When you're doing the Michaela Peterson pod, I don't know. They moved it back 3 times, I think, and then on the 3rd time they're like, "Listen, we'll just tell you more like stable." I'm like, okay. Oh, dude, I got so many cute. Hold on 1 second. I bought a ton of shit. I got so many crazy outfits that are gonna trigger the fuck out of you guys. These are my 2 favorite, but I didn't get to wear them. One is huge, oversized orange sweater. Look at this with my hair. Look at this. Look at the color matching. Oh my God. The sleeves are like fucking bunched up as fuck. I look like the gayest big bear, whatever the fuck. And then I got look at this cute Mr. Rogers sweater. Oh, but I didn't have good pants to go with this. I have a pair of like brown slacks, I think, with like brown shoes, I think would work. So cute. Oh, and then I have that super gay purple like turtleneck sweater too, but yeah. We'll figure it out. We know you hate painting nails on guys, but how do you feel about wearing blue lipstick? Oh, good one. You're studying the Washington, D.C. University Change My Mind stuff? Who said I was going to D.C. University? We're doing something in that area, I think, in March. I don't know where exactly we're going yet, but... Did the judge actually say they don't have enough evidence for the trafficking specifically? No, I don't believe he's made I don't think he's made a specific statement on don't have enough evidence for anything. I don't think that's ever been a statement made. Dude, that, I'm gonna be totally honest, that guy, he was so for my homework for the Tate debate, I went really broad and I watched a lot of his material to get like a holistic view and everything. And that guy went very narrow. He just wanted to focus on the judge's document, which honestly is a debate strategy. I think he had a better debate strategy, but he was so ideologically driven. He should have, it's one of the few times I almost felt a little like I voshed that debate, and that like he probably should have won that conversation, but he was so ideologically driven, he couldn't do it. He had three points on that judge's document that I wasn't fully specific with, so he could have lied about them. He had a lot of wiggle room, and he should have just hammered home those 3 things over and over and over again. But he wanted to go so wide on stuff that made him look so silly. Why bring the race shit into it? Tate, a black man, and then the Islamophobia. Like, he gave me so many easy points with that, and I was really surprised looking at my service from Everest. People thought I did really well, and I was like, whew, because I think I could have gotten really pressed on those 3, like the psych report, the CCTV footage, which I didn't even think was necessarily exculpatory, but he did. He could have leaned on that, and the other thing in terms of like, was there enough evidence to like keep them detained? Which I think there was, but I'm not fully like, I don't know if I would like hang my hat on that, but I wasn't focused on that. But he could have, but he didn't. He decided to go so wide with how stupid his statements were. So I got super lucky on that. Don't you think you should dye your hair to match dye your beard? Dyeing facial hair is really hard. The hair is like very coarse and shitty, and it grows out too fast. I'd have to dye it all the time. I don't care about that. What was I gonna say? There's a thing.
You've done well so far, but up until now, I've only been using a mere 5% of my power. Now let's see how well you fare against my...
Is Just Barely thing smart? I would say just... Oh shit, hold on. She just sent me a message. Oh shit. I would say that she's a solid. I'd give her a solid 95 IQ. Okay, I don't know if she's trolling or if she. The way that she approaches conversations actually just fucking blows my fucking mind out of the water. Blows my mind out of the fucking water. I can't use hypotheticals with her. I can't. Oh my god, it drives me fucking crazy. Holy shit. Oh my god. I think girls like to get cheated on. Dude, I came to so many. I talked with a friend, and I had so many revelations about the fucking, like dating and blue pill and red pill and all this shit. But I don't know if I should. I don't know if I want to reveal it now, or if I'm going to wait till I'm on a show and ambush somebody with it. I'm not sure. I think you let him frame the debate too much. Like what he did on Twitter, he made it seem like you agreed with him more on stuff you did, and he kept saying that he keeps talking about facts and just giving me opinion. I mean, I pushed back on him every time he said it, but I don't know. Fuck him. Did you watch the State of the Union? Some of it actually seemed pretty good. He pulled a Destiny debate tactic at 1:37:01. Are you afraid of dying in LA? Here's the problem, is that if I talk about my thoughts or feelings or any of that, I don't know if that like elevates the risk of me getting killed or of killing somebody. So I actually don't know like what the, it's kind of like a, what's the name of the, like, is it Roko's Basilisk? Or even like entertaining the thought? Wait, holy shit. Did new Twitter font literally just go live? Hello? This Hassan clip will make you re. Wait, this just went live. Holy shit. Oh, a while ago? Oh, for me it just went live. Why? Okay, I don't know if people just have never been to a gym before or whatever. About fucking time. All gyms should adopt this. Capturing images of another person without their permission by use of cell phone, mobile device, or other equipment with video is strictly prohibited. This has been the case for every single gym ever, all the time. Well, maybe there are special gyms not, but on any commercial gym, if somebody's recording it, it makes you uncomfortable. If you go and you talk to the staff and you're like, hey, I don't like that this person's recording, they'll kick you out. That's standard. That's always been like that. Well, maybe not always, but for the past like 5 or 10 years, I've never seen these signs at gyms. I don't know how often I've seen the signs, but if you go to a staff, it's like, hey, somebody's recording, like I'm not comfortable. The staff will tell you to stop. This is super standard. It's so stupid that people are like, oh, now they're finally doing this. It's so good. It's like, bro, it's always been this way. You fucking moron. I don't know. I just think it's stupid. Jesus. And also, we've watched streams on Twitch where girls have gotten kicked out of gyms before just for streaming. They're not even necessarily streaming another person. And they've gotten, like, ejected before.
It will be my objective to phase out Social Security. Nice. To pull it up by the roots and get rid of it. Here, buddy. People who advise me politically always tell me that's dangerous, and I tell them, in that case, it's not worth my running. That's why I'm doing this, to get rid of that. Medicare and Medicaid are of the same sort and need to be pulled up. It will be my objective to phase out Social Security. Nice. To pull it up.
Is there more context to this, or? Generally, Social Security, you just don't touch it. It's your strongest voter base. They don't want to lose Social Security. Social Security works pretty well. Like it effectively doles out money to old people. It works. It's pretty smooth. Is that post saying that creepy guys can't record women anymore and that's good? No, bruv. Oi, bruv. No, it's saying that women can't record men and blow them up on TikTok. That's the real crime, because apparently this is happening to men all across the world now, where we're all constantly being recorded. I love how the script flipped on that on the internet. And it's like, oh my God, recording in gym is horrible. Like, yeah, there's a lot of creeps there. No. I'm talking about women that record guys and then put them on TikTok. It's a new epidemic. It's like, oh my God. Men are the true victims, always. I agree, Social Security is generally good, but the system is about to default. That's not true. Go read any article on it ever. There's always like, oh, we borrow from Social Security, oh, we can't borrow. Social Security is fine. Okay, it's not about to default. Hold on, we got, wait, what is this?
Like, half the shit I say, I think, in this community would 100% be super unacceptably homophobic if another straight guy was saying it in a different, in a different area. You know what I mean? It's almost like jokes that you can make with your friends from marginalized backgrounds, you're very close and, fucking decade-long friendships that you've cultivated versus jokes that you can make outside in public. You can't, there's not always the same thing.
Am I in the Matrix? Wait, what? Dude, this is what, you know what? This should be the rule in LSF. LSF should make a rule that, like, you're just not allowed to reference fan bases. Like, if fan bases want to come and jerk off their streamers, because that's what happens anyway, because that is what happens, regardless of whether you want to say or not. But I think the most annoying post, more annoying than some Hassan Frog or Miz Kid saying, fuck Desi, I hate him, blah, 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 or some DGGer saying, fuck Hassan. The most annoying people are the ones who come in and they pretend they're above it all. The ones that come in and they're like, oh, here come the Miz Kids to blah, blah, blah. Oh, here's the Dali Band. Here's the DG. Oh, here comes all of XYZ. Like, wow, really, dude? A subreddit that's dominated by 4 fan groups has those fan groups coming in and commenting on their streamers. Bro, you're so brave. I can't believe that you're the one that figured it out. You identified it, man. You're so smart. That's right. And you're above it all. Because here you are, probably aligned with one of the 4 great factions on LSF, commenting about the other 3 factions on LSF. Like, good for you, dude. You're so brave. You're so brave. Did you agree with this framing of the situation that made you seem like you're a demon? I am a demon.
While I'm there, it's not a castle.
Oh, 10 minutes. I didn't say shit about this dude's mom, first and foremost. Number 1, okay? I didn't say shit about his mom. I made fun of him, okay? To be clear, I tried to call in. Oh, God, I got DMs about this clip when I was in London. I had to tune in. I was trying to fucking call Adam. I'm hanging out with this fucking girl. I look like I was schizophrenic. She's like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm trying to get this guy's phone number because I got to call into this fucking stream. You don't understand. I need to fucking call in. And I think at one point I get, is this AD? I get AD's number and I call him and Adam notices that he goes to pick up his phone. He's like, why are you checking? And then he puts it down. And I think that was my call to him that didn't fucking go through because Adam had to put his fucking phone down. But I was trying to, because I think House Phone calls in. It was like, yo, Jesse, you talk shit about mom. I didn't talk shit about your mom, you fragile fucking moron. What a dumb fuck. I never talked shit about your mom. What I said was, your mom is dead, okay? There's no reason to start fights over some perceived disrespect. That's what I said. Used your brain. These people are like 30 years old, and I feel like I'm talking to like fucking high schoolers or less. It's insane. Jesus. But yeah, I don't know. Fuck these guys. I don't want to open this whole can of worms.
Biden, blast! Yeah. You've done well so far, but
Destiny, okay? You settle when you're an adult that has things that he cares about in his life, that might be a family, might be a job, might be a brand or a reputation or career, you settle things by talking like adults, okay? If you want to give some excuse about, well, in my culture, actually it's okay to fucking attack somebody if we don't like the way they talked about our fucking mom. She's dead. Your mom doesn't give a fuck, okay? She's gone, all right? Grow the fuck up.
you can see that from a mile away. No.
If anybody has the thing that he's referencing, it's so crazy that he morphed this into like, you're talking shit about my mom. I don't know your mom. I'm sure she was a lovely woman. I'm sure she was a fine woman. I don't know shit about her. To take that and then do a 3-hour fucking stream where you obsess over my wife is insane. That's fucking wild. That's some wild shit. It's because they want to assert dominance and preserve honor destiny. They're old school. Yeah, that's stupid. That's not old school. That's stupid school. Why do that? Like, if you've got a job and a life and all this shit, why would you throw away your life on something so stupid, right? I just think it's stupid. I just think it's dumb to do it. No, it's not. Hold on, I'm sorry. I don't think it's dumb. It is dumb. It is stupid to do it. What's with the Flacco, No Jumper, and Mr. Redacted drama? I'm not sure. Any other big events lined up for this month? I've got some panel tonight. I'm doing a Twitter file stream on Monday. We'll probably go over those tomorrow. Oh, we'll probably watch that Erudite President Sunday thing. Donovan is supposed to be on the 24th on Fresh and Fit unless he backs out. I don't know if he'll really go through with that or not. Why did I put on the 28th? I wrote Contact Charlie. What the fuck was that in reference to? Weird. On early March, I'm supposed to go to No Jumper. But I don't know what's going on with that. I might do a debate in Tennessee on the 22nd. I've got a debate in Wales on the 26th. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Have you seen the Dhar Mann drama? No. Who's hosting a debate in Wales? I don't know, some company, but apparently Zizek is going to be there, so yeah, why not?
I'm just gonna cook here, okay? I'm doing nuts, okay? Every time I watch your videos, okay, I'll either give a supporting take or another take, or sometimes it,
Are these AIs or are these people? Before I... Also, what is the Dhar Mann drama?
fine or something neutral. I watched it in a video, and maybe it's because of my fundamentals, I genuinely didn't agree with it. Your takes. Is that fair enough or not?
By the way, I think if you press the Yuri in person about the drama, he would concede and say, I will never be on a show with any of the four fucking losers. What was who? Still Mold, House Party, fucking Yuri, and there was some other fucking loser, and then the whatever dumb fucking chick. I will never be on a show with any of those 4 or 5 people. I will commit them to memory and never show up. It is insane how unbelievable you think you could be towards somebody's wife. That shit is wild. Like, if we were on, like, some honor culture shit, like, I would be shoveling money to have these people killed, all right? That is some wild fucking shit that you think you can go on a stream and say that. To be clear on everything, I'm not talking to Adam and be like, fire these guys, whatever. I don't know what, in terms of them solving their own shit out, but no, I would never be on a show with any of these fucking people. It's like an unbelievable thing that you think you can go live for 3 or 4 hours dragging my fucking wife, who has nothing to do with anything, and, like, bringing her Instagram up. That shit is insane. I don't know why the fuck you think you could, like, yeah, so no, fuck that. I won't ever press him because I will never be in the same room as him, okay? I don't even want him to get a whiff of my fucking clout, okay? He can fade off into whatever random, irrelevant, loser fucking shit he's destined for, okay? Fuck that shit. Jesus. The Darman actors wanted to be pay more. This drama is boring. Oh, well. Okay, we got some XQC stuff to catch up with, all right?
Boyfriend XQC for a divorce, even though they were never married. I have many videos going through the court case, and if you think I'm trying to make Adapt look bad, you're wrong. She's doing it herself. She sent a violation to the judge that XQC is spending her money. And after deep research into the ocean, the wasted money she reported as a violation, and even requested the jury to hold XQC jailed and fined for, was a tip he made to a waitress. XQC tipped $1,200.
Just to make sure, okay, this for you. It's not an error. Okay, I had some randomizer. I'm not.
Adapter is using a good deed that maybe helped a mother feed her starving kids as a violation against him to get him jail or win 50% of 50 million. Imagine being so greedy you want to destroy a whole person's hard work for years just because you don't want to take accountability like the rest of society, just because you're lazy. Get a job, do a service for others, and get paid like all the rest of us. Many see streaming as a joke and not a real job, and I totally understand that because it's everybody's dream job. But we need to understand that X serves as a service, entertainment, something that Adapter realized that she will never be able to do. And she's fully aware of this, and it's the reason she's trying to take down the person who has been her food coupon for years. She's doing everything possible to take down X. She also sent a jury violation for buying a Rolex and for betting $500,000 on a World Cup game. She also sent a jury a violation for streaming their argument without her knowledge. But she sent a message in his live stream chat before going there. So X is restricted from buying jewelry, accessories, clothes. Restricted from gambling. He's not allowed to touch his McLaren 720S. Not allowed to change the password to his bank card. He's not allowed to go near her, so he can't go to sue. He's not allowed to change passwords on email addresses. He's not allowed to sell his houses. All this while her lawyer fees is being paid by X. Let's talk about women's rights. Kawaii!
Our queen. Hold on one second. Hey, did she do all the editing herself on these, or does she have like a team that works with her? I'm so curious. Here, okay, here's my... No, fuck, I can't. Well, I guess here. Listen, here's my thing, okay? I just don't want to get killed, okay? I don't want to get killed, all right? I'm not going to get killed. But here's a question. Let's say that you go somewhere and you know somebody's like looking for trouble and you show up strapped and you know that if shit starts, like, is that like ethical? It just feels so stupid to even have to think about like those types of situations. Do you know what I mean? I'm bringing Zerka. I already messaged him. He's coming with me. When I go to No Jumper, I already told him I'll fly him out. He's going to be my protection. Maybe I'll get Sam Hyde too. Jesus. Okay. back on our grind.
Breaking news, I did the editing, so it's bad. But hang on.
Oh, she does do the editing. Really?
Guys, this is breaking news. I did the editing, so it's bad. But hang on. XQC and Adapter is in the world's biggest common law marriage divorce and been having some crazy last few months. With many different rules and obligations that X can't do because of the ongoing case, nobody on the outside can really know what is happening behind the scenes, even though some parts was displayed on stream. XQC watched memes and my clips at the beginning and was open about everything going on, but later on had to stop talking about it and couldn't mention it in any way. Every post about Adapter on Reddit was taken down, every meme was removed, he stopped watching clips
she only did editing for this video, not others.
about it on TikTok, and her name was banned in a Twitch chat. But one picture changed it all.
Wait, what was that? What was that song? It almost sounded like a Nier song. Did she post what the music is?
Posted a picture with XQC on Reddit. He was so happy that he met his favorite streamer and chatted like many others did before with others.
It's so
But
dramatic.
Something very weird happened. The mods took down the picture. Fans noticed this and didn't understand why, since it was a fan picture. Many started wondering if this guy did something to X or had any connections to Adapter. Suddenly, my Instagram starts getting spammed of pictures from Adapter's story. She posted a picture at a cross event on Instagram. I looked at the picture and didn't understand why it was being sent to me. And it was only when a juicer sent me the pictures beside each other that I finally understood. The pictures were taken in the same place. Juicer started asking questions and immediately went to his chat to get answers. Everyone that asked about it got banned by mods, so the juicers went to Reddit instead, trying to get an answer. But every post about this got taken down. Not a single place can these pictures be found that X has control in. So what do you think? Did XQC take a picture with a fan and didn't think that he would expose his secret meeting with Adapter and was doing something in secret? Or was this just a coincidence? Don't forget to put notifications on so you don't miss any juice news. Comment down below, like, subscribe, please.
How to release.
How many fucking videos? Oh, wait, what was this? Hold on, I used a Destiny strategy. I forgot about this.
Logic. You said God is like
Oh, no.
Omnipresent.
Omnipresent, right? And he knows everything, right?
Yes.
Does that mean God knows what it's like to get fucked in the ass?
You know,
I
just
don't think-
answered your own question.
I
He
don't
knows
think
all
this debate
things.
is going to get anywhere. Like,
Stop interrupting. You stop poisoning the well,
Bro,
moderator.
this is not productive at all.
Stop poisoning,
God-
stop poisoning the
God-
well, moderator.
Wait,
Wait
so
your
God-
turn, moderator. So,
Wait, so God
Alex,
does know what it's like to get fucked in the ass?
so God
Why is it so hard to say yes, he does?
knows all things without having to experience all things.
So he does know
this
what
is
it's
a
like to get
straw
fucked
man.
in the ass, right?
That's a different topic. Address.
Well, I'm bored of your topic. I want to talk about this topic.
wait.
Well,
So-
you're possibly dodging.
You're wait.
Okay,
Admit,
fine.
are you dodging my ultimative syllogism? Proving
No, I'm
Judeo.
just getting really.
I'm
bored
trying to
with
make this
your-
productive, okay?
I
I'm
think
trying
you're
to make this
dodging.
productive. So
So,
your goal is to help bring.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Currently suing X.
A 4-minute Moo Kitty video. Oh my god. Here we go.
Adapter is currently suing XQC for $50 million and is claiming that they were married and was 50% of his net worth. This is not the case, so X have been really sad these last months and even opened up to Aiden Ross on a stream, saying he can't trust anyone.
The person that I'm with next has to kind of be not shocked and not freak out over
Not
the
possible.
way I live.
Not possible. You've made a lot of followers and now have a lot of power and impact on people, and you also have acquired a certain amount of money with that. Then how do you meet and build a solid connection with somebody that is built on strong fundamentals that will last for a while, knowing that very fact?
Imagine losing 50% of everything you worked for years on, just because you broke up with your girlfriend. In the court case, she needs to prove common law marriage. And one of the needs for it to be a marriage is how the public perceive their relationship. If you would make a public poll to XQC and Adapter's viewers, if they ever perceive them as married, the yes button would be on minus, because X's relationship with her was always childish and shallow. A proof of this is that she's referred as his roommate on the internet, and anybody that knows a female knows that if you marry a girl, she will force you to echo to the whole world, back and forth, that she is your wife.
My wife is in love with the other night. My wife walks past me. My wife is very... My wife's...
I said my wife. Be a husband.
Yeah, I'm married, you know? Yeah.
We have a great chemistry. My husband is...
I'm not married! You fuck! I'm not married, bro!
Can you imagine if this ends up in front of like a... It would never go in front... Do civil matters ever go in front of a jury? I'm just imagining like these videos like playing in court or in front of like some like 70-year-old judge or whatever.
I need to fucking sign a paper and do some weird overpriced celebration or buy a fucking piece of shit rock on some old school metal to fucking...
Do civil cases ever go in front of jury? In a wide variety of civil cases, either side is entitled under the Constitution to request a jury trial. Interesting. In the majority of civil lawsuits, the defendant settles with the plaintiff because it is more economical to do so. A trial is always a risky proposition. With a settlement, the defendant knows how much they're going to lose. Okay.
fucking show love. Jesus Christ. Get a grip, the mess.
Which would you pick between having to be married?
I feel like it's the ultimate evolution of streamer content. We had like Asmongold get huge off the Amber Heard Johnny Depp shit. We had XQC, you know, broadcasting this stuff. People talking about the Rittenhouse trial. Eventually, we're going to be commenting on trials of other streamers. That's where it's going to, right?
Or having to have a baby right now. Right now.
Married if I can get a prenup.
The Depp case was civil. Well, yeah, I think defamation and slander are always civil things, right? Those are never criminal things, right?
Okay, you're dumb.
Are you married?
Nope.
Yeah, you are.
No. So what happens when you're married? What happens then? How does that work? I'm not gonna marry anybody. So it sounds like a risk.
You're never gonna marry.
Probably not.
Just marry someone with a prenup.
Yeah, but then why though? Why do it at all then? My parents were divorced when I was 1 year old. They separated, right? Marriage values aren't related to me, and I don't really see the point in it, right? People's like what it means to them doesn't mean to me, right?
No real wife would be okay being called roommate or even a girlfriend, especially in a relationship with the world's biggest streamer that has access to any girl in the world. If they were married, it would already be leaked, since they were always live streaming everything they do. An Adapter never had a problem being called his roommate. What a coincidence that it became a problem for her when he broke up with her. You specifically watching this video, did you perceive XQC and Adapter as a married couple? It can be a long or short comment. Just be honest and write your personal answer. I will send this video to the judge and hopefully we can help X show the judge the public perception of the relationship. Let's do this for Felix.
I'm making a document writing every name that comments here. I will send it with this video so the judge gets a list of all the names to see how many that never perceived them as married so we can help Felix in any way possible. Jesus. What is this?
Vosh getting Tioga would be a pretty incredible sight. Actually,
Vosh getting what? I missed it. Sorry, I was yawning.
Vosh getting Tioga would be a pretty incredible sight.
Vosh getting T.O. good? Vosh getting T.O. good? Am I... Oh, Vosh getting into yoga.
Right. Vosh getting into yoga would be a pretty incredible sight.
Okay.
Actually, I did a lot of yoga back when I was in college. I'm actually really flexible. When I was in high school, I could suck my own cock. And in college, I could... without bending my knees, bend over at the waist and fold my hands underneath my feet.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Is it gay to suck your own dick? It can't be gay to suck your own dick. If it was gay to suck your own dick, then every single male would be gay. Because if it's gay to suck your own dick, that would mean that it's gay to give yourself a blowjob, right? And if it's gay to give yourself a blowjob, it's probably gay to give yourself a hand job. And all of us masturbate. So if it's gay to suck your own dick, we're all gay.
Block right here. This what y'all wanted me in Chicago. O block right here. I should call this shit no block. It's 10 o'clock. Where the fuck y'all niggas at? Niggas ain't outside. It's only 10 p.m. Where the fuck y'all niggas at, blood? O block right here. This
full of yeets. On a scale from 1 to 10, what do you think your drip is?
Chat, I'm like an 11, maybe a 12. The drip is pretty tight, and I guess I'm pretty flashy, what with all the new stuff I got. Yeah, like, I do this drip check. Like, so I ask Hassan how much his stuff cost, and he's like, $1,000. And I'm like, I got this for $1.30, you know? That's a triple threat. And I think what makes it so good is that it maximizes my time here, all right? Yo, it's like that, you know, maximize the juice and enjoy the drip. What the fudge, brain snapped. Respond.
Jesus. You should go on a Wix panel? Yeah, it's supposed to be tonight. Courtney Ryan video on averages. I think like this is what we discussed on the show.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back.
Okay. Nobody thinks their average modern dating has become delusional. Yeah, I addressed this. I figured, I think I cracked the code on this. I think I cracked the code. I feel like I figured it all out. Only descriptively, right? I think I understand, but I don't know what to tell people. Okay. Okay. Are you ready? You're about to get the ultimate, the omni pill on dating and everything, okay? I think this is what's happening. Okay. Here we go. All right. Broadly speaking, I might change my mind on all of this in 1 week, by the way, but broadly speaking, we've got like masculine things, Vine Boom, and we've got like feminine things, okay? Vine Boom. I think that something that's happened that has dramatically changed dating markets, especially over the past 40, 50 years, it's one thing that has made it very, very difficult for men. Red pillars will tell you that it's dating apps and Instagram. It is not true, and it's so fucking stupid, okay? The thing that's made it so difficult is that women have birth control and women work, all right? Now, I've said these things before, but I'm tying it all together more now, okay? I'm developing the cohesive thought pattern that ties all these concepts together. It's starting to materialize in my brain, okay? Something that's happened in the past, like 30, 40, 50 years, is women have done a really good job at evolving to the new world. And one of the things they've done is, so they've got like their whole feminine trait side of things, right? They are emotionally communicative, they are supportive, they can do all the things that women do, but they also work as well. They work and they earn their own money. And something that's been really difficult for men is that in the past, if you're a man, the only thing that you can really do the only you needed to do to win a woman was to have a job, because they can't work, right? So you get a job, you get a woman. So the confusing thing that is hurting, I think the thing that's fucking young men up today more than ever, and it's why the red pill just runs off in totally the wrong direction, is women have been feminine and they've like evolved into this omni thing that has like all of these feminine traits and all of these masculine traits, and they've leveled up to where we're women, we do these things, but we also work. We do all the shit that you guys used to do more or less as well. And men are like, okay, well, I'm masculine, but they're not willing to explore that feminine side for them to level up. So the issues you run into are when men are looking for advice, right? How did women adapt to the new world? It wasn't by becoming the most feminine and more feminine versions of themselves and blah, 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 blah. It was by expanding the capabilities of what they could do, by embracing the masculine side, I guess, of things, if you will, and then growing into that. But when men are looking for advice on things, it's red pillars saying you need to be more masculine, you need to be more masculine, you need to be more masculine, you need to be more masculine. But what does that mean for most people? Like what, like earning a paycheck and getting more money? Unless you're gonna be out there earning at least $250,000 a year, you're never gonna be so masculine that like you're gonna be attracting women with a paycheck anymore. You can't do it, right? And it seems like red pillars are unwilling to tell men to flesh themselves out more. So here is ultimately kind of how I settled on this, because I've talked to like 3 other women in the past like 2 weeks that I've noticed. I run into this trend of like seeing women that are really attractive but single and a little older, and I'm trying to figure out like, why are you still single, whatever. And then this clicked for me. Okay, what is the value proposition for men joining a relationship? Like from the woman's side, sex. Okay, they want sex and maybe a cook, clean person, I guess, but men really desperately want sex. What is the value proposition for women entering a relationship from the male side? And I think that, and when I settled on this thought process, it immediately tied back into all the things I think about when it comes to small businesses or streamers. People will message me, and people will ask me, Destiny, I want to be a big streamer. Like, can you give me advice? And the number one piece of advice I always give is immediately I say, what can you offer that nobody else can? And if you don't have an immediate response to that, then quit. You're not going to do it. Because if you're like, well, I kind of can, no. You need to tell me, are you really athletic? Are you good at a particular game? Are you really funny? Do you have like, if you don't have something, then what are you even doing at it, right? And I think that when it comes to relationships, and now I'm generalizing here, I could be wrong, but I'm generalizing, it feels like the average guy doesn't have much to offer to the average woman. And when red pillars talk to you, the only thing that the average guy can offer, that red pillars are saying, are things that guys think matter, but don't actually matter at all. Like they say things like, and I see it even popping in YouTube chat, protection. Protection? Ninja, you ain't Batman. What do you mean protection? You're not about to go out. Also, realistically, how many times in a woman's life does she need somebody to protect? She calls the fucking cops, right? And I started to think more about like movies and stuff. Like, okay, because then I started to think like role models. Well, what does a man do to like become something great in a movie or whatever? And then I think, well, what are like some of the most like male-driven fucking movies, right? Like superhero movies. Well, okay, so in order to become like fully fleshed out and good as a man, to be attracted to women, I need to save the world? Like literally? Like what percentage of men are aspiring to be like Batman or Spider-Man or Superman or Iron Man, right? That's not very realistic. And then I think of, it's harder to think of like women movies. I guess like rom-coms and stuff like that, or movies that more, because it seems like their struggles in women-driven movies, and I could be wrong. I need to go and collect more like recent movies on this, but it feels like a woman's struggle in a woman's movie is generally more grounded. Like, oh, like I need to get over myself. I need to stop obsessing over an ex. I need to like figure some shit out in my life. It's things that like women in most of their lives can do. Like most women can follow like the plot of like a woman-driven movie and be like, okay, these are changes I can implement in my life. Whereas for men, it's like, okay, I need to kill the crime lord, like kingpin boss of Gotham, and that's how I'm going to become like my thing, you know? And I think that's a problem, yeah. But, yeah, I feel like I think broadly speaking, I think that's the issue. I think that if you're an average guy, you have to think like, well, what does a woman get from dating me? And if you don't have an answer for that, then like, well, what the fuck? Like, why the fuck would any woman date you? And the red pill answer of like be more masculine, go to the gym, do whatever. Like most women aren't going to give that much of a shit about most of this. Because another thing I thought about was, and this is something that I think is a myth. Red pillers will fight me. I don't know how we would collect data on this. I don't believe that there are all of these like super good men, have their shit together, are like funny, witty, charming, work an okay job or whatever, that are single. I don't think that happens. I think that is a very, very slim minority of men. And I think when those men do show up, I think that they're swarming in women. Because the bar for men is so low, and men just haven't, whether it's, I'm not like blaming every individual man, like societally speaking, it seems like we have a hard time equipping men to offer something of value in a relationship beyond a paycheck. I think is, yeah. What? So be able to juggle. What do you think women even want nowadays? I think they want like a partner that is like fun to be around, makes them feel good, drives them, inspires them, like does things like somebody that like adds something fun to your life. Now, different people are going to look for different things, but it has to be more than a paycheck, and it can't just be masculinity. Because I think that something that is deceiving you is a lot of you guys think masculinity is the answer, but you're looking at men that are top 1%ers. And it's not their masculinity that's getting women, it's their charisma, it's their wealth, it's their social status, it's their accomplishments and achievements. It's things that are putting them way beyond that 1%. It's not just that they're masculine, it's all the other shit going on. And they're saying, well, I got all these women because I'm masculine. No, they don't. That's not because they're fucking masculine. Peel away every other impressive thing about them. And yeah, I don't know. That's... The problem is that you are fighting anecdotal evidence with more anecdotal evidence. I mean, at the end of the day, all of it is a little bit anecdotal. Like, I'll admit that for sure. At least I'm willing to admit it. But I don't think that I mean, like, I've talked to a lot of women. I fucked a lot of women. I've been through a lot of stuff. To be fair, I select for certain types of people. But this is the most common complaint when I talk to women. Here's my issue. Because I talk to a lot of women that are sometimes single, and they'll be like in their mid to late 20s, and they'll be super fucking hot. Like, you're super hot. Like 95% of men will fuck you without even a second thought. They're smart. They're funny. They're fun to be around. I'm like, how the fuck are you single? And I feel like I hear a lot of the same types of complaints from those women. That like, well, you know, I've met some men and they're nice, but a lot of them are like kind of boring. They're like kind of in London, I heard the term, they're lads or blokes. They just like watch football with their friends, but they don't like offer much in terms of like a relationship. Like, what do I get out of being in a relationship? And remember, the key difference between men and women don't need to date for dick. So if a woman just wants to fuck, she doesn't have to date a guy. She can just fuck somebody. It's super easy. That's not a thing. You can't have like, okay, well, I'll give you really good sex if we date. Like, okay, she can get sex from a million fucking guys in a heartbeat without even downloading a program on her phone. Okay, she can probably fuck half her family. Okay, that's the state of men today. So it has to be something, you have to have more of a value proposition to a woman than just like, well, we can have sex if we date. Because just because you care about that doesn't mean that she does. But that's where I'm at right now on it. That's where I'm at. So suddenly every guy has to be a comedian. So here's the issue, right? And this is why, and it's so funny. It's so interesting to see the two sides of the same coin, because I'll see on one end, like you guys are like ultra empowering, like, yeah, nobody's going to make excuses for you. You're the only one that's going to care about you. You got to take care of your own life. You need to hit the gym. You need to do that. You need to hit the gym. You need to get your money up. You need to do all that. And when you're being told that over and over again and berated and abused, like, yeah, you're right. I needed it. Fuck, you're right. Yeah, I needed that. But then as soon as someone tells you like, bro, you need to be emotionally available. You need to be like pretty witty. You need to be pretty charming, charismatic. Oh, so now I have to do everything? Now I have to do, you're telling me I have to do all this fucking work? Like, okay, hold on. And this is, I don't know if I said this on stream or if this was a personal conversation that I had. I noticed this thing too. All of the advice you get from red pillars, it's not actually tough love. And it's not actually advice. It's actually like masturbatory power fantasy fulfillment, right? Somebody telling you like, hey, you need to do this thing that you don't really want to do, but if you want to level up as a person, you got to do it. That's hard advice to hear. Red pillars don't tell you that. They play into this masturbatory fantasy of like, listen, bro, you got to get your money up because all of us are millionaires on the inside. You got to go to the gym because we can all be shredded fucking monsters. And it's like, it comes on a very shallow level. You feel like you're getting like, yeah, you're giving me the tough love that I need to hear, but not really. You want to hear that. You want somebody to tell you that. You want somebody to tell you to go to the gym and get shredded, and that if you become a fucking monster, you can fucking go to villages and capture all these fucking women, they'll love you. But you want to hear that. You're not actually like taking tough love or tough advice at all. Because as soon as somebody tells you to actually level up your personality, here come all the excuses. Oh, she's on Instagram getting flown out by guys in Dubai. I can't compete with that. What am I supposed to do? Blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, like, you're more likely to become a little bit funny than to come out of the gym, you know, with a 285 bench and pulling 4 plate. You're not, like, you only hear the advice you want to hear because it makes you feel good about yourself. I noticed that with the red pill shit. All of the advice because even for the red pill advice, when you follow it more, right? Like, they don't even give you the real advice. Like, okay, you need to up your money, right? What do you need to do to up your money? You need to study hard, get decent grades, get a good degree, and then go get a fucking job. That's not, but they don't even tell you that. How do you up your money? You need to learn drop shipping. You need to start read white papers on crypto, and then I guess invest the extra in real estate, whatever the fuck that means, right? You're not even getting real like money advice. you're getting fucking meme shit. Yeah, but. Do you think wittiness or charisma is something you can dramatically improve upon after a certain age? So this is like the this is the really, really, really challenging part. Okay, and this is where, and I'm trying to think. I have to think of like how to. I might reread that How to Win Friends and Influence People book because it's been like literally 26 years since I read it. I don't know, maybe not that. But I feel like turning around your personality is really, really, really hard after a certain age. And the problem, here's the problem, okay? This is how difficult it is to turn around your personality, okay? This is how difficult it is. At age 0, you're just developing it, and then it becomes harder and harder and harder to change your personality. And here's the problem. Here's the opportunities that you have to practice changing your personality around women. It like does this. So like, think about you when you're 8, 9, 10 years old, okay? When you're 8, 9, 10 years old, you're in school, there's a ton of women and a ton of people around you. You've got so much opportunity to change and mold and learn and figure out your personality, right? Like, you get a little farther along, you get to high school and college, people are in cliques now. It's not boy, girl in classrooms and you're all partnered up. So there's like kind of cliques and groups and shit, but at least you still got like women around you and stuff, right? Your personality is a little bit more set. And then you hit these points of like, okay, now you're 30 years old, now you're working, you've got a job in computer science. Even if there are women working, they all work in the front. You don't see any of them ever. You have no women to practice any social skills on. Your personality is a lot more ingrained at this point. Even the games that you play are like 95% men. And you're getting progressively more fucked down these curves. This seems like a reality that's hard to get away from. I don't know what the answer is to. I don't know what the answer is to this. This is hard. Is this talking specifically about people who are working and not in uni? Yes, you dumb fuck. If you're in university, you still have opportunity to meet a lot of girls, but yeah. It's hard to change your overall personality as you get older, but most people could easily improve their likability. Yeah, another thing, and this is something I started thinking about a lot over the past few months, because I tried to think, because I can talk to a ton of women. I'm usually super fine with women. I don't have any anxiety at all. And I try to think about like, well, I wonder what, because I went to an all-boys high school, so I didn't even have female classmates. So I don't know like how I picked that up, but I remember when I was like 15, 16, like my whole friend groups were like almost all women, because the girl that I dated, the women that I dated were all in the same friend group, and I was always going after school to hang out with them at the, it's called Marion High School in Omaha. It was an all-girls high school, so I'd always, she would pick me up from school because I didn't have money for a car, and then she would drive me, and then I would just hang out with her and her 4 or 5 friends that were all girls, and I would hang out with them all day. And so I think that for me at a really, really early age, humble brag harder. It's not a humble brag, you retarded fuck. It's just facts. At an early age, I was lucky enough that I got to socialize with a ton of women, and so then for me, it's like not a big deal. I don't think about it. But if I had gotten to college, because my hobbies were all very male driven. I was very nerdy. I played and when I say nerdy, a lot of you guys don't know this, okay? Because you guys are all like 22. Back in my day, being a nerd meant you were a fucking loser. It's not like today where nerds are cool and everybody wants to fuck Bezos and Zuckerberg. Back in my day, if you were a nerd, it was like pussy repellent, okay? You were vagina kryptonite as soon as you started talking about some of the fucking games you played, okay? Girls weren't like, oh, I love Smash and Pikachu and blah. They were like, oh, Pokemon, you must not shower, right? That's what it was like back in my day, okay? So I played games in an era when women didn't like them. There were almost no women involved in the hobby, any of that shit. and it was a way different scene, but I was lucky enough. But if I hadn't had been socialized around like groups of women, if I hadn't had been in that area, by the time I hit college, I was working 60 hours a week, school full time. I didn't have time to like talk to women. I didn't have very many women friend groups in college. I had women friend groups when I was working, but I don't know what I would have done to turn my life around socially at that point. Like if I hit 22, 23 and I hadn't like had friend groups or women, I think I would just be fucked. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So I don't know what the answer is, other than like adult school, where you like force like, okay, we're 30 years old for 1 year. All of you guys are going to be thrown together in classrooms again. You're going to learn to talk to each other. Yeah, it seems really, really, really difficult. It seems really, really, really difficult. Yeah. Remember Destiny said he was going to go hard on politics now? It seems like it's still red pill shit. March 1st, maybe. Legit, one of the best things to happen to me was working front end retail for a few years. You're forced to be around women the majority of time just because most of front end is women. It's pretty shit at socializing. I would be so much worse without that. Yeah, for sure. Don't listen to Destiny's takes. He's just encouraging you to do nothing to be a coomer. I'm not encouraging you to do nothing. I'm telling you, like, socialize with women. You have to find ways to socialize. I just don't know how to do it. But you have to socialize with women. You got to find a way to do it. I don't know how yet. But I'm telling you that the red pill way of be more masculine and embrace your masculine and all that shit, nobody gives a fuck, bro. You're not going to get women with that. You're going to get poor women that are trying to escape their moms and dads. That shit is not the answer. There's just no fucking way. There's no shot. Hey, Destiny, how much of the breakdown in intersexual communication is women's fault rather than men? I am firmly in the camp that if you're blaming men or blaming women, that you're not actually looking to up or improve anything. You're just trying to like farm content off of incel fucks like you online. That's it. And it's not, or maybe that's just my mentality. I don't care. I'm not trying to like blame women or blame men. I don't care. Like just look at the situation. What is it? And then try to like navigate from there. The reality is women are 100% at fault for how the dating market is today, and men are 100% at fault for how the dating market is today. Everything that exists in society is a dynamic that we play off of each other. Women do stupid things, often because men did stupid things, often because women did stupid things, because men did dumb things, because women did dumb things, because men did dumb things. Like, that's how all of it works. Like, we all play off of each other, and that's like how society has moved forward since the fucking dawn of time. So if you're ever trying to like levy the blame or squarely, shouldered on one party, you're probably missing some part of the bigger picture. And that's usually the issue, is that if you're blaming one gender, you're an idiot because you're probably missing something that you or your gender is doing. That's the problem. It's like when we got into that argument of Fresh Fit, like, oh, women play games. They do. A lot of women play a lot of stupid fucking games. But why? Because men play games too, right? And why do men play games? Sometimes men play games because maybe women suck at communicating, because women don't communicate what they want exactly, right? Like, maybe if women were just like, hey, listen, I don't have to play this hard to get or whatever shit, I'm just gonna be upfront and honest with you, then maybe men would be like, oh, okay, cool, like, let's just be upfront and honest. But then the problem is, sometimes when women are upfront and honest, men get super in their feelings, and they don't like that, right? It's very scary to tell a guy like, hey, I just didn't feel it this date, I don't want to see you again, because sometimes those men go fucking crazy, right? So there's always like this back and forth, and sometimes men go fucking crazy because they feel like women are being honest about what they want. So when a woman says she wants something, then the guy does it, and then she doesn't like it anyway, right? That's what I'm saying. All of it goes back and forth, and it plays off each other. And if you want to have a good understanding of like how dating works and sex works and women and men work, you have to understand that all of these things are emotions that are bouncing off of each other. Nothing is created in a vacuum. There is no creation of like, women are doing this because, and they fucking hate men and blah, 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 or men are doing this because they're all fucking toxic, horrible, blah. At the end of the day, we all just want to hug each other, love each other, probably fuck each other, and be cool. But it's just, there's a lot of weird social shit that gets in the way of that. Have you tried talking to or finding these single guys who have their shit together but are still single? I have to try more on those guys. I need to reach out and find more of them. Here is something that I've seen. I've only seen this twice, so I could be wrong. Here's something that's really weird to me. Is I've seen, so one of these is another friend, and one of these was Melina's DMs. I have watched guys fumble the bag in the most unbelievable way. So Melina, I remember one day, Melina came home, she hung out with a ton of people, ton of guys, tons of girls, she had fun. There was one guy that she gave her number to, and she came back and she was chatting, and she had only good things to say. She's like, oh yeah, we all went out, we played volleyball, the dude's really hot, he's cool, blah, 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 and that's cool, and it seemed fine, and then they texted a little bit. And the next day, okay, She didn't respond to his messages like in the morning. And over the course of like 8 hours, he'd sent like 6 messages saying like, oh, did I do something wrong? What's wrong? Blah, blah, blah. And she just hadn't gotten to her phone. And then she's like, yeah, I don't know, like this guy's like super clingy, and it's like, why the fuck are you doing this? Like, and I have like a behind the curtains look because obviously she's my wife, we're chatting about it or whatever. And I'm like, bro, how did you completely throw this the fuck away in like 8 hours? What? And I've seen another guy, these are just teams I've seen. I've heard tons of this, but in terms of seen, I had another friend show me the same thing where she's like, oh yeah, like I went out with this guy, he was like super funny and cool, we had a good date or whatever. And that night he was pushing me so much for responses, even though we got along great and everything's fine, that like it flipped so hardcore. And it was like, holy shit, chill. What the fuck? And so that makes me wonder, and again, I'll reiterate for the 50 millionth time, even though, especially for the incel fucking losers out there, you're not gonna hear me when I qualify this, but I will. I've only seen limited DMs. Maybe it's not like this with everybody, but I wonder if there are a lot of guys who are good on paper, but they just do dumb shit and they fuck it up over and over and over again. I wonder if that's the case. Because I've also seen a lot of pictures, and I've seen this pop up on my subreddit too, where like, and I've talked about this a lot, where guys will post pictures where it's just like, I'm just not attractive enough to ever get a woman, I can't. And it's like, bro, you are hella cute. What is wrong with you? It'll be a guy posting who's like 6'2", looks good, hair is fucking nice, he dresses decently, and it's like, you think you can't get a woman because of the way you look? You're fucking delusional, man. Well, when I was on that show with Myron and fucking Sneeko, you were a literal model, and you're telling me that it's not easy for you to fuck girls? You're an actual like 9.5 out of 10. You're an actual model. You've got charisma, you're funny, you're confident. You don't think you can fuck? You guys are insane. Dude, if I was in Sneeko or Myron's body, I would be fucking 7 girls a week, okay? For the rest of my life, okay? I would just walk outside and one would be hanging off of my body if I looked as good as either of those two dudes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Shit's hard. People are crazy. People are crazy. Destiny, you're making excuses for the women. Say, take it how you want, and you can be like a fucking lonely virgin your whole life. I don't care, dude. It's more women for me, okay? Knock yourself out. The only reason Destiny thinks the gym won't help is because he ain't shredded. I don't know what to say. Listen, dude, if you think getting shredded is gonna help you get women, go for it. Knock yourself out. Here's the reality is that like there's a norm for guys to sit in that is very wide. If you're very fat, if you're obese, or you're like very overweight, or you have really bad proportions, then yeah, going to the gym can help, of course. I already can see there's some dumb fuck on my subreddit who's like, actually, Destiny, I weighed 450 pounds, and when I lost weight, and now I weigh 180, I get way more attention from women. Yeah, no shit, you fat fucking dump truck. Yeah, obviously, that's gonna help. But for the most part, if you're like an average proportion dude, getting shredded can help like a little bit of initial attention. But again, being shredded does not make you good at a relationship, okay? It only makes you somewhat attractive, maybe to fuck. You have to think of the value proposition on the woman's side. What do you bring to the table when it comes to a relationship? What are you offering, right? And you can't give the red pill meme answers because women don't give a fuck about that. When you say, well, I offer protection. Bro, she can call the fucking cops. She doesn't need you for fucking protection. No woman gets a man for protection. That's a myth that red pillers sell you, okay? Women aren't thinking like, oh God, I heard some guys outside, I'm gonna sick my man on him. Like, unless you live in the fucking ghetto. Maybe people in the O block choose fucking girlfriends like this, okay? But like, this shit is like power fantasy stuff that just isn't real, okay? Andrew takes, carry a sword. If a woman tells you blah, 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 or take out my sword, and I tell her, like, bro, that's not gonna hold a relationship together. Jesus. But anyway. Smoke weed. Smoke weed every day. Yeah. Destiny, if you're interested, a fresh and fit fan tries to talk to a girl. Destiny, their instincts look for protection. It's not making them some... Okay, here's a rule, my dude, okay? If you want to learn instincts of men or women, then what you need to do is you need to spend time with men or women. I'm telling you, I'm so sorry, but like the intelligence that you're gathering, okay, the intelligence around... evolutionary psychology is not going to serve you in the real world. And for anybody that knows how to talk to women and fucks women, they will tell you that, okay? It is not true that being a protector, blah, blah, blah. The problem is for a lot of this stuff, you're using what you think you want to see because that's like the sexy fun thing for you. It's actually just, spoiler alert, it's just a proxy for confidence. A lot of things that men think women want end up just being proxies for confidence. I want a man that can protect me. Well, like, what do you when you think a woman wants somebody to protect you? Like, what do you think of? What a woman probably sees is a guy that carries himself well, speaks very confidently, isn't like nervous or jittery, right? That's what she's a guy that's really confident. Now, can that guy be a protector? Yeah, I guess. But like, I don't even think at the base brain stuff. It's like, oh, that guy can protect me. She's like, oh, this guy's confident. I want to be around him. People like to be around confident people. Yeah, women like bad boys and assholes and drug dealers. Well, what do a lot of bad boys and assholes drug dealers? They're usually really confident. A lot of it is a proxy for confidence. Focus on stuff like that rather than like the Evo psych shit is just so fucking cringe. It's so cringe. Okay, it's so cringe. Me when I hit 225 on the bench. Destiny, the only way to be confident is by accomplishing something, aka ending some money, going to gym, or other things. That's just not true, though. How many men do you know that are like, man, I've earned $1 million, now I'm super confident? Like, I don't think it works that way, right? The first day you set foot in the gym is the day you realize that you were forever small, right? You chase your pump. How many guys are like, oh, I benched 225, I'm good now. Like, I feel good. Like, and now let me be clear. Let me qualify this, okay? Self-improvement can be good if you're self-improving to self-improve. But if you're going to the gym to become confident enough to get girls, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think it works that way. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to the gym, you're gonna lift, you're gonna get bigger, and you hope that the confidence just happens, but it doesn't work that way. You can't get things or do things to become confident. It has to be like this internal drive, this internal struggle or decision to do things, to be confident as a person. Because if you're a guy that only feels confident at 12% body fat, you're not a guy that's actually confident, right? It's like people that say they have really high self-esteem as long as like all of their friends are supporting them. It's like, that's not self-esteem. You just have a really good support group. How are we supposed to get confidence in? I don't know. That's another problem. It's like the socialization thing, because I feel like it's something that develops really, really, really early in life. I wish I had better answers for you. I'm not sure. I mean, like I can talk through a lot of things, but I don't know how many of those things actually help you develop it or not. But hold on one second. I'm gonna.
I promise to stay away from your girl, but I can't promise she gonna stay away from me.
Okay. I think the gym can make you more confident, not that you have a great body or hit some number, but because you can prove to yourself that you're capable of setting and achieving goals. Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I'm saying. That, like, there are certain things that you can do for self-improvement as long as but the goal has to be self-improvement. I don't think it can be vanity. I think if you chase numbers in a vain approach, when you hit those numbers, I don't think it's going to actually make you feel better about yourself. That's my feeling on that, but yeah, we've waited way too long. That meme did not live up to the expectations. And explain getting space science 4. You got to be a confident man. High value men are the ones that finish space exploration. You don't get to space science without being a high value man, right? That's why it's easy to go up to a girl and she's like, "Oh, well, who the fuck are you?" And I'd be like, "Who am I? I've automated Deep Space Science 4." And it's over at that point. The only question then is, are we going to Uber a taxi back to my place before the panties come off? It's over at that point, because like, if you already have Deep Space Science 4, I already know you're confident. You're probably really wealthy. You've probably already banged a ton of chicks. Probably good at, like, they already know all these things about you. Absolutely true. Do you think if you miss the window to develop a personality, you should rather just learn to be okay being alone? No, that sounds super depressing. I don't think you should ever be okay with being alone. I think that humans are built to be social creatures, and I think we probably want to be with like a partner. We want to be with other people. But again, remember, it has to be more than that, because desperation is the antithesis to confidence. I don't know what it is, and I don't know how, okay? I'm a very confident person, and I can convey that to somebody almost immediately, okay? Like, you'll know in talking to me in like 30 seconds, like, this is a confident person. Because confidence is conveyed immediately. I don't know how it is, but it is. And on the flip side of that, clinginess is also conveyed almost immediately. And it is horrible. You cannot do that. If you're a guy and you're looking for a relationship because you need to be in a relationship, I think it's like what is it, a catch-22? It just won't happen. It's like relationships are, no, it's like the Sorcerer's Stone in Harry Potter. Remember, it only shows up in the pocket of the person not wanting to use it. You can't just tell people be confident. I never told anyone just be confident. You illiterate fucking moron. Get the fuck out forever, you fucking retard. If you can't hear, if your ears aren't working, why would you watch a stream where I'm communicating via, yeah, why are you even listening to a stream if I'm talking? Wait for the text version to come out if you can't hear what I'm saying. I can't just say be confident. If it was that easy, then everybody would just be confident, you fucking moron. Obviously, it's really difficult. But there has to be a bigger value proposition to the woman than just like, I'm a guy and I want to date you because I want to be in a relationship. Okay, well, what the fuck are you offering her? What does she get out of it? If you can't answer that, if you don't have questions, if you don't have answers to that, then you're fucked. You're fucking yourself, right? Yeah. Hey man, I'm actually interested in what you think are telltale signs for guys who are clingy/confident. What are 5 or 6 things you see? There are ways to sell. Okay, unironically, when it comes, oh man, let's see. I'm trying to avoid. There are this is where, okay, I'll say this. This is where like a lot of pickup artists like red pill shit is kind of true. I think having a life and having things you're doing that don't revolve around the girl are really important. So for instance, like having a hold on, sorry. Having a if somebody can tell, I wish one day maybe I'll like sit and write down like formally like this is how these things work, because a lot of these are just intuitive. If you understand like social dynamics, a lot of them are just intuitive. But like if a girl can tell that you're like fucking waiting at home for her goddamn message and you're, hey, oh, hey, what's up? Nothing much. How are you? I'm doing, and you're fucking every moment of your life is like hanging off of her like acceptance, like not good. Okay, and these are things you can feel, but I want to be careful here. Okay, so here's the problem, and this is why it's more complicated than what I'm saying. I don't play games on phones ever. Okay. If a girl that I like is texting me, I'll respond as soon as I see the message. I'm not gonna like, oh, I'll wait like 20 seconds, blah, 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 blah. But like, I have things in my life that are going. If a girl is like making plans, like sometimes I'll have like, oh, well, I'm doing this on Friday, or like, oh, I've got this going on or whatever. I think that, I don't know. For me, it's easy because I stream, so you can see that I'm busy and I'm traveling and I'm doing things all the time, and that helps. But like, you want to look like you have a fucking life. You want to look like things are going on. And if a girl feels like you're literally, she can like summon you into existence by speaking at you, it's not a good thing. That's like one telltale sign of like being clingy/confident, I guess. What's another thing? Getting mad at somebody for not responding to messages, especially in a passive aggressive manner. It's not even, don't even joke about that. You message a girl, good night, she doesn't say anything back, you wait till the next day, and you're like, oh, guess you were busy last night, LOL, because you didn't respond. Don't even joke about that. It's over at that point. At that point, she's already removed you from her fuck list, she's already thrown away the pack of condoms she's bought, and now she's hit up 10 other guys to fuck on Tinder just to get over, trying to think of how fucking desperate your last text message was to her. She's fucking her brother and dad at that point to get you out of her mind because of how horrible that text message was, right? So yeah, clingy, not having anything going on in your life ever and just coming across that way that you're desperate on her. The really passive aggressive responses, trying to get like her to respond over and over again. What else? I'm trying to think of other ways I've seen guys fumble the bag. I personally, this is more kind of like sex related. But I think being patient sexually, I think also really helps. If you come off as being like desperate for fucking, I think it pushes somebody away really hardcore. That was really funny because when Tristan talked about juggling multiple women, he gave one of the things like, oh, I might take one girlfriend out for coffee and I won't even ask her back to my place afterwards, and then I'll go back and I'll fuck another girl that night. And he's saying that like, well, in that girl's mind that I took out for coffee, she's thinking, well, why didn't this guy invite me back? And now she's thinking about that like all night. And that's kind of true, that like hang out with a girl and don't proposition for sex, shit like that, because you've got other things going and you're not like so desperately chasing it. But I mean, that's once you've already got to the fucking part, I guess it's kind of like, yeah. But women don't just have 10 guys to fuck unless you meet them on Tinder. I don't know how to help you with this. If you don't talk to women or you've never talked to women, you don't know anything about women, I can't help you with that. I'll tell you this for a fact, and maybe someday in your life you'll learn and grow. Every woman throughout all of history has 50 to 100 guys that they could fuck at any given point in time, always. Now, I know that like Fresh and Fit have poisoned your brain into thinking Instagram has changed the game and Tinder has changed. That's not true. Every woman throughout all of history has been offered dick by every single fucking guy that's ever talked to them, ever. That's just reality. If you think that it's just now, oh my God, women are realizing I can fuck anybody. It's always been like that, bro. It's always been like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. It always has been, but not every woman, basically every woman. Since like about the age of like 10, yeah, you're basically being propositioned for sex constantly by men around you. But
hello, Steven.
Hi, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I was going to disagree with you in an earlier point, but you were on your rant and I didn't want to interrupt it, so
what's up?
Keep preaching, King.
Yeah, what's my earlier point you disagree with?
You're telling these guys that getting muscles doesn't matter. Like, you're telling a bunch
Never
of
said
nerds
that.
like,
No, let me rephrase one more time. Hold on, because you guys only hear what you want to hear, okay? I didn't say getting muscles doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that if you lack a fuck ton of confidence and you're like, I'm going to go to the gym and if I get big, that'll give me confidence to get girls, it's not going to work that way. I don't think so. It's not going to happen. Confidence is like a process where you have to build that in yourself. One part of that might be being disciplined, going to the gym and getting lifting and getting bigger, whatever. That's fine. But it's not. You're not just going to get big and then get confident. There are so many examples of like fat guys that lose weight and have shit. Look at fucking Greek God X is the perfect example of that. Yeah, I don't think it's just like go to the gym, get big, and now you're like confident and charismatic and ready to talk to women and be good. I think it's a way deeper process than that.
Yeah, but I mean, Greek God X, like, even though he lost weight and stuff, he still looks really gross, right? Like, he doesn't look like he take care of himself that much.
I disagree.
Like,
I think he started to look pretty cute, actually. But regardless of how we think he looks now, he looks way better than when he weighed 400 fucking pounds.
Yeah, for sure. But there's another thing you said earlier about the red pill stuff. When you mentioned that, I think you said that the advice red pillers give you about like your looks, money, and status, that doesn't matter. I think that what you're missing out on is that these guys, I mean, in their weird worldview, whatever the thing they believe in, they see themselves as dating the kind of girl that that Andrew Tate dates. They aren't trying to date the average, like the next door neighbor kind of girl. So for them, for that type of girl who's like a top model or something, if you don't have a verified account on Instagram, they don't even notice you, right? That's why Alex, when he was talking to you, he was asking you, how did you get a verified account? Because for those kinds of girls, if you don't have the looks, the money, and the status, they would not even care about you.
Sure, but I mean, like, at that point, it's a matter of adjusting expectations, right? You can't, like, deride all women for having their expectations blown out on social media and then say, I want to date the type of woman that Andrew Tate dates, right?
Yeah, for sure. No, I do agree.
I do agree that some of that red pill advice works, but the problem is that, like, it's so rare, right? Like, yeah, if you can become like a millionaire or like shredded as fuck or like wildly successful something, then yeah, of course, like you can get women that way. But the reality is that like what? Like it's gonna be like 1% of your audience that does this? Like what? Why even bother giving that advice, right? Like, imagine if I did that every day on stream. Like, listen, guys, 1,000 concurrent viewers, and you will never be alone for the rest of your life. You'll be fucking anyone you want. Just 1,000 concurrent viewers, guys. That's all you need. If you get well, yeah, of course, but like that's like what top 0.001% of streamers. Like, why would I even bother wasting my time saying that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just that the red pill audience is delusional enough to think that they will actually be like Andrew Tate one day. Like in their head, they actually see themselves being like fresh and fit, or So
yeah, I
and
guess
these guys are just appealing to that audience.
Yeah, the sad thing then is that they're doing the same thing that they're accusing women of doing, which is having their standards destroyed by social media.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, I agree on that. But another thing I wanted to bring up about the confidence stuff you talked about, I think that if you're telling guys not to come off as desperate, but I feel like the reason they are desperate is because they don't have that many options. So, because at least for me, when I think of like when I was super desperate, it's when I was only texting maybe one girl like every couple of weeks or so. But when I get to like texting, say three, four girls, there comes a point where you even start forgetting the ones that don't respond to you because you're so busy texting other girls. So don't you think that the advice then would be figure out how to have more girls to message or like more girls to meet up with so you don't end up feeling desperate for one?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I feel like I don't like that advice as much because it's like if you're talking to a guy that's having trouble getting even one woman interested in him, having him in a situation where he can be talking to like 5 different girls is probably gonna be like almost insurmountable, right? But I mean, like I kind of agree with what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's when people like Alex come into play and like, and no, you go learn from them, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And another like a final point, and I'll head out. But I disagree, I think, with you. Maybe I don't. I have to just ask for a clarification. Do you recommend for your audience to get into relationship rather than hookups?
I think it's good to look for relationships rather than hookups. Yeah, I think looking for hookups is a particular type of thing that is. Hold on. Actually, let me think about this before I just spit an answer out. Is it easier to look for hookups or relationships? I think that relationships are a more natural extension of kind of like humanity, and hookups are a more particular type of game that you play. It's not, when I say game, I don't mean that as a bad way, but like, I think dating should be the goal. And like, yeah, I think dating should be the goal. I think playing the field in terms of hookups is like a way, that's like an accessory skill that would be quite difficult to train. Like there's a lot of guys, let me put it this way, okay? If you're a guy and you can, get a lot of hookups, if you put your mind to it, I imagine you could probably get into a relationship. But there's probably a lot of guys that are like in a good relationship and they're happy with their woman and they're having good lives with her, but they probably couldn't do like the hookup stuff very well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I disagree with that, I guess, because I feel like for me, if I'm talking to a dude who's a virgin and he tells me, hey, he wants to be in a committed relationship or whatever, I would tell him to try to get at least, like, get laid with like 10 girls, just like random hookups. Like, understand, because that guy in his head, his idea of a woman is what he sees on Instagram, is what he sees on TV and like in the media. He doesn't really understand like real life, I guess, man to woman interaction. So I would say like just get a bunch of hookups, really understand what you like in a girl in a way that's not shaped by the media, but you actually know like real life women, like how they talk, how they think and stuff like that. And once you figure that out, then you'll know what you actually like and then you can settle down.
Maybe. I don't know. I think there's pros and cons to everything. I would consider myself, I think decent at sex, more than decent, okay? I do pretty well when it comes to like performance, I think. I guess you can talk to girls and figure it out. I think I do pretty well. I would say that I probably learned like 75% of what I know sexually from my first girlfriend, unironically. It was a girl that I dated for like 3 to 4 years, my first wife. I think I learned most of it from her. If I would have fucked 10 random girls before I was 21, instead of just staying in a relationship with her, I think I would know less sexually. I think that you learn the most through long-term relationships. I think you learn a ton that way, in my opinion. But
I had like a similar experience, but just like a slight difference at the end. The first girl I dated like a bit more long term, I had that experience where like I started experimenting more and I learned more stuff through her. But then afterwards, when I went on, like when I had sex with other girls, it's like I tested out this stuff I learned with her and I kind of perfected them every time. And then like, but that's how you, and when I noticed like, oh, this thing I did with this girl also likes it, the other girl also likes it, but this other girl doesn't like it, she like it this way, and then you just kind of tweak it every time. But I don't know, that's just what I noticed. It's like,
sure.
You learn it at first, and then you practice on different people to get like a bigger sample size, I guess.
Yeah, because something you learn from one person, the next person doesn't necessarily like, sure. But okay, anything else?
Yeah. Like a final thing, and I had like a kind of an interesting experience like a few days ago. I just wanted to pass it by you because you have way more experience on that than me. Do you ever get the impression that when you're having sex with a girl, the penetration is not the most enjoyable for the girl. It's the most enjoyable for the dude. But for the girl, it's like fingering her and eating her out brings more pleasure. I'm not sure of this. I was thinking of that last time, but I haven't. I only started thinking of it last time. I don't know if it's true.
Okay, this is what I think. Okay, I'm almost positive that this is true. Okay, I think that girls like. Okay, hold on. There's so many weird things that are said online. Okay, people online say that girls don't like fucking. They only like getting eaten out. They really like they like it when you configure them, eat them out, and they don't care about fucking much. Almost every single girl that I've met gets off more from fingering and oral, but every woman loves fucking. Almost every single woman. There's this weird thing that gets perpetuated online a lot that's like, oh, just learn how to give good head and like women will love you and blah, 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 blah. Even if you give really good head, women absolutely want to fuck because fucking is like a whole body experience that no matter how good you are, and I don't care what you say, no matter how good you are at giving head, a woman is going to want to fuck. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have like a huge dick or any weird shit like that. I'm not saying anything like that. But, like, I think women do like sex. Yeah, I would say that. Oh, and then also, you absolutely have to learn how to finger. You cannot just use your mouth. If you're just gonna go down on a girl and just use your mouth, don't even waste your fucking time. Fuck her, get your nut, and leave. If you can't use your fingers, you're not doing anything. Okay, just fucking either learn how to do that or or bounce. But yeah, I think that's generally how I stand on it. I don't know if I answered your question or agreed or disagreed. But
no, I that's a good point. I need to think more because last time was the first time I thought of that. The only issue when you use your fingers is that there comes a point when your wrist hurts quite a bit.
How when you it's like lifting the gym. Your wrist should always be straight. Your wrist
when you're going all in, like max speed, there comes a point when your wrist hurts from
So I think the way, and my recommendation is you always use your biggest muscles. I always finger from my shoulder. If you have a woman in bed and you're fingering her and you're just using your wrist, I think your wrist would get hard, or your wrist would hurt really quickly. But if you have your whole arm position and you're doing like this, if you're moving from your shoulder, I think you have a lot more power and you have a lot more staying power because you can last a lot longer because your shoulder's going to get tired a lot. It's going to take a lot longer for that to get tired than if you're just doing the wrist thing. The wrist thing, I could probably have for 10 seconds, then I'd be done. But if you're fingering from your shoulder, I think you can go a lot longer, just in my opinion. But
I didn't even think of that till now. Huh. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, also, and then if you want to cheat the finger motion, because that finger motion does feel good. If the girl is either pulled to the edge of the bed, or if you push your hand down into the bed, then you can still use your shoulder, but you're like fingering like up into them, and then you can kind of like curl your fingers a little bit, so you don't have to do that huge like wrist digging motion that will because you'll destroy your wrist doing that in like 15 seconds. But as long as you finger from the right angle and you're coming from the whatever. Also, most girls can take way more than I think guys think when it comes to fingering. Because when guys finger girls, they're doing this thing. They're trying to be like really gentle. And most girls want you to like, I don't know if you've ever tried to start a lawnmower. I don't know if they have push buttons now, but they want like, you gotta be like fucking like going at it. Because that's usually what it takes to make them like have a good orgasm or to squirt if you're trying to do that. But
yeah, that's I never thought of the like the shoulder thing, but I'll try it in a couple of days and I'll keep you posted on that.
Yeah, keep us posted.
Oh yeah, there's another final part, but you said this earlier and I completely disagree with you.
Yeah.
You're telling your audience that being dominant or being masculine doesn't matter? Do you really mean it?
I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough anymore because the reality is that like most guys are like okayly masculine. But that what does a woman need in her life from that? Like what is she getting from that? You're not going to hit like top 1% masculinity where you're like dominating the field. Like I think you have to offer something a little bit more than just like being somewhat masculine, I think.
Yeah. I mean, like it's like I think if you're telling a guy who's already quite masculine that hey, that's not enough, I agree. But I feel like I don't know if it's sorry, it's going to sound mean, but I just don't know if you're tailoring that advice to the right audience. You know what I mean? Because like if I think of myself when I was still like a virgin, I was like super insecure. I would talking to girls in a way that very clearly lacked confidence.
Yeah.
I came off very desperate and
Yep.
needy.
I agree
and
with
if
all
you
that.
told me back then, hey, being masculine isn't good, it would not help me at all.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what. I guess it depends on if you consider confidence masculine. I would say I'm always telling people to be masculine. Then, if you consider confidence masculine, but I would consider it a little bit different. I started thinking about this a lot, especially because in a lot of red pill chats and shit, like a lot of people dog me for being bisexual, and it's like, oh, like women don't like that Donovan fucking loser guy's like, oh, your woman doesn't even like fucking you because you're bi, blah blah blah. And I started to think historically, like I feel like when you look at a lot of the guys that were like the rock and pop stars from the 60s and 70s and 80s, these were not like masculine, manly men. Like, I don't, would it be, I don't know, would it be controversial in chat for me to say that like Michael Jackson was pretty effeminate? Do you think that's a controversial thing? He was dancing.
No, he was very effeminate.
Yeah, and
like very effeminate.
Dude, this guy, everybody wanted to fuck Michael Jackson. He's fucking Michael Jackson, right? And then like David Bowie and fucking, I'm pretty sure that guy hooked up with fucking Mick Jagger. You've got like Kiss, all these people. Like, I feel like you have like Prince, you have all these pop stars, all these rock stars that are wearing makeup, fucking dudes doing all this crazy shit. And it doesn't seem like, and these guys could have fucked anyone on the planet. And they weren't selling like hyper masculinity at all. So it seems weird to make that the focal point, in my opinion, I think.
Think of like most women you've had sex with. Aren't most of them like submissive in bed?
Yeah, I think women do tend that way. Yes, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that mean then like if a girl is who's like really submissive in bed is probably gonna look for a guy who's a lot more aggressive, not abusive, but like not like in like aggressive as in more like assertive, more like who takes the lead, who puts her in her place sexually speaking.
This is complicated, and I've thought about this, and here's my feeling on it. I have no way to prove or validate this. Outside of the bedroom, most people gravitate towards leaders, men and women. The red pill pushes this false idea that men are natural leaders and women are natural followers. I don't think that's true. I think that very, very, very few people in life are destined for leadership. And when you find a strong leader, everybody wants to follow them, men and women included. So that's one part that I understand, and I'm putting that to the side. When it comes to bedroom stuff, here's what I wonder. I feel like people like it when somebody's there to take charge because they feel like, okay, this guy knows what he wants. He knows what to do with me. That's hot. I can be here for that, et cetera, et cetera. I feel like in my mind, and again, I have no way of proving this, I feel like men would gravitate towards that. Or like if a dominant woman is like, okay, I'm going to tell you what to do, I'm going to do that. I feel like men would gravitate towards that, but I think they don't, not because they wouldn't like it sexually, but because I think it would challenge their security if a woman were to do that. So I think that for men, they feel like they have to be dominant, not because they actually sexually enjoy it, but they feel like they need to because that's their role, and if they don't, they're going to be like insecure about it. But I can't prove that. I could be truly wrong on that. I have no way to test it. I'm not sure. Yeah, but like I read so many weird posts about like I read so many weird posts about like a guy like, oh, like my girlfriend pegged me or fingered me or put in a butt plug, and after she did that, like I couldn't look at her the same ever, or the girl's like, my boyfriend won't even talk to me anymore, and I'm like, damn, that's like a lot of insecurity. Like it just screams insecurity to me. But again, like I can't really know that. It's hard. That's a total guess in my mind, you know.
My experience with like, because even I've talked to like very feminist women who've told me how like when they were either in a concert, they were in public or something, and their boyfriend got into a fight with another dude, and they thought that looked really hot when that happened. Like maybe it was like a dude who tried to grope them or something, and the boyfriend just started beating the guy up, and they were like, yeah, they thought that looked really hot, and so. But obviously, it's super anecdotal. I don't know. Like, but I'm not going to see data on this. But yeah.
So again, this is going to be hard because I can only go by anecdote or whatever. I agree that if you are out somewhere and you see a man getting into a fight with somebody, I think that is really attractive. Here's what I think is happening, though. I think that women really like to see men get passionate about something. I think that's the biggest turn on in the world for a lot of women. This is going to sound goofy to some people, I guess, believe it or not. But like, I have a lot of women tell me that like when I go off on somebody on stream or when I do really well in a debate, that's like really exciting for them. And when I ask like why, like what is it or whatever, the response that I get from women a lot is that like if a guy is super into something and he's really passionate and he's like really going at it, that like for women they really like to see that type of like passion or desire or drive in a man. So it might come out in terms of like fighting somebody. It might come out in terms of being really passionate about some type of like hobby or thing. But like a man that has like a passion or a drive at something and might be good at it even is something that women are really drawn to. It's like a really good thing to have, yeah. But because it conveys, yeah. So because I know some people look at the fighting thing like, oh, see, they want like protectors and fighters and warriors and blah blah blah. But I think it's just a matter of like a guy feels like really strongly about something, he's willing to be passionate and defend it. That's like a really like it's a nice thing to view. Like women really like that, I think, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't know, it's hard to see because I've hooked up with girls who are like, again, like not tried con people, but like super like feminist women who told me that like the fact that I'm more buff than the average guy, whenever they are with me, they feel a level of safety. Because like even though I'm not fighting anyone, I'm a coward in real life. If someone tries to attack me, I'm running away. But just the fact, that feeling that they get from the possibility that I would defend them if something happened, that they found to be kind of hot.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that there's like it's like nothing for women. I just think that I think people tend to overrate it a bit. It's kind of like a lot of people look at the OkCupid stuff and like how many men rate women attractive versus how many women rate men attractive. And I think they miss two crucial pieces of information. One is that on average, women probably are more attractive because they put a lot more effort into looking good than men do in general. But two, even if men tend to rate women's looks very high and women tend to rate men's looks kind of like average to low, women don't rate looks as importantly when it comes to dating somebody as men do. So like a woman might say like, oh yeah, like this guy, you know, he's like kind of like average looking or whatever. But like to that particular woman, she might be like, but this is like my guy. Like I love this guy. He's like super cute when he smiles. I like to feel his belly pressed against me when we're like cuddling in bed. I really like the way that like he's got, you know, like a hairy back. Like women will start to like and appreciate things about you that aren't like a conventional like, oh my God, he's like fucking Jason Bourne, James Bond, fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like they don't like, they're not as obsessed with the like aesthetically perfect male. Although red pillars and black pillars will never believe that, but
yeah. And I was gonna say, because that's like the big drama between like, I guess a big beef between red pill and black pill on one side and the pickup artists on the other side. The pickup artists will basically say what she said, while the red pill and the black pill guys will say like, no, you're not taking into account that a dude who's like a super obese, super like acne faced kind of guy, like that guy, no amount of charisma is gonna like, you know,
yeah, probably, but like
someone who's like physically disabled or something.
Sure, yeah. And I mean, I'll say that, like, if you're gonna give me like guys that have been like fucking battery acid attacked, then yeah, of course I'm gonna say these guys are, you know, definitely playing from behind. But yeah, I think
I was just thinking of that, but it's not appropriate. There's nothing wrong with someone. I apologize for giggling at him today.
Oh, sure.
Be insensitive.
You're fine. But yeah, I think men think that women think about looks as much as they do, and I just don't think in general that's true. I think women are quite a bit more lenient when it comes on looks related stuff. That's why like generally when it comes publicly, I mean, just look at the difference between how men and women present themselves, right? Women like get like if women cared about looks as much as men do, I'll believe that when like every man starts like wearing makeup and like getting plastic surgery and shit, but they don't, right? Like it's way more common on the women's side because I think men tend to judge way more harshly on appearance than women do.
Yeah, the black pill side will argue that no, like men should look smacks and they'll encourage doing surgery and stuff like that depending on how you look. But that's just weird people. But yeah, no, I agree mostly with you. I think women have like a looks threshold. So long as you pass it, you're okay.
Yeah, I had a guy on my subreddit. It was really fucking funny. But I don't remember what we were talking about. He either agreed or disagreed, but he made a post. He's like, yeah, like everybody should try to like look smacks basically. Like you should look smacks as hard as you can. Like it's good, blah, blah, blah. And he made a post. We're like, oh wow, like you look really good. Like what would you suggest doing? Like, you know, how do you look good? And I didn't realize it. But then the guy's like, well, first I got like a jaw chisel surgery. He had like a ton of like work done on his face to look the way that he did. I was like, holy shit. But yeah, Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember that post on my subreddit. That was pretty good times.
Like Carla talked to this guy who's like he's 5'11", but he felt like the black pill told him he's so short he'll never get girls. So he went to South America to get a surgery to like a limb
lengthen your femur or some
lengthening
shit.
surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now that guy will never be able to deadlift or squat again.
But
He's
hey,
currently
that
on a
sounds like a
wheelchair
good
for
gym,
like a year.
good gym day every day. You go to the gym, it's like, why don't you never work on legs, dude? Bro, my legs are broken. Sorry. That just sounds like a W to me. Yeah, but no, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's pretty sad when people go down those types of roads. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. Yeah, have a good rest of your stream, man.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, buddy.
Alright, take care.
Ooh, if lack of opportunities changes the issue, maybe people should consider doing community college classes. Okay, fuck. I have like there's a catch for all of these, okay? And this is always the problem. I've given this advice before, and I'm actually not sure how I feel about it. Fuck, it's so hard. This is kind of like well, in order to do this thing, you just need to have always done this thing. And if you haven't, you're fucked. When people give the advice, if you want to meet girls, you need to like go do a college class, you need to go do this or whatever, then like, that's kind of good advice. But if you go to those places specifically looking for a girl, then you're gonna like, I think you're gonna come off as creepy and it's not gonna work. So like, let's say for instance, you go to community college or some shit and you're like, okay, I'm going here to find a girlfriend, and you start like hitting up every girl and you're chatting with them, and it's obvious you're just there to like shop for a girlfriend. I don't think it's gonna work that much for you. I think you're gonna run into problems. But then it sounds like I'm saying that basically the problem is I'm telling you that like, yeah, you basically have to do this, and the only way to do this is if you've already been doing this, and if you haven't been doing it, then you can't. You're like, fuck. I don't know. Wait. Jesus. Okay. The important part is you need to not go there for the girl. You need to go there to learn how to talk to her. Sure. Okay. Myron really helped me in asserting my boundaries, and before him, I was a serial dater. I don't know what that means. Are you like a serial single person now, or what?
Forward to you, I have. So.
Should we play the next Dead Space? Should we play this Dead Space remake?
It's just to say the Earth is flat.
Oh, is this President Sunday? Destiny, do you acknowledge that 90% of the women who like you for your money and clout only, and they actually find you ugly? No, I don't think so. I think I guessed it by the internet. I think I actually look pretty. I look okay. I think I look pretty okay. I think I'm fine. I think I really like it with my hair. I think I have a decent face. I think I actually have an okay body. I'm not like super obese or anything. No, I disagree. If you look at me and you're like, oh fuck, like Destiny's a fucking hideous fuck, I think your beauty standards and everything in terms of like what like an average guy looks like, I think are super fucked. Yeah. Also, I think if you're looking for women that are only looking to fuck via clout, I'd probably only be fucking smaller streamers. Also, listen, if you're a woman and you want to fuck me for clout, my DMs are open, okay? If you're looking for a host, if you're looking for a collab, okay, hit me up on Instagram, instagram.com/Destiny, okay? I'm all about that clout fuck. But no, the problem is you can't really fuck me for clout because you don't really go much farther than me, right? You're not gonna like jump from me to Hassan or some shit. And also, my community is pretty brutal, so it's not gonna work out too well.
Forward to you.
But hey, if you want to try, knock yourself out.
Forward to you, I have.
Honestly, if you're a woman and you're trying to get clout from me, usually the best way to do it would usually be to say something really fucking stupid on Twitter or in my chat, and then we argue. That's usually the best way to farm clout off me. But
so my main.
You just wanted to
stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour.
Stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour and 45 minutes.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour.
Stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour and 45. You spent an hour and 45 minutes. I will stop finish speaking. You spent an hour. You spent an hour and 45 minutes. You spent an hour and 45 minutes just to say the Earth is flat.
No, we've forward to you. I have.
Okay. So he's finally gone mask off and just unilaterally blame men for essentially everything in the relationship space, unironically saying the reason women that are hot won't is because men are shit is because I guess he talked to someone. Why do you guys think this shit? I'm not blaming anybody. The thing is that like, the funny thing is whoever you are, this guy would agree with me 100% if I phrase it every way. Sorry, let me put my red pill hat on and let me say the exact same thing, but let me say it in a way that makes you feel better about yourself, okay? Over the past 30 years, we have engaged in so much affirmative action. We have taken women from being basically lesser than men to elevating them above men. Feminism is not about gender equality, it's about female domination. It's why women are graduating 60-40 to men. It's why women have role models scattered across the political sphere now, scattered across the media sphere, scattered across every single area of society, while men are constantly being attacked and shit on in real life, right? So what's happening after 20 or 30 years of this type of behavior? Women are now working jobs, men are still killing themselves at record rates, women are still doing decently in family courts and all this shit, and they're being built up in every single part of the system, and men are just getting left behind, right? If I say it like that, you're like, oh yeah, preach, Steven, yeah, preach. But then if I add like the obvious if I add the obvious next point is that like women have leveled up a ton and men are just like kind of shit right now, then it's like, oh no, that's not fair. Well, no, what do you mean? We're saying the same thing, just in different words, right? Men are kind of shit right now. I'm not blaming men for it. If anything, I'm blaming society for it, which was ran by men. But if anything, like, yeah, I'm blaming society for it because society spent a lot of time building up women in huge ways, and they've done a really good job at it. They have. They've done a phenomenal job at giving women access to the workplace, excelling in college, and reproductive rights, right? And that's helped women elevate their shit a ton. And men haven't really elevated their shit at all. They still expect to work a job and get a woman. It's not enough anymore. I'm not blaming men for that or even shitting on men. I guess if you see it the way, that's fine. But like, here's a couple of realities that like the red pill people, I don't know if they'll tell you this or not. Here's a couple realities. Women are not getting rid of birth control. That's not going to happen, okay? So fucking a woman doesn't guarantee that you're going to get pregnant anymore. So that's one. And two, women aren't going to stop working. They're not, like, they just don't want to. That life sucks, by the way. The traditional female life sucks. And to think otherwise is a cope, okay? Women like to have their freedom. They like to be able to travel. They like to be able to do things. I'm not saying that they don't like families. People like families too. A lot of women hit 30 and like, oh, fuck, I think I do want kids, right? That happens too. But women like generally enjoy the freedom and everything. That's fun too. So if those two things are true, if women have reproductive rights and if women are working, you're going to have to find a way if you want to succeed. You can do one of two things. You can either brood and cry in a corner all day long, or you can go take up classes, learn how to use an AR-15 and go Elliot Rogers some people. Or you can figure out, okay, well, women are doing all these things now. I used to be able to do that and get a woman, and now I can't just work a job anymore because me having a paycheck is enough. I need to find some other way to add value to a woman's life so that she'll date me, right? Those are the only three directions that you can choose, okay? Choose wisely, modern man. That's all you can do. Then why are you encouraging us to do shit that sucks instead of alternatives that keep them happy and motivated, like gym, hobbies, and friendships? Fuck. Wait, what? Also said that the average man has nothing to offer for the average woman. But something I've been thinking about for a while. Every time he speaks about issues women have, he goes like, women have to deal with X, they have to deal with Y, they have to deal with Z from men. And when he talks about issues men face, he says men have to deal with X, they have to deal with Y, and they have to deal with Z from women because men. He always, when talking about the issues men and women have, blame men for the reason of the problem. He's the opposite of the red pill, but just a reaction. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, I'll say it again for the 50 millionth time. Like, I'm not blaming men. I'm not blaming women. There's always two sides to like every thing. I don't know how else to say it, but you only want to hear one side. You just want me to be Pearl for you, right? You always want me to be Pearl for you. It's women are to blame, and I guess blame them over and over again. But like, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to say, right? I don't know. Yeah. If women are becoming more masculine, how the fuck do you substantiate that when women date down on a significantly lower rate than men? Because women don't need to date for something. That's the difference, right? It sucks, but the old saying of like, I don't need no man, for a lot of women is kind of true, right? Like men do need women to date them because they want sex if you're going to be shallow on it. But a woman doesn't have to date a man to get sex. She can hook up with a dude on Tinder and then go hang out with her friends and like have a really good time with her friends and do that shit constantly. She gets a ton of fulfillment from all these other areas of her life. And if you're a man, you're just like locked in your room on Discord all day, I guess, or cranking out reps at the gym. But yeah, I don't know. Like, figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll think about it more. Okay. I'll try to think about it more. I just don't know. I thought about I need to find a person to organize this because I'm not going to. I thought about doing like a big Yi versus Pepe thing. I don't know how we would track it, but I think it would be really fun. I'm inspired by Sneeko's story. So Sneeko always says, go do workout or go do some shit instead of being sucked in the Matrix or whatever. And then he has like guys posting gym videos and shit, which you can say it's corny or cheesy or whatever, but I think it's kind of cool. I think it's cute. It'd be interesting to do like a steps challenge or like a weight loss challenge with like Yi versus Pepe. We have like spreadsheets tracking like Yi players and Pepe players or whatever, and then you just track like miles walked or like weight lost or whatever. Because it's like it's a competitive thing, it's a fun thing, it's a community thing, and it's a way to get people to start like tracking certain metrics to like improve their lives. But I don't really do like self-improvement much. I know that I've been doing like the whole red pill arc because it's fun to argue with them, but I'm not like, I don't see myself as like a self-improvement streamer. It's just not something I'm that interested in talking about. But I mean, like, it would probably be good for the community. Yeah, I don't know. Pepe posters are jacked already, not fair. It's unfair. Pepe posters are all fat fucks who have more to lose. Destiny, you talk so much about what men need to do and how shit we are. Just curious, what would you say women need to do? So I'll come off as biased here, but I think women have done a lot. But it's because society has helped them do a lot. Society said, we're gonna make women figure out how to fucking do college. And they did it exceedingly well. And now women do that. And they're like, okay, we're gonna make women figure out how to fucking work jobs. And they do it now exceedingly well. And they haven't really done the same for like, we're gonna help men do something. Because men kind of like ran all this shit before, right? So women have grown up with the whole feminization thing intact. They've learned all the shit they need to do to be women and to do all the things to be women or whatever. But now they've like, society's pushed them in that masculine direction too, and they've learned all the masculine things. But that same push hasn't happened for men. Because men were the predominant power holders before, and we still carry that in our minds that men are superior, men are superior, men are superior. Even the feminists think that, whether they know it or not, that they're unwilling to say like, okay, we need to spend some time now building men up. We need to do something to help men figure their shit out. And society hasn't done that, so men haven't done that in general yet. I don't know. I don't even know what that push would look like. I've had some people email me. I've had one person email me and tell me that like the thought of even talking to a school administration, we're like, hey, maybe we need some accelerated programs to help men back in school because women are crushing men in school, and that trend is continuing in that direction, and you wouldn't even be able to have that conversation in a lot of school administrative rooms because it would just be suicide. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Women have leveled up a ton over the past like 30 or 40 years, and I don't know. It seems like society hasn't been interested in pushing men a lot. But I think in a lot of the ways, you're never going to be able to convince the red pillars that men need to accept more feminine traits. It plays way too hard on the feminization of men talking about. Yeah, I know, but that's because like but it backs up all of my arguments too. Fuck, there's like 30 things just pop my head. Okay, the reason why this argument is so dog shit is because people will say like, oh, you don't want to feminize men, femininity is bad. And it's like, okay, well, hold on, I mean feminist. Here's the problem that I have, okay? Masculine traits are all good and awesome and cool. Everybody wants the masculine traits. They're the best traits, right? Masculine traits are like strong, defender, protector, provider for my family, confidence, leader, powerful, influential. These are like masculine traits. And feminine traits are like breastfeeds, soft skin. And also catty, bitchy, overly emotional, weak-willed, follower, right? It's all the shitty traits, right? So obviously, women want to be masculine because they're like, these are the best traits. All of these traits are awesome. They're the coolest things to have, which is true. They shouldn't even be called masculine and feminine traits. And then when men think of femininity, it's just like, well, fuck, what does it mean to be a feminine man? You're gay, get fucked in the ass, you're emotional, you cry all the time, you're catty, snaky, backstabber. It's like, I don't want to be feminine. Those are the worst things ever. And it's like, well, yeah, if you think of it that way, then of course you are. But then it's funny too on the flip side. I always forget what I say privately versus publicly. N-word. No, I'm just kidding. I think that the thing that frustrates me is sometimes red pillars will talk about how certain things, like here's this one that comes on over and over and over again. And we saw Max do this. I know this works from personal experience, right? You see them say things like being emotional is really bad. If you're emotional as a man, women will get turned off immediately from that. If you're ever emotional, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, bro, being emotional is one of the most effective ways to manipulate a woman or anybody. It is it's one of the most effective ways to gaslight somebody. It's one of the most effective ways to get over something, right? Did you cheat on me, babe? I saw that woman that you were with yesterday. What the fuck's on? I'm going through a hard time. She looks like my mom. I don't know. Dude, you can fucking cry and lie your way out of so much shit and be emotionally manipulative like a motherfucker. It is the easiest way to gaslight somebody is when you appear emotionally dysregulated. And if you're like an abusive person, you know that. So it's so funny that on like the abuser side, these people know like, yeah, am I emotional and vulnerable? That bitch thinks I am. That's how I fuck her mind that way, right? I use the tears to get in the back door and destroy her fucking soul. And then meanwhile, red pillars saying like, oh yeah, if you're ever emotional, like a girl will leave you. Like, bro, emotionality is one of the ways you get people the most fucked up, like spiritually. So I don't know, dude, but I don't know how to, because it's, so circling back, I agree with you that telling a man to be more feminine sounds shitty, but it's because we say that feminine traits are all shitty. And it's like, well, of course men aren't gonna wanna be more feminine. But like, in reality, femininity probably just means like having like better emotional control in general. Emotional control, right? I just went through 3 months of red pillars saying like women are more emotional than men. And then in the past 2 weeks, I've had like 3 different people threaten to kill me because of a misinterpreted comment about some dude's mom who's been dead for 6 months, right? Come on, are you fucking serious? It's just like, it's all so silly. But also, I don't care. Do your shit. More women for me, okay? If that's... Okay, why is being artistic seen as feminine? I have no idea. When I hear masculine traits, I just think about trait that make you an adult, and it seems like women are better at being adults than men, surprisingly. Yeah, that's another dumb thing too. Oh, I think I've asked that now on 2 panels. I think I've said that to Fresh and Fit and Pearl. I feel like I didn't get good answers either time. We're like, what's the difference between what you're describing? Because like, you're like, what do you guys want from a woman? I want a woman that is trainable, that obeys me, that takes care of the house. It sounds like you want like a 12-year-old that does chores, right? That's what it feels like to me. What is a good feminine man in your opinion? I don't know. I thought about this more because I'm thinking like I should have role models, right? That's probably important to pick out. But then I realized there's an acceptable answer. I don't know many male role models because I'm a fucking man. I'm 34 years old. I don't mean like I'm a man, like, but I'm like I'm 34. I don't have role models. I'm an adult, okay? If I was like 15, maybe I'd have, because I had like all my little JRPG and anime people that were like, oh, I guess these are my role models growing up because I watch cartoons and I watch TV shows and I play video games. But now that I'm an adult, like I'm not trying to model myself after anyone. I don't know what fucking man I look up to for any shit. Jordan Peterson. Oh, fuck. I was gonna ask one question. Okay, we're going back. Where does Jordan Peterson get his suits? He has some banger fucking outfits. I don't care what you guys say. Does anybody have a link to this suit? This is a banger fucking suit. Fuck, where is it? This is a banger fucking outfit. I like that. I don't know how I feel about the tie and socks. I guess I kind of match, maybe. This is a sick ass fucking, I like this. Hell yes. He has some crazy wild fucking outfits. I love them. He's the new bling, okay? Fire and ice, heaven and hell. Oh, LGFG. Jesus. Okay. Wait, okay, hold on. We don't need to do this right now. Oh, we were gonna watch this. Oh, we were gonna watch this too. Here's JP's tweet about it.
I should tell you about my suit first. Maybe you care about that. Maybe you don't. The first thing you need to know is these are tiny Elon Musk heads. And this is a Twitter suit. In the lining here, there's a bunch of comments from Twitter about another suit this company made for me. This company is LGFG, and they came to me a couple of months ago and asked me if I wanted them to make me some suits, one for each of the rules from 12 Rules for Life.
The 12 rules for life, the Twitter shit is corny, but the colors are nice. And what do we have? What do we have going on here? Is it like, so we got the white shirt, we've got a jacket, we've got, is there another thing like a vest or something underneath? The tie color is good. This is a sick fucking outfit, okay? This is a sick outfit. I like it.
Tiny Elon Musk heads.
God, yes. It's a 3-piece? Oh, shit. I don't even know what those are. I need to look into that. Okay, anyway. Come on, Destiny. Let's get off the Jordan Peterson worship. Let's get back to the coping. I much prefer to watch you down spiral with cope after that big ol' L you just took. Okay.
Is you note.
Oh, my God. And he's got, like, the fucking the weird shoes, too?
When I first say this to my...
Oh, my God. He's just balling hard.
My students, I start, the brain is this massively recursive system for reducing surprise. A lot of them will say, but I like surprises.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, yeah, that's right. And so then you start to get this question about, well, you want...
3 pieces equals pants, jacket, and vest. Gotcha. Okay. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. What is this? Okay. Okay, Jesus. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick and then we're gonna watch these two things. I wanted to do this last year, but I didn't do it. We're gonna do this today. Something I need to do is I need to go over my debates. I wanna go over all of my debates. There's 2 things that I need to work on. I need to improve my speaking. There's a really bad habit that I picked up from panels. People also tend to do this naturally. There's a bad habit where you pick up from panels where you're talking and you don't want to stop, so you need to find a lot of filler words to fill in the end of statements while you're kind of like searching for something else to say before you hop on to the next thought because you don't know what you want to say. But the problem is like, come on, it's like if you pause for a moment and you give somebody else an opportunity to jump in, so you kind of don't want to it's like that problem. I think that statements are so much better if you can just say a sentence, enunciate everything you need to say, and then find a strong stopping point. And also this, without like doing that thing. I tend to add on a lot at the end of statements instead of just hanging it out there and hanging my hat on exactly what I need to say. Because I want to add something small. I do that a lot and such. And I have a hard time just stopping a sentence where it needs to stop. You know, I do that. It drives me fucking crazy. So I want to watch my debates for speaking things like that. I shouldn't have said that to you guys because now you guys are going to point out a bunch of irrelevant shit that doesn't matter. That's just for me to keep in mind personally. You've done good at slowing down and making your statements hit. Yeah, I have improved on it a lot, I think, since the past like year or two. But I still have that thing of like I need to constantly fill the space because if I don't stop, then the other person's going to cut me off. It like drives me crazy. There was one other thing. Oh, and then for content too, we need to see I think there are parts of my argument that could be improved. I got a lot of emails from people pointing some stuff out as well. How do you speak about this topic for 1 hour and not talk about children and family structure? Is a whole dating question just hedonic exercise in your mind? What do you call leveling up? It's reducing the amount of women. Would you be happy if every woman in the West became a girl boss at the cost of having 0.6 kids on average? I'm just going to tell you this. I don't know what to say. Focusing on birth rates is cringe as fuck. I think that's probably the most effective way to dry up every woman in like a 25-mile radius. If you're worried that your friend is about to fuck the hottest girl ever, and you want to sabotage his night, just walk by the girl and just whisper into the air, birth rates, and she'll instantly dry up. It is so fucking cringe. Nobody cares, bro. You don't even care. Shut the fuck off with that. Birth rates, birth rates, birth rates, birth rates, birth. How many kids do you have? I have more kids than you, okay? I'm working in the world. I got at least one that I know of. It's just cringe. Don't. Birth rates are like things that you fix through other things. You don't fix them by focusing on them. And we don't even know if we can fix birth rates because people tend to just not want to have kids when they live in more safer and industrialized countries. So, but yeah, don't just that fixation on like birth rates, birth rates, birth rates. It's like so cringe. Holy shit. Be right back.
Who you got winning the Super Bowl? Also, what does LeBron have to do to become the GOAT? We're still in the factorial wormhole, yay. Drip check. Whose merch is that you're wearing, Destiny DGGL?
Now chat bullet his drip, so he went out and bought worse drip. Ain't no way.
Anything you'll miss from UK. It's okay to admit we have the best breakfasts. Hello, Destiny. I am in love with you. Will you be my Valentine? As a semi-jack dude, you get more stares than any woman in the online. Discourse regarding gyms is so disconnected from reality.
Didn't talk shit about house phones, Mom. Yet.
Oddwood dude got fired over that stream.
Did you ever hit a wall with Blue Science? The addition of robots and advanced oral processing is pretty overwhelming. I keep getting stuck. Bro. Let's keep working at it.
Got muted for mentioning LSF. So now I'm paying money so I can keep screaming into the void well.
What is this? Hold on. Quick Giga Chad clip. Bro, is it even actually possible for men to accept help from society? I'm a man, and judging from the people around me, I feel like any actual men's rights movements will get the most pushback from actual men, since it will entail making men do things they don't actually want to do and helping them in ways they don't. I feel like a men's rights movement would be more about rolling back women's gains rather than helping men. I'm not sure. It's hard. You have to make a movement that's not just shitting on the other side. Yeah, I don't know. But Sharp has been put in the chopping block by academics and whack 100. No jumper is not. Listen, I don't have time to keep up with all the no jumper shit. There's a lot of there's a lot of stuff going on.
Where's Tate? Damn me! He shot and he missed. You shot it, he missed. All that for no reason.
Reminds me of Major Gus vibes. What would you recommend if men were actually impossible to improve? Like if it was some biological thing or just too deeply ingrained to men and women and how they're attracted to each other? I don't think anything is too deeply ingrained. If women have taught us anything, is that like you can change a lot in a person socially. I think men can improve and shit. There just has to be like yeah, somebody said it's not me. I'm not the guy for it. I don't like teaching. I don't like teaching, and I don't like being a role model or any of that shit. I just want to fight with people on the internet, maybe get killed by Z-list rappers. That's my calling in life. Okay, somebody will do it. Okay. Those shoes are the mother of cringe. Wait, what? You can barely see them.
Get out!
We're gonna have to do fit checks on every... Oh, the Peterson shoes. Oh, that guy might be behind in the VOD. What do you think of the Charisma Command dude? I already talked about it. I thought the guy was a really cool dude. You had a good $20 donor question. Destiny, would you agree that women need to make work on making emotional space for men? I feel like that's a barrier in men starting to evolve to meet women where they are. Yeah, maybe, yeah. I feel like the answer is probably yes to that. Yeah, I don't see why the answer would be no. The answer would probably be yes to that, yeah. I think it's all a question about validation. My whole worldview switched when someone chased me for the first time. I finally saw myself as deserving of love, and that made me confident. So some people say that, but I think what tends to happen, that might happen for you. If that happens to you, that's good for you. But I think that what tends to happen is people will find somebody like that will build them up and make them feel confident. But the problem is they're not actually feeling confident. They're getting external validation from somebody else. And as soon as that person disappears, you're back at worse than square one. Now you feel even worse. I've seen the Gavin clip. It's kind of boring, but here you go.
Get off your fucking phone.
No, do not talk to the audience. No, Gavin.
That's really
now he's breaking
rude,
the fourth
you know?
wall.
You're at the studio audience. You're on your phone.
Okay, see, now we have to break
Fuck
the fourth
off.
wall. What people is not seeing is that...
Christ, sorry I'm boring you.
Gavin, this
And
is
you
my
guys,
show.
shut up!
Okay.
We can hear all your chattering.
Now we're going off
Whisper
the
at
rails.
least.
All right?
Most annoying background I've ever been a part of.
Okay, Gavin we're gonna give him a hint of fentanyl, and we're gonna calm him down a little bit. Things are
Chatty crew and the fucking phone bunch. Leave it in your pocket. You're at a show. You're part of the show.
I actually do agree with him. I think security
Holy
needs
shit, it's so disrespectful. Fuck. Get off your fucking phone.
No. We're gonna
Chatty crew, phone bunch. Leave it in your pocket. You're at a show. You're part of the show.
I actually do agree with him. I think
More than anyone I've ever seen in my life, Alex Stein looks like two kids in a suit. And that's why he's like 7 feet tall. It's two kids that are like 3'6" each or whatever. They're both 9 years old.
I think security
Holy
needs
shit, it's so disrespectful. Fuck. Get off your fucking...
Watch XQC versus Moist on Darman situation. I don't even know that Darman situation. I don't care. Someone admits rape on Fresh and Fit.
So that was our crime mindset.
Was your girlfriend white?
Nah.
No? Okay.
Well, we used to run trains on white girls.
Choo choo. She's a Robin Hood.
We used to do it without permission. So it's not like she came over and said, "Hey, I want to sleep with all you guys."
Yeah.
We say, "Hey, man, that white girl like you. Get over here." And then we put.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
yeah. We just come in with dicks out.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, she.
We might have to go off Twitch. Yeah. Okay, Twitch.
Yeah, hey yo. Hold on, homie. You gotta think about it. We're kids, right? We're kids.
Yeah.
Mimicking the culture.
Yeah.
Because not only
it was a different era. It was a different time.
Hold on. You got to think. We got Two Live Crew, 1987, 88. Hey, we want some pussy.
Yeah.
Me and my homies like to play this game. Some call it Amtrak, but some call it the train.
Hogwarts Legacy.
Dziedzictwo Hogwartu.
Hogwarts Legacy.
Dziedzictwo Hogwartu.
I don't get it. How to Get Laid, Part 1, 2.5 hours. Jesus.
And what's nice about cold approach is that when you do a lot of cold approach, you learn the true lives, which is why I want
Hold on, what's the most watched
hundreds
part?
of people.
Most replayed
Eye
part.
contact. And therefore, I should sleep with him. No. It doesn't work like that. It's all subconscious and it's all automatic. She's just going to naturally find you charming and handsome and amazing. She's not even going to know why. But the reason it will be is because you are a high status guy and you have a lot of social validation around you. And she's just naturally going to gravitate towards that and find that juicy and appealing. Women are very attracted to strong eye contact. Eye contact is huge. We'll talk about that in part 2. They're attracted to guys who are detached and have a sense of life purpose, where the life purpose for the guy is more important than the girl. As soon as the girl becomes more important than your life purpose as a guy, she's going to start to lose attraction for you. And women are attracted to guys who are well-groomed, sharply dressed, clean and fit, and smell nice. And all of these you can work on.
Okay, I'm good. It's more incel logic. Okay, I don't care. All right, you guys do you. I don't care. I'm not here to be your model or your daddy. I'm just here to fuck all your moms. All right, we're watching this, okay? And then we're watching this.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan.
Wait, why would a guy say, I'm curious if he's ever said this, why would a guy say, women don't want you to put them above your drive in life? Do you think he would also say, but you should die for your woman? I wonder if those two things are contradictory. I don't know, I don't care.
And today, we're going to be talking about the fact that
Our good friend Courtney, this is the one that tweets all the time on Twitter, following me with the memes, okay? Boom. Let's see, add a strawberry emoji. Good to go.
nobody thinks they're average, or most people do not think that they are average.
Wait, before we do this, hold on. I gotta do a business call real quick. Hold on. Thanks, George. You know the PayPal. Back to the Matrix. Oh!
Is this confidence or is this delusion?
I love how she's like a slightly smarter version of like just Pearly Things, where she's always just asking questions, but she is like so obviously driven in one direction. Final Factory? Sounds like Final Fantasy involves a factory? Wait, what is this? Hold on. We've got bots. Okay. Automation experience. Okay. We're flying in space. That's cute. Got some combat too. Okay. He was mining that asteroid. Wow. Wow. What is this? Oh, it's just a fucking song. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me blow my nose 1 second. All right. What is this on my OBS? Oh, oh, I'm sorry. Let's delete that. Okay. Our other queen. Good luck.
Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, I'm Courtney Ryan, and today we're going to be talking about the fact that nobody thinks they're average, or most people do not think that they are average. Is this confidence or is this delusion?
Before she gets too into this, so the explanation that I gave on the Just Pearly Things, I think the reason why people don't think they're average is because people aren't usually just like average at everything. It's, in fact, nobody is average at everything. Usually we have like specific things that we're interested in, and hopefully we're above average at those things. So in a way, the average person is above average, hopefully, because they excel at least one thing that they have an interest in. Hopefully, right?
And what inspired this video was me posting a TikTok from one of my girl interviews. To say the comments were concerning and eye-opening is actually an understatement. So we're going to be going through some of the comments. I'm going to share some with you, and then we're going to talk about this idea of...
Wait, did Space Exploration update some of their graphics? Why do I feel like I haven't seen these colors before? Am I crazy?
Average and delusion and all of this stuff that's going on in the media and really just with our society today. You are not going to want to miss me reading the comments, trust me. But before we get into that, I'm really excited that today's video is sponsored by AG1 by Athletic Greens. Big thank you to AG1 by Athletic Greens for sponsoring today's video.
Thank you.
AG1 is a comprehensive all-in-one foundational nutrition that serves every single physical demand, no matter how busy your schedule is. Sustainable routines are key. AG1 is a daily micro habit that makes it easy to absorb key nutrients, lead a healthy lifestyle, and feel your best no matter what the day holds. One scoop, 1 minute, once a day, every day. AG1 has become an essential part of my morning routine that I genuinely look forward to. My AG1 minute is something that
That looks like fucking grass, and it looks like it tastes like dirt. Also, what is a micro habit?
make sure I never skip. It's incredibly convenient and sets the nutritional foundation for my day. I've actually been drinking AG1 for a couple of months now, and I've seen a notable improvement in my mental health, my focus, my energy, and my digestion. AG1 includes key energy players, all synergistic.
What is I'm sponsored by Gorilla Mind. Apparently they're releasing some set of like brain enhancing like neurotropics that they wanted me to promote. Like, bro, show me the studies. I don't think any of this stuff does. I don't think any of this cognitive shit, because none of these supplements like aren't FDA regulated. They can make whatever statement they want, and they don't actually have to like back any of it up. They can just say shit, and it doesn't. It already came out. Yeah, I know. They asked me. I think it was a couple weeks ago. I think where they were doing the launch or whatever.
Logistically working to maintain energy levels, support adrenal health, and perform optimally. AG1 also includes vital adaptogens that act to support adrenal health and recovery when the mind needs stress management from burnout or overworking. And I actually really like the way it tastes, which I wasn't expecting, to be totally transparent. I love it so much, I've been recommending it to absolutely everyone, all the girls in my workout classes, my friends, my family. I'm obsessed. And so glad that I added AG1 to my morning routine. If you're interested in checking out AG1, tap my link to get a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D3K2 and 5 travel packs free with your first purchase. You can't put a price tag on your own health. So now let me read some of the comments to you. Average has nothing to do with me. Some of us don't want to be average. LOL, okay, but these are based on averages and I'm not looking for an average man. I don't give an F. I want my man to be pulling 500K. My soul left my body when I read that one. It's funny, all the people in here with their personal stories of making 6 figures, like that changes the average percent. Happy hunting. I actually really liked this comment, and I think it accurately...
What are you doing right now?
represents what was going on in the comments. Everyone was, you know, saying that they know someone who makes 600K or 200K, so they assume that's the average. Anyway, we're going to talk about that in a little bit. No one can survive with less than 70K. Let's be very for real. Are we okay? If you can't survive on 70K, you have a spending problem. I understand that things are expensive. I understand that prices have increased, rent's gone up, groceries have gone up, but $70,000 would change a lot of people's lives. I made $35,000 at my corporate job, below the average. And I was living just fine because I was saving my money. I wasn't buying all these designer things, spending all my money on clothes, driving a car I couldn't afford, paying for an apartment that I couldn't afford. Be for real. If you can't survive on 70K, you have a spending problem.
Okay, she is right. You probably should be able to survive on 70K most places. But I think that... I don't think the reason why people have spending problems at low budgets, I don't think it's because they're buying designer clothes. Or maybe they are and I'm really out of touch. I think it's because people tend to waste a lot of their money on... what do people waste their money on today? You don't think poor people order like Uber Eats and shit, do they? I hope not, man. That shit is fucked. I hope they're not. I hope you guys aren't doing that. If you're watching my stream and you make less than 30K and you're ever doing DoorDash or Uber Eats, oof. Oof. Yikes, fam. Yikes.
When I say, are we okay, I'm like genuinely asking this question because I don't think that we are. So what is the average? The average is an amount, standard, level, or rate regarded as casual or ordinary. I found this funny thing that I wanted to read to you guys because it's on the topic of what we're discussing today. It says, on a scale of 1 to 10, you probably think you're a 7, and you wouldn't be alone. While it's impossible for most people to be above average for a specific quality, people think that they are better than most people in many areas, from charitable behavior to work performance.
I hope this isn't a foundation that the rest of the video is going to build off of. I don't like people using this. People in chat disagreed with when I said this, by the way, but you're wrong. This is just saying I'm right. 5 is not average. 5 is way below average. I don't know why people think that way, but we do. I would say average is probably like 6.5 to 6. That's where most people in their brain, that's what most people think that average is. Like if you're talking to a person, you rate them, oh, I'd give them like a 5 out of 10. 99% of people are going to think that person is fucking hideous. Like that's just how people are. I don't know why, but maybe it's because of like school. maybe we get brainwashed really early because of grades. Like if you think of like a test, like, oh, I did okay, I got 50%. It's like, you 50%, bro, you fucking failed hard, right? Maybe that's what does it. But nobody thinks of 5 as average. 5 is thought of as like below average. That's just how people think.
To attractive level, to salary. I mean, you name it. The phenomenon known as illusory superiority is so stubbornly persistent that psychologists would be surprised if it didn't show up in their studies, says David Dunning, a psychologist at Cornell who has studied the effect for decades. It happens for many reasons. Others are too polite to say what they really think, and competent people lack the skills to assess their abilities accurately, and such self-delusions can actually protect people's mental health. Dunning told Live Science. And I really think a lot of this is a societal issue and this narrative that social media is kind of continuously pushing on us. We've been conditioned to believe that being average is being a failure, that it's a bad thing. We are consistently told to stand out, to strive for more, to be great. Rarely, or actually never, do we hear, be okay with being average. And I think striving for more is great. I think trying to make the most out of your life and yourself and your purpose is a wonderful thing. I have many thoughts about this topic, but is being average really as bad as people are making it seem? Doesn't it just mean that you're normal? What's wrong with normal? The truth is that most of us are average. That's why it's the average. It's also very possible to be average in most areas of your life and excel in other ones. And I'll give you a personal example here. I would consider myself to be an average cook. I cook every day, I follow recipes, I put in effort for sure, but I'm certainly not a chef. Or above average in any way. But does this mean that I'm a bad cook?
If she cooks every single day and she's like got like recipe books and shit, she's probably above average. That'd be my guess, but okay.
No, it doesn't. I'm actually pretty average at most things that I do, and then there's a select few things that I excel in. I'm content with this and realistic when it comes to my strengths and my weaknesses, which is something that I think a lot of people have a hard time doing. So the question is, does being delusional make us more confident or more capable? There's a trend going around telling people to be delusional, and people are taking it very seriously, and they're being delusional. While I do think that your mindset is really important, I've talked about the scarcity versus abundance mindset before, and I think that, your thoughts do have an impact on the way that you live your life and the things that you achieve, and optimism can certainly help. It doesn't solve everything. There is no magic pill or magic spell that will send a fraction of a percent man who is over 6 feet making $1 million a year knocking on your front door. Wish there was. For all of your sakes, so that we could all be living happily ever after, but that's not the case. So yes, I think being confident in yourself and your ability is helpful for life, obviously. But being straight up delusional, ignoring statistics, and constantly thinking that you are the exception to the rule is a completely different story. I believe that unrealistic expectations, delusion, or illusory superiority are what keep a lot.
Does Pearl believe what she's saying, or is on the red pill grift? Some of her takes like women like being cheated on. I think she believes what she's saying. But
a lot of people unhappy and disappointed in the long term, time and time again. Believe it or not, there is such a thing as toxic positivity, and it can actually be incredibly harmful. It can cause people to neglect exploring their weaknesses or areas of their life that they would like to improve on,
is this the
or
whole
challenges.
Video?
Being honest with yourself, taking accountability, and telling the truth is how we grow and evolve as humans, and how we face our weaknesses, our challenges, and actually improve the areas of our life that we want to improve. I don't know about you, but I'd rather be a realist than someone who's in denial. Toxic positivity and this whole be delusional thing is slowly but surely eliminating critical thinking and realism from our society, which in my opinion is rather concerning.
Delusional.
And I'm not telling you to be a negative Nelly either. It doesn't have to go that far extreme in the other direction. Thinking everything will turn out bad is equally delusional as toxic positivity. I'm just suggesting to be realistic. Be realistic about what it is you're looking for and asking for in a partner, and at least know what you're asking for. Again, these girl interviews that I've done have really made me think about this topic and where it impacts other people's life besides just dating, but dating is a big one. If you're saying things like, I don't give an F, I want my man to be pulling 500K, or LOL, okay, but these are based on averages and I'm not looking for an average man. At least know what you're up against. At least know what it is you're asking for. If you're a girl who will only date a millionaire, understand the fraction of the percent that is. The point is not to make people look stupid or feel stupid. The point is just to educate and have people genuinely understand their expectations and the fact that they are probably being unrealistic, as most people are. And it adds a level of complexity when you're adding another person in, when it's not just based on you and your life, but it's also you expecting someone else to meet these requirements, these crazy requirements that you have, and not understanding how rare it is what you're asking for. And it was just insane to see everyone fighting with each other and all the negative reaction. Instead of using it as a learning moment, people were just fighting with each other in the comments or putting each other down. And I just think if you're someone watching that makes above the median, or maybe your husband or wife makes more than the median, you should feel lucky when you hear the statistics instead of like fighting with each other and just being vile. And another important thing that I want to mention that I really realized after reading through those comments and seeing the reaction was that just because something is your experience doesn't mean that it's the average. It doesn't mean that it's the median. Just because you know a man who makes $500,000 does not mean most men make $500,000.
Wow.
Your personal experiences don't change the averages. They don't change the medians. They don't change the reality. And I think that's something that a lot of people really just cannot grasp. It's baffling to me. And I think it goes to show the fact that you can learn a lot about our society and people by what we don't know. And most people don't know the reality. Average has nothing to do with me. Some of us don't want to be average. I'm not looking for an average man. Okay, that's fine. That's your thing. You do whatever you want. I'm not telling you who to go for, who to like, what your standards or preferences should be. All I'm saying is if you're going to be unrealistic, you should at least know how rare it is what you're asking for. And when it comes to dating, it's extra tough because you're relying on another person, again, to kind of meet the criteria that you want, but also you can think you are the bee's knees 10 out of 10. That doesn't mean that every man will think that. Say I'm selling a house. I think this house is amazing. I think that it's worth $1 million, but the market is telling me differently, the buyers are telling me differently, and no one's buying the house because it's not worth $1 million. Like, you can think that the house is worth $1 million, but clearly it's not. If the house is on the market for a year and no one's buying it, no one's offering you that much, and the Zestimate is telling you that it's worth $700,000.
What?
It's not worth $1 million. So you can sit in your delusion and your unsold house and think that it's worth $1 million, or you can say, okay, what can I do to make it worth $1 million? Or maybe I have to lower my expectations a little bit. And that's not going to kill me. I'm not trying to belittle people and compare them to houses, but I think this is something that we commonly do. We have these extreme checklists for the person that we want to be with that look like we're going to the supermarket.
Okay, this is okay. All right, what do we got over here? My good friends. Well, friend Abba and his coworker preach.
From an expert.
I'm going to the bathroom.
How to relationship from an expert.
I'm going to the bathroom.
All right.
14 minutes later. Uh-oh. Are you not allowed to poop in the house? Wait, what's happening?
I told you I don't commit to women who take their phones into the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
I just forgot this one time, okay?
Okay.
So, are we good then?
Yep, I called you an Uber.
This is so petty.
Call it what you want, but this is how I move, and you've known this from the start.
Ladies, don't pretend you've never texted an ex in the bathroom.
Or swiped for sausage on Tinder while in the shower.
Or God knows what else you don't want your man to find out about.
Hold up. Are these original videos still online somewhere? Oh my god. Hold up. Can I find these somewhere? Wait, what? How many 42? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, wait.
Hey, Kim wants to go to a concert tonight.
Cool.
Can I go?
What are you asking me for? I'm not your father.
Well, you said you don't commit to women who go to concerts.
Indeed, I did.
So what happens from here?
Well, you can either choose to go to the concert or stay in a relationship with me.
All right. Let's keep going.
No shot. This can't be real. Open the car door for her. Ladies first for now. No shot. Abba and Preach set him up. There's no way these are real videos. This has to be some advanced. It's going to be like a deep fake AI video advertisement at the end. We're watching deep fake guys right now. This isn't real. There's just no way. This just is not real. It's not real.
Open the car door for the lady for the date. That's good. Oh, ladies first for now. Obviously, once you get married, tell that whore to open up all the doors for you. But in the beginning, you do ladies first.
Reservation for Donovan Sharp. How do you pronounce your name, by the way?
Convo/light flirting with the hostess in front of your girlfriend.
Adalia?
Yes.
That was flirting? How do you pronounce your name? Adelia. That's hard. I like how he says convo/light flirting with the hostess in front of your girlfriend. in caps, in front. You want to make sure she sees you. Light flirt. It's better.
Walk in front of your woman. Do not let her walk ahead of you.
Guys, make sure you walk in front of your woman. Do not let her walk in front of you, because the man comes first, and if she behind you, she can see if you got cakes or not. Pause.
What you just said made no sense.
Huh? What I just say? Pause.
I
don't know.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah. Sus.
The only place I've been with my girl I walk first is places I don't know.
Fair.
Like, let's say I go, we're not in the country. Like, say we go to Cuba, right?
You just protect.
It's just that.
Yeah,
It's just old school way of doing things.
Yeah,
but
if a bullet comes flying, you dying.
it's just fine.
Yeah. Respect
I mean, somebody come with the knife, I'm like,
It's your job.
and I could do the whole thing when I die in her arms, you know?
Yeah.
Die like a real man.
Yeah, there she go.
Stupid.
You know what makes you die like a real man?
What?
If you got a mustache. All you hairless motherfuckers in your late 20s can't grow a beard? Fucking dweeb.
Wow.
I can't grow a beard.
Fuck this guy.
I'm not supposed to let them know that.
I can't grow a beard.
You're supposed to say this is a choice, you brave man. You brave man.
Choice.
Avant-garde. Yeah, you got beard, I got patches.
Shit.
There's some little Asian kid who needs hair. I send it to them.
Send it to me.
Okay, so she is going to do for appetizer. She's going to go with the wood-grilled corn, aged cheddar, spiced bacon. For dinner, she's going to go with.
She never even looks in the waiter's direction. Hashtag well-trained woman. This is not real, bro. This can't be. This is psyop.
The field green salad and the wood grilled Maine lobster tail. I am going to go with the lobster bisque for appetizer, and then I'm going to go with the lamb loin, Kona crusted lamb loin. Medium.
Hashtag well-trained women that can still end up cheating on you. Stop.
You're doing a lot. And if I'm the waiter, I'm like, what's wrong with this one? Her eyes glued to the floor. She held hostage. So your girl can't make contact with the waiter. Why? Hold on. Why? I just want to hear why. Oh, because it's disrespectful. I'm the man. She should only be looking at me. Let me ask you, when your girl goes to work, does she look people in the eyes, or does she never make eye contact?
Not my woman.
Does she see a male customer and then avert her gaze? Like, what are we talking about? Are guys so insecure now? Okay? And I mean it. You have to be deeply terrified of being hurt by somebody to think that her making eye contact with somebody at a service job is an issue.
You can tell Abba is a cucked person just by saying this. He lets his women look at other men. Can anybody else say cuck-a-doodle-doo?
And you think that's a sign of well-trained? Dude, I think you just need some therapy. I think you need to do some healing. Because I've seen some videos of past traumas you had, and it sounds like you're still living with them.
Sees another man and immediately diverts her eyes away from him. No shot. This can't be real. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. It's like when the guy tells Aragorn that Frodo is dead in the fucking Return of the Jedi, the last fucking Lord of the Rings movie. And Aragorn is like, I won't believe it. I can't believe that these videos are real. There's just no shot. There's no shot. It can't be the case that this is a real video.
Yeah, it's a fraud. He's not even acting like that with his girl.
I think
he doesn't even act like that. They're setting up this shit and they're in it together, and that's it. He said, you know what? That's how we're gonna bamboozle a whole bunch of people. Are you in or not? You're gonna play a role. Maybe that's the role playing game that they do, like in the bedroom, and that extends to, you know what? Let's make some money with that, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna play that. I'm that kind of guy, but I'm not. But that's a con. That's a con. That's not real. That's not how he really acts. He's not really like that with his girl, and it's just really just to get you guys. And I don't even know if it works or whatever, but no, that's not it. The acting is so bad. It's not real shit. It's not real. It's scripted. It's so bad. It's so bad. If you really, that's entertaining, but that's not it. That's not what it is. That's not what it is. If you really think that that's really how life works, god damn, my guy. Well, you're sad too. That's not how life works. That's not how any of this works.
So now we're going to hear an origin story from Donovan himself at 32.
I'm gonna give you guys the Reader's Digest version. I started paralegal school when I was 31 years old, and there's this hot 19-year-old in my class. We took a shine to each other immediately, right? It was a great relationship. We spent every day together, blah, 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 blah. Red flag number one that I didn't even think about. One day, I had a headache in class. She says, what's wrong? I said, well, I've got a headache. She's like, all right. Reaches into her purse, and she gives me this big white pill. I'm like, what is that? She says, it's Vicodin. And what's a 19-year-old doing with a bag full of Vicodin, right?
He's got to be 17. How old is he in this video? Maybe, okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. If he's like 16, 17, 18 or something, then maybe then he doesn't know. Maybe. Am I retarded? My grandma grew up taking like a lot of drugs and shit, so I knew what a Vicodin pill looked like. All right, like, he said 31, 32? No. That's how old he is in this video. No, hold on.
Red flag number two.
No. He's got to be 31, 32 in this video. Hold on.
Blah, blah, blah.
I have to go back. No. No shot.
And there's this hot 19-year-old in my class. I'm gonna give you guys the Reader's Digest version. I started paralegal school when I was 31 years old, and there's this hot 19-year-old in my class. We took a shine to each other immediately, right? It was a great relationship. We spent every day together, blah, 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 blah. Red flag number one that I didn't even think about. One day, I had a...
How are you 31 years old and somebody offering you a fucking Vicodin for a headache? It doesn't immediately set you off. What the fuck is happening?
A headache in class. She says, what's wrong? I said, well, I've got a headache. She's like, all right. Reaches into her purse, and she gives me this big white pill. I'm like, what is that? She says, it's Vicodin. What's a 19-year-old doing with a bag full of Vicodin?
Yeah,
right?
good question.
Red flag number two, she had homemade tattoo on her wrist. Stay with me. Red flag number three, she had a 6-year-old. She was 19 years old who had a 6-year-old, which means what class? She had her child at 13, which means she was having sex at 12. It gets even better. The baby daddy was in prison at the time we were dating. Oh. Statutory EPAR. Here's the reason why they didn't throw the book at him with Jessica's Law. It's because she testified to the jury that she seduced him, and the jury actually bought it.
Cap!
Which part?
Cap!
Which part?
All the parts. The whole thing.
You don't think it's real?
All cap.
Why?
Caps. It's all caps. That's cap.
Why do you don't believe it's real?
A jury's not gonna believe. No.
In America, I've seen worse.
She left her account open on my computer on Facebook. I scrolled through, saw all kinds of stuff, drove to her place. I said, I want you to be honest with me. Have you cheated on me? I wanted her to lie to me. And I wanted her to lie to me so I could just keep up the delusion. She said, honestly, yes. That is the worst emotional pain I've ever felt in my life. To this day, I never will. Dude, I went to her bathroom, I puked, ripped off the necklace.
It's so much worse than I thought. These guys' lives are so much worse than I thought. Wait, this girl's 19 and he's 31 and he's getting emotionally... What is happening here?
She's blowing me up at work all day long. I'm sorry. I can't pick up the phone. So finally, I picked up the phone. She's like, hey, I'm sorry, I want to spend the rest of my life with you, da-da-da-da. She's like, look, I want to come to your place. I have a birthday surprise for you. So she comes over, she has like this little cupcake, and she bought me a watch that she knew I was looking at. Then she turns around and lifts...
Hold on. Stop. Cap alert. Okay. Now, I don't know who's more out of touch, me or my average user. Vicodin recreational use is common in the United States. I've seen a lot of people abuse a lot of drugs. I don't think I've ever seen somebody pull out a Vicodin before. I don't know if Vicodin is common. I'm sure there are people that abuse it, but I don't know if Vicodin abuse is common in the United States. I've seen people abuse Xanax. I've seen people with Oxy. I've seen a lot of cocaine. Vicodin is common? I've seen Oxy before. I don't know if I've ever seen Vicodin. That's wild. I'm not saying it's impossible, but... And also, we might hang out with different types of Destiny. Vicodin is over the counter? Wait, is it? No? Wait, how the Vicodin is... Isn't that a Schedule 2 prescription? Wait. No, okay. Isn't this a Schedule 2 drug? Hold on. DEA, Schedule... It's Schedule 2. Yeah, no, this is not over the counter. Wait, stop. Okay, hold on. I can't tell if my chat is fucking or not. Okay, stop. All of you need to stop, okay? He makes like 3 of these a day? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh my God. 1 second. All right.
Lifts up her shirt. There was my name tattooed on the small of her back. Dude, my hand to the man. So I was back in her clutches. Things went all, it was all downhill.
And he got back together
this story
with her?
gets so much worse. How old were you? I was 31. I was 31 years old. Yeah.
Hold up. I believe this is real.
Okay. I don't want to be mean, but this guy was on his stream shouting to his audience, who do you think people would rather be? You, Destiny, or me? Well, let's see. I was a successful millionaire at the same age that you were getting scammed by 19-year-olds. What is the comparison, bro? We're not even in different leagues. We don't exist in the same universe. What is this guy's lore?
At 31 years of age, you got played by 19.
A 19-year-old who pulled out a Vicodin when you had a headache? I don't think the story's real, actually. Actually, scratch everything I just said. I don't even think the story is real. I don't think this really happened. I don't think any of this happened. No, it wouldn't happen. If you had a headache and there was somebody that was abusing Oxy, they wouldn't just give you a pill for free. I don't think they would. I don't think they would do that. Who the fuck would ever do that? Unless they were already flirting and she liked him a lot. Why the fuck would somebody give you a pill like that? Well, how much does it cost? I have to go strapped to Fresh and Fit if I have this debate, because this dude, somebody's dying. He's either going there to commit suicide or he's going there to take me out. How could a guy like this stand up to anybody with this background? This is just insane to me. What is happening? People are saying $3 to $9. Oh, that's cheaper than I thought. I still don't know if you'd give it to somebody though.
Good Lord. This is really pathetic.
She continued cheating on me, right? So I'm always trying to catch her. I lost my...
Destiny, people share drugs all the time, trust me. My only frame of reference is ADHD medication. So I don't do much on this side of like prescription drugs. I thought that the reason why people were usually unwilling to share drugs like this that they abuse is because it's pretty hard to get more. Even if it's cheap with insurance, you only get so many in a lot of time period. If you start giving them out to people, you're fucked. Like, I think maybe it is possible. Maybe I'm just wrong. But I thought it's hard to go to a doctor and be like, hey, can I get an advance on my Adderall prescription? I kind of used all of them 2 weeks early. Can I get more? I thought doctors generally like, no, I'm not fucking giving you more. You might lose your prescription if you're coming to me 2, 3, 4 weeks early telling me that you need a refill on your prescription that early, I thought. But did you try the Vyvanse yet? Wait, Kelly, did you give me illegal drugs in another country? If you did, I hope you didn't leave it in my room, because I don't think I took that. Wait. Vyvanse isn't illegal? Oh my God. I think I remember the bottle that you left on my desk. I'm pretty sure Oh, shit. I'm so sorry, Kelly. I love you. Base, you took them all? No, I'm pretty sure I just threw that bottle away. I didn't even remember what it was. I was cleaning my hotel room and I saw a bottle there. I'm pretty sure I just tossed it. I don't even need to check my bags. I already emptied all my bags when I got home. I'm so sorry, Kelly. Oh my god. I feel so horrible. Fuck me. I'll pay you back, okay? PayPal me. Or give me your PayPal number. Fuck. Hey, Des, it was great meeting you in London. You're a lot taller than I thought, and you smell better too. Cheers. Wait, On Point Fresh. Wait, who are you? Hold on, I'm looking up your channel. I know exactly where you said that bottle. I know exactly what it was, and I totally just fucking tossed it. I'm pretty sure I tossed it. Wait, where did I meet you at? Or is this guy fucking with me in chat? Wasn't he the guy on the panel? No, that was King Riches. Fuck. Key Forsen alert.
Zoomer Slowly leveled up. Ugandan key.
Not from behind. Not from behind. Oh. 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 Goodbye.
Zoomer Slowly. When Nub plays Minecraft.
I straight up lose.
Problem.
I straight up lose because of them spawning outside, and then for some fucking reason, my F3 menu was up again, so I can't see my fucking breaking points on the damage.
Banning vet. Generating
job. I lost the place that I was at. The car that I had was paid for because I paid cash for it. It broke down. I didn't have a job, so I couldn't get it fixed. I'm evicted. I ended up having to live with a couple of her drug addict friends in a quasi crack house. And I kept trying to get back with her. September 16th. What? Baby daddy gets out of prison. Okay? Baby daddy gets out of prison.
Oh no.
I called her up on September 15th. I said, you know what? I can't do it. I think you still love Ben. I can't do it anymore. Dude, she cried her eyes out. Hung up the phone. I stayed up all night long. I couldn't sleep. So I called her up. I called her up the next day. I was like, hey, meet me at this gas station. Then I called up my brother and I borrowed $800. He gave me $800. I went to the jewelry store. I bought her a ring, proposed to her. I proposed to her. Listen, I'm telling you.
What? Is this really happening?
This guy was a cornball at 18 when he frauded his father. He was a cornball at 31 as a career criminal who was borrowing money from his family to buy a ring for a crackhead 19-year-old. And he's a cornball in his 40s when he's lying about his girl being a single mom, even though he said he would never date a girl like that. This guy just stays being a cornball. Now, I don't like to judge people for their past, but when your past looks like your present, boo-boo. I mean, bruv, she's 19. It's not that special. She's attractive. It's not that special. The only reason you think it is because you're a loser. That's it. And it's okay. But when you're getting on these platforms and trying to educate men like you top dog, but then we just have to look at your history and find out, oh, you bottom bitch.
Telling you, listen, it gets worse. It gets worse. I swear to God. People wonder why I speak with such conviction about
Pearl?
these things. Dude,
I just realized.
Look, it gets worse. It gets worse. So she says yes, right? So now, you know, all of her friends are like, oh, she's getting engaged. Well, eventually she started f***ing the baby daddy behind my back. Of course. So we were in this love triangle. Anytime she was pissed off at me, she'd go and f*** him. Anytime she was pissed off at him, she would come and So finally on Thanksgiving, this girl calls me up and tells me that she was now engaged to be married to Ben, right? I'm crushed, I'm heartbroken, I'm crestfallen. During the summer, she lost an exorbitant, she was already a small girl. Yeah. She lost an exorbitant amount of weight. I found out that she was shooting heroin all summer long.
Is that really that surprising though? After everything? The girl abusing fucking Vicodin at age 19 is also now starting to shoot heroin? Is that really that surprising?
Okay. All right, you win, bro. I can see it. You were right. My bad. Apologies. Let's keep listening to this.
But it gets worse. Go on.
So anyway, she got arrested for possession. The people I was staying with had called the cops and ratted her out. So now she's in jail, right? And of course, I have to save my fair maiden. I called up an old roommate and borrowed $1,350 to bail her out. She gets out, I love you, then goes right back to Ben. This is why people always wonder why I'm so passionate and I'm so sure. I have seen
his life is literally a who hurt you, baby. Who hurt you? That's his life. That is his actual story. Is who hurt you?
The worst. I've been in the worst of the worst situations. It is the worst situation I have ever been in.
Cap. That's my version, and that's it.
Yeah, man. This guy's a big fraudster, and if he's not frauding, then he's a giant simp loser who basically took money from everywhere around him to finance.
I saw the worst of the worst. It was all your decisions. That's why you saw the worst of the worst. It was all you. Fuck you mean?
I mean, listen, I've taken some big L's. I've shared the stories here, but I was 19, 18. At 31, you were getting lost in the sauce over 19-year-olds?
31, bruv.
Good Lord. Well, hey, man, listen. I ain't got much commentary for this one. This guy's just a big dweeb. And every time I watch videos, I'm just like, this is the person you guys are taking cues from? This is the kind of relationship y'all want to emulate? Okay. You have to ask yourself, if he's one of the only or the few people spreading the truth, quote unquote, why is it that he can't apply any of that to his life to lead something that seems quite desirable?
Damn.
Honestly, I wouldn't even know.
Anything else you want to say?
Oh, absolutely not.
Hold on. People linked. Apparently he's got these like videos. Oh my God. We might have just found a treasure trove. I'll be back 1 second. Oh my God.
Just say the word, slime. I always keep the pull tucked. I'm ready to slide on the ops right now. I'm itching. I'll spin on these goofy objects. Unphone him.
If you lived in a post-apocalyptic future where you were the religious shaman to a group, you paint your nails black. So basically what you are saying is men do better. Okay, dude. Who wins? What percentage of those guys are that way, though? You keep generalizing like that's 50% of guys. Find a weirdo that's right for you. Don't worry about most people because you won't date most people. You really need like 0.1% of people. Stop Destiny, you are using Jerka, a taller guy, for protection, LOL. So true. Destiny DGGL. Forgot to give you my money for the month. I've never met a gym bro named Destiny. Destiny, dye your hair red, please. Thank you. Have a great day. It's hard because all good advice for men who are seeking a relationship involves doing things that can't just be to be in a relationship. Crazy. Keep it true. Keep it blue. Here's a little support from me to you. Corny, don't care. I'm still here. I feel like when people say to yourself, what they really mean is be natural. It's not necessarily bad advice, just delivered incorrectly. Binklin, you know I'm right, Binklin, I'm Vikram soy because Alex said soy. Andrew Tate soy, red pill soy, pure soy, getting grills. Soy, no one fucking cares, loser. Hey, you stupid ass gnome. I got a job, so I miss most of your stream, but I still sit in them. Offline chat, so here's my rent. Destiny, can I ask you some questions about dating in the workplace? You handled yourself well in those debates despite everyone seemingly being deliberately dense. Pearl's takes are all surface layer with no nuance. When I hear masculine traits, I just think about traits that make you an adult, and it seems like women are better at being adults than men, surprisingly. If femininity would be appealing to women, all of us would be doing it. Why is being artistic seen as feminine? Alert! Alert! Pepe just won big. Destiny, did you ever hit a wall with blue science? The addition of robots and advanced oil processing is pretty overwhelming and I keep getting stuck. Destiny, would you agree that women need to work on making emotional space for men? I feel like that's a barrier in men starting to evolve to meet women where they are. I've resigned myself to the male equivalent cat lady. Live stream chat moderator. What do you think about how Jordan Peterson was treated when he was essentially saying the same thing you're saying now about male improvement? I'm above average at being average. They waste their money on athletic greens in Hustler University. For Pearl, do you think she believes what she is saying? Or on the red pill grift, some of her takes like women like being cheated on seem insane. Remember when Pearl asked why women stay with men after they cheat? Well, men do it too.
Known who Abba and Preach were had that not gone down with those guys. But let me explain one other thing to you. Abba and Preach, before you start like mouthing off with bullshit like that, especially with people that I know, and again, I'm not defending Donovan. That's his house. He can go do you want it? Oh, he's defending him. Go talk to Donovan. That's on him. Did he do it? Well, yeah, clearly. He's talked to it. He's talked about it. He took the hit for it way back when Anthony came at him back in 2020. That Abba and Preach clearly didn't know anything about, because they wouldn't have come up with this lame contrived video. And they even admit in the video that they got the information from Anthony. Could it be because he's paying you to do these attack piece videos? I can't wait for the one on me with old.
Wait, is he accusing Abba and Preach of getting paid to do hit pieces? Can we see the evidence, Chief?
Data. Hey, Rello, he tried to dox 50 men. No, I didn't. And you know what's funny is the guys who are all at the cigar bar, they all tell you to go fuck off now. None of them want to work. And with the exception of Tanner Guzzi, every last person that was on there, know you're a fraud and know you're full of shit. You know who was talking to the reporter from the New York Times? Jack Murphy. That's who was there. None of those guys want to hang out. Who's left, man? Who's left? Tell me who's left. I can't. Please do it again. I would love to recover this, because you do that, I'll be happy to release all of the screen caps I have of you cyber stalking my daughter. Please, I'm begging you.
Why would you not just release those? This is the biggest cap in the world. This guy's on some gang stalking shit.
Yeah, right here on the fucking chin. Do it. Do it now. I'm begging you. Abba and Preach, you are treading on thin fucking ice, my friend. Because when Donovan does his response video to you, you can expect that he's going to quote, or he's going to bring up the video of you and your milking video with Shan Booty. You got no play, dude. Beware of who you come at in this sphere. Beware. And it's not, and you better be clean. You better have a fucking clean nose before you do that. Because I know damn well you took money. I know damn well why. There's no earthly reason for you to actually just out of the blue do a hit piece on Donovan Sharp. There's no reason. And not even, you can't even explain that away. Well, we wanted to get clicks. No, you didn't. No, you did. There's way better topics you could do that, or that with new things. We know you're full of shit. You're hacks. You always have been hacks. You always will be hacks. You're on the take. You're shills. You're shills for a guy who's a pathological liar too. And meanwhile, well, there's always that Shan Booty milking video that Donovan can use, and expect him to use that, because if that's the case, I don't give a flying fuck. what you have to say about anybody at that point. That's like, why don't you get Jack Murphy to come on and do a hit piece? Right. I mean, what's the first thing people would say about that? Hey, Rolo, I think the red pill will go mainstream with positive connotations due to the Lindy effect, along with the 100th monkey effect. I do know what you're talking about. Let's see. No, I'm not going to. Black Mountain, I'm kind of retiring that one. I kind of want to do some new stuff at the end. I might actually do some, not today, but I want to do some. Big Mo, by the way, big.
What does he want to do?
Are we on a first name basis? Big Mo, if you want to have an outro song, please just send it to me. I'll use it as an outro at some point. And I'm not there yet, so guys, don't. That's not exit talk. I'll easily defend Donovan. How can a man be a crook when his work actually saves lives more than what his haters?
I love you. You know I support you. Even when everyone turned their back on you, you know I do. We'll make that clear so no one twists this out of context. Listen, Dest, I see some of your tweets, bro. I mean, then again, I think he did address it on stream one time. I think he did say Train unironically was right from all those years ago. Because I've been reading those tweets lately, bro. I swear to God, it was the shit that he used to bash me for. I swear I was saying the shit he's saying now 5 years ago and I got bashed for it heavy. I don't know, bro. I'm telling you, I'm reading some of those tweets about, 50% are this, 50% are this, when it comes to like women and, certain things. I don't know. I mean, I could have misread. Maybe I picked 1 or 2 things out and the other 6 have nothing to do with what I'm saying. But there are definitely a couple tweets in there that I got roasted for back in the day by him and his community. And now they're like Giga Chad based true in that community. I love you. I support you even when.
Wow. Giga Chad based true.
Something bad.
Why the dating market is okay. Hold on, I don't care about that. I care about this.
Honey, I'm off to work. How do I look?
Looking good, hot stuff.
And how do I smell?
Like an oasis of feminine effervescence.
You like my hair?
As always.
Thanks, honey. You always make me feel like $1,000,000.
That's my girl.
Okay, I'm off to work. I'll see you when I get home.
Oh boy.
Hey, I'm home.
Pardon my language here, baby, but what the is going on here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
What you just witnessed was the sloppy work seconds, and here's how it works.
Your woman gets all showered and dressed up for work.
Her hair's done.
Her makeup's on point.
She smells like a rose garden or feminine effervescence.
Her lipstick is perfect.
And she's wearing heels to flatter her backside.
She looks and smells great all day long at work.
Until she comes back to you from work.
Her hair is in a sloppy ponytail.
Her makeup is all smudged or taken off.
She smells like a mix between her sweat and her deodorant.
Her lipstick has completely worn off.
From what? We can only speculate.
And she's either wearing flip-flops or tennis shoes.
So your woman looks and smells her best for her boss and her coworkers.
But as soon as she gets home, she looks like she rolled out of bed.
And then, to make matters even worse,
she only showers before work, but never after she gets home.
Guys, ask yourselves this.
Does your woman look her best for you?
Or for her boss and or coworkers?
If the answer is the latter,
and you, my friend, are getting sloppy work seconds. Hey, let's watch Street Outlaws tonight.
Street Outlaws?
Yeah, it's about illegal street racing in Oklahoma City.
Okay. What you listening to?
Sean Paul.
By the way, we're going to replace our lawnmower this year. It's getting old.
Solid. Let's get it.
Solid?
Yeah, that's what I said. Hey, let's order jerk chicken for dinner tonight.
Jerk chicken?
Yeah.
I thought you hated Jamaican food.
Well, sometimes things change.
If your woman's interests, beliefs, and preferences just all of a sudden change out of the blue,
then a man who shares these new interests of hers has her sexual attention.
Men that women are really interested in indirectly influence their thoughts, their actions, and sometimes even their characteristics.
It is very common for women to mimic a romantic interest.
Modern women rarely have their own steadfast beliefs, interests, or habits.
They believe what the strongest men in their lives believe.
And their habits, interests, and hobbies are dictated by whatever is trending or whatever's popular.
This doesn't make us terrible people.
But
Hey, how was your day at work today?
It was okay.
Just okay?
Well, Kevin was being extra today.
Oh, you mean the guy from the sales department you can't stand?
Yeah, he's been super annoying lately.
Man, that sucks.
That's not even the half of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project.
Damn.
I know, I can't stand him.
I wonder why he's such an a-hole all the time.
I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see it.
A douchebag haircut?
Yeah, it's like long and wavy on the top and like really short on the sides.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Plus, he gave his beard a name.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he named it Keith.
Wow.
So when he comes into work, he announces, Kevin and Keith are here.
Ay, ay, ay.
I seriously hope they don't pair us together at the work conference next month.
Well, if they do, at least I know nothing will happen between you two. Hey, how was your day at work today?
It was okay. It was okay.
Just okay?
Well, Kevin was being extra today. Well, Kevin was being extra today.
Oh, you mean the guy from the sales department you can't stand?
Yeah, he's been super annoying lately. Yeah, he's been super annoying lately.
Man, that sucks.
That's not even the half of it. That's not even the half of it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project. Yeah, they're making me work with him on this project.
Damn.
I know, I can't stand him. I know, I can't stand him.
I wonder why he's such an a-hole all the time.
I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see it. I don't know, but he has this douchebag haircut now. You should see
I think he's into cuckoldry. I think, and that's fine. I think that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think it comes out. I think this is what he's into. And then he acts out his fantasy in front of everybody.
So, we are finally getting busy after 8 years of dating.
Yep.
Well, I was wondering if we could...
Wondering if we could what?
You know, spice things up a bit?
How?
I don't know, maybe go downtown?
I don't like doing that.
I know, but in good relationships, you gotta keep it fresh, right?
Look, I've done things that I'm not proud of, but I'm not that person anymore.
But giving head doesn't make you...
You need to respect my boundaries.
Okay.
I will not engage in being degraded in the bedroom.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I'm hanging out with Veronica tonight.
Oh, okay. What's going on?
Her mom's been diagnosed with AIDS, brain cancer, and COVID.
Wow.
Plus her boyfriend dumped her and her dog died.
Oh my goodness, she needs your support right now.
Uh-oh. She had to go give another guy a head, I bet. Oh my god.
Yo, this is Trey.
Hey, you.
Yeah, what you want?
I can come over tonight.
Huh?
You asked me to come over tonight, remember?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, come through.
Okay.
But you're gonna swallow these kids.
Of course, baby.
And I'm coming through that back door.
You can do whatever you want, baby.
I bet.
Oh, by the way, my car broke down. Can you borrow your mom's car and pick me up?
Never believe a woman who tells you, I'm not that person anymore.
Because what she means is that I'm not that person with you.
A girl will do anything in the bedroom for a guy she really likes.
And if she's not smoking your sausage,
then she is definitely smoking someone else's.
Wait, actually, I want to segue this. Nobody cares. But I want to segue this into two really important pieces of advice, okay? These are rules to live and die by, okay? Wait, I need an alarm for like, this is when I'm saying some real shit that there's no room for debate on, okay? This is just take it, absorb it, learn it, and if you don't agree now, come back in 10 years and you'll have learned that what I'm saying is true, okay? Rule number one, Okay? Rule number 1. Do not ask questions that you do not want the answer to. Okay? Full fucking stop. Don't ask a question if you don't want the answer to it. That might mean if you found the perfect girl or guy and you like them and everything's cool and everything's blah, 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 don't ask some dumb shit like, how many people have you been with? If you don't want to know from your guy that you're not the first fucking Asian girl, or if you don't want to hear from your girl that she's had some fucking BBC, don't ask. Don't fucking ask. Number 1, okay? Do not ask questions you don't know the answer to. Number 2, okay? This applies more to women than to men. Probably almost always going to be to women and men, okay? Number 2, I don't care how smooth you are, I don't care how slick you are, and I don't care how confident your man is. I don't even think I could deal with this. I have a lot of confidence. I don't think I could deal with this. Do not ever tell your boyfriend/husband that you used to do something or did something sexually that you don't do anymore. Don't ever do that. It is one of the most autistic things you could ever do. And the only thing that your guy will be thinking of is, why did she do that for that guy but not for me? Don't ever do that. What a stupid fucking thing to say ever. And guys, don't ask about it. Again, back to rule number 1. If she says something, or don't ask a question that you don't want the answer to. So if a girl's like, I'm not into anal or whatever, right? Okay, fine. Don't ever ask her, have you ever done anal before? Well, you don't want the answer to that. You don't want, just assume she hasn't and live life blissfully. Because if she says some shit like, yeah, I used to try it in the past, but my ex-boyfriend ripped my asshole fucking wide open and I'm fucking PTSD traumatized and I bled, and when he raped me, he had a 15-inch dick and he had spikes in it and he blew my... All you're hearing is, I used to give my ass to my ex and he loved it and I loved it and I'm never giving it to you. You're never going to get with my ex. That's all you're going to hear. Don't ask the question. Don't say it, okay? Don't ask it. Don't say it, okay? Don't ask, don't tell. Don't ever ask a question that you don't want the answer to. And don't ever say you used to do something sexually with somebody or anything with somebody that you want. I guess if you want to apply it to guys, maybe for cutesy romantic shit or whatever, let's say your girl like really likes dancing and you just don't like dancing anymore. Don't ever be like, oh yeah, I used to go dancing with an ex, but like I don't like it anymore. Because all she's going to hear is, oh, you went dancing for an hour. Yeah, I guess. Don't ever say that you used to do something that your partner would like with another partner that you don't do anymore. It's just a bad idea. You're poisoning your relationship.
A lot of you guys are getting sloppy seconds and don't even know it.
Your girl gives you the peace leave, but the other holes are off limits.
This means 2 things.
Number 1, you're not the only guy she's sleeping with.
And number 2, she doesn't like you that much.
Girls give away their peace leave all the time.
So it doesn't mean anything when she gives it to you.
Why?
Because every guy she's been with has gotten the peace leave.
But only a few have gotten access to her other openings.
If your woman doesn't
Hey, are
give
you
you
planning on
access
playing
to
Hogwarts Legacy? I would love to watch that.
Probably never. That's a 2,000 viewer game if I play it, no joke. I get like 9,000 viewers for the first like 10 minutes and then it would go down because it would actually be boring as fuck to watch. In your experience, how many women are into anal? Bro, I don't know. The numbers feel high today. And again, it could be selection bias. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it feels like literally like 25 to 35% of women. But it might be selection bias. I might talk to more weird people than the average or whatever. But it feels like the numbers are pretty high these days. That's what it feels like. But again, different people, different things. Yeah, I don't know.
At least 2 entrances.
She'll bail as soon as she finds an upgrade.
I have to say peace leave?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
if your woman doesn't give you access to at least 2 entrances,
Jesus.
Come on, keep it together. Do this again. You gotta do it again.
They're having so much fun. It's so cute. He's living his like cuck fantasy. That's what this is.
And
oh, by the way, I'm hanging out with Veronica.
Action.
Her mom's been diagnosed with
ABC. AIDS, brain cancer, and COVID.
Okay.
Oh my god, a Tactics
doing
remaster? Hell yes. I would play this on stream, start to finish. What is this?
Stop the cat. What's up, guys? It's your man Donovan Sharp. Coming to you live. There we go. Very good. Yeah, I'm about to. I'm actually getting ready to walk into the gym, and I'm just gonna tell Devin we're gonna get married. I'm not gonna ask her. I'm just gonna be like, "Hey, we're getting married." That's all there is to it. Hang on a second. What do you think, Chester? We good? All right. All right, so here goes. Go through the laundry room. Of course, Devin sucks at laundry. Hey.
Hogwarts boring, but Factoro wasn't. God,
Hey.
I wanna hate it.
Hey, we're getting married. Yeah. You look overjoyed. Wave to the people. All right, that's it. All right, that's it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You just tell her. You just tell her it is what it is. Now, here's the deal. We're getting married, but we're not getting legally married. No way I would ever get legally married. We're gonna do the private marriage thing, and I'll explain more on my live stream today at 3:30. Thanks for all the congratulations. You guys take care.
What? Because he doesn't want to get divorce scammed.
Wait, can I do a thing?
Can I do a thing?
Thing on the average thing real quick?
Can I do a thing on an average thing? No one cares. Fucking loser. Crazy. Oh, that's me. Okay. COVID vaccine injury. These poor victims. Okay. Last red pill video for the day. We've hit our 6 hours of red pill content. Good job, guys.
Bad is beginning to unfold in economically developed. Something bad is beginning to unfold in economically developed nations.
The more that I think about this, the more I feel like we might be totally fucked.
Young men are abandoning colleges at a rapid rate.
An NYU professor says fewer men going to college will lead to a mating crisis, with the U.S. producing too many broke and alone men.
This is really not good for society. Like it or not, a four-year college degree is required for entry to the upper echelon of America.
Women with college degrees don't want to partner with men who don't have a college degree.
The mating inequality that's going to come out of this dearth of men in college poses an existential risk to our economy and our society.
As women continue to excel in education and the workplace alike, an ever-increasing number of the male population are withdrawing. In the last 10 years, the number of men between the ages of 18 and 30 reporting no sex in the last year has tripled. And the worrying thing is that this could so easily lead to a violent storm.
The most dangerous person in the world is a broke and a lone male, and we are producing too many of them.
The future for relationships between men and women is starting to look bleak.
If men don't kill themselves, they're exiting education and society and family life at the highest rates ever. Women are frantically pursuing careers only to discover that they're unable to find a partner that they're attracted to and then jump on meds at 40 years old. And then the people who want kids can't find a partner that does as well. Birth rates declining, faith in the leaders and the news organizations non-existent, and everyone's just about sufficiently sedated not to notice or care that it's going on.
That's a precise and accurate summary of how the West has declined and will collapse, yes.
Wow.
Fuck.
How did we arrive at this point? In the not too distant past, marriage preceded sex, and young women were sold by their families to eligible men of equal or superior social status. These young women had little say in the matter, and once they were married, they remained dependent on their husband's earnings until they died. The lives of both men and women were extremely tough. Most men suffered grueling days in the fields, earning very little money, and most women suffered grueling days in the home, earning no money. Women tended to their children, but also to domestic duties, which back then were far more difficult and time-consuming. The technologies we take for granted today, like the vacuum cleaner, electric washing machine, dishwasher, and so on, had yet to come to humanity's aid. Even when the Industrial Revolution was in full swing, many households, especially those in rural areas, still didn't have running tap water. But everything changed in the 20th century. In the United States, the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, ratified in the year of 1920, permitted women the right to vote, and a series of technological advancements followed, which began to turn the tide. Chief among these developments were the electric washing machine and the birth control pill.
The introduction of the pill caused a tremendous social shift. Unmarried women were able to have sex without getting pregnant, which is enormously significant because you didn't have to get married to have sex, or you didn't have to risk an abortion.
Control over the reproductive process in particular meant that women were free to pursue educational and economic success for the first time in history.
Oh, cool. This guy's got my take. True.
Marriage became a matter of choice as opposed to a social or economic necessity. By 1970, 50% of single women and 40% of married women were participating in the labor force, and 1981 was the last year that more men than women graduated from a 4-year undergraduate program. Now, 60 years after the release of the birth control pill, young women are steaming ahead. In the UK, women in their 20s earn, on average, $1,100 more per annum than their male counterparts.
Damn, wait, seriously? Jesus Christ.
And they're doing way better than men on the educational front.
What's happened is that males have fallen rapidly behind females at every stage of the education system and in every advanced economy in the world. On pretty much every measure you can look at, girls are ahead of boys, and that's increasingly true even in subjects like math and science. Nobody predicted that once girls and women caught up with boys and men, that they would keep going, and that we would now have a bigger gender gap in higher education than we did 50 years ago, just the other way around.
After centuries of men dominating the economy, most of the job growth is in industries where women traditionally work, and those jobs require more education. The latest piece of data is that women are dominating college enrollment. In a few years, 2 women will earn a degree for every 1 man. In fairness, many young men are dodging college with good reason.
The typical graduate of a 4-year university is going to walk into their first job with $26,000 in debt. And all too often, that college degree, which was supposed to...
Wait, hold on. Wait. You can't just talk about how women are pulling ahead and all this shit because they're getting more education because they're doing better jobs, and then turn around and go like, well, but also college degrees are horrible. Wait, where are we going with this? Hold on.
Promise of stable middle-class life is falling far short of expectations. About 1/3 of the nation's colleges leave students high and dry, earning less after obtaining their degree than the typical high school graduate 10 years after graduation. Somewhere around 40% of college grads are underemployed. That means they're working in jobs that do not actually require a 4-year degree.
But the fact remains that adults with a bachelor's degree earn an average of $2.8 million during their careers.
That was such a weird pivot. Like, women are crushing men in the job market because they're working jobs that require more education, and they're crushing men in education. But boys are smart for not going to college because college degrees suck. But anyway, back to why college degrees are amazing. Wait, what? I'm so confused. What is the argument we're trying to make here?
1.2 million more than the median for workers with a high school diploma.
Think about how many jobs that have nothing to do with college still require a degree. And from there, that's just the entry point. Media, economics, politics, law, business.
Someday we'll go search for these, but not today, I'm too lazy. I got an interesting email where a guy made a point that I don't think he linked me any studies either. So take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. But the people cite it as a negative that people with college degrees are underemployed. They'll say that, like, it's not good that people with college degrees aren't even working in the fields that they got the college degree on. And that'll be cited as evidence that the degree is bad. The guy that emailed me made the argument that that's not necessarily a bad thing. And in some ways, it might even be a stronger argument for the degree, though. That, like, college degrees are so good that, like, you can get jobs outside of your area of expertise even because you have the college degree, which in a roundabout way is the argument that guy on the Hill, the Rising show or whatever, just made too, that like a lot of jobs need college degrees, even if your degree isn't necessarily relevant. Also, I'm gonna be honest, because I've been out of the job market for a long time, the traditional job market, but back 10 or 15 years ago, it wasn't uncommon that even at like the casino, even for some of the corporate jobs, now I don't know if this is the case, qualifying a million times, I don't know if this is the case, but even for some corporate jobs, having any degree is a requirement for certain promotions. that like if you're working in some manager level and you want to move up to the next level, if you're doing middle management, or even if you're doing like front of house or like you're some type of supervisor role or in HR, whatever, if you want to move up to the next position, the company will pay for you to get any degree ever because you need a degree to go to the next step. I don't know if that's the same anymore, but that used to be the case. So like you might get a degree and you might be like underemployed and that you're not in a field where your degree is relevant, but that doesn't matter. Like just having the degree was an asset there, you know. But I don't know. But to me, I don't know if that is the case. By the way, that was somebody made that argument, and I thought it was interesting. But yeah.
All professional jobs today require a college degree. It's simply a bare minimum to even get a shot at competing.
That's the argument he's making.
Ultimately, it all depends on the individual college and student, respectively. A declining male presence in higher education suggests that men are on the road to becoming less competitive in the economic sphere than before. And that's bad news for the dating market. Why? Because women are hypergamous, which means that they're biologically wired to select sexual partners who are as competent or more competent than they are. Hypergamy is a good thing, for if our female ancestors had been inclined to have sex with and reproduce with men who were unable to defend or acquire resources for them, our species probably would have died out a very long time ago. But see, the thing is, when women become the higher achieving sex in the social order, hypergamy prevents many men and women from finding suitable mates, because a large pool of women find attraction in only a very small pool of highly promising or successful men.
I just want to know why it is so hard to find a guy that I'm attracted to.
And now we jump off the cliff to the Evo Psych analysis. Can you lay out your hypergamy argument? I have to do some digging for where hypergamy arguments come from, because I don't think it's found in any data anywhere. I've said it a million times. People tend to date within their age group. I think women tend to date about 4 years up. Women tend to date within their socioeconomic class. Women tend to date within their race. And they tend to date in their geographic area. That's throughout almost all of human history, that's been the case. I don't know if that's changing recently, but the idea that like hypergamy is some like historical like reality, it's just not true. So I don't know where they get that argument from, if it's just purely theoretically driven and they don't have like any data for it, or if there's some data that they pull from that I'm not aware of. But yeah.
That isn't an asshole. Where did all the good men go?
Can someone tell me where I can find a decent, loyal, funny, good-looking guy around here?
This reality is playing out on modern dating apps like Tinder. Data reveals that men swipe right on about...
And the Tinder arguments are so bad. Remember, on Tinder, men outnumber women 5-1. Men outnumber women 5-1. It's not a good pool to draw inferences from.
60% of female profiles, whereas women swipe right on only 4% of male profiles. On account of being scarcely available, these few desirable men are free to set the rules of the dating game. And as the renowned evolutionary psychologist David Buss said in 2015, research overwhelmingly shows that men harbor, on average, a greater desire for sexual partner variety.
So what you see, where there is a surplus of women and a scarcity of men, is more casual dating, because the men get to make the rules. If there are fewer men than there are women, the women have to compete, and the only way that they can compete is by playing the game that the men want.
This sexual paradigm has long been referred to as hookup culture, and it often sees attractive women moving from one short-term relationship to another, unable to tie down the men they desire to committed, long-term, monogamous relationships.
I don't know how I always end up in the exact same situation. It's always great. And I feel like these people like me, I'm like, wow, like I'm finally clicking with somebody. And then it's always the same thing. They're not in a place where they are looking for a relationship. They have other things that are more important. And I'm just like
she got played by the Chad hypergamy guy.
Never good enough.
Every single boy I go on a date with, yeah.
The study about women earning more than men also says that the trend reverses with a vengeance. Well, yeah, but like, isn't that kind of to be expected? When age 22 to 29, women earn an average of 1,111 more than men, but the roles reverse with a vengeance once 30 is hit. That's not really saying once 30 is hit, though. That's saying that how old the women are now, right? Like, this is a weird statement. Women in their 20s have reversed the gender pay gap, but their earnings power is still overtaken by men later in life. Isn't that because older women were from an older time, from a different standard? If younger women are getting more degrees and that are getting higher paying jobs, would we expect to see wages flip once those same women hit 30? That doesn't make sense to me. I could be wrong, but It's like saying, imagine in the year 2000, every woman starts weight training and every man is ordered to never lift a weight in his life. And then in 2025, we say women in their 20s are way stronger than men now. But once they hit their 30s, it changes completely. And it's like, well, no, wait, hold on. It's a different kind of, there are different women in their 30s and women in their 20s, right? Because generally, I've heard this said so many times, the biggest predictor of wealth and wage, one of the biggest predictors is usually age, because your earning typically rises through your life. Well, relative to a person, your earnings will typically raise. So it'd be interesting that all these women are out-earning men in their 20s, and then in their 30s is going to flip. Like, I don't think that seems weird, but who knows? I guess we'll see.
I want a relationship. Oh, I'm just looking for the right person. Like, I'm so loyal. Like, I just want a relationship. We have a really good date, and then I just don't hear from them again. Or I do for like a couple of days, and then they ghost. Like, I've seriously fucking had enough. I'm gonna be single for the rest of my life.
There was a time when if men wanted to have sex, they had to marry you. Whereas now, the price of sex is Netflix and chill. So the standards have changed, and we've allowed them to change because we wanted to prove that we could do it just as bad as the boys. And I think that is backfiring.
The result is a quite distorted sexual marketplace.
If you have more lax rules around casual sex before marriage and birth control, which means that you can have sex without fear of having children, that means that women can have sex with high-value men who are perhaps higher value than they would usually have access to, which then skews their goals moving forward about who they want to be in a long-term relationship with.
Because when they were sleeping with these really attractive guys, they thought, okay, this person is attracted to me because I'm on his level, not knowing that men drastically reduce their standards when it comes to casual situations.
And if you do have this experience with this guy and it was a fantastic experience and you're head over heels for him, you want to replicate that experience in the next sort of relationships you have. But if that guy that you're dating doesn't...
it gets into the anecdote. I wish there was a way to like measure this. I just don't believe this happens. I don't believe this happens. That a woman fucks a guy that is like making a ton of money. She's like, I'm only gonna date guys like this one guy that I fucked. I don't believe it. It feels male driven to me. Maybe it's true, but it doesn't. I don't think that reality plays out this way.
Quite reach that standard, you're never going to be happy.
Men, on the other hand, are struggling not only to find long-term partners.
This graph gets played so much. Didn't this trend reverse for the in 2020? Didn't this number for men come down? Somebody look that up, the GSS. I don't remember if I read that or not. I might be making that up. Somebody check it. But I know that because there's this huge hike from 2017 to 2018, and now people are playing it like it's fucking over.
But even to have sex at all, sadly, many have become too apathetic and devoid of confidence to even bother trying.
I feel like possibly my self-esteem is like so low that I've subconsciously ruled out the possibility of ever like getting a girlfriend or whatever.
Generally speaking, the only people who are significantly benefiting from this state of affairs are the limited number of high-status men.
That top slice of playboys, they're having simultaneous relationships all back to back. It's great for them in the short term. It's rubbish for the other men, and it's also rubbish for the women because you end up with women who actually really want to have loving, intimate, monogamous relationships, and they don't feel like they can.
If other groups are in fact gaining from this condition, it's primarily those in the middle and upper classes.
Studies have suggested that hookup culture is in fact predominantly a middle class phenomenon. And the further you are up the socioeconomic scale, the more likely you are to be able to enjoy and, get something out of the dissolution of sexual norms. But the further down the socioeconomic scale you go, the more likely that is to result in chaotic lives, eking out an existence with 4 kids by 4 dads and a fly-by-night partner who beats up your children when you're not looking. It's not obvious to me that that's somehow intrinsically better than a slightly meh marriage to somebody you stop fancying after 10 years.
As things stand, loneliness and frustration reign in an increasingly atomized world. Our society is cultivating a densely populated underclass of men who are destined to remain penniless and alone their entire lives.
And those are the guys who cause problems because they're faced with possibly being zeros in the evolutionary race, and so they are willing to take big risks in order to catapult themselves up the status hierarchy and have a chance to get into the marriage and mating market.
And beyond the threat of violence is the problem of population collapse.
Probably the biggest myth that exists right now is this overpopulation myth, when in fact we have a population collapse problem.
Like, people have no idea how fast the population is going to collapse.
If fewer people are reproducing, next generation you have fewer people to reproduce as fewer people are reproducing, and it...
The lifespan is increasing. That's the only reason why the population of Earth isn't plummeting, but it will plummet. The birth rate in the US has been below replacement rate since like 71 or 72. Japan actually went down by 600,000 people last year.
So you're saying people need to be having more kids?
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you know a lot of people who have like no kids. Like, how many kids do you guys have?
I got no kids. I mean, that we know of.
None of you guys have any? What the fuck?
At the present rate, there'll be a striking
Elon had enough kids for all of them, don't worry.
Absence of the young people necessary to uphold our society in 50 years' time. And so, if the mating crisis in our society isn't fixed, it may be a very dark road ahead.
Wow.
Do not hit the like button or the dislike button, at least not yet. I want you to consider a problem that's been one of the most controversial in math and philosophy over the past 20 years. There is no consensus answer, so I want you to listen to the problem and then vote for the answer you prefer using the like and dislike buttons, okay? Here is the setup. Sleeping Beauty volunteers to be the subject of an experiment.
Okay. Naked babies, not cool. This is the most mindfucky thought experiment? Wait, is it? Is it the most mindfucky thought
Do
experiment?
not hit the like button or the dislike button.
Okay.
At least not yet. I want you to consider a problem that's been one of the most controversial in math and philosophy over the past 20 years. There is no consensus answer, so I want you to listen to the problem and then vote for the answer you prefer using the like and dislike buttons, okay? Here is the setup. Sleeping Beauty volunteers to be the subject of an experiment. And before it starts, she's informed of the procedure. On Sunday night, she will be put to sleep. And then, a fair coin will be flipped. If that coin comes up heads, she'll be awakened on Monday and then put back to sleep. If the coin comes up tails, she will also be awakened on Monday and put back to sleep, but then she will be awakened on Tuesday as well and then put back to sleep. Now, each time she gets put back to sleep, she will forget that she was ever awakened. In the brief period, anytime she's awake, she will be told no information, but she'll be asked one question. What do you believe is the probability that the coin came up heads? So how should she answer? Feel free to pause the video and answer the question for yourself.
Oh, Jesus. So when she wakes up, it's either Monday or it's Tuesday. I'm imagining she's, well, she knows it doesn't matter if she's told what day it is. My gut tells me that it's 66. Oh, wait. Oh, man. What is the probability that the coin came up heads? Is it 33%? That's like my intuition tells me. Because if she's woken up, she could be woken up 3 times. Once when it's heads, twice when it's tails. So if she's being woken up, it's a 1/3 chance that it's the heads, 2/3. That would be my guess. My guess is 33%, but I don't know.
Right now. This was my reaction after hearing the problem for the first time. I mean, the intuitive answer that pops into my head is clearly 1 and 3.
Yeah.
It could be the Monday when it came up heads, or it could be the Monday when it came up tails, or it could be the Tuesday when it came up tails.
But you know what's really interesting is
But let's say that we run that 1,000,000 times. If you run it 1,000,000 times, hold on, let me think for a second. We have a 50% chance of going down the we have a 50% chance of going down the Monday route. We've got a 50% chance of going down the Monday-Tuesday route. If we run this over and over and over again, does an imbalance, because there's only one wake up here and two exits, does an imbalance here cause it to deviate from that 1/3? I don't think it does. It doesn't feel like it does. Let's blow this out to, let's say that you're woken up. Let's say there's 1 million days a week. And somebody's woken you up, and when you wake up, they ask you, what are the chances that it was that you got what are the chances that it was heads or tails and you were woken up? I'd say most likely it was tails, because it's like a 1 out of 1 million shot that it was just heads. And then let's say that you run that 1 trillion times and you were woken up. You're not told the day of the week when you're woken up, right? And you're woken up again and again and again and again and again. Does she even know what day of the week it is? I don't know if it matters if you're told what day of the week it is. I don't think it matters. I feel like I still lean towards 1/3, but obviously that's the intuitive answer. It can't be that easy, right?
You just answered that the probability of a coin coming up heads is 1/3.
I think a lot of this comes down to what specific question is asked of her. What is the probability that a fair coin flipped gives heads? That's 50%. What is the probability that the coin came up heads? I would say the answer is 1/3 from her perspective. It's remarkably the same question. The simple reason why...
Wait, it's not the same question, though. It's deceptively the same. 33% chance that it came up heads, but there's two... They're asking you what the probability of a particular event coming from a coin flip was. And there are 2 events following tails and 1 event following heads. It's not whether the coin landed heads or tails. It's what's the likelihood that you visited one of the events following a heads or tails. And if there's more events on one than the other, then I think you can defeat that 50% coin flip rule there. That'd be my guess.
Sleeping Beauty should say the probability of heads is 1/2 is because she knows the coin is fair. Nothing changes between when the coin is flipped and when she wakes up, and she knew for a fact that she would be woken up, and she receives no new information when that happens. Imagine that instead of flipping the coin after she's asleep, the experimenters flip the coin first and ask her immediately, what's the probability that the coin came up heads? Well, she would certainly say 1/2. So why should anything change after she goes to sleep and wakes up? This is known as the halfer position, but there is another way to look at it. Others would argue that something does change when she's awakened. I mean, it seems like she gets no new information.
There's got to be, it can't be this simple, or I'm missing something. The coin flip produces more than 2 events. That's the problem. The coin flip produces 3 events, right? One coin flip, if it lands on heads, will give you 1 event. Another coin flip, when it lands on tails, will give you 2 events. The fact that an uneven amount of events are being produced from one flip means depending on what event you're on, like, let's think of this no, hold on. I don't agree with this. Let me think about this. Hold on. Let's think. Let's say that a coin is flipped, and if it's heads, you're moved into a room. And if it's tails, you're moved into a room. Once you move into the room, your mind is wiped. And here, after this room, you return to the beginning. And then on this one, you go to the next room. And then your mind is wiped, and then you go back to the beginning. If somebody asks you, once you've arrived in the room and your mind is fresh, and they're like, what do you think was the coin flip? What are the chances that it were heads or tails? You say, probably 66% chance that it was tails if I'm in a room. But that's because this flip produces 2 events. I feel like I have a hard time getting off of this. This is producing 2 different events, and you're asked per event. So it feels like it's weird because you're saying it's not 50-50, but it's because the number of events following the flip is not 50-50. That would be my feeling. I don't know. We'll see.
Are no calendars, no one tells her anything, and she knew that she would be woken up, but she actually learns something important. She learns that she's gone from existing in a reality where there are 2 possible states, the coin came up either heads or tails, to existing in a reality where there are 3 possible states, Monday heads, Monday tails, or Tuesday tails. And therefore, she should assign equal probability to each of these 3 outcomes where heads only occurred in one.
This is, yeah, okay, fuck. So he's about to debunk why this is wrong. Because this is what I'm feeling here.
So the probability that the coin came up heads is 1/3. This is known as the thirder position. Now, I know it seems wrong to suggest that a fair coin should have a 1/3 probability of coming up heads, but that's because the question she's asked is subtly different. The implied question is, given you're awake, what's the probability that the coin came up heads? And that is 1/3. Now, halfers would counter that just because there are 3 possible outcomes doesn't mean they are each equally likely. In the Monty Hall problem, for example, the contestant ultimately has to choose between 2 doors. But it would be wrong to assign them 50-50 odds. The prize is actually twice as likely to be behind one door than the other. In the Sleeping Beauty problem, we know a heads outcome and a tails outcome are equally likely, so the chance of waking up on Monday with heads is 50%, and the chance of waking up on Monday or Tuesday with tails should be 50%. Therefore, the tails probability gets split across 2 days, 20.
Wait, but the Monty Hall problem would prove the 3rd position, right? Because your odds increase once you eliminate a door, no? When you wake up, it's a 50% chance it's Monday, or it's a 50% chance that it's Monday or Tuesday. I don't think that's true. No, that's not true. The math is not true. Probabilistically, it's not true here.
25% each. But if you repeat the experiment over and over, which you can try for yourself by repeatedly flipping a coin, you find she wakes up 1/3 of the time Monday heads, 1/3 of the time Monday tails,
and 1/3 of the time Monday or Tuesday.
Tuesday tails.
Yeah, so
not
66%.
25-25 like the previous analysis would suggest. So if you were Sleeping Beauty and you were awakened and asked, what's the probability the coin came up heads, what would you say? If you would say 1/3, then hit the like button. If you would say 1/2, hit the dislike button. The answer may seem obvious to you, but you should know that to other people, the other answer seems equally obvious.
I feel like it can't be a half. You've got to be fucking mentally deranged to think that. It can't possibly be 1/2. Hold on, how many losers are in my chat? Why does vote? Never mind. Vote doesn't work anymore. I don't know why. I don't know how to phrase the question. It's either half or a third. Figure it out. Yeah, you guys can have it on YouTube as well. Knock yourselves out.
Welcome to the husband store. How can I help you?
Oh god, dude, this guy is. Oh my god, most of you guys actually believe it's a half. Even though he ran the experiment and it actually showed the answer was wild.
That's why hundreds and hundreds of philosophy papers have been published on this problem over the past 22 years. There have been many variations of this problem, like, what if instead of being woken up twice if the coin lands tails, she's instead woken up 1,000,000 times?
What the fuck? Okay. Well, at least my intuition was on the right track. Yeah, that's true. Because then the answer seems, this is how you intuit the answer to the Monty Hall problem, in my opinion as well. Usually if I ever have a problem with math or probability, I usually just think of like, well, what if it was like 1 billion here? Then what would the answer be? And then usually your intuition hopefully points you in the right direction. But like, if she's woken up 1 million times on a tails flip, and then somebody wakes up, it's like, what are the chances that it was heads or tails? Well, Jesus, I get woken up once on heads and 1 million times on tails. Probably tails, right? That would be where my intuition would lie.
If the coin comes up heads, she's still woken only once. Doesn't it seem absurd in this case when Sleeping Beauty wakes up to say that it was just as likely that the coin landed heads as tails? When we know there are 1 million more wake-ups in the tails case than in the heads case. I mean, if you reach into a bag of 1 white marble and 1 million black marbles, what are the chances that you pull out that 1 white marble? I was pretty convinced by this, and I considered myself a thirder. But this same argument is used to convince people that we're living in a simulation. The thinking goes that our computing technology has improved so dramatically, even over just the last 40 years, that we can imagine a time in the not too distant future when we can create a completely realistic simulation of our world. And once that occurs, it should be trivial to make unlimited copies of that simulation. And then if you were to ask someone if they're living in a simulation, they would have to admit that they probably are, because there are many more instances of that existence than the one true external reality.
But that's not an argument against you. That's actually true. You have to contend with that. If we were able to make a realistic simulation of a world, and we could realistically simulate every single thing of that world, including people's minds and stuff, then invariably what we would see in that world is somebody would probably stop and ponder, what are the chances that this is a simulation? And we would look from the outside, and then we would laugh at them. And then in their world, they would eventually develop a technology so sophisticated they could make simulations. And then we would watch them look at somebody else and go, they think they're living in a simulation. And then we would laugh at them and go, well, but we know you're living in a simulation. But then you have to think, wait a second. Is somebody laughing at me because I'm living in a simulation? But that logic checks out. You would have to stop and consider that, right? So your hope should be that we can never create a simulation that's realistic and can simulate other minds, because if we can, then we would have to wonder if we're being simulated, right?
But how do we know that this hasn't happened already and that we're living inside a simulation? I mean, if it can happen, then it probably has happened and we are living in a simulation. This seems like the logical conclusion of the thirder worldview. Now, I personally don't buy that I'm living in a simulation, and I think most people don't buy it, but maybe that's just illogical bias. But there's another thought experiment that makes me seriously reconsider the thirder position. Let's say there's a soccer game between a really great team like Brazil and a less world-dominating team like Canada. So the odds are 80-20 in Brazil's favor. Now, a researcher is going to put you to sleep before the game starts. And if Brazil wins, they'll wake you up 1 time. But if Canada wins, they'll wake you up 30 times in a row. And just like Sleeping Beauty...
Sorry, hold on. I was fucking my shit.
So the odds are 80-20 in Brazil's favor. Now, a researcher... People don't buy it, but maybe that's just illogical bias. But there's another thought experiment that makes me seriously reconsider the thirder position.
Okay, go.
Let's say there's a soccer game between a really great team like Brazil and a less world-dominating team like Canada. So the odds are 80-20 in Brazil's favor. Now, a researcher is going to put you to sleep before the game starts. And if Brazil wins, they'll wake you up 1 time. But if Canada wins, they'll wake you up 30 times in a row.
Okay.
And just like Sleeping Beauty,
you
won't remember if you've been woken before. Okay, so the game is about to start.
The answer would be, if you're woken up, you would assume that Canada won. That would be the assumption.
You fall asleep, and now you're woken up. Who do you think won the game?
Canada.
The thirder would say Canada, but I would almost certainly say Brazil. I mean,
why?
Why should I give any weight to what the researcher would have done if Canada had won when I'm fairly confident that they won't?
That's a bad intuition. I think that's a bad intuition.
To extend this, let's say Brazil plays Canada 5 times, and we do this experiment each time. Well, then if you say Brazil each time you're woken up, you'll probably be right about 4 out of 5 of the games.
Well, no. You'd be right 4 out of 34 events, right? So you'd be wrong to guess that. Because if you ran it 5 times, if you were the Canada time, you'd be woken up 30 times. So you'd be correct 30 out of 34 times. So you should always assume that the Canada one is correct. He's focusing on the probability of the thing and not all of the events that follow. And I think that's what makes this a little unintuitive.
You said Canada every time, you would be wrong about those 4 games, but right 30 times in a row when you're repeatedly asked about Canada's one victory. If you stand to win a bet by correctly answering the question, then by all means, you should bet on Canada. But if you want to correctly pick the winner of more of the games, well, then you should say Brazil.
No, he's making a fatal flaw here. He's making a fatal flaw. He's trying to say that if you're correctly trying to pick who won the game, that you should pick Brazil, but that's not true. If you pick, because here's the question. What happens if you pick some correctly on the Canada one and some incorrectly? What does that do for you? He's mixing up the event that happens versus all of the events that follow. I think that's the issue.
And this is what's at the heart of the dispute between halfers and thirders in the Sleeping Beauty problem. If you want to be right about the outcome of the coin tosses, well, you should say the probability of heads is a half. But if you want to answer more questionings correctly, well, then you should say 1/3. I want to leave you with one last thought experiment. Imagine that you know for a fact that before our...
Hold on. Brazil is more likely to win is true regardless of how many times you're woken up. That's not the question, though. That's the problem. That's not the question. The question isn't, what is the chance that Brazil beats Canada? The question is, it's conditional, and it's very important. The question is, when you get woken up, what are the chances that Brazil has beaten Canada? If you're woken up 30 times when Canada wins and only once when Brazil wins, even if Brazil is favored to win 5-1 over Canada or 4-1, it's still more likely that Canada's won when you're woken up. That's the key difference.
Our universe began, there was a coin flip. And if it came up heads, only a single universe would be created. But if it came up tails, a quasi-infinite multiverse would be created. And in each of those multiverse universes, you'd find every possible variation of Earth and the people on it. In some versions, there would be no Earth. Now, you becoming conscious is just like Sleeping Beauty waking up. There's no way to tell if you're in that single universe or in one of the multiverse universes, but you know there are a lot more of them. So would you think that you're for sure in the multiverse? Or are the chances 50-50?
Wow. I don't know why you keep linking me this video, dog. Why would I care about anything Hyperspace has to say about anything? I don't care. How many times have you linked this video today? I don't care. You've linked this video like 30 times. Hyperspace and shitting on Hassan. Why would I care?
But I'm definitely not a fan of Hassan.
I don't care. I don't care. I super don't care.
The Adani Group, one of India's
Three-hour debate, bruv.
Dr. Mike here for Renaissance Period.
Okay, Dr. Mike. We haven't watched Dr. Mike in a while. I've already clicked this. What is it? Thanks. Old meme.
Ladies up in here tonight. No fight. We got the refugees no fight. No fight. Shakira, Shakira. I never really knew that you could dance like this. She make up and want to speak Spanish. Como se llama? Bonita. Because Shakira, Shakira.
Oh, baby, when you talk like that, you make a woman go mad. So be wise and keep on reading the signs of my body.
Well, if I am Jack, you don't. Well, if I am Jack, then you are Wojak, the mostest soy Wojak possibly in the world.
Listen, you are the soy Wojak. I am the Chad Wojak.
No, you are the soy Jojak, and I am the Chad Gamer Wojak. You know who you are? You are the 80-year-old unfit ruler. That's who you are.
You know you're not the Chad Wojak. I am the Nordic Gamer, Chad, the Giga Chad Wojak.
You're the virgin, and I'm the Chad.
I'm actually not a virgin. Your mom can attest to that.
Well, look, all I'm saying is that we are in two separate leagues. You are the globalism fan, and I am the patriotism enjoyer.
I'm a patriotic globalist. I support slavery worldwide. A better analogy would be that I'm the rare Pepe and you're the small crying people.
You're Apustaya. You're a small crying Apustaya. I am the based and red-pilled Groiper.
That is not true.
It is true.
No, you're not based. You are actually cringe.
No, I am based and red-pilled. Well, if I am Jack, then you are...
God damn it.
Yeah, I'm looking for a husband.
Ah, you've come to the right place.
Oh, good. I was starting to lose hope.
Well, we're glad you're here. Now, there are a couple of quick rules and policies you need to follow while you're here at the husband store.
Oh, okay.
First, you can only visit once.
Oh, really?
Yes, you only get one opportunity to find a husband here.
Why is that?
Well, there are only so many men to go around. Women do outnumber men, after all.
Okay, that makes sense.
Number 2, there are 6 floors of products here at the husband store.
Wow, really?
Yes, this is the ground floor. There are no products on this floor.
Oh, okay.
Also, keep in mind that the value of the products increase as you go up.
So the men get better the higher I go?
That's right.
Oh, goodness, this is going to be so much easier than I thought.
But you can never go back down except to exit the building.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Do you have any questions?
No, I'm ready.
This is her going to the top floor, and there's going to be a million other women there, and they're all like, oh my god.
To find my husband.
Okay, right this way. The elevator's going to be on the left. Good luck.
This production value. Oh my god, I'm immersed.
Welcome to the first floor. The men on this floor have stable jobs.
A job is nice, but my husband needs to have a little more than a stable job to keep me. Let's try the second floor.
Welcome to the second floor. The men on this floor have stable jobs and love children.
Okay, that's a little better. But a job and a love of children isn't gonna cut it. I need a little bit better.
Greedy Western woman.
Welcome to the third floor. The men on this floor have stable jobs, love children, and are extremely good looking.
Ah, great choice. But not quite what I'm looking for. We're getting warmer, though.
Jesus.
Welcome to the fourth floor. The men on this floor have stable jobs, love children, are extremely good looking, and will give you mind-blowing sex.
Wow, that sounds great. But I wonder what's on the fifth floor.
Welcome to the fifth floor. The men on this floor have stable jobs, love children, are extremely good looking, will give you mind-blowing sex, and are fiercely romantic.
Wow, sounds like the perfect man. I should definitely stay here. But I still feel like something's missing. What's on the top floor? Hello? Is anyone here?
Yeah, can I help you?
Yeah, I think I'm on the wrong floor.
No, you're on the right floor.
This is the sixth floor?
Yeah, this is it.
Where are all the men?
Sold out. All the women want the same guys. That's why there's none here.
That's not fair.
How
Is he trying to do like a New Yorker accent?
that not fair?
It's just not. I should have gotten a chance to get at least one of them.
You had plenty of chances, miss, but you passed them all up.
I didn't pass them up. I'm here for the man I deserve.
You did pass them up. The floor below is full of hot guys with huge dongs who love kids and make great money, and it still wasn't good enough for you.
Well, can I go back down and get one?
You know the rules, miss. You can't go down unless you're exiting the building.
This is so unfair. I came here to find a husband and I have to leave empty-handed?
You passed up countless opportunities on your way up here. You got nobody to blame but yourself. Now scram. I get off in 10 minutes. Welcome to the husband store. How can I help you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You played yourself. Oh, Jesus.
There's a difference between world events and drama. You guys realize you can't say what is your opinion on the Chinese weather balloon being shot down drama. That's an event. It's not the same thing. What are my thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia drama? That's a world crisis. Drama is when millionaires have an inconvenience. And there's a million posts on the subreddits. That's drama. The one similarity between both of them is Destiny will still play Factorio. Okay, that's the only similarity.
Okay. Okay, Chief. Destiny and Hassan in another timeline. What is this? Let's see. Also, I want to give a big shout out. Oh shit, that's gonna get people are triggered. Force an update. Hold on. I don't want to mess it up because then we got fucking.
Crafting.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I wanted to read the comments on that. Wait, am I crazy? Was Hassan even slightly critical of Mr. Beast, or is this just completely made up? Wait, did I mix him up with somebody else? Wasn't Hassan sitting with Valkyrie, and after he watched the video, he's like, the only thing that makes me mad, or the only thing I feel is anger. I'm so angry at that he even has to do this because the American... I guess you could say that's technically not making fun of Mr. Beast, but I feel like he soyed the fuck out. But maybe he didn't criticize Mr. Beast directly. All I'm trying to say is, once I saw Hassan donate all the money to Turkey, I was so incredibly mad. Because all I was thinking of is, why does he have to do that? There should be international money made available for the people of Turkey. He shouldn't have to donate. That's what I was thinking of. Ah!
Game is...
Dude, I don't know why, but the funniest fucking part of watching the Minecraft speedrun fuck-ups is usually when they fuck the portals up. I don't know why. It's so good.
Crafting. Game is frozen LUL. Game is frozen. Options for ends.
You get nearly as much pussy if you had a big gap between your front two teeth. The big gap is the best, because what you do is you go down and you get the clit right in between it, and then you pull your face back a little bit, you go, ah, yeah, and you try to rip it off. Women love that move. I call it the clit crusher. Oh, God.
Do you guys ever just become so insanely single that you almost become content to just being single forever and living the rest of your life with your dog? Or is that just me? I don't know. I mean,
this guy is lying. This guy is fucking lying out his ass. Or this guy is a fucking psychopath. There's No shot. No shot. This video is like a JDN tweet. Oh, another lonely Valentine's Day. I wish I could find a guy that would love me. Sneeko mentioned he says he's impressionable.
Everything, but I was thinking about this on the plane when I was on the way here. How I was on FaceTime with my dad when we were at dinner in Bucharest, and Andrew got to speak to my dad for a little bit briefly, and that was just like a weird sight to see, because from like internet world, and like my dad doesn't even, especially he's been critical and he's saying like I don't agree with everything, but I just had like a flashback of that today, and also the same dinner we kept talking about like how I remember even on the emergency meeting I was saying that.
Okay, Destiny, I just watched that Elsa clip. When was Hassan harsh on Mr. Beast? Actually, just making shit up. Okay, he wasn't harsh on Mr. Beast, but he soyed the fuck out in the video, you fucking retard. I'm pretty sure the exact words were, when you watch this video, you're filled with happiness, and I'm filled with rage. It's a joke. Don't read too much into it, okay? Calm down, bro.
Like, oh, I was thinking about moving to Croatia or like some part of Eastern Europe because of how they were speaking positively about it. But, you know, ultimately, like even speaking to Ryan Dawson, now I'm like, oh, Japan. I am realizing that I'm very easily influenced, chat. I think everybody kind of tends to realize that. I did a podcast with Mohammed Hijab the other day. I'm not sure when it's dropping, but it was pretty much like an hour and a half of Mohammed Hijab trying to convert me to Islam, not really letting me talk, because I know even like when I talk to Young Don the Sauce God, it's like he's just trying to convert me to Christianity. He'll call me up and like, the Bible. People can tell that I am easily influenced, and then even that you get the feminists and you get Destiny in your apartment and they're like, let me blue pill you. Everybody, I don't think people, do you notice that, chat? And like same thing with Fresh and Fit, they're like, oh, you never listen. Everyone thinks that they know everything and that I'm like a vessel to go and join them. Have you noticed that? I don't think it's a bad thing, but I've noticed that difference compared to most other people. Well, I think I'm open-minded. It's good to be critical.
I don't think that's different than most people. I think most people are pretty impressionable.
To think critically, but it's because you're low bro, Nico. Bro, Nico, you are actually low bro. Well, most everyone young is, but I'm not even that young. Like I'm turning 20. I'm 24. I'm not even that young. That's what kind of bugs me. Everything, but.
Crafting.
Hey, Luke. You stole a fucking hot bus. Yeah. You stole a fucking hot bus.
Zoomers
Shut up! I can't hear them! You stole a
Activate.
fucking hot
Banning
bus.
that.
Yeah.
Generating gods. Resetting again.
Jesus. Based.
Well, I've noticed that EA devs have trouble telling the difference between their own remake and the original. Anyway, how's it going? I'm not even making that up. EA banned Twitch streamers for streaming the old game because when they saw it, they thought that it was the remake. They themselves can't tell the difference. Well, I've noticed that EA devs have trouble telling the difference between their own remake.
Wait, what was the point of this clip?
Can't tell the difference. Well.
Okay. Wait, is he totally worth $80? I thought that people were like universally praising this remake. Am I wrong? I've only heard good things about this, like a ton of good things. Do people think it's not worth it? I don't know. Okay.
I love being a man. I don't know about you guys, and I'm not an overly religious guy, but I thank God every single day that I was born a man, because despite all of the mistakes that I have made, I'm still here. Again, multiple time convicted felon. I've blown all the money, I've had all the cars, I've had all the girls, I've made every mistake humanly possible. But the fact that I've got a Y chromosome, the fact that I've got testosterone running through my veins, that's the main reason I'm here. I love being a man. I don't know about you guys, and I'm...
What kind of life does he think he's lived? Is your friend lying or is this true?
What's up, guys? This video I'm going to share with you a 21-day challenge that is going to...
8-minute video. Okay, less red pill shit. Okay, we're good. Waiting for my food to get here. It's here in 4 minutes.
I think they're doing what they need to do to get.
Yes. Yeah. Some men who do groom themselves for.
This is an example of another black man who's basically being incarcerated in... Sorry, you left. Do you not agree?
I don't know. I don't think this has anything to do with black...
Fuck, this was 2 hours? Oh, God. Go over the Darman drama? I don't even know it, but I need to do this. Okay, meat links are going on. I have to do this. We need to do this. It's important to do this. Why the glasses? I was going for the educated look today, so I wore my glasses so I could be an intellectual. Fuck, do I need to up my production of fucking white cards? I think I do. Did she teach you a trick to get more viewers, or why are you doing the rewatch? Because I should study my prior fucking debate material, you fucking retard. It's not a viewer fucking question. I don't want to watch this shit again. It's something I should do. Holy shit, off yourself, please. Or up your processing. You get that back 99% of the time if you're using the good recycling recipe. Do you really get them back 99% of the time? I imagine that's if I do... That's what, from the junk data card processing? I think it's not, isn't it 95% if you do the best recipe? It's 95%. And that's if I'm using fucking quantum fucking computers. Does it really matter? I don't think it matters that much. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Up to 18 now? Wait, has this guy been banned 18 times? Oh. Never mind. Hold on. Permaban. Easy. Quantum computers are easy to make? You think so? They need like fucking 50 of those stupid cards that you can literally have one in your inventory of. These deep supercomputers are a pain in the ass to make. Although I probably only need 2 because their processing speed is so fast, huh? Where's my goddamn food? People were saying that guy wasn't actually a lawyer. Is that true? No, he's not a lawyer. Wait, did August put that he was a lawyer? A legal expert. He shouldn't even have said legal expert, to be honest, but... Okay, the real question is, for that recipe, do I need... I have to bring in cryo rods and super cooled thermofluid, bro? I don't know if I want to do all that shit. Isn't he a lawyer? No, he's not a lawyer. You have all that in space already? I don't ship thermofluid anywhere though. I usually just make it on site. So I would have to like make this. But I'm not even getting a lot of these junk data cards. Like, are you sure that you even make that many junk data cards after all the data card processing? Are you sure that actually happens? How long does it take the person to get through my apartment building? Jesus. Ugh, look at how beautiful this is. I just can't stop looking at it. God damn. At least use deep supercomputers with the lower recipe for the faster card and more module slots. No, I'll just rebuild the whole thing. Wasn't that 6-person debate supposed to be today? Yeah, it's in... Oh, fuck, it's in 1 hour. Oh, fuck me. Big takeaways from London? Yeah, yo mama. That's my biggest takeaway. I took her away from London. Why would you put a whole ass video on fucking Twitter?
suis médecin, j'exerce en banlieue parisienne.
Moon, I'll beat you in a Minecraft speedrun, but you can beat me in a best out of 11. 15-second speed chess off, alright?
Ça fait 1 an que je consomme régulièrement de la cocaïne, presque tous les jours. Je trouve que c'est facile de s'en procurer. Les dealers sont très disponibles sur les plateformes, Telegram, Signal. Des fois, ils font comme des soldes. Ils font des offres. T'en prends 3, ils t'en offrent 1. Voilà, oui. Ils sont hyper commerciaux. Si tu donnes le numéro à quelqu'un, ils te donnent des cadeaux. Ouais.
Wait, did my DoorDasher leave my apartment? What the fuck? They just didn't mark my shit delivered? You just don't want money? Okay. Ugh, how long has it been sitting there? Sorry, I just DoorDashed some cocaine. Okay, give me something good for 15 minutes. What do we got? Uh-oh. $1986. Oh, CoffeeZilla.
Wow, how did you do that?
That was a third-class maneuver, Navigator.
Well, if that was a third-class maneuver, what's a first class?
Observe. This first-class maneuver allows me to slide through your planet's thick atmosphere. I can move at any speed. I can speak thousands of languages. I can analyze species from civilizations light years beyond your own.
Can you fix this scene?
Wait, I'm getting a copyright hit on this? How? 1986? How old is this movie? Okay.
I'm scamming a scammer today, but I won't know if my plan works until the end of this video, because as I'm recording it, my plan hasn't really come together yet. So we'll find out what happens, but win or lose, the point of this video is to tackle one of my biggest pet peeves, which is scammers calling out other scammers to make themselves look good. I guess the logic is, oh, I can't scam you, I call out scams. And what kills me is that it actually works. People fall for this all the time, and it drives me crazy. So today, I want to flip the script on one of these people and attempt to have a scam.
God, I would have so much respect for CoffeeZilla if he did a crypto scam. Guys, help support me with Coffee Coin. Oh my God.
Scammer called themselves out. It's like Inception, but for con men. We could call it Conception? Dylan Dennis is an MMA fighter famous for two things: cage fighting and not fighting KSI. But on December 23rd, he decided to be famous for a third thing: calling out the scammers. He writes in a tweet, "Damn, Logan Paul is a scumbag. Feel bad for everyone he scammed." Now, of course, no one's gonna really disagree with this, so the likes rolled in. But what Dylan doesn't tell you is he also has a history of scamming people on Twitter. And what Dylan didn't know is that there was a detective watching him. That detective was not me, actually. I wish it was me. It was my buddy Zach XBT on Twitter who said, "Damn, Dylan Dennis is a scumbag. Feel bad for everyone he scammed." And then Zach showed some tweets of Dylan promoting obvious scams, which then rug pulled. Now, I was gonna kind of leave it there, a little nice Twitter dunk, but it got me thinking. You know, deleted scam tweets are the...
I feel like CoffeeZilla's like doubled in size over the past year. This guy's been killing it. He puts out a lot of videos too. Yeah, you gained like 1 million subs. Damn, you gained 740,000 subs in December. Holy shit.
The internet equivalent of roaches in your house. In both cases, if you see more than one of them, there's a lot more you don't see. So I reached back out to Zach and I said, hey, good tweet, but I want to find out how many scams exactly this guy has promoted. So Zach started digging through the garbage bin of deleted tweets, and we found out pretty quick there were a lot more, but I realized it was going to take Zach some time to get the results we needed. So we're going to go back to him at the end of this video, but right now I had a bigger problem, which is that to show this full scheme, I needed not only the number of scam tweets, I also needed to know how much he got paid for all this stuff, for these scams he promoted. So even after looking through the blockchain, I couldn't find anything. So I needed a social engineering approach to figure out how much he got paid.
Yeah, that is true. I can't believe Logan Paul tried to like call out CoffeeZilla, like when he was so obviously wrong. And then he walked it back in like 16 hours. I'm gonna sue you, CoffeeZilla, and also I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean that.
I wanted to trick Dylan into giving me the amount. The rough idea was to approach Dylan and say, hey, I created this dumb NFT project that's completely fake. How much would it cost for you to promote it? He gives me an answer and I have my price. But of course, I realized he actually knows who I am because he's tweeting about my CryptoZoo series. So I can't contact him directly about this. I needed kind of someone who could reach out on my behalf.
Oh, dude, the robot guy. He's got the robot character. He should reach out. I want to see that robot character more. That's the real production quality, okay?
Would be serious about selling you an NFT collection. And that's when I thought of my buddy Oompaville. This is a guy who's actually really sweet in real life, but his particular profile on Twitter says NFT salesman 100%. So I contacted him to contact Dylan on my behalf. And I told him to say, hi, Dylan, I'm launching a crypto NFT platform called sour.gg and was wondering what your rate is for an Instagram story post or Twitter post for promotion. We can provide all the marketing copy. Please let me know as we're trying to launch relatively soon. Now, I guess as we wait for him to respond, let me explain that sour.gg, that website is not a real crypto NFT platform. Nothing in this video is a crypto or real NFT, so you cannot buy crypto from this. I want to be super clear as we talk about this. Not only that, the actual website we sent him to is just a landing page for one of Oompa's candy businesses, but it kind of looks a little NFT-like. There's like this little purple monkey thing in the corner. And so I thought it would fool Dylan, and I was actually right. Because Dylan immediately responds with, want to do a tweet? And then I love this next part. What is it? I like the order of that, you know, like, let's promote it. And then underneath it, what am I promoting? And it's at this point I realized that this is not only my chance to find out how much Dylan gets paid for all these scam promotions, it's also my chance to test Dylan Dennis.
I'm gonna guess tweet promoting a crypto scam. Wait, let me see how many followers your account has. $341,000. I'm gonna guess anywhere. I'm gonna give a wide thing. I'm gonna say 1 to 10K. That'd be my guess. Maybe around like 2 to 5K. That's gonna be my guess, but we'll see.
He says Logan Paul is so bad. He feels so bad for the victims, but let's see if he's so different. So I decided that this fake NFT project I would be pitching him was going to be just like CryptoZoo. In fact, to do this, I basically copied almost word for word CryptoZoo's white paper, saying the following. Sour.gg may appear to solely function as an NFT collection, but it's much, much more. Sour allows users to earn sweet tokens that are openly traded via a yield that is based on the rarity of a given candy NFT. But just in case you didn't think it was obvious enough, I decided to leave Dylan one last hint. I signed off with a nonsense statement saying, quote, come obtain fun friends, enter exciting zones, indescribably lush. Look out, adventurer. Now, this is a sentence which means nothing unless you lay it out by the first letter of every word. And then it spells CoffeeZilla. So,
okay, who's ever going through any type, to be fair, nobody's picking up on this ever. What? Nobody's gonna actually do, well, I looked at the first word of the final thing you sent me, like bro.
Oh, don't say I didn't warn him. And obviously...
Are those fake glasses or contacts, right? Somebody tried to divine through some Reddit post that my glasses had like a huge prescription. I don't know how or why. My glasses are -1, -0.5. I have a pretty slight prescription, but yeah, there you go.
Even if I hadn't warned him, Dylan Dennis surely wouldn't promote a CryptoZoo project, right? Because he's, he feels too bad for the victims. He wouldn't promote something nearly identical. Oh, wait. He said, sounds dope. And then ETH? ? And at this point, I'm just a little surprised by how easy this all is. Zero due diligence is being done here. We have created the weakest facade possible for an NFT scam, and he's just immediately on board. Of course, for a price. I mean, that is the one thing he actually did care about, which might not surprise you. And it's the one thing he actually pushed back on, because I told him I wanted to pay him $1,000, and he said, that's pretty low for me. So we negotiated and landed on a payment rate of $5,000 for a 24-hour post about our NFT project, which does not exist. After we settled on that, he sent me payment information, which...
Everybody does negotiations a little differently. But if something is so low that it's embarrassing, then you either just walk from it. I feel like it's kind of weak to be like, yo, do you want to do this thing? Yeah, sure. How about 1K? Huh. Too low. No. Like, be like, okay, no. But I don't do 1K. How about 5K? Or just walk. Why would you say too low and then see if they'll go higher? I don't know.
Really established a lot for us. We got answers to most of our questions. First, how much he gets paid per post. And we also got an Ethereum address from Dylan, which I hoped was going to link to all his other payments, but I didn't give him enough credit here. Dylan gave us a brand new crypto wallet just for this transaction, which seems to imply that he probably makes new wallets for every new deal he does, which is pretty shrewd. And at this point, I realized I had a choice to make. I could take what I learned, present it to you guys, and stop this little charade I had with Dylan and make my video. And Dylan would just keep doing this because his fans wouldn't know. Or I could try to teach him and his fans a lesson in a bit of a different way, which is actually pay Dylan to post a link to our fake NFT project. But the twist would be, as soon as...
Huh, it's a normal negotiation, Destiny? What the fuck? Have you ever negotiated a contract before? Is it? It might be, I don't know. I've never in my life seen that type of offer counter offer where somebody's like, how do you feel about, like, I'll give you 15K for this, and you're like, too low. I've never seen that ever in my life. That's not to say it doesn't happen. Maybe it does, but I've never seen that. It's either too low and you're like, I'm not interested, and you walk, or it's like, how about like 20K? You like counter offer. But I think in the crypto space it's different. Yeah, probably, because nobody's professional, they're all children, maybe.
As soon as he posts that link, it will become a website dedicated to every scam tweet Dylan Dennis has ever done. And remember that this website would be linked by Dylan Dennis himself to all of his fans, directly showing them proof that he's scammed them multiple times. And we'll figure out how many times again in just a second, but I first want to say, I thought about this a while because this plan has its own risks. I mean, the number one risk is that Dylan just doesn't post and steals my money. And then the number two risk is, well, what if he finds out we duped him and then immediately deletes everything? We don't get our money's worth. So to remedy that, because I really wanted to do this plan, was to structure the payment so that I paid him $1,000 up front, but didn't pay him the rest until he kept the tweet for certain periods of time.
No shot would somebody agree to this. If he agrees to this, he's hurting way more than I thought. You'd go through all this complicated shit for 5K? 20, 60, 100. We pay 20% up front, 60% after Postman Live for 30 minutes, and then fuck all this shit. What the fuck?
And to my surprise, he agreed to the terms.
Okay.
And so this is where I'm going to leave things with him. At this point, I have a lot of things to do before Friday, which is the day I told him this whole fake thing is launching. So I'm going to go do that and go get prepared for Friday. I will see you guys then. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you slept well. I didn't sleep much at all. We're working really hard to get this whole thing figured out. So I'm just in the apartment right now.
MMA fighters are underpaid? Oh, I just assumed this guy was like another fucking multimillionaire guy. Maybe not.
Here, and we're going to just get ready together here because I got a lot to tell you guys, and we don't have time at the studio to get it all done. So I got to prepare you here. Let me just set the stage for you, though, for what's happened since I last recorded. Number one, we created SoursNFT.com, which is our actual fake landing page for the NFT project. It's got all these cute Candyland fake NFTs that don't exist. Now the idea—
Where the fuck does this guy live? What is this skyline? What does he have in his apartment? He looks like he lives in Cyberpunk. Damn. Wow.
This is what he's initially going to promote. And then I also created our little switcheroo website, which is just a website with all his previous transgressions. Now, I did talk to some people who were a bit concerned that maybe—
This is green screens? Where? Wait, what? I don't see a single green screen in the fucking picture. Is this a green screen, this area here?
Hadn't fully been transparent with Dylan. That maybe I should be more transparent with Dylan about what's going on so he doesn't say I trapped him in this whole thing. So what I decided to do, just to make sure we cover our bases here, is I drew up a contract for Dylan to sign before this whole thing goes live. I'm gonna be sending it to him. And in it, I lay the whole thing out. And this is what I meant by headwinds. This is where he probably will catch us, because in black and white, I lay out our whole scheme right in front of him. So it literally says, like, you're gonna be the butt of the joke. It says people aren't doing due diligence. It says that we're gonna be switching the website to show his prior promotions. So we lay out the whole thing there.
No.
And what we're really banking on is he's not gonna read any of this. He's just gonna see money and just sign it, which is the whole point of this entire thing. So I think it fits. Hopefully we don't end up sabotaging our own project by double checking, covering our bases here. But either way, that's what's going on. Also, ZachXBT finished finding all the scams of this guy. So we're gonna go back to the studio and check those out.
Does Testing out how to green screen? Are you gonna say all of this is green screened? What are you talking about?
I'm back, and we have the results from ZachXBT. He found over 20 projects that Dylan promoted and then tried deleting, where many of them were rug pulls and scams. It was at this point he just gave up looking for more because there were so many. So we added those to the website, but I'm sure many of you are also curious about what's going on with Dylan Danis. So we're gonna go check back in with our liaison, Oompa, because at this point, the whole thing is set up and it's all just resting on whether he does any due diligence or not. Let's see what happens. Tell us where we're at with Dylan.
So he seems to have taken...
Wait. Does this guy look like one of Call Me Carson's friends? Who am I thinking of?
Taken the bait.
Does anybody know who I'm thinking of? Who am I thinking of? Or is it one of Muda's friends? Oh, Schlatt.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're loving.
Wait, is this the Schlatt guy? Hugbox. Oh no, I was on a show with this guy. Fuck. I'm just kidding. He looks a little bit like him though, right?
On May 10th, 1869, Here we go.
I think so. I think it's close enough. I think yeah. I think so. A little bit. I see it.
There's one final step. Obviously, we have to get him to make the tweet. You just sent $10 to him, right? Just to
yeah. I wanted to bait him so that we can send the contract, and he's gonna be like waiting for the money. What now? I mean, is he responding?
He said sounds good, and then shortly after he said got it, to saying that he got the $10 we sent as a test for his transaction.
Now comes the actual moment of truth. We're about to send the contract.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Sending it. All right, and then I'm sending the drive link.
I mean, we've sent the contract now. We're just waiting. We're literally waiting.
Dylan. Oh, I agree, bro. I agree. What a f***ing idiot.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, he agreed. And you might notice that we weren't actually able to use DocuSign and get his signature because it was experiencing outages at the moment, the actual website. But we were able to just have him do a written agreement in DMs that he agreed to our terms. And although it was very shocking that he actually did it, I have to be honest, it was here that the pressure really ramped up, because at this point, I paid Dylan $1,000 and now we're just waiting for him to post. And I'm really worried that what if he reads the document in that time and realizes what's going on? But that's when Dylan gave us a lucky break, but also gave us a few curveballs. Okay, big news, boys. A little update. Ahead of schedule. By the way, my heart, like, I cannot take this. I was already telling Upa, I was like, we have to just go forward with this because I'm not ready. I cannot take all the suspense. And Dylan texted us, hey, should I just go ahead and tweet? So we're just going to say yes. Go ahead and tweet.
Just refreshing now, I guess. See what he says.
There's been so much work that goes into this. You guys didn't see this off camera. Dylan starts talking about, where's your community? So we have to whip up this community from nowhere. Our community doesn't exist. We had to create a Twitter profile. We had to buy a bunch of botted followers.
An hour ago, it didn't exist.
I don't think I've ever been so excited about something in my life. Please, dude. Come on, Dylan.
He tweeted it!
I can't believe he did it.
He actually did it. He just tweeted it.
What an idiot. What? I can't believe it. What can I say? He promoted a tweet which literally spells out in first letters the word scam. I hope this has been highly educational for you guys, that most of these influencers do zero work vetting these projects, contracts, and NFTs. If you enjoyed our work, please consider becoming a patron. High effort investigative journalism like this takes a long time and a lot of setup, but I think you'll agree it's worth it. I also want to give a big thanks to both Oompaville and Zach XBT who helped me pull this off. Please go follow them because they're helping us get to the point where influencers will wonder when they take these deals in the future, am I agreeing to be the butt of a joke? And of course, the answer to that question when you're shilling NFTs is always yes. So anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Damn, did that Dylan guy ever respond, or? Oh. When asked for comments on this story, Dylan Dennis said the following. Complete lie. He changed the website completely and lied about the project that he was describing. Literally completely changed the original website, sent or deleted it. He mad. When asked about the contract he signed, laying out the details of what happened, Dylan Dennis did not respond further for comment. Haters will say it's green screened. These are all drones. You know you can do all of this in real life, right? Like, he's probably using drones. Like, you can do all of this with drones. So he's probably doing that here, I would imagine. I don't know how he gets to move so fast, but... I'm sorry. Dylan Dennis is the Darius of the MMA world. Is he now? I'm sorry.
Having a lovely day. So in this channel, we spend a fair amount of time talking about Apple, poking fun at Apple, going over some of the things that Apple does that I think are particularly garbage for both repair shops and the consumer.
Okay.
But as I say, many other companies also suck.
Okay.
And I figured this would be an excellent opportunity to discuss something funny that happened today.
Okay.
So this came across on Reddit while I was reading through. I did think it may have been a promoted post or something because I wasn't looking for this, but I found it even though it doesn't have a lot of upvotes. It says, "Hello there. We're Jax Wyatt and Drew Blackard from Samsung and Mike Roberts from Qualcomm. We just announced the Galaxy..."
Man, I'm so sorry. Random tangent. It was kind of weird. I was reading through some August comments. It's always interesting to see how his brain works. And August said something that I think is true. I don't think subscribers matter much on YouTube anymore. I feel like everything in the world is moving towards like AI-driven, not AI-driven, well, like ML-driven, like suggested, auto-suggested content, basically. That, like, what's dominating your video feed now is like your recommendations thing here, which isn't ever necessarily tied to even like the channels you're subscribed to. That suggestions feed is driving everything. And I noticed this because like I make a little bit less than half the money to 1/3 the money on I'm not gonna be able to find it because of this, the way this dog shit fucking website works. Oh my god, it's so fucking annoying. I don't know what the code is for this page. I might have saved that somewhere. This website triggers the fuck out of me. I think I made one half. I made one half or 1/3 the money. Oh no, fuck! It does track. Oh no. I'm sorry. It does track. It tracks on the video views. I have 623,000 subs on my main channel, and I've only got 83,000 subs on this channel. But if like the videos are good, and if people are like watching it and engaging with it, it gets recommended to people. Whether or not you're subscribed, like doesn't seem to matter much anymore. I think I put similar-ish content. I think there's more longer form, not making the main channel content on the Last Night on Destiny channel. But this channel is getting like a little less than half the views as my main channel with 1/6 the subs. And I'm pretty sure my main channel already pulls, this channel pulls a lot of views. 11 million a month right now. I'm killing it for 600,000 subs. Most people that I see with 1 million or more don't get this monthly viewership. And it's crazy that this channel here is getting 4 to 5 million views a month with less than 100,000 subs. This is very interesting to me. We don't need to like and subscribe? No, like and subscribe, you fucking loser. I think my channel over here is almost getting as many monthly views as Vosh's main channel is. Look at Timcast, he's fallen off. Vosh's main channel is pulling around 5 to 6 million subs, depending. Or, I'm sorry, 5 to 6 million views, depending. Do you think Vosh is going to retire in the next 2 years? Is there... We need to talk. Ayla crossed the line, okay? I thought about reporting her or pulling my sponsor and saying that I'm not going to support anybody that does this, okay? Where is the link? Ayla engaged in some highly unethical behavior. I don't know if you saw it. She voted on her own Manifold post about her going on Lex Friedman. That's some insider trading. That's insider trading. I don't know how I feel about that. Links are muted. Yeah, good. Shamelessness. Shamelessness. Lex voted on it too? This is shamelessness. Clip of them talking about it on the podcast.
So we should also mention that you have like prediction markets. You have like votes. That you what's the site called again? Manifold. And one of them was, will I be on the Lex Friedman podcast? Yeah. And I voted. I invested everything I owned into the yes. Is there such thing as insider trading on there? Because that goes against the terms of the...
No.
Fuck. I knew before too. I should have invested big. I should have made big money. You know what I should do is I should early bet on things that I have insider knowledge on, and then one day I'll make a new one and I'll bet big on that, and then all you fucking morons will jump in, and then I'll sell, and then I'll resolve it to a no, and then you guys will follow me thinking that I'm making good trades, but you don't even know. I scam the fuck out of you guys. I could scam you guys so well. Oh, God. Oh, what happened to this guy?
CS23 series at Unpacked, and we're excited to host our first Ask Me Anything. We'll be answering your questions starting at 1 p.m. Eastern on February 6th. Ask us anything. You know, I've done many AMAs in the past, and I try my best to answer as many questions as I can. Some questions are, kind of douchey in nature, and when those occur, I'll sometimes respond with something that's a little bit thorny. But at the end of the day, I try to answer as many of these as I can. And this is one that I found that I thought that was very reasonable that I had posted. It says, are there any plans to develop a phone that fits in the average person's hand again, similar to the S10e? Are there any plans to develop a phone with a micro SD card slot and a headphone jack, or perhaps a removable battery? Does Samsung ever plan to make schematics available or support right to repair?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, fuck, I got a blow nose. There's like, one sec. Fuck it, hold on.
Into the future, which I thought were very fair questions. One thing you find interesting here is that there's 260 comments in this thread. However, when you take a look at it in an incognito window, like I tried to in a different Brave tab, this happens. You go from 260 comments to my comment is missing, and then you...
There were a lot of shit suggested there. Nobody wants SD card slots. I'm sorry, but phones today have like fucking 500 gigs of storage. You don't need a goddamn SD card, okay? You're fine. You're fine. You don't need an SD card, okay? You're fine. Number one. And number 2, you don't need a headphone jack. We've moved on. Everybody uses Bluetooth now. Get over it, old man. Get out of here, okay? Everybody in chat pretending like they filled up. You fucking virgin fuck losers have never taken a single picture when you're out with your friends in your life. And here you guys are pretending that you need SD cards. That's fucking hilarious. Look at you guys. Look at how funny you guys are capping so hard right now. This reminds me of like, it was like 2020. Everybody's like, Netflix password? Bro, my brother has given it out to like 15 different people. Like, yeah, we all share. And then it's like 2023. You guys are like, actually, I internationally travel and the average Netflix customer visits 7 different countries in a week. And now my Netflix isn't going to work in other countries. You're capping so fucking hard. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You guys are capping so hard right now.
You scroll down a little bit and you have, okay, this with 5 comments, like 1 there, 1 here. This is like 15 comments, maybe 15, maybe 17, like max. So about 90% of the posts in this Ask Me Anything by Samsung have been deleted because, in my opinion, they were probably asking probing questions that were difficult to answer. And rather than actually answer something that's easy to answer, rather than answer a softball or be open to answering the question, they just delete it. And again, Samsung, like there was this time like 10 years ago where I thought Samsung was awesome and amazing and so much better than Apple in so many ways. And I was a fanboy.
I have 350 gigs of music on. You have 350 gigs of music on your phone? Okay.
The Samsung Galaxy S4G back in 2010. The screen was much nicer than the screen on my HTC Incredible. It was, it seemed to be a freedom-respecting device to some extent. I had a replaceable battery, I had a headphone.
If you take photos with a real camera, you still need the SD card slot, you dip. Then put the SD card in your real camera, you fucking moron. Real cameras have SD card slots.
Yet as time moves on, unfortunately, things change. So you have them making fun of Apple because Apple removed the headphone jack, and then they remove their own headphone jack, and then they take down their commercials making fun of Apple for removing the headphone jack. You have Samsung announcing a self-repair program where the battery is glued to the screen and costs over $200.
Damn.
You have televisions that are filled with advertisements. You have Samsung spending money on lobbyists.
It's to transfer? Why would you take an SD card out of your camera and then put it in your phone to transfer it to your PC? Just get an SD card reader for your fucking PC. What the fuck? What are you guys' workflows? I don't believe this. I don't believe any of you actually do this. I super don't believe any of you guys do this. I don't believe any of you guys do this.
To accuse independent repair centers of installing TikTok onto customer phones, and then they start pre-installing TikTok onto customer phones. You have Samsung going out of their way to try to destroy the independent repair industry by trying to claim that every single one of the replacement screens that we are utilizing for their products and other people's products are infringing on their patent for the pattern of pixel formation in an AMOLED. You have Galaxy earbuds, which are virtually disposable. I mean,
I just like the hour. You're like, who am I? I'm an average technology haver. This is me. What kind of headphones do I use? Well, you've never heard of them before. They're actually a pair of, they're called HDX 59000s. The developer's name, it's like a Suguduyana Totsuko. You've never heard of them either, okay? Don't worry about it. How do I plug the 1/4-inch jack into my phone? What do you mean, idiot? I carry around an external DAC with me. You haven't heard of this either. It's $700, and it actually converts a perfect digital to analog signal and then amplifies it for my headphones. Yeah, that's my average. So, I do uncompressed WAV files. I really don't like FLAC. Even though they say the compression is lossless, I still feel like I can hear it. So each of my songs is about 2 gigabytes. But, I think it's worth it for the audio quality. And, so I plug that into my phone. Carry around an extra battery pack in my backpack so that I can support everything. And I like this as my mobile setup to go. And I travel, basically, I'd say on average, maybe 3 to 4 countries a week. That's why I need my Netflix password to be able to work wherever I go in the world. I own 6 different laptops because I don't really like to take them out of my individual houses. I own 8 of them, by the way, which is another reason why I need Netflix passwords everywhere when I travel. So another important reason to log in. This is what you guys are saying, okay? Oh, what's this? This is my external SD card reader. I exclusively take 8K photos on my phone, and because I'm traveling the world so much, there are so many beautiful scenes, I like to take anywhere from 50 to 150 pictures a day. I don't have any internet on my phone. I don't believe in 5G, so I can't upload it or back it up to the cloud anywhere, or any of that. I don't even know what the cloud is, but I take pictures of them, and they're very big pictures that I need SD cards, external hard drives. I actually do have a cloud. I lied. I connect to it in my backpack with my battery. I have an external server rack that I carry around my battery backpack that I upload things to via Wi-Fi. That's you, okay? The fuck out of here. In reality, that's what I say I am. In reality, this is me on the bus. I've got a pair of old AirPods in, and I listen to the same 3 songs on my Spotify playlist every single day. And I've never used the camera function in my life. I'm not sure why there are 3 on the back. That's what you actually are every day, okay? The fuck out of here.
I'll be honest. Yeah, like 2010, even 2012, 13. I like Samsung. I thought they were a good company.
I like Sims too, based.
Time goes on, yeah, not so much. Let me know what you think in the comments down below, and let me know if you have any question that you look forward to having deleted by these very, very, very thin-skinned people. Again, like it's one thing if you're cursing, saying "f you," you're mean, you're an app, blah blah blah. Literally asking, are you going to make a device that fits in my hand, has a micro SD card and a headphone jack, and do they plan to support right to repair? Like, no personal attacks, no salt. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Yes, many other companies other than Apple have the ability to be dicks. See you in the next video. Bye now.
I wish, of all his list of things, I would be okay with a bigger battery. I wish they had bigger batteries. Everything in life. Do you know who's holding back the world? Do you know who's holding back the world? It's software devs. Somehow, despite the massive gains we've made in hardware, they managed to keep us cucked in the same spot for there's got to be like an opposite of Moore's law. I don't know what you would call it. But these software devs just find a way to keep the performance right exactly the same as it fucking was 20 fucking years ago. We should be playing games at 500 FPS. Our battery should be lasting for fucking 10 days of unlimited usage. But instead we got these software devs that are like, unreal. Hardware is like, yeah, we're at 4 million times better. Network engineers are like, yeah, we're doing data like never before. Intelligence, fucking, what is it? InfoSec is like, yeah, automated 16 character Wi-Fi passwords, security, blah, blah, blah. And then software devs are like, I'm so glad you guys picked up the slack for us. Here's like my unoptimized dog shit, 500 gigabyte scrolling fucking random bullshit on everything that we can just shit out everywhere and make all of your stuff run like crap because they don't give a fuck. It's just software people. They're the only problems in all the world, okay? Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Also, I'm just kidding, okay? Or am I? Damn, have we ever watched, I don't know if I watched these on stream or not. You should have seen how people had to do graphics back in the day. Oh my God. Some of the, can somebody help me find this video? It's actually so fascinating, right? Because these cartridges have very, very, very limited data. There was one thing I watched where you could turn on and off color for like cells on the screen, and you could only display like 2 colors per cell. But the way that they had this, the way that they did this was so fucking intelligent. And you'd get these fully colored like images with really only like 16 unique colors in the entire thing. It was so well done. Or it was so crazy like how hard they had to work on squeezing as much as they could. Does anybody know what the name of this video was? Fuck, it was such an interesting video. Is it Dithering? Dithering Old Fool. No. Oh my god. Wait, was it this?
Ever since I saw images like this, I realized you could get some amazing graphics in CGA with just 4 colors by alternating pixel colors and doing cross-hatching and low resolution hacked up text mode. But it got me to thinking. Recently, I made a video about a game I was writing, and I discovered that if you change the background color, you can get...
Oh wait, this guy thing okay. Destiny, it's the managers forcing us to make things more quickly. I promise you, I want to make shit, use less compute, but they have a gun to my head, and they keep telling me the Jira ticket is marked as critical, and the release cutoff is on Friday. Well, work harder, loser. Shut up and work, Code Monkey. Unless you're black, then you're not a Code Monkey. I'm so sorry for saying that.
Launched in Japan at the end of 1990, the Super Famicom, or Super NES as it's known outside of Japan, is a 16-bit system developed by Nintendo as the successor to the popular NES. The Super NES became a global success worldwide.
Wait, this isn't it.
At the effect of the translucent and it's one area. Mode 7 is...
I think it was a video with not many views. It was like kind of a small... I think it was a small video. Or it was a low viewership video. I'm sorry, hold on. I know you guys are literally martyring yourselves for these links.
Hey, I'm Ryan and welcome to NES Hacker. In this episode, I'm going to show you how the NES stores, processes, and displays sprite graphics. Of 256 tiles, this means that a single byte can be used to reference any single one of them. A basic implementation for a game will simply store the bytes for an entire pattern table in the ROM, and then load them one after another into the PPU's name table memory.
PPU. It was this video, I believe. Links random.
Thank you, both people here in person and virtually, for spending some time with me. There is a Slack channel specifically for this talk. If that's, he needed a way to get random.
If you want to play the Sega Genesis the way it was meant to be played, you should use composite video. But why? RGB output looks amazing, especially on the Genesis. Why would you even consider using composite video? The answer is dithering. I feel that this subject is lost due to the recent surge of interest in professional video monitors and upscaling devices. So let's talk about it. By making use of detailed pixel patterns in its graphics, the Sega Genesis used dithering to simulate transparency and create additional colors.
Extremis, about 7 or 8, maybe 10.
Just fuck me, I'm never gonna find it. God, it was such an I remember the images in the video, and I'm just not gonna be able to find it. I'm just not gonna be able to find it. It's okay. I didn't want to find it. Okay, I didn't want to find it. I didn't care. Do you consider Pearl an interesting person? No, I don't think so. Jesus. The story is rooted in anti-Semitic tropes. Oh my god.
The dark doesn't look very good these days. And I'm really sorry if you are one of the lucky ones who's never noticed this, because now I point it out. Now I artificially increase the brightness on the dark parts in this video so you can see what the shadows behind me actually look like.
Based.
Now.
Go to your YouTube history. No, I watched this video like if I even watched it on stream, it was like years ago. I like this video because it showed you like a full picture that was drawn and how you can like use a little map to like flip like 2 colors and make like a whole drawn out thing. But I'm not gonna remember.
Hey, I'm Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan, I already saw your shit, okay, bro?
The NES are formatted as a grid of numbers, with each number
talk about Pot Lord. Yeah, we can talk about.
I've seen it. I do graphic design myself. It's this vid.
Talk about
Pot Lord gets fired again. Good one, dude. Look at this music, maybe just 256 bytes. Don't care. Ryan watches Destiny on the right. Who's Ryan?
You just couldn't always put the colors exactly where you wanted them to go. And
Oh, it was this video. We got time. We're watching it. Let me use the restroom. Hold on one sec.
Welcome. In this episode, I'm going to explain how old school graphics worked. Let's talk about some basic math real quick.
I think this was interesting. Hold on, it's been a long time since we watched this video.
Back in the early 1980s, your typical home computer had 16K of RAM. Some had 32K, and if you really had money to burn, then you might have 64K. Now, let's talk about screen memory. The video chip back then didn't have its own bank of memory, so it had to share with the CPU. Back then, a typical screen resolution was 320 by 200 pixels. And if you do the math, you'll see there are 64,000 pixels on the screen. Now, let's talk about color. If you just wanted 1-bit color, which is essentially black and white, then you would need 8 kilobytes of memory just to hold the screen information. Okay, so that takes out a decent chunk of memory from all of these computers, but it still leaves enough left over for your game code. Now, if you bump that up to 16 colors, suddenly you need 32K, which is more than many computers even had. By the time you get to 256 colors, you've eaten up all of the RAM, even in the high-end computers, so now there's no room left for any code. And doing a modern-style 24-bit true color would be impossible. So the engineers were pretty smart, and they figured out ways to get more color out of these early machines without using up so much RAM. And there were essentially 3 different methods used for this, and I'm going to cover them. Color cells, which were used by many systems such as Commodore and Nintendo. Artifact coloring, used primarily on the Apple II and the Tandy Color computer. CPU-driven graphics, such as on the Atari 2600 and the Sinclair ZX81. Okay, so the first type of system I'm going to cover was arguably the most popular. And what they did was they basically took the screen and shrunk it down into smaller sections, and these sections were called cells, or color cells. That way you could change the color of each specific cell. Let me illustrate how this works. Let's pretend this is a black screen, and let's zoom into the pixels. Now, I've drawn this so that you can see imaginary lines where the pixels would be. Now, let's put some example text on the screen. At this point, the screen is essentially a 1-bit screen, so pixels are either on or they're off. So, how can we add color to this? Well, divide up the screen into areas that are 8 pixels wide and 8 pixels tall. Now we'll make these areas where you can define a foreground and a background color. So I could turn this letter yellow and this letter blue, and I could make the background blue. So you can see how this certainly adds some color to an otherwise black and white display. And each color cell only requires 1 byte of memory to define the foreground and background colors. That means the whole screen only used 9 kilobytes instead of 8 kilobytes for a traditional monochrome screen. So that was a pretty good trade-off. But here's where you start to run into problems. Let's just say, for example, that you wanted to put a white line here. This would actually not be possible because you can only have 2 colors per cell. So you can see how this method was able to give computers 16 colors on screen at the same time. You just couldn't always put the colors exactly where you wanted them to go. And you can imagine that this made artwork pretty challenging. Nevertheless, take a look at this piece of artwork done on the Commodore 64. It looks very colorful. And to the layman,
look at this. Look at how cool this is.
They may not even be aware of the color limitations of the computer. But let's zoom into this piece of art and look at it a little bit closer. If I overlay some imaginary lines to show you where the color cells are, you'll be able to see that, in fact, there are never more than 2 colors per cell. But the artist has worked very hard to make his work line up with the edges of the cells to the point that it appears seamless. Knowing this should cause you to give these guys a little bit more respect for the work they do. And if you were a player of the Nintendo Entertainment System, then keep in mind just about every game had to deal with this exact same issue. The color cells work a little bit different than the Commodore 64, but it's basically the same headache. So the engineers knew that these color limitations might be a problem, so they gave the software designers another option they could use. Let's go back to our 2-color example. The C64 had a mode called multicolor mode. Now, what it did was literally make the pixels twice as wide, which cut the screen resolution in half. Small text looks really bad like this. But the machine rewards you for your sacrifice. You have traded in some resolution for some color. But it still only consumes 9 kilobytes of RAM, just like the other system. Now each color cell will allow you up to 4 colors. So now you could do something like this. And here's an example of a piece of art done in multicolor mode. And again, I'll zoom in and show you the fine detail, and you can see how the colors were used in this picture. You will still never see more than 4 colors used in a single cell. Most games for the Commodore 64 actually use this mode since color was often more important than high resolution. And then there was one other tool the engineers gave us. It's called a hardware sprite generator. Now let me show you how this works. I'm going to create a sprite on graph paper. This is actually how I learned to do this back in the early 1980s. Next, we have to convert this to binary data. So let me show you how to break this down. Every pixel corresponds to a 0 or a 1. Now I've divided this up into 3 sections of 8 pixels each. So let's take the first 8 pixels. There's nothing here, so we'll write in a 0 for this section. Okay, the next section does have some pixels, and for simplicity I'll use a calculator to convert from binary to decimal. So we get 124. And the last section will also be a 0. Okay, so now to finish all the way down the paper. Okay, next I entered these numbers into the computer's memory, and I can turn the sprite on like this. Notice that I cannot type over the sprite, nor can I erase it using the keyboard. Even if I change the color of the text, it doesn't matter. The sprite is independent from the rest of the screen, and it doesn't even care about the color cells. I can modify a different register and change the color of the sprite. I can change a different register and move the sprite somewhere else on the screen. Even a clear screen command won't get rid of it. Sprites were heavily used in gaming. Different systems had different number of sprites. The Commodore 64 had 8 different sprites. The Nintendo had 64 sprites, but the sprites were very small, meaning you would usually need to use a lot more of them to accomplish the same goal. So Mario here was actually made up of several different sprites, but they just do a good job of keeping them all together, so it looks and behaves like one. Alright, so this concludes part 1. Stick around for part 2, where I'm going to show you how Apple II graphics and some of the early CPU-driven graphics modes worked.
Wow. Now isn't that cool? Isn't that cool, guys? I've met so many people in real life that play, like girls that play GTA 5. Is that normal or is that weird? I feel like I've met 3 different girls. Like I play a lot of GTA. I'm like GTA RP, and no, I just like play GTA on the console. What do they do? Is GTA 5 still like super popular? It's Animal Crossing with guns? No, they're not playing like GTA RP, they just play like GTA. How long is GTA 5? Is that game over 5 years old now? Is that game over 10 years old? Release date. No, not 10 years old. Oh my god. Holy shit. My god. An actual legit video on those graphics you were talking about.
Okay. So, first of all, this moving moray of a waterfall in here. I'm going to sort of show you how that was laid out and done because now opening this file. Okay. This is how you make a waterfall. First, you start with a template to pour a contour gradient into, a vertical contour gradient in this point. Now, the way to control the speed of your motion is with balls here. You that's in the ledge of that and the padding to number of colors.
Cool. Ooh. Bum 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 bum. When is the panel? It's in like 5 minutes, I think. 4 minutes or 1 minute.
Memory was so short in Crash Bandicoot that I took to stealing little bits and pieces of extra memory from the Sony libraries. I would like just try erasing parts of them that I thought I wasn't using and see if things still worked. If they did, I would mark them as available. I just hacked their code by just changing the byte codes. And I'm like, you can do this. Look,
Cool. I've heard so many random stories about like early dev shenaniganery. I think the 2 most common ones that get posted to Reddit were one was the Commodore 64 one. No, not Commodore 64. It was some flight trainer on Microsoft. But basically, every time you closed the game, it was like spitting out an error message, and I think they had to ship, and they didn't know how to fix it, so they changed the error message to just display like "Thank you for playing." So you would close the game, it would crash, but the error message would say "Thanks for playing." They did that one. I remember that meme. And then there was the one for, I think it was Sonic on Sega, to where I don't know how, but somehow you got spit into like a debug room, and they didn't know how to keep you from going in there or something. So they made the debug room like a secret portal room to get it past like QA or whatever. And it ended up, can I find this? Sega debug room Sonic. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Now I'm worried I might make this all up. Am I making this all up? Was it Sonic Sound Test? No. I'm just lying. I did lie about that. I just made that up. Is he still going on the panel? Yeah, I think it's starting soon. No, it's the thing. I've seen a video on it. Am I making something up where in one game they couldn't get moving vehicles to work? Was it Half-Life? And so instead the trains were just like hats that people were wearing, and if you went beneath the train floor you could see people just walking around with hats on that were trains? Oh, was that Fallout 3?
If they wouldn't fix it for me, I was just gonna like edit their code. It was free memory. The memory was finite, but you were definitely not supposed to do that. Hi, I'm Andy Gavin, co-founder of Naughty Dog Inc. and lead programmer on Crash Bandicoot. We set out to make the first 3D character platform action game, and to do it right, we had to literally hack the hardware.
Oh shit.
It was part of the Naughty Dog philosophy to leave no stone unturned, no cycle of CPU you could, or GPU or byte of memory that you could use is unused.
Naughty Dog is the best studio? Honest to God, I don't... Have they had a single decent
Dusty,
game?
can you say something so I can equalize your audio level real quick?
Hello, hello, hello. Equalize away.
Maybe.
Wait, hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can hear you.
Oh.
There we go. Okay, we're good. Like I said, I'll introduce the topic. I'll give a brief statement and then intro statements, less than a minute. We'll get into it. We'll go. Thank you all for coming. Let's do this.
Oh god, I forgot the topic. What are we even talking about in this? Oh shit.
Okay, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, one and all, to another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological debate space we're building on Twitch and now YouTube. I'd like to thank everyone for being here, both the audience at home and these amazing guests. I'm getting a little doubling. Hold on. Okay, should be better now. Apologize for that. If you end up enjoying today's content, you can support us by following on YouTube and or subscribing to Twitch. Financial support allows me to do things such as bringing in my editor and co-producer, Weaponized Discourse. And the more you help, the more I can exploit her too, and want to do that. Special shout out to Temflix for all the graphic design work, and I will be adjusting this as we go. But I'm just going to start business at hand, and I can do all that work myself. The question today is rather simple. What is the biggest threat that progressives face today? Now, I'd like to hear your thoughts, but please keep intro statements under a minute so that we can jump into discussions as swiftly as possible. We're going to start with Kid Not Kin is going to lead us off on this. So go ahead, Kid. What do you think?
Hey, yeah, what's up? You can call me Kid. It's easier that way. I mean, you say that it's simple. Seems a little bit more open-ended to me. For me, I think the biggest issue that the progressives have right now is the problem of taking how democracy in our country works seriously. It tends to be the case that the right is focusing on a lot of cultural issues because to them culture underpins politics. This tends to be the case for me too. And it seems like the progressives have a really difficult time trying to contend with arguments from the right because they have very little understanding of it. Usually it's replaced with a assumption of malicious intent, which keeps the conversation from moving forward. In a democratic system, you probably need to have that conversation moving forward to have any progressive change. So limiting that conversation from moving and instead doing what I think is tantamount to tantrum politics is probably anti-progressive. And I think that's probably the onus is on the progressives to solve this issue if we're going to move forward in our democratic system. That's it.
Thank you for being here. Always looking forward to your energy and your takes here.
Sure, thanks.
Next up, Katie, please.
Yeah, so I thought it was really interesting that the question is, what's the biggest threat? And I think most people are going to address it as what stops progressives from being more effective. I think the biggest threat to progressives is fascism. I think that's an easy answer. But I want to make clear that I'm not saying there are like internal issues that are like counterproductive or preventing progressives from having greater support, predominantly from liberals. But I am saying that considering there are issues like lack of cohesiveness and lack of strong leadership in politics and figureheads, and with the external factors like the rise of fascism in America and the effects of capitalism, I think we're doing pretty well. Could we do better? Of course. I'd be happy to hear solutions, but we could be doing a lot worse. At the end of the day, people are more progressive today than they were 10 or 20 years ago. So that's success to me.
Hi, thanks for being here, Katie. Looking forward to having you on. Next up, we have Jenny Matrix, please.
Hi, thanks for having me on work. So yeah, nearly every major threat to progressivism in 2023 is either directly from the progressive movement itself, or is really just a product of its own making. The principles espoused by many progressives and any sense of pragmatism are discarded the moment an opportunity to gain clout appears. So progressives will burn anyone in their movement who steps even slightly out of line. A good example of this is the way that Keffels tried to take down Destiny and a number of other people in this space over things like transphobia, which ultimately didn't really materialize. And progressive principles are regularly used as a pretense for calling people out over what is really personal issues. A good example of this is the way that James Charles was cancelled over what amounted to a business dispute where he was falsely accused of being a sexual predator, and then his detractors took to the internet to falsely accuse him of being a racist, transphobic sex pest. The favorite activities of many progressives are calling people out on Twitter and voicing support for policies that do absolutely nothing for the groups they claim to be supporting. They will fight endlessly about fringe issues, no matter how unpopular it makes them look with the general public, or how little they actually help marginalized people. An absolutely absurd amount of energy has been devoted to the question of whether or not trans women should compete in women's sports, and progressives on the internet have spent the last 2 months raging endlessly about whether or not you should buy Hogwarts Legacy as an act of as an act of support for trans people. And in this case, even most trans people do not care about it, and it makes us look like pedantic children. There are even cases of progressives supporting policies which will, in the long run, seriously hamstring the progressive movement. Support for high levels of immigration with no care for country of origin or the type of person being brought over has led to a significant number of very socially conservative people coming to the US and Europe. And even though immigrants, especially even socially conservative ones, may generally vote for more left-wing parties initially, as it's in their immediate interest to do so, and because of racism from right-wing parties, they will tend to hold far more right-wing views than the general population, and as they become more accepted over time...
We can get it into the discussion.
Okay.
We'll get into it. I promise you.
Sorry.
But we got some other
That's
people to
too
get
long.
through. We'll get it. Okay. Next up, President Sunday, please.
Yo, so the title of this panel is What is the Greatest Threat to Progressives? Who is meant by progressives is not specified, so I'll speak very generally. First, it cannot be the behavior of the average progressive individual, whoever that is, as whatever we take progressives as a group to be, it is not a discrete organization, like for example a political party, which is capable of being disciplined and made to stick to a policy or a plan. It's a movement, and as such it's intrinsically atomic and dispersed. Its only firm unifying points are the thought leaders who attach themselves to it. Therefore, as I see it, the greatest political danger, not just to progressives but really to any movement, is the co-opting of its leadership by mercenary figures who will ride the wave when it appears to be rising, and turn on it as soon as doing so becomes profitable or easy. In this respect, the greatest threat to progressives is the market pressure put upon thought leaders to adopt anti-progressive politics when we are hurtling ever closer to the point of no return with respect to the urgent matters of climate change, social and economic inequality, and the persecution of ethnic, sex, and gender minorities. There, should be about a minute.
Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent. Thank you. Next up, we have Brianna Wu. Please, go ahead.
Hello. I didn't write any of my statements out. I wanted to kind of dynamically address what everyone was saying. So Kid, Katie, Jenny, and you to a lesser extent, President Sunday. I don't know what to call you, by the way. I think a lot of the Sunday, the comments everyone here is directing is at individuals. I have a different answer. I think progressives are generally trying to answer the wrong question. this is the biggest threat to us. I think it's not this person is doing things the wrong way. We need to take them down. I don't agree with this tactic. I don't agree with this point of view. I can tell you, as someone who runs a super PAC, as someone who's a former candidate for United States House of Representatives, the biggest threat to progressives is we just flat out don't have the infrastructure to bring any policies to bear. We are focused on the wrong problem. Destiny, I want to give you credit. You went down to Georgia, DGG did, to try to get Raphael Warnock elected. You were successful. I actually, from my friends that worked that race, heard good things. This is the correct thing to be focused on. How can we get the power that we need to bring our policies into play? I do think progressive backbiting and our failure to present our ideas online is a portion of that. But I think the bigger component of this is we're focused on answering the wrong question.
Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to getting into it with you. Last but certainly not least, Destiny, please. What is your thoughts?
I feel like progressives have a hard time narrowing in on effective policy and focusing on effective policy. I guess I'm kind of borrowing from all the answers here when maybe a little bit from Brianna, when it's like the question is like, how do we solve police violence in the United States? And the answer ends up being this incredibly broad, whatever BLM is advocating for, rather than focusing on like a narrow set of policy prescriptions that might be effective to legislate on in the future. I think the overly broad fights mean that we end up having very little focus, a lot of misdirected anger, and then that makes it easy for our movement to either get co-opted by other bad faith actors, or it makes it easy for people attacking us to pick and choose whatever particular thing they want to get mad at, and then you're gonna have a mob of people trying to defend on the internet. So I think the progressive lack of particular focus, I think, is the thing that hurts progressives the most.
Lack of focus. Interesting. Well, thanks for being here, gang. And again, open discussion. If you have trouble getting in, let me see your hands. But otherwise, floor is yours. Go ahead, gang.
Jenny, can I ask you a question? You're muted.
Yeah, sure.
So in your opening statement, you mentioned like Keffals and Destiny. Since Destiny is not, as far as I'm concerned, are you a progressive?
Yeah, I am.
Destiny?
Hell yeah, I am.
Okay. Okay, then I guess my question doesn't count because Keffals is a typing
You
of...
seem to be surprised with that answer, Katie. Would you disagree?
Well, he's the omni-liberal, right? And when we were discussing if he's an asset to the left or not, while everybody agreed that he did great things for the left, I thought the whole point is that he's a liberal and he's quite maybe bitter about some leftist and progressive policies. But that doesn't mean he's not a progressive. He's allowed to have qualms about a movement that he's part of.
I feel like
Aren't
an interesting
liberals
question. Yeah, I feel like an interesting question for the panel is, can progressives be liberals, or is it exclusive to socialists and communists?
I think progressives can be liberals in a pragmatic sense. I think the problem comes when people are asserting a liberal structure or liberal norms against progress. And you can argue that that's better or worse given whatever like progressives have on offer. But I think fundamentally, if progressivism means anything, it means an opening up towards new and better things and appealing away of the non-essential to make way for them. So there are people who will insist on liberal structures, sort of liberal norms of discourse, civility, politics, whatever, to the detriment of that thing being able to proceed. So I think in that case there would be a firm distinction. But I think at one point liberalism was itself like the cutting edge of progress.
Yeah.
So it's all contextual.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sunday. I really want to be honest here. I roll my eyes level 9,000 every single time the discussion comes up on the left, trying to like segment the party into liberals, which I think is code for boomers, and progressives, right? Let me give you some reality fact checks here. So Elizabeth Warren, pretty progressive senator right here in Massachusetts. I worked my butt off to get her elected. If you go out there and you look at who knocked on doors for her, if you look at who phone banked for her, if you look at the on-the-ground work that helped us beat the terrible empty suit she was up against, it was a lot of older, liberal, 50, 60-year-old women, and it was a bunch of younger people that were really excited about that change. And we weren't sitting there fighting about who calls who what. We had a goal and we worked together. I think this is the most stupid, counterproductive fight imaginable. If you're serious about politics, it's got to be about addition and not subtraction. And I'm tired of us like jettisoning people because they don't have the most extreme view on certain issues. I'm a progressive. I have every single progressive issue that you believe in. I'm there with you. But we've got to be more adult about coalition building and putting together serious political power.
Go ahead,
So, I don't mean to say, oh, Destiny's a liberal, so he can't, like, be part of progressive change. Just to quickly answer your question, I separate like leftists from progressives. Maybe that's just my ignorant take, because I consider myself a progressive, but I wouldn't say I'm a socialist. But as Brianna said, maybe that's a bit silly to like talk about the minutia of
Katie, can I
these
ask?
definitions.
Can I ask, just for my own edification, what to you is the difference between a progressive and a liberal? And also, in addition, what value is there in separating out, in kind of like micro-otherizing the liberals, in like making this distinction? What value?
Can I answer you quickly after I respond to what Brianna said?
Please, go ahead.
Okay, so again, I'm not making this separate. At the end of the day, liberals have a lot more political power if progressives have any. And at the end of the day, liberals and progressives do have to work together if they want to have any change to their direction. So absolutely, when liberal policies are being passed, that supports progressive causes. A lot of the times, not all the times. So we definitely work together, and I don't believe in like saying, oh, you're a liberal, so you don't help us or something like that. And I'm not necessarily interested in having Destiny become a socialist. Like, I don't give a fuck about that.
I don't see the point of wheedling through like all of these distinctions. Like, it's really just about like, what are you trying to do?
Well, I feel like it is important though, because that's like that is progressivism, is endlessly fucking weeding through who actually counts as a progressive or not, right? Isn't that like the definition of the fucking...
So to be clear then, when you said you were a progressive earlier, you were being facetious.
No, I consider myself a progressive because I hold very progressive social views. I think most people in the
You just
United
said
States...
the essence of it was wheedling about who's acceptable,
because
who's excluded, etc.
Okay, nice trick. I'm not falling for it, okay? I think that there's a huge problem in the progressive movement of trying to figure out, like, who is a progressive? Like, can you be a capitalist and a progressive? Is there any ethical consumption under capitalism? Can we play the Harry Potter Hogwarts game, or does that make us evil and not progressive?
Wait. But it's a bit disingenuous, because you asked the question of, like, what distinguishes, like, a progressive from a liberal, and then I answer you, and then it's about progressive wading through the things? You asked the question.
Hold on.
I didn't say you're this or
Wait,
that.
I'm not blaming you, but I asked you if I was just curious if you considered liberals progressives, and then Kid Notkin said, well, does it really matter? And I agree with that. I don't think it matters that much, but to a lot of people, it really matters if you're a socialist. And I think that's part of the problem. That's like my thesis, I guess. Yeah.
So if we agreed that all this panel doesn't care, can we move on from that point? Because some people...
I don't think so. I think
Can I
with
go
all
ahead?
due respect, Kid, very quickly, I think I do care insofar as if we're going to be castigating progressives as a category, but we're going to be leaving liberals untouched by this, we need to be particular about why progressives in particular, as opposed to liberals, have a responsibility in particular.
No one's getting out of this, Sunday. No one's getting out of this. Liberals,
so.
Progressives, rightoids, anyone could be castigated on this panel. It's okay.
Hell
no one's
yes.
free of those lands.
Castigate
so
away.
Oh, I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. If we're going to target progressives as a group that is specifically responsible or not responsible for some kind of social achievement, we need to be clear about who we're talking about.
True.
Okay, so like, I think it's fair enough to point out the fact that like, for whatever fundamental reasons you want to say that this exists, with the increasing polarization of people politically in the United States, how people engage online, the insular spaces that people create, there are definitely characteristics that play out because of these things. One of those things is treating people as political monoliths. If you say one particular point, it's very easy for a progressive to point at that and then say, oh, you're saying this, therefore you must believe this, this, or this, because you are associated to this other insular group on the internet. I think that's probably fair to point out when we're talking about how progressives react in this space.
But I think it's, when we're talking about this, I think it's fine to say that liberals and progressives, especially juxtaposed against like conservatives or Republicans. Like we're going the same direction, but I don't think it's unreasonable. Like I think most people understand there are differences in terms of like ideologies, or maybe a lot of leftists would claim that there are different like lenses of analysis through which you see the world and like offer solutions. So I'm not saying that it matters to for the sake of like separating each other. We can be allies, but a lot of the times progressives would have an issue with liberals because liberals would not be willing to take extra steps that progressive thinks are necessary. Whether
I
that's
may
good or
ask.
bad, we can discuss. But
Just real quick, Katie, if I may ask then, right, on that note, right, is it worth our time, given all the opposition we face from the outside, if the liberals are with the progressives in most cases, is it worth our time to spend our capital and energy and efforts in drawing these distinctions as well as fighting the progressives? And why is that the case?
okay, so I'll ask you a question, and then depending on your answer, that will change my answer.
Maybe.
Do you consider the Democratic Party like liberals?
Yeah, for the most part.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
do you
agree
think
with
the
that,
Democratic
no.
Party supports progressive interests?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sure, sometimes, but you said most of the time, and we also said that again. Just
Okay.
because you pass a liberal policy
two
doesn't mean that it comes from a
Look,
progressive
Katie,
viewpoint,
you talk
right?
so much. I gotta give you some pushback here. This is
Uh-oh.
exactly what I'm talking about when I say you're chasing the wrong question. This shit doesn't matter. If it does not matter. If you believe that progressives need more power, and I agree with you, what you need to start doing, in my view, is to stop wasting time on theoretical questions like this. This is what you need to do. You need to go start a fundraising base. You need to start a volunteer base. You need to bring on someone that's an expert and help you comply with FEC regulation, which is a massive part of this. You need to find a lawyer that can help you do things. I'm talking the bread and butter business of garnering political power. The problem is, and I say this respectfully, but we have two generations now that, in my view, have been brainwashed by being like growing up on social media. And it's trained everyone to think that politics is this performance game where you post what your dream world is going to be, and then magically that gets translated over into real world political power. That is an illusion. That is a lie. And if you're serious about beating the liberals, the reason they're winning is because they're serious in doing things that make sense to beat the Republicans. That's why they have more power in the Democratic Party. If you want to be serious about building the data infrastructure and the volunteer infrastructure that we need, I would love to do that alongside of you. But at the very beginning of this, when I said you're interested in answering the wrong question, this is a perfect example of what I'm talking about.
So Sunday, I'll respond and I'll let you talk. Okay.
Will you decide who gets to talk? But go ahead.
Sorry,
Go
Wick,
ahead.
you
and
can
then Sunday
decide.
right after.
Jeez.
So, Brianna.
Yes.
I already said earlier, I'm fine with ditching this question if we're all on board, and then President Sunday said, no, it's a distinction. So I'm just trying to engage with what the panel is saying. I do not care. This doesn't matter to me. But there was something that you said that I think is important to address. I'm sure there are many reasons why liberalism is more popular than progressivism, but I also think they're winning because it's easier to win when you're more part of the status quo than something that challenges the status quo. And like, we can say that's not the main reason or whatever. I'm not going to disagree with that if you want me to, but I just wanted to say that. So I'm fine moving on. I don't need to die on this hill because I don't even care about this distinction. I already said we can work with liberals.
Okay, I hear you.
I'm just trying to engage with the panel.
I heard you. I heard you.
I'm satisfied with the response. You can move on.
Great.
Okay, I think it feels a little bit weird to completely separate these cultural issues from the way that politics is done systematically. That seems a little strange to me, especially when we see on the right that like this is like a fundamental building block for like getting their base energized and getting people on the same page to vote for policy that they all agree with, right? Like it seems kind of strange that we would see that happening on the right and then discount that completely from the left. This seems weird.
Who are you saying this to?
Brianna.
Okay.
I'm not trying. I literally don't understand the point you just made. Could you say it
I don't
again in
either.
different words? Yeah.
I understood the point.
Okay. Well, please, you take it.
Yeah. Okay. You're defining this process of like, listen, what we need to do is we need to have like these fundamental actions. We need to go out there.
Yes.
We need to raise money. We need to pass these policies,
Yes.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
And for me, it seems a little bit silly to completely detach that from the way that like most Americans are communicating with each other politically and how people believe or how people think about values and ideas within society.
I'm suggesting they're completely separated. I'm saying there's
Well,
a
I think
primary...
actually, if I may, before you
Sure.
before you bite that bullet too hard, I think you were actually sort of directly implying that they were connected. You were just highlighting electoral politics as the primary arena for the short term.
That's exactly right.
It sounded like you were mystifying it a little bit. That
I
it
don't.
seems like people
I'm
take
not
it too
mystifying
seriously.
it. You're not interpreting that. Think about it. You're probably too young to have played a game called TIE Fighter. But if you do go play it, and
too
you should,
young.
think of it as secondary mission objectives and primary mission objectives, right? The secondary mission objectives help feed in. The online discourse has a non-trivial amount of, it brings people into the movement, it builds them up, though all this progressive bullshit and infighting pushes them away. Let's be straight about that. But our messaging and cohesion has a point. I'm just saying, if you're not then taking the next step to real world political power, you're ultimately just masturbating.
Right. No, I think that's the point, is that is
Yeah.
the next step, right?
And then may I
think
ask,
it has
though,
a first step to it.
But Brianna, you say that, and
Mm-hmm.
forgive me for this, but we had a panel not too long ago on the Hogwarts Legacy.
Yeah.
Right. Boycott. Right.
Sure.
Like talking about driving people away, talking about making things more difficult for the on-the-ground activists. How is that, which you advocated for, substantively different than what you're saying now?
My view on Hogwarts, if you go back to that panel, is very straightforward. I said this is a bad fight. It's a bad framing for us to have to fight on, but it's the battle that J.K. Rowling started, not the trans community. And I think there's value in trans people standing together and pushing back and asking for a boycott. I don't support the ways that this boycott has expressed itself online. I think it's the toxic politics I'm talking about here. But as far as a mission objective, I actually think the trans community was relatively united in saying, we would like you to stand with this community. I think that's a worthwhile mission objective. So
I think, can I enter something here? Because the Hogwarts
Please.
Legacy illustrates it as well, too. I think that and I'm not saying progressives are necessarily unique in this. Maybe this is just of all politics. Phrasing everything as like the end of the world or an existential crisis or genocide for a group of people on every single problem, I think starts to get really exhausting at some point, to where it's like I think that an okay call for like, we should boycott this because we don't support J.K. Rowling and we want to send a message or whatever, like I think that's fine. But when every single issue turns into like, if you don't boycott this, you are transphobic and trans people kill themselves and you are genocidal by, you know, casting a spell in the Harry Potter game, I feel like that's part of the problem that gets everything so high-strung and then makes people like roll their eyes so much at every progressive demand. And I think that there's like Katie did it a little bit here too. When we say things like, what's the biggest threat to progressives, and it's like fascism, and it's like, is it really? When everything, like the stakes are so high and it's always about like Nazis and fascists and everything, it feels a little dramatic sometimes, and it feels hard to get like normal people on board with things.
I would respond to that. Brianna, I just have a question before that. So are you saying that the boycott was like a good or effective method of...
Katie, just real quick, can you address him first, and then we can get back to Brianna Wu? But he just like literally talked to you, so can you respond to him real quick?
Well, I told you I'll be ignoring him. Yeah, so when I said that, I just meant very specifically that when fascism takes power, progressives are usually at actual threat. I'm not saying that there's currently like a genocide of progressives. I just mean in terms of factually, historically, progressives are under threat when fascism takes power. That's why I didn't make a big deal about it, because it's not super relevant for now. But I was being pedantic with the question. The question was threat, not what stops progressives from having political power, right? Can I ask the question now? No?
You can ask it. I kind of feel like you're dominating this discussion.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'll shut up.
No, you don't have to shut up. I just want, like, this is a problem, right? The reason I asked this question, the reason I put this together is because it's an actual problem that I see happening. I see people, much to Brianna Wu's statement, right? They this performative slacktivism, right? That people go out and they post online that they stand with Black Lives Matter, or they stand with trans rights and things like that, and then they do nothing else. It's empty calories. They feel full. They feel like that they've done something. They feel like that they've performed and been an ally, but nothing gets done. Nothing gets done, and it's this slowly creeping legislation that comes up on us. You see all the anti-trans legislation. If the trans community had put as much effort online as to making waves about that as they had to Hogwarts Legacy, what could have been done, right? I don't know, right? But maybe nothing. Maybe it wouldn't have made a difference. But I just see us. I
feel like,
the wind. Go ahead.
With all due respect, Wick, I feel
Please.
like attributing responsibility to a group, even one as specific as trans people, we were talking about progressive earlier, it's just a non-starter. What are you gonna tell them? Hey, you should enforce discipline in your organization. It's not an organization; it's a demographic. These are not groups that are capable of a concerted policy or a plan.
That probably needs to change then if they want to get things done. Correct?
Trans union, yes.
Unironically.
You're not.
Well, wait, hold on. You can absolutely direct like movements. Right? BLM is a largely disconnected group of people, right? I know that conservatives like to point to the BLM organization, but for the most part, it's pretty disconnected. But there was a lot of unity in those riots, right? I think that you can push and massage and
You say a unity in those riots, but you describe yourself as a progressive, but are also describing BLM protests as riots. Good luck. I mean, you have a better shot of organizing than any of us.
Hold on, wait. I'm just so curious. Wait. Do you think that like snidely finding an exception to everything I'm saying is like disproving a single thing I'm saying? Was it not true that there was a massive unification?
That's a fundamental contradiction between
massive,
what you're saying and your actions.
There was a massive unification of BLM protests / riots or whatever throughout that entirety of the post-George Floyd stuff without any leaders being required. So it seems like we can speak to some sort of cultural trend or phenomenon, and it seems
you can cause people to go out in the streets with a hashtag. What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Because we're saying use a different hashtag.
Instead of defund the police, right, which hurt a lot of.
Hang on, one sec.
Sure, you had to take a response to that.
Different hashtag. How are you going to get people to only use a different hashtag? How are you going to excise the people who are ACAB from the people who are just reform the police? How do you do that? And who's you in this equation?
Well, me is a large content creator with hundreds of thousands to millions of people to listen. I've got tons of authority.
All the other disparate
I literally set the discourse for half the politics fucking streams on this platform for 2 weeks with a tweet. And all of you guys have massive influence too, because there's stuff that you guys say that can blow up in your little tweet. I'm sorry, that's not really. Hold on, wait. Let me answer a question before you keep railroading me. Stop railroading. Okay, all of us in this room have the power to set discourse. Brianna probably has more influence than me in a lot of areas in terms of like discourse that can get set. All of you guys can be part of conversations that can set discourse for weeks on end. And when you set this discourse, it influences people's minds and it moves them in a certain direction. If I don't know why you're even here, or I don't know why you exist online at all, if you're unironically going to say like, well, what power do any of us have to change about any of the things that any of us think about at all? Like we all have a little bit of power.
You're not following me. The issue is not that you can't influence people. The issue is that you can't enforce discipline when you have disparate voices saying contrary things.
You absolutely can enforce discipline. We do it socially all the time. What do you mean how? We cancel people?
If you mean no,
I can't answer. What is it? What is what? Do I need to invent an apple, the universe to make an apple pie for you?
If you mean that a large number of people doing one thing in concert already can pressure people into not engaging in whatever action or activities or rhetoric that they are pressuring them out, sure. But how do you get that rolling in the first place? How do you suddenly make one policy more effective than another one? If your counter is just like, hey, well, we can just talk about it and influence each other. Well, we're doing that right now. That doesn't determine which of us actually prevail. That doesn't determine whether or not discipline is enforced in one direction or the other. That's entirely separate.
Yeah, so what you do is you have a position that you want, and then you advocate for that. You try to get your friends on board with that. You try to get other people online on board with that. So hopefully, instead of like defund the police, maybe an example is people try to push 8 can't wait. I don't know if that would have been effective versus ACAB or defund the police, but there are messages that we all push for, that we all get online and we advocate for, and that's what we're talking about here. What are the messages that we should advocate for? You seem to be making an argument that you can't advocate for messaging. I don't understand what that means.
No, I'm saying that the fact that we can advocate for messaging is not sufficient to identify progressives as a coherent group that can be blameworthy for the circumstances in which progressives as a whole find themselves, because it's not a political party or an organization.
No, but it is a cultural movement. Sorry.
But does this mean that you can't have like value shifts within these disparate groups? Like...
No, not at all. But we need to be realistic about the kinds of influences that individuals and subgroups can have within it.
So if you advocate for value shifts within these disparate groups, is that just doing the same thing that you're talking about, of just like trying to hold these groups accountable that are already disparate? You can't actually reach them in that way.
Well, no, that's trying to influence the most general trends within that group at that level of resolution. Holding them accountable in the context of this discourse, where we are holding progressives as a category blameworthy for something, doesn't make any sense.
So I agree with everything you just said. Destiny, if I could just jump back for a minute, because I studied a lot for this. The subject at hand is Hogwarts, and as I understand the arguments everyone has said here, the question is, why couldn't you like organize the trans community to have a boycott in a more directed way? Sunday, as I understand it, is saying it's very difficult to enforce that. Something I think that's evidence for Sunday's point of view is the debate that you've had on your own channel. You had a video this week. I thought it was excellent. I watched it twice, even though it was 2 hours long, basically talking about trans issues with your channel. And, you know, it seems to me you have a real bifurcation in your own community of people that do have questions about issues like self-ID and xenopronouns and, you know, some of these other things. Is very much at odds with some of the more esoteric younger members of the trans community. I mean, so I think your own community is really strong example of what Sunday is talking about, where trans people are not a monolith, and there are various schools of thought that make it really hard to bring it together and enforce any kind of message discipline.
Just let me understand. Are we trying to say right now that there's just no possible way to culturally enforce a particular thing without like a top-down hierarchical structure?
No, I'm certainly not saying that. I think what I would say is for trans people particularly, in my view, just because mathematically there are fewer trans people than there are, say, you know, black people in my home state of Mississippi managed to garner a lot of political power because, you know, they're 40% of the population and tended to live in towns next to each other, right? They would take over local politics and keep each other safe. It's one of the ways they survived in the post-Reconstruction South, right? I think that's a lot harder for trans people because it's so disparate, right? So I think you end up having, I think this is a community where it's extremely difficult to have any kind of message discipline because just the ages are so different and the perspectives are so different, and frankly, a lot of younger people are in the middle of trauma.
Sure. So depending on how big your group is, there can be challenges, but I'm not going to take the position that it's impossible to move any person or at least like parts of the people from one way to another, right? I have my audience. I'm sure you have your audience on Twitter and any other platform you're on. Well, all of us here have some type of voice because we talk to each other and everything. If all of that is to be the case, then there are like we can advocate for our people to want certain things, and we can use social pressure to punish people that don't. Maybe it's the case that like in my community, I believe that minors, at the very least from age 12 and up, should have access to some sort of gender affirming care, whether that's therapy, hormones, or whatever. I believe that. So I encourage my people to believe that. If they see people online that argue against it, they'll argue against them. That like just by me putting out that message into my community, I slowly move the waves in that direction. And that's I guess that's all I thought this conversation was. Like, what do we kind of advocate for our people to do? Because we do have some impact, even if there's not like a top-down leadership to progressivism. There are going to be larger figures in these movements that could move their people in certain directions, and then those are the kind of the waves that we all try to push forth into society to establish whatever idea we want.
I think that's a strong point. I entirely agree with you, and I think I've seen DGG shut down transphobia on Reddit. Certainly, I think that you play a role. I think, and I say this with respect, I'm not trying to start a public fight with you, but I think when I think about your channel at the best and what you do when you are at your best, I do think it's bringing people together on a common message. I think Georgia is a really good example of that. I think one of the reasons I decided to stop feuding with you publicly, even though you've gone after me, in some pretty personal ways, is I saw what you were doing on Fresh and Fit. And I'm like, you know what? There's no one else. Like, he's going to get invited to this space. My trans friends aren't. This has value. I think I should focus on more important fights. I think at your best, you're very effective at that. I think my respectful critique would be sometimes, when I see your worst respectfully, is you tend to want to really adjudicate and magnify these differences and really beat up people you don't agree with. It's very entertaining. I mean, I enjoy that show, but I don't think it's fundamentally an exercise about coalition building. And I think I realized a Destiny show that was focused on that would not get as high ratings, but I think it would be something more involved in building political power.
Yeah, it might be. And if you feel that way, like I think you should like propagate that message as much as you can, because that's kind of the goal of what we're all trying to do, right? Is to get more people to agree with the things we believe in. Yeah.
I guess this kind of brings us to a point, right? Like, Brianna, you mentioned like feuding and fighting a little bit publicly with Destiny and things like that. I'll get to you, Katie. Give me a second. Let me get this out. Don't worry. Given your stances of earlier, right, and given the question in the panel, should we be fighting with each other at all, right? Should we be even engaging in these kind of petty bullshit back and forth? Should we kind of make it a kind of a culturally unacceptable amongst the online left to engage in this pettiness? And then how do we do that? Like, what's the steps forward here?
We have to make it impossible to do that kind of thing, because this is such a huge problem with it, is that so many people treat it as if that's all it is. And that is all it is to a lot of these people, is because they are rewarded for, they get social reward for just this dick measuring contest to try and find the most progressive views that they can push, even if they aren't actually helpful to marginalized people. That's why I brought up things like the trans sports thing and the Hogwarts legacy debate right at the beginning, because these are issues that get pushed constantly online by progressives that don't actually matter at all. They do not benefit trans people, but they are constantly centered, and we have to stop doing that, because it's such a waste of time for everyone.
Well, what was the result of pushing back on trans people who were saying we should boycott Hogwarts Legacy?
The result of that is that we look like an absolute laughingstock, and conservatives have had a new talking point
Indeed,
for the last
yes.
2 weeks.
So in this particular instance, the only
wait, she misunderstood the question there.
Who misunderstood the question?
I think she thought you asked what was the point of the boycotting of
No.
Hogwarts.
I asked what was the consequence of it, not what was the point.
Well, but you asked what was the consequence of people policing the boycott, I think, and she answered what was the consequence of the boycott. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
What was the consequence of policing the boycott, please?
The consequence of policing the boycott. What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Doing precisely what you're advocating.
He's asking, like, what was the point of like bullying all the trans people that were trying to do the boycott? What was the point of that? Did that accomplish anything? The point of that was to prevent the exact kind of outcome that actually happened. Like, conservatives now have this thing to laugh at us about, where we look like idiots because we've been pushing on this thing that just doesn't matter.
Well,
which has massively failed as well, I would add.
Yeah, it seems to me that while the calls for a boycott were going on, the rhetoric that Rowling was engaged with, at the very least, was being highlighted in the popular discourse.
Yep.
The consequence of piling on,
and that could have been brought up without this pointless boycott.
Of course, but the upshot of people within the community and sort of adjacent or nominally allies to the community piling on that was just to exacerbate the extent to which the people who were critical of Rowling were made to look like fools before conservatives and centrists, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not saying that therefore the call for a boycott was a good idea, but what you're describing isn't necessarily a positive in that direction. It may be the case that you're only advantaging the people who want that group entirely gone.
I think we have to be careful because that line of argumentation can literally be like, I think some amount of infighting is healthy. Like you have to be able to disagree with people in your movement. We can't use the argument that like, well, what if we infight, but like we don't win our infighting, and now we've just given the opponents like ammunition for it. That's an argument against ever like disagreeing with your side politically at all. I don't think that's good. I think we should be able to disagree with people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
I
also
just think we're attaching way too much.
People on that same side and understanding that there's like multiple different angles that could have been approached instead of just seeing it as this internal. Like,
I just think we're attaching way too much agency, and way too much, I guess, efficacy to sort of targeted interventions of the sort that we seem to be thinking like group discipline entails this level. When really what we're doing is with like various sizes of hands, I guess, just pushing waves in a bathtub. Like we only have so much control as to where they go.
I just have to add to this very quickly. You know, it is also absolutely true that when it comes to being an organization, like having national groups to act as like a public spokesperson or raise money or push back on legislation that's poor, trans people do not have the same resources that gay men have, that women have, that black people have. You know, all these marginalized groups in the United States have managed to build effective, professionalized, you know, advocacy groups. You know, the transgender people have some, but I invite you to go look on Open Secrets at what their budgets are. It is not nearly enough to even begin to push back against this legislation. Something I think that's really, really destructive, Jenny, even though I don't agree with many of your assessments of intention here, I think we would probably both agree that Twitter has been a disastrous, terrible public spokesperson for the trans community because it's largely.
That's exactly what I mean. Because
if I could finish, you're talking about younger people generally who are in the middle of trauma, in the middle of transition. They're hurting. They're trying to express this feeling I have value to the world. And it comes out in ways that they're childish. Yeah, I'm an adult. If you're asking me.
Uh-oh.
Let her finish.
Children is an excellent thing to fight for and strategize around. You can't say no to that. That's a much stronger argument. But what I would posit to is you're presenting this as some sort of intellectual or moral failure when it's a reflection of the lack of resources and the fact that the trans community has been relegated to trying to speak on social media because no one in reality is trying to speak for these issues.
So I use those issues specifically, but they aren't it's not solely on trans people. I see it in progressive spaces in general, is the way that it seems to benefit progressivism. I mean, it seems to benefit the people who talk about it far more than the people that the movement is actually supposed to benefit.
I think I respect where you're coming from. I don't mean this personally. I think that's a very dark assessment, and I don't think there's any evidence for that. I think you have kids that are genuinely hurting, and I think social media has trained a lot of us that the best way to see our values reflected in the world is to say what they should be on Twitter or Twitch or YouTube and put it out there. I think it's a value statement. I think it's deeply cynical to ascribe motives to that when it's so deeply individualized. You just can't say that on a mass scale.
I think the evidence for it is the lack of progress that you've brought up, is that people aren't interested in forming these things that, like you mentioned, the fact that forming these political groups would be a useful and beneficial thing for marginalized people to do. But so much energy isn't devoted to that. And it's not the case that trans people just across the board don't have money. There are plenty of wealthy trans people. There are plenty of there's such a stereotype about trans people is that we're all programmers who make loads of money working for Silicon Valley tech companies, right? It's not like there's no money
is
going
rife among the trans community. That's
I'm not saying it's not, but I'm saying
if you're
there are trans
people
who could do this.
Sunday is correct, and poverty is endemic in the trans community.
I never said poverty isn't an
no,
issue.
but you're
with
giving
trans
the general impression that a solid proportion of them are not just well off but wealthy.
Yeah, they are. Wait, do you think there aren't wealthy trans people?
You have a lower population that, on a whole, is poorer than the cisgender cohorts, and you think there's like $50 million it's easy to raise to go build a first-tier organization? Like, are you old enough to know about the history of HRC and the things that have happened with trans people over the years? Because I've been here like 80s, 90s, nils, this entire push the way. And what historically you've seen is gay men pushing the trans community over to the side. Obama did this with the Affordable Care Act, actually nixed transgender health care at the last minute. There's entire history here that makes this structurally difficult. And I think it's simplistic and inaccurate to ascribe it to, like some moral failing of some anonymous accounts.
What's the
tweeting.
percentage? What's the percentage of population that's trans?
I've seen various studies. I think it's a very difficult thing to measure.
Well, what's the population what's the percentage of population that's Jewish? Let's ask the real questions in here, because they got lots of money for their organizations, don't they?
I'm not going to touch that.
Wow. Okay.
Just saying. Okay.
Wait. So you said that Jenny was ascribing particular motives behind what trans people were doing in these, like the Hogwarts Legacy discourse or whatever, right? I was hearing the effects that it had. Maybe Jenny, were you outlining motives or?
So I mean, again, I wasn't talking about trans people. I was talking about progressives in general. Okay, and I would say a lot of progressives are people from pretty privileged backgrounds. They're not all like destitute poor people. The kind of people on Twitter calling for like a $20,000 minimum wage are not like generally destitute poor people. They're pretty well-off white people.
I think to bolster, so to more charitably phrase and bolster Jenny's argument. So first of all, let's dump the wealth thing, because even if some trans people are wealthy, on average, I think trans people are probably going to skew a little bit less wealthy. If we think about where like the money in society lies, it's going to be probably with older, wealthier. Well, or probably with older, whiter people that come from like a history of money and stuff is going to be where most of your money lies. Trans people probably largely don't have access to a lot of that for a variety of reasons. I think most of us probably agree with that, and the percentage is really small. I think the issue is that it feels like a lot of the most crazy cultural, hot battleground issues for trans people, just in my feeling, come around a lot of issues that most trans people don't care that much about. And I could be wrong here. I can only go by who I talk to, but like I get a lot of like when trans people and like Leah Thomas and stuff is brought on, it feels like there's a lot of eye rolling where it's like, I wish that the conversation wasn't on like the niche of the niche of the niche fucking issue constantly, or like should like are 4-year-olds allowed to declare themselves as like a trans baby or something. Like these are such minutia issues that Republicans get on Twitter, libs of TikTok blow up into huge issues, and then every progressive wants to fight about how like they're gonna have a 2-year-old baby that's non-binary, and it's like holy fuck.
Well,
and I feel like for a lot of that fighting, the main people on the battleground aren't necessarily like the everyday trans person. It's the person on Twitter that like wants this to be like the new sexy area to fight in.
That's not so small an issue, though, because the capacity to access HRT prior to puberty is a reason for a lot of the mental illness and a lot of the poverty resulting from the mental illness that takes place in the trans community. Yeah. It's a hell of a different thing for somebody who's been on puberty blockers to decide they want to fully transition in adulthood than someone who hasn't and has to contend with my bone structure. Like it's hard.
Thanks. I don't think anybody here disagrees with that.
Okay. Katie, I know you wanted in for a little bit. I'm going to give you some chance to kind of weigh in on this if you have something to weigh in on.
I had something to say about the previous point, but it's fine if we don't want to go into that.
No, go ahead.
So I think there's like just a slight maybe misunderstanding in terms of maybe the language being used. Because when people say like enforce and discipline and make progressives, I guess, be Twitter literate or stuff like that, I think me and Sunday tell me if I'm wrongly speaking in your behalf, but I'm like, how do you enforce that on a bunch of individuals that aren't organized under like an organization or anything like that?
Well, the problem too is that, if I may just hop in really quickly, an additional problem there, and this came up with the Hogwarts Legacy thing that was brought up earlier, when you attempt to enforce discipline against contrary groups within the overall movement, such as it is, that now gets picked up by opponents of the movement and used as a weapon against the whole.
Yeah, I think it's just like, I thought it was interesting that there was like a misunderstanding, because I don't think me or President Sunday are saying that you can't influence your audience. Destiny and Brianna, I'm sure you guys know, you influence your audiences all the time. So we weren't saying that you can't advocate for your positions. And I thought it was very interesting that like Brianna brought up like criticism of you, and then you said, yeah, if that's what you think, then you should continue saying that to like evoke change. But when you say discipline, or when I hear discipline, she can't make you do something. She can apply social pressure, but she can't like, so, you know, how do I make someone on Twitter stop advocating for a boycott. So it's like,
Isn't
I'm fine.
Isn't social pressure like a type of discipline?
It is a type
Well,
of
that's
discipline, but
why-
it's not a type of discipline that's rooted in a singular agent's will. People
what?
conform to social pressure and then themselves pressure other people.
Like
and
who, like
where
Agent
it stops and where it
Smith,
begins,
or-
no one ever really knows.
I don't know who you're talking about. Sorry.
Social
okay, going
pressure
back to
as a dynamic.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, that's why I quickly said that it might be like a linguistic or a rhetorical misunderstanding, that we're just using the word discipline differently.
Sure, I guess
when
discipline.
I hear discipline,
Yeah, discipline
I
can
see
mean
it
very
as-
formally, like I'm docking your pay, or you're going in timeout, or I'm banning your account. But I think there could be like maybe instead of discipline, we can say like social repercussions for certain types of attitudes, right? Like people weren't posting the Black Lives Matter square on their Instagrams because they were going to get fired from their job if they didn't. They did it because there was a lot of social pressure behind it. Same thing for the reasons why people go to protests or show up at events or post whatever they do on social media. I think social pressure is a real way to guide and control people's actions, I think.
Okay, well, I have 2 questions, if you don't mind. First of all is like, in terms of the discussions you guys just had, it sounds to me, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the points, that like the criticism is really about media or like Twitter literacy, or the ability to not act in a unreasonable way online. And I'm just confused why we are acting like this is like a thing that only affects the progressive demographic or something like that. So is that something that only progressives do on Twitter?
No, I think I said earlier, I think this is like, I mentioned it with the catastrophizing everything. I think that every group like has their issues with being silly online. It's possible that it's a little bit more complicated, but we might be seeing Republicans now running into this issue where they had a certain type of behavior that was set in the party by Trump, and now that Trump is kind of getting broken off, they're having to deal with the repercussions of that. So it's not unique to progressives.
Okay, here's the problem though, okay? So stop catastrophizing. That's undermining the effectiveness of the movement, et cetera, et cetera. So you say stop catastrophizing to the trans community in general. Some members of the trans community argue back. There's now disunity in the trans community on this particular issue. The result of what you have done is to actually sow disunity and to decrease the capacity of the trans community to cohere as a unit. And moreover, you will then be pressured back. Like that will constrain what you can put on offer as
okay, so here's my question, because your argument is basically that you can never argue inside of your movement because you're necessarily creating disunity. Can you give me an example of a way?
I'm saying that the criteria for the inside and the outside of the movement.
Stop, all of you. Let Destiny finish his question, and then you can answer.
Yeah, you can say as much as you want. I'm just curious, how can you disagree with your movement then, ever, without sowing disunity?
You can. You absolutely can. The question is not whether or not you can't disagree with your movement, or whether or not there are not cases where it's absolutely appropriate to do so. The question is, can you assign responsibility to progressives as a category in a useful way?
Okay, I'm going to ask the same question again. Can you give me an example of how you can disagree?
When in the act of disagreeing with it, you are also dividing it and giving political capital to their enemies.
Yeah, so I'm asking again for the 3rd time. Can you give me an example of how can you disagree?
Just as you've described, you can absolutely do that. But the question
I know I haven't described it. I don't know how. I'm asking you. How can you?
Is that sufficient to provide the social pressure that gives unity to the group?
Okay, I'm going to ask for a 4th time. Can you give me an example of how you can...
I've answered you.
Oh, okay, I missed it.
I have answered you.
Okay.
I was answering you quite pointedly.
Okay, let me try. If I may.
He's saying you can
Sunday,
disagree.
Just Katie, stop, please. Let me try. Katie, I'm sorry. Sunday, can you? So say we are both in a movement together, right? And you have a substantive disagreement with something I've done or said. What way would you take me to task for that without damaging the movement? Let's do a little role play here. Let's do a little exercise. So go ahead, criticize me. Go ahead. How would you do it?
Well, I think in the Hogwarts Legacy case, for example, I disagree with Brianna Wu's take that this is a litmus test for who is an ally and who isn't. That being said, I'm not going to respond to Brianna Wu saying, "Hey, you're an idiot, schismatic, whatever. You're undermining the movement, because that will be taken up by the actual enemies of the movement."
That's how you wouldn't.
I'm getting there. Because that's what that would entail. What I would do is I would have a conversation, in all likelihood, in private. If that failed, then I would go more public, and I would be careful about it. Like sometimes
the
that's
enemies can't find out.
Sorry.
so that the enemies can't find out and use it against them, right?
No,
That's
so what
he
he doesn't
like
actually
that.
disagree at all. He's just saying that like he would try to be a little bit more tactful. But that end thing that you tagged on there because you knew it was necessary is that eventually you'd go public. There's anytime there's disagreement, there is invariably going to be some sort of disunity.
But Destiny, we aren't disagreeing that sometimes you have to disagree with your movement. What we're disagreeing about is whether or not the movement itself coheres as a whole, such that you can talk fruitfully about it, being capable of being disciplined towards a particular policy. So when people like Kid and yourself talk about the threat to progressives being from inside the movement, well, what are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Is it just people who agree with you? Like, what are we referring to?
I don't even know what that statement meant. I think
Could I add on to that, because I think I have some evidence that
Please
proves,
help me understand what's
that
going
proves
on.
Sunday's point.
Okay.
So you had first I want to do just a very brief fact check. Sunday, that was not. I never said. I forget your exact wording. That like anyone that buys Hogwarts is a terrible person. That's not my position. I don't believe I've ever said that. But so I just want that out there on the public
Fake
record.
news.
Destiny. So one of the things I'm going to grant you that perhaps this was a hyperbolic statement on your part, but I've seen you say stuff to this effect many, many times. The fact that you're the only one out here doing this kind of work. In fact, the last time you debated President Sunday on your Keffel's manifesto, you made a statement saying Vosh isn't doing anything worthwhile. Hassan isn't doing anything worthwhile. He's just out there for clout. I'm the only one out here doing stuff. Now, I want to be really clear. I think I've said on this debate today, I think DGG has done some important work in the past. I think Vosh has done, I think he brings a valuable viewpoint to the floor. I think Keffel's brings a valuable viewpoint to the floor, and I think Hassan makes progressivism cool to an entire generation, all those things that have value. So in my mind, you know, it's like when Vosh says stuff that's wildly sexist, and he does, I sit there and I take a breath and I go, but is he generally doing the right thing? Is it worth it to me to have to really go to war with him publicly? That answer is no, right? And I think that sometimes if you're really interested in coalition building, something I've learned as I've gotten older is it really behooves you to pick your battles more strategically. And again, this is why I really decided to let the fight with DGG and you go, because I do think you're doing good work. And I think that, you know, Vosh can be over here doing his thing, Keffels can be doing hers, and you can be doing your thing. I think all these things have a non-zero additive value for the movement. And I think politics is fundamentally about addition and not subtraction.
Yeah, so my issue is that when it comes to, this is just a general trend I felt, it might be just the corner of the internet that I'm in, it feels like progressive content creators online are first and foremost concerned with self-enrichment, and that's it. That's the only thing that matters. The only types of activities that they'll participate in are also ones that either up their clout or up their money. And anything outside of that just doesn't exist. So when I look at people, and then obviously these are my two best friends in the world. One is Nick Fuentes. He started his whole little like political movement. And there's a lot of work that happens outside of that that's not just clout building, but it's like real on the ground work to hold conferences and to have like to talk to people. Or when I look at my other best friend, Lauren Southern, will go out of her way to do like documentary stuff, which is just a horrible like time investment for money made, right? And then I go, okay, well that's their investments. Let's see what are the big figures on the left investing in. And I look at like Hassan and Vosh, every single decision that these people make is only ones that are coinciding with self-enrichment. And there's no sacrifice, there's no building of anything like really valuable. They do things that end up being like kind of beneficial. Like it's cool that Hassan raised a bunch of money for Turkey, but ultimately like they only do it because it like ups their clout. Like that's the main reason why people do donation drives, because it's huge clout, huge viewer builders. And it just sucks that we have so much money on some of these people on our side, and they don't want to spend any of it or do anything to build towards like real world political change. You mentioned the Georgia shit that I did. That was with a single announcement. And I had to stop doing it because I got too many people. The single announcement, I got 300 people canvassing for like a special election. If Hassan were to do that and were to seriously promote it, I bet he could drive over like 3,000 to 4,000 people to a single event anywhere in a particular spot in the United States. It would be like the biggest canvassing event in U.S. history. But there's no like desire to do it.
Something similar.
No, Vosh did nothing. Vosh has done nothing like that at all, unfortunately.
Can I ask?
Perhaps
interject? I'm curious, right? Because you pointed to figures on the right that are involved in activism in the small way. You pointed to Fuentes. You pointed to Lauren Southern and things like that. Do you think that there is something substantively different about the community in the right wing spaces that makes that more likely to happen than it does in the left?
I grew up in Mississippi. I do believe that. I didn't vote for a single Democrat until I was 23.
Okay, what is that thing? What is that je ne sais quoi, as they say, that makes it that the right will do this more?
It's less
than the left does?
fragmented. It's less fragmented. Like your church, it's more of a monolithic culture. Your church is there to do it. Fox News is telling you to do it. There are people the Republican leaders in town. It's just more organized. So I think that's the difference. I do want to come back to this because Destiny, I fully agree with your view that Vosh and Hassan and all those figures should do exactly the steps that you're taking. I agree. But that is respectfully a bit of a Texas two-step from what I said. I think my objection would be, and again, I think you're someone who at your best does extremely valuable work. Thank you for going on Fresh and Fit. I really value that. But I think that you personally spend a lot of your time going after people that you perceive as enemies. And I think that's fundamentally something that's not coalition building. I don't think Hassan, I think he has his differences with you. I don't think he mentions you very often. And I think that the most basic test for your own moral standards is, do you follow those yourself? And respectfully, I don't think that you do sometimes.
I don't really want to make this like a personal,
Sure.
me versus Wash or anything like that.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's
I don't have moral standards around people attacking people. I have no problem with people attacking people. I think I think it's fine if people attack people. So I don't know if I would necessarily consider that like a violation of my standards. Like if people want to do good stuff, I usually congratulate them. I'm not gonna come down on Vosh if he does decide to do something beneficial, or even Hassan. As much as I'll make fun of people for people fundraise for clout, it's still good to fundraise. But I think that there's a bigger problem going on where when left-leaning figures get really popular, none of that money is going towards any good political projects ever.
Yeah.
It just goes towards self-enrichment.
And to contrast that with the right, the right has whole media kind of empires that they're building together with their money, right?
And Steven didn't have Nick Fuentes in his bedroom for money. He did it for love.
Maybe. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I will speak to is that from my observation, right, to echo a little bit of what Destiny is saying, I tend to see, and this might be just I'm blind to other examples, right? And that totally may be a case where I'm just not seeing the examples on the left. But the right is able to leverage their clout and their money and their finances in a way that is much more organized and much more messaging, with a lot more messaging control than the left is. Now, we see Trump attacking DeSantis now. Trump's kind of the wild card, right? Trump's creating a lot of division. But for the most part, I would say that conservatives and conservative movements tend to be much more lockstep than the left. And I'm just curious as the panel's why? I still haven't kind of gotten that answer, but I don't know.
I gotta pee. Can I just walk off?
Yeah, I don't, man, go pee. You don't have to have a whole task. Go ahead. Go ahead, Katie. What's up?
I think it's straightforward. We're a Big Tent party. With the
Don't let her
Republican
talk over
Party,
you, Katie.
generally
Fight her.
speaking, is it is white, straight, Christian. It's a very homogeneous culture. I think if you look at the left, one of our big challenges, and the reason we always have to outwork the right, is we have all these various groups that don't necessarily want the same thing, and all of them have trauma, and all of them think they should be in the driver's seat, right? So I think it's just I think it's inherently a more difficult proposition. Also, if I was a billionaire tomorrow, first thing I'd do, Destiny, is you keep talking about building this Daily Wire thing. I think I think the left needs some large broadcasting apparatus, and I wish to God I could get you and Vosh and Jank at Young Turks and Sam Cedar and everyone together in just one place, setting the culture and putting out our messages for the day. because I think that the right has an apparatus to set the news cycle and the left simply does not. And I think it's very much to our disadvantage.
So I just quickly checked. Vosh did Progressive Victory 2020. I'm not saying it's like what you did. I'm not saying it's canvassing. I'm not saying he touched grass. I don't know. But he did do that, and that was something. So I just wanted to point that out. I had a question, and it refers to the Twitter discourse from a long time ago. It might be just like pointing out hypocrisy, so you can just dismiss it as like it's not the same thing. But if we're complaining that progressives, especially on Twitter, are like policing each other and other people in a way that they're like telling other people, you're a bad person if you buy this game. But then our attitude is like, we should socially sanction them to stop that behavior. I just want to know how that's different and why one is good and one is bad. Just because of efficacy?
Well, it's like asking, like, let's say you've got a group of people excluding other people, and then you're like, well, we need to exclude that people that are excluding the other people, and you're like, oh, so you're the same as them. Well, not necessarily. So I understand what you're saying.
So
that like
do you think that's
you think that so you think that my issue is that people are policing each other too much, but if I'm policing somebody that's policing somebody else, I'm like doing the same thing basically.
Well, I just think, because I agree that I'm not making like the intolerance, like, what's it called?
Paradox of
The paradox of intolerance.
I'm not making that argument. I'm just not sure how, even if people are being obnoxious and annoying and maybe even harmful to progressive causes because they alienate other people who read their tweets, I'm not sure how that's like excluding or being in a way so harmful that is worthy of the same type of like social condemnation. I don't know, that just seems like regular, you can say whatever you want even if it's dumb, you know?
I mean, I think it's important to be able to hold your movement accountable. I think it's important to be able to hold people accountable for like...
For what?
For doing things that you think are ultimately detrimental to the overarching goals of your movement, right? I imagine...
Then can I ask you something?
Ask away.
Do you think there's a difference between regular people who are part of a movement, as in they gain the benefits from the movement and stuff like that, and advocates? So is a trans person like a representative of the progressive movement?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, so can I judge all people on Twitter that express their takes to be like, you're being bad for progressives, like it's their job to be the best all the time in how they present progressivism?
Yeah, I think you can.
Why? I mean, I know you can. I'm just asking, how does that make sense?
Because
why is that reasonable?
Well, because when you go out and you advocate on behalf of something, you, in a way, become an advocate. I think that giving a take to friends and family is one thing, but when you start to say something on a public platform, when you're advocating for something on a public platform, you've become an advocate for the thing. And with advocacy, I think, comes some level of kind of responsibility for how you do that advocating.
Yeah.
So if somebody says... Yeah,
Go
Brianna?
ahead. No, go ahead.
So if somebody says that they are offended by the stupid Hogwarts game, whatever the fuck, and they don't want people to buy it, is that advocacy? Because they tell people what to do, or do they need to put a paragraph where they say why it's bad and then they're advocates? Like, how do we...
I mean, if you say something like, oh, like, it sucks that so many people are buying the Hogwarts game, I think that's whatever. But as soon as you start, like, giving commands to the public, yeah, you're advocating for something, right? I don't think anybody should buy this game. It makes you transphobic. I don't think anybody should buy this game. It's a test of character. If you support trans people, you can't... These are, like, advocacy messages. And I think with social media, anybody can be an advocate.
Better and for worse, to be honest.
I disagree, but...
Yeah.
Well, wait, how can you disagree with that?
If you have shared social goals, like, that is enough to be able to put the onus on people. If people are saying like, hey, like, we have these shared social goals, we're gonna do this, and you're like, wait, hold up, this is counterproductive. Like, yeah.
But putting the onus on people is precisely the same kind of command as the former. Which one prevails? I don't know.
I feel like,
there's no firm
wait,
rule about
what?
this.
What do you mean? Which one prevails? It depends on which message ultimately becomes more popular.
I know, Stephen. But which one becomes more popular is not within the power of the person who is proposing whatever.
I feel like you have this a magical ability to say nothing every time you talk. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, there's no guarantee that if you advocate for something, there's no guarantee.
That's probably why you ran until you had 3 wingmen.
Okay. I don't know why you're like making this weird assumption that like anybody here is saying you can guarantee a certain type of outcome when you do some advocacy. There is no guarantee. Sometimes you advocate for things, sometimes you fail. Sometimes you might advocate for things and fail for those things, and then it actually hurts your movement. But that's all part of advocacy.
Because unless you can, then saying we need to enforce or we need to exert social pressure on has no meaning.
But you don't know. But you don't know. You don't know if you can until you try, right? Nobody knew that we could do anything with trans stuff until you try. Nobody knew we could do anything with black people or women's suffrage until you try. Like you can't just say like these things.
We absolutely had people saying, "Hey guys, cool it down with the gay shit. It's going to offend the centrists and the conservatives too much. It's going to hurt the movement."
But
if we followed your advice, we wouldn't have gotten here.
That is absolutely not true. Okay,
that is
there are ways that you can.
True.
There are ways that I know that if you speak slow, it feels like you make a good point, but you're not. There are ways you can advocate.
No, if I speak slow, I become audible through whatever it is you think you're doing.
Hey, Sunday, let Destiny fish, and then you can respond. I'll give you all the time in the world to respond. But
it's so much more fun when you can make the snide comments in the middle of every single thing I say, though. You can achieve social movements by advocating for certain things, and you can also set back social movements by advocating for certain things. For instance, there were huge disagreements in the black community over whether or not there should be violence at protests. MLK was a big believer in nonviolent protests, and they enforced it socially. Before every protest, they'd line people up. They would gather any type of blunt object, any type of knife or whatever, because they didn't want to run the risk of that happening. There were violent protests after MLK died, and people argue that those violent protests are the things that swung elections, that a lot of people like Nixon get elected post MLK's death. So like there are good ways to advocate for things, there are bad ways to advocate for things, and bad ways to advocate for things lead to generally bad like outcomes in relation to what we want, and good ways to advocate for things lead to good things that we want. I mean, it's as simple as that. So I think that like just because you want to police a movement doesn't necessarily mean you disagree with the goals afterwards, or you disagree with the things the movement is trying to effect. It just means that you want to like go about it in a way that's going to lead to the outcomes you're looking for to be more likely to be affected, I think.
If the thing you're advocating for has the effect of disadvantaging the movement you're ostensibly advocating for, then your actions are against the movement.
Hold on, wait. Why do you always ask? You're smart enough to know the words that you're saying, so why do you beg the question so hard? Why would you utter this sentence? Hold on, I'm just so curious. Why would you say, if you advocate for things that hurt your movement, I'm not advocating for things that hurt. Obviously, I don't think that.
No. There are the words that you say, and there are things that the words do, and sometimes these are not related to each other. Sometimes, for example, a perfectly true statement said at the wrong time.
Hey,
sorry?
Sunday, can I try?
No, I want to know what he was asking. What part was confusing him?
Well, I think it's confusing all of us. Okay, I think we're all confused because I want to know, can you give me a specific example of something someone either on this panel or someone you know, doesn't have to be on this panel, has advocated for that is hurting progressive causes?
Well, as a case in point, Stephen was caught in a lie last year, pretty categorically. He insisted that he couldn't positively engage with leftists on the grounds that there was an overwhelming number of progressive of professors and faculty being removed from universities by progressive activists. He required his entire community to assemble a list of roughly 8 people, and when he started studying them himself, he laid bare 2 things. First of all, he wasn't familiar with any of these, which means that the statement that he had the evidence of an overwhelming number of professors and faculty being removed from universities is evidence that he couldn't engage positively with the left was a lie, because he had never done such. And secondly, that this was actually not taking place. So in effect, what he was doing by saying that was actually giving weight to a right-wing talking point, and in the course of criticizing the movement was actually giving fuel to the right as it was persecuting the left.
Wow. I fail to see how he was advocating for something there, though. Like,
what do you mean how he was advocating for something?
What was he advocating?
He declared that professors were being persecuted in schools and were being removed to an overwhelming degree.
If you think he was wrong, he was wrong. But that wasn't advocacy. That was an observation.
No, that wasn't an observation. No, you're actually missing. You're actually missing the point. It wasn't just It was because it wasn't an observation, because he didn't know. He didn't know of any examples. He had to go through them one after the other. It was a lie. When he said he had an overwhelming number of them, it was a lie. That's a claim. That's a claim that he has evidence. That's a claim that he has evidence in reserve.
Destiny.
That was a lie.
I don't want to. I don't know why. I don't want to make this like a weird personal battle. Although I know
this is not personal.
That
you
lie. I
lie.
want to do that, but
you lie to the advantage of the right. While you're claiming here to be a progressive because it suits you. While you're directing audience flow to the likes of Nick Fuentes and Lawrence Southern.
I could only be so lucky. Just to be clear, it wasn't that I had quote-unquote no examples. It's that I'd read a lot of articles and I had a lot of examples, but I didn't have them collected in one place. So I wanted to do like a formal thing before.
Of the examples you provided, you got stuck on the first one. None of the others counted, and even if I grant the first one, your claim was an overwhelming number. You have one. If I grant Brett Weinstein, and we definitively show that it was false.
I don't think we're here to relitigate that entire conversation. Is that what we came here for?
No, we're not. You already ran. This is settled.
Okay.
It's settled. You fled already.
Whatever. Let's move on.
Actually, can I just say, I watched this debate twice in preparation for this. I actually, Sunday, in my view, I think you're being a little less charitable. I mean, Destiny was making a point about why these conversations are important. Why he does that. I don't necessarily completely agree with that logic.
Then he should not. Then he look.
Sure.
Hey, if that's all he was doing, then he should not have agreed to debate.
I just watched it, and I don't. That's not the impression I got from it. That it was
well, then he shouldn't. Then he shouldn't have agreed to debate, and having found that he wasn't prepared for it, fled silently. He didn't quit.
But didn't
he
you
fled.
flee from one of the debates with Destiny? Because I was watching this clip in preparation. So y'all had a discussion, and Destiny was talking. You were attacking him in the same way. And Destiny essentially made the point, well, you got to take it one step further. Anyone who's associated with me that could make you complicit in this as well. And you go,
which Brianna?
Sir, enjoy
which
your
Brianna?
game.
Which Brianna?
Yes, it's
which
Brianna.
Brianna? Which
Yes.
Brianna?
Brianna.
Brianna.
Yes, you can call me Brie. You can call me Brie.
Brie.
Yes.
That's bullshit, though. That's bullshit. I do not direct a disproportionate audience flow to the profit of a right winger. When I engage with somebody on the right, Destiny absolutely does. When Destiny talks to Nick Fuentes, when Destiny has just a chummy lunch of chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes, he allows Nick Fuentes to sell himself on his natural charisma against the critiques that have been levied against him.
If I may ask, do you think maybe Sunday, right, that some of these hypercritical positions you take against members of the community is maybe actually harming progressive causes, like being hypercritical of Destiny, hypercritical of
me and Destiny are not in the community. Destiny is a media clinger on. He's not a member of any community. We absolutely
inhabit the same spaces. He is much bigger than all of us here, right?
By YouTube, what are you referring to? YouTube's not a community either.
Let me try this. We are all here at some form or fashion or another tend to advocate for progressive causes to varying degrees, right? We may not agree all the time. So when I say community, that is what
I think when the person Destiny was canvassing for was forced to disavow him on the grounds that he was saying that he'd be fine with rednecks
murdering black
fire
people
on the protesters.
Yes. So based.
I don't think we're a part of the same community at all.
Let me ask. I
don't think we advocate for progressive causes either.
Let me ask the rest of the panel. Do you think what Sunday is doing right now is helping progressive causes? Is he being an effective advocate for progressivism right now on this channel by coming after people and being hypercritical? What do you think?
Sunday, I really honestly have to tell you, my statement there, and please just let me say this and finish. My statement there is you're accusing Destiny of running away from debates.
Yes, I am.
There's a very clear video out there anyone can watch of you running from a debate with him in a way that was really over the top.
I didn't run.
Okay.
I didn't run.
Okay.
I didn't run.
I
didn't run.
But I think if you, and please let me just...
I didn't run.
Please let me get my point out.
Bree.
I'm trying to be respectful here. Just let me get my point out. You can refute it. I do think that I was very frustrated with the video that you brought out about Kyla.
I understand you're very desperate.
I'm going to mute you until that she finishes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Wow, more progressive censorship. Sorry.
No, I was very frustrated with this video that you put out, and I think this is a really good example of somehow progressives, we can get so focused on the mission objective and our need to be right, we're not thinking about building things that are important. Yeah, Kyla, in my view, she's someone who is she's a little bit more conservative than I am. I think she has a more instinctual kind of sympathy with causes I don't necessarily agree with. But I think overall, if you look at her work, I think just like Destiny going on Fresh and Fit is very important. I think she is doing the Lord's work. She's out there talking to men, making them feel heard, trying to talk about these big issues in their lives, trying to really bring some emotional sophistication to a cohort that, in my view, is really starving for real connection with one another. I think this is critically important work. And I think if you look at her YouTube channel, like she was interviewing a terrorism expert this week about de-radicalization. Like, it's such important work. And I was so disappointed because I have seen you at your best, Sunday. I thought you I said this before the show, I thought you did a brilliant refutation of Destiny's manifesto against Keffels. I thought it was excellent. And when I see you at your best, I think you are really pursuing and advocating for things in a way that is very persuasive and powerful. I do think sometimes, and I've fallen into this trap myself, you get so caught up in these petty personal mission objectives that I think it gets expressed in a way that is deeply non-productive, like with Kyla. I think if you look at that video, really examine your claims in it, I don't think they hold up.
You mean
I think if you're
just to be clear,
one more sentence. If we are serious about building power on the left, I think a really good question to ask is, how have I failed? How can I do better? What are the standards I need to hold myself to?
I don't know you. Kyla misrepresented her credentials and sells therapeutic advice. And in addition uses the trust she has built with her audience as somebody with a title in mental health to make anti-scientific statements, like, for example, critics of IQ as a measure of human potential, or as anti-science as anti-vaxxers. I think attacking that is actually one of the most important things we have to do. Now, with respect to me, quote-unquote, running from Steven, I don't see how I am running if I don't indulge an endless loop where he insists absurdly that my speaking to him is akin to him giving an opportunity to the likes of Nick Fuentes and Sneeko to sanitize their image before an otherwise condemnatory audience. I think you're out to lunch there.
I don't agree with that. My statement here is very straightforward. I think when you're at your best, you are really able to aggressively pursue some things. I don't know what your exact background is in academia, but I think you're a very persuasive
Political
speaker.
science, thank you.
Okay, correct.
We just want you to do better.
I think it really comes through. I think Kyla in that video is a really good example of you at your worst, and I was disappointed in it.
What do you think? I want to get some other people in here, right? Like I want to give space for Katie here, for Kid Not
You really
Ken,
want that dog
for
pile,
Denny.
huh?
Well, I think it's important to know, like, how, because it's a good example of infighting. Like, what do we think Professor Sunday can do better?
We're
with his
not
content?
on the same side, President Sunday. We're not on the same side. I'm not a professor. We're not on the same side. I'm not on the same side with Kyle. I'm not on the same side with you. I don't know.
Are you on the same side with me?
No, God no.
Oof.
Fair enough. Kid Not King. What do you think?
Holy shit! Is there an imposter among
this
us?
This just seems like a. I don't know if this is like a fucking intervention or something that I just got invited to, but sure, if you want to, this is like sort of an example of like a condemnation culture, I guess, if you want. I think that's a pretty good example of people just like fucking trying to make examples out of people and assuming malicious intent. The idea that you could have someone like Kyla or something just be like this absurdly evil caricature of herself is just so fucking ironic.
She lied. She lied about her credentials. That's
wow.
A fact.
No, she didn't.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Really?
Oh my God.
What is her credential, Bree? What are her credentials?
I tell
Can
you,
you tell me?
if you want to have a separate
Can you tell me?
discussion-
No. Answer the question. Can you tell me that? It's a very simple question.
Sure. Yes.
What is she?
She has my understanding of it is she has an undergraduate degree in the Canadian equivalent of
Psychology. What's the next one?
Sir, please let me finish.
I'm watching you Google frantically. Go on, answer.
My hands are right here, dude.
Good.
Oh my God.
Her master's degree is in what is called psychometry.
He doesn't have a
which
master's
is-
degree in psychometry. She has a graduate diploma
Look,
in
if you're gonna
psychological
cut me off
assessment.
and not
She has
let
sold
me
herself
answer
as
the
a
question.
psychometrician and a psychometrist.
Nick,
She
can
is
you
neither.
please mute this?
She has
Fucking
also claimed that a
answer.
psychometrist
Who
is the
cares
title of a
about any
master's
this?
degree.
This is bullshit, Sunday. Shut the fuck up, please.
Okay, Jenny, I'm going to mute you too, because that doesn't matter either.
What?
Okay?
I think.
I
Jenny
think-
had
Give me a second. Let's reset.
Sure.
Okay, right? I think this is a good example of we have this whole topic, all these issues to talk about, and what are we doing, right? Oh, is this one person lying about a thing? Oh, let's go get them.
Correct.
Someone who is doing good work, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh. You guys can argue more. That's okay now, right? I just wanted to say.
Oh, am I unmuted again?
Yeah.
Yes, you're unmuted.
I'm just worried Professor Sunday is going to keep jumping in, you know?
President Sunday, not a professor. But thank you. It's the card again. It doesn't.
He cares a lot about people's credentials, Destiny. Please don't call him a professor.
My bad. Okay, well, where are we at here?
Okay, so let's.
What's the
talk
biggest
a
threat to
little bit.
progressives?
Well, this is a question, right? So given that we have all these.
Wait, I want to answer you.
Katie, answer the question then. Goddamn. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I think President Sunday, Professor Sunday, Mr. Sunday, has a certain personality.
Friends call me
Okay.
Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, sir. I think he has a certain personality. I think he has people he dislikes. I don't necessarily. I think a lot of his critiques make a lot of sense, and I understand some of his critiques of Destiny. I think everybody or a lot of people feel like some of it is personal, and I don't think that's helpful to the discourse. But I do agree, and that's why at the beginning I asked Destiny if he's a progressive, because while I agree that Destiny does a lot to promote progressive causes, for example, he also does a lot of things that a lot of progressive things are quite harmful or counterproductive to progressive causes. So to say that he's an ally or that we're in the same community or it's like us hurting each other in the community, I'm not sure that me and Destiny are in the same community. I wish we were. He's a much stronger ally than I am. But sometimes, or a lot of the time, my opinion, he chooses to do things that are harmful to causes that I believe in. So I wouldn't be on the same team as that. You know, it's not that complicated.
So how many sins does it take to get you kicked out of the progressive movement?
7.
Is that really what I said, or is that a very weird interpretation of what I said?
Can you? Well, you said, right, and this is what I heard, that we have a person. I won't personalize it, right? We have a person advocates for a lot of progressive causes, but there are certain things about them that I don't like. To what extent, or how many sins, right, do they have to commit? How many differences of opinions do they have to have before we're not on the same team anymore?
Well, I think it would depend on. I think it's very individual. So I think every person with their ideology have their own thresholds of what they accept and what they not. For example, Vosh says that he's a progressive, that he's a leftist, right? And he has a lot of things that he tries to be conscious of. But he says, I'm going to say the R slur, and I don't care, right? And that's my threshold, right? Whether I agree with it or not doesn't matter. I think it's individual. Destiny doesn't answer a lot of my thresholds, so we're not on the same team. Maybe if he and I talked, and it would be different. Like, you know, I think it's very
It's just a label frogging
individualistic.
thing that was happening earlier. It's like, what are you trying to do as a progressive? What is it that you're trying to do?
Well, I think we have to be careful here because, like, it's reasonable to want to
Wait,
cut some...
can I respond?
Okay.
Let Destiny answer, and then you can respond. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Well, because he was kind of directing it to her, but I think it's fair to, like, want to gatekeep your movement a little bit. Otherwise, you would have no movement, right? Like, if somebody's like, I'm a progressive, I push a lot of progressive values, I just happen to, like, kind of think that we should bring back slavery, like, that's probably a person that you don't want in your movie. Like, okay, you're not, like, I don't fuck with you, right? So it's fair, but it's going to be hard to say, like, well, what exactly is the cutoff, right? Like, I believe that, like, what if somebody believes in minimum wage and they believe in helping disadvantaged communities, and the biggest driver of their belief in that is they think that there's, like, realistic differences in IQ because of the skull shapes of minorities. That's also probably somebody you don't want, even if they land up on policy positions. But it's going to be impossible to give a coherent answer saying that, like, how many sins does it take to remove a person from your movement? There's going to be, like, a broad family of ideas, and somebody has to kind of hit on enough of these to feel like they're enough of an ally to keep around. I just happen to think that progressives, like, test on way too many of those things, but obviously different people in the movement are going to disagree.
I agree with you, Destiny. So here's a look. I'm an engineer. My bias is towards pragmatism hugely. In fact, I think it's one of my limitations. So this is my honest question to you. If we agree that is an utterly worthwhile goal, what do we do to get there? Because I think you can try to model better behavior, and I think all of us have a responsibility to be more judicious in how we advocate for various causes. Like, what else can we do to get a progressive movement that's going to stop focusing on this tyranny of minute differences that is not getting us any political power? What are our options there? Because that's the important question here. How do we get to where we want to go? You get off the train, like as far as us moving this country to where it needs to be, you get off that train a little bit before I do. Sunday, I think I get off a little bit before you do, from my estimation of your public statements. But all of us agree we need to go in this direction. Yeah. So
I think the issue is that,
how
like,
do we do this?
I think what you have to do is you have to be willing to advocate. The biggest frustration with progressives is there's a lot of ideas that progressives have that everybody should be on board with. Like,
but they just don't make money.
Right. There's an argument to be made. Brianna, you probably know this better than I do. Brianna, right?
It's Bree. You can call me Bree.
Okay, Bree. You probably know this better than I do, but I think Manchin was the only one standing in the way of the $15 an hour minimum wage. I think that was before the Senate at one point.
It was Cinema as well.
It might have been Cinema and Manchin.
Yeah.
But there might have been support there. There might have been support for $12 an hour minimum wage.
Sure.
But we went for 15 or broke, and we didn't get 15, and now we have nothing. The inability, I think, of progressives to have like any kind of middle ground, because anytime you even say that, people like President Saturday over here are like talking about like the letter from a Birmingham
Municipal
jail.
Mayor Monday.
They're like, oh, like the white moderate, you guys
hours.
are preventing any progress because you're not going for the most extreme thing. I think there's a lot of things that that progressives advocate for that most of the American population would believe in, and I think focusing on those commonalities would be good. Like things like police reform. Like, I think nobody wants innocent people killed by police, but like when it gets slanted so heavily in a racial manner, or when we get into this like ACAB defund the police, like, well, now we've lost like 80% of the audience. That's the issue again that I have with the lack of progressive focus.
Yeah. I agree with that assessment. I really do. And I do have to say, and I don't want to get into like Senate baseball here, but in my estimation, I don't think the progressives have much power in the Senate as far as directing the compromise that the Senate was going to do there. But I agree with your overall point that, sometimes if I'm hungry, I can get half of a sandwich instead of a whole sandwich. I think I'll take half the sandwich.
Or what about like some type of like dramatic gun reform where we say like, fuck it, have your AR-15s, keep your rifles, I think it's like 300 people a year die from rifles, like 20 to 60,000 if you count suicides die from handguns. It's like, here, you know what? Have your rifles. We're not going to regulate them anymore. And then let's talk about like nationally what we want to do with pistols and handguns, right? But that's like a compromise. And that's not even a progressive thing. That's liberals too. But like that's a compromise where if you made it, you could get some serious headway, I think, in gun legislation. But like people being unwilling to budge ideologically ends up hurting the greater goal.
Well, can I ask though, Destiny, on that
Actually,
point?
Wick, before you say that, can I just add some expertise here? Because I'm the only person here that's run for the House of Representatives. I strongly agree with that. In fact, I think the primary process, because the United States has gotten so much more polarized, it makes it extremely difficult to have those exact kind of compromises. Like I tried to primary Stephen Lynch, who's a very centrist Democrat. I don't apologize for doing that, but that threat of the primary is really making it harder for politics to compromise overall. So that's I think it's an effect of a polarization, and I think it's also a consequence of, frankly, a generation of leadership in the House and Senate that is very timid.
But the question to then at this point to you and Destiny at the same time is, who gets to give up their causes so that the rest of us can get what we want? Like you mentioned gun reform. I think that's relatively reasonable, but other people have said, Hillary Clinton said, we don't need to focus on trans issues. Just don't focus on them. We need to throw those, throw that cause out the wayside and concentrate on other things. So it's easy enough to say, yes, we should compromise. But then when we ask people, okay, what are you willing to compromise? That's where the rubber meets the road, right? That's where it becomes more difficult. So how do we get people to be more willing to sacrifice?
Dude, this is the best part, because it's all about coalition building, right? Like you go over there and you bring in people, like you find out how many coalitions you can bring together. Let me give you a good example. Here in Massachusetts, we had one of these right-wing nutjob groups that tried to pass a transgender ban in bathrooms here in our very fine Commonwealth. You had a bunch of different groups that got together, and they didn't take the most extreme version of this, talking about trans people in sports or anything like that, but they're just garnering political power from, all these various organizations and said, this is how we're going to counter it. It was a brilliant example of coalition building. That's politics.
Could I just I think you said something really poignant there about like the polarization of people.
Sure.
And also like in turn the isolation of those polarized groups where it's like we all have to kind of act as a monolith now that we're here, now that we're in this corner. It's in coalition building is a really big one too, but I feel like it seems like the environment that people live in ideologically is just so secluded and separated from like the other side of polarization that nobody knows what the fuck is going on over there.
Yeah.
And there's like very little exchange happening back and forth where people can actually like start to understand these things and like maybe stop this polarization so much where it's not this like this huge monolith that you have to uphold, but maybe there can be some back and forth there.
I agree with you. The understanding is good. I think something that's been very helpful for me is having grown up in Mississippi, right? Like I truly do understand how conservatives think. I adhere to and just one more thing. I also think that's why there's a lot of value in what Destiny does in interrogating and interacting with people on the right. I think that overall is a good thing to do.
Yep.
I believe in a very self-interested format for politics where I think I can be utterly self-interest. I don't know if I need to know the other side, but I think if I know I'm going to get something, that's how the coalition building is working, right? Like if you went out to Mom's Demand, right? Fine group, you should definitely go to a meeting. If you went out there and proposed to them like just a handgun ban, I can 100% promise you they would leap at that, right? So it's just this bread and butter politics that you don't get online if you're not actually going out and participating in real world politics.
Okay. Polarization is an interesting topic, an interesting question. We have about 20 minutes left, so let's get into it a little bit. I think that Katie, right? You mentioned a few things earlier about how, well, you can't be on certain people's teams because they have different positions than you. One of the things that happens, I see online in these spaces, is someone will give an opinion and boom, all of a sudden they're labeled 10 ways to Sunday. No offense, President Sunday, right? But 10 ways to Sunday, where they're like, oh, you don't think trans people should be in sports? You're a transphobe. You must be conservative. I bet you're also a fascist. I bet you also believe this. I bet you also believe that. How do we fix this, Katie? Come on. Give us the answer.
How do we?
Floor is yours.
Well,
how do we fix it?
Again, I think there's a difference between advocates and regular people. So if you interact with someone on an interpersonal basis, you're going to react differently. When I say Destiny's not on my team, I mean Destiny has a big platform. He's a big boy. Definitely doesn't need my allyship, right? So I'm allowed to judge him a bit differently than what I would a person that I'm just randomly talking to. Now, maybe I talk to someone and they have shitty opinions. I live in Israel. Everyone I talk to have very racist, shitty opinions. That's just how it is. And because of where my threshold is, they're not on my team. It's very easy. Other people who might have slightly less racist opinions, hopefully I could convince them otherwise. We can talk through it, and then eventually we could be on the same team. But that's kind of what I meant with everyone have their own distinctions. And then Brianna and Destiny said so. It's just about like realizing when you agree with someone enough to be able to work together, and when some stuff are just like a no-go,
Yeah,
I can't solve people being prejudiced, Like, I don't understand.
Well, like for example, Destiny found Nick Fuentes enough of a kindred spirit to invite him to his bedroom.
And chicken and waffles.
And
I gave my
yeah.
wife to him for one night.
Only one night? He traveled a long way, Steve.
Well, that's because I was with him the other nights.
I had a question for you, if that's okay.
Who, me?
Not you.
Oh,
Brianna.
Yeah, what's up?
Because you have a lot of experience with like IRL politics, right? And
Yep.
I'm an online person.
Sure.
So a lot of the discourse right now is about blue-haired, crazy Twitter people saying crazy things on Twitter, which is definitely only a progressive thing, right? Wink. But what about like IRL progressives that do actual grassroots work? Like, do we have any critiques towards that, or are we saying that the Twitter mob is just kind of like sabotaging their reputation, or?
Dustin, I have my own opinion on this. I would love to know, what was your experience in Georgia when you went down there to canvass? Because first of all, it was really cold.
My experience in Georgia was fine, but that's because I'm brutally honest when I get on calls. When we had calls with some Democratic leadership, I said, hey, look up my shit. I talk about BLM and people getting shot. You probably don't want anything to do with me, but if you guys want to meet for lunch or dinner, we could chat. Like, that's cool. Because initially they wanted to bring the mayor out and have him take photos with us. And I'm just very blunt because obviously I know at this point, I'm like, I don't know if you want this smoke. Okay, it's not good for you.
Sure. Let me be more specific about why I'm asking. So I'm assuming, and please tell me if I'm wrong, that so you canvassed, you signed up for NGP Van, they gave you a walk list, you went door to door, you worked with groups of people for that election. Is that correct?
Kind of. I mean, we got the van list, but we cut our own list and everything from the master list and all that shit. We in-house a lot of stuff
really?
because we had,
you did your own data? Did you get the voter file?
No, I think Sejin's gonna kill me if I get this wrong, but I don't know if they cut lists for us, or if they give us the big list and then we end up cutting them and then we give it to people. But we got the van list from them. We didn't get the voter data. And
that's
then
probably how
they give.
the van it's like a $40,000.
Yeah. I'm not buying that shit, man. Fuck that. And I can usually get it from them because they want you to go on door knock. Yeah.
100%. So maybe this is my perspective, and you can tell me if you're wrong. But if you show up for canvassing, you're meeting at campaign headquarters. They have shifts, right? And you're there with a lot of people that are really different than you, right? You're going to be there with 60-year-old women. You're going to be there with college kids that are just excited for the first time. You're going to be there with party establishment people. So, in my experience, the progressives that actually go out and volunteer are actually really dependable people. When I was getting on the ballot, which required a ton of signatures, some of the best people that we worked with were marijuana legalization advocates. They were happy to sit in front of Stop and Shop and just ask people and get signatures all day. So in my view, the progressive activists that actually go
Imagine
out
turning
there
off
and
centrists
volunteer,
and conservatives on marijuana of all things. Such a
I mean,
such a
it
meaningless thing.
I think one of the big issues, and Brianna or anybody else can chime in, and I think this is a problem. I can reflect on my own life for this. I think the problem is actually young people. They're horrible, okay? I think the issue is that young people are very radical-minded, but the reasons are, they're two different things. One is something that Brianna said, is that when you are, when you're in politics and you're young, especially if you're in a minority group, this is something that my trans audience opened me up to. The reason why a lot of these people are some of the most toxic motherfuckers online is because they're bringing a lot of real-world hurt into those online spaces with them, right? If you're a trans advocate and you're 21 years old, and you go to online, more than likely than not, in your real life, you've seen some shit that has fucked you up and made you feel a certain type of way about groups of people, right? And then you run into people like me, cis white dude on the internet who's relatively wealthy, telling you hey, chill out a little bit, right? Of course you're gonna fucking lose your mind. You're gonna want to go even harder. So one issue is that young people are pretty radical, which on its own is fine because you should be radical.
You said
when
you're
young.
non-binary.
No. You should be radical when you're young, which is fine. It's part of the development. But the issue is that I think a lot of that has been exacerbated by social media. Whereas in the past, we could be a lot more
Hang on. You had non-binary on your Twitter before, did you not?
If you want to text something or anything, you can shoot me a DM afterwards and we can chat, okay?
So
and then I can talk to you about everything. I can talk to you about everything you want to talk about, okay?
Was that a lie? Was that a lie?
I'll tell you anything you want to hear, buddy, okay? So the issue is that we can't we can't choose our leaders anymore in terms of our movements or the spokesman people. What happens is
he's been monologuing.
Yeah, people.
Let him finish.
Sorry,
and
I'm almost done. I'm so sorry.
question.
I'll accelerate even more. Okay, what happens is that anybody can become an advocate now because everybody can hop on social media and tweet whatever the fuck they want, and then you get these kids that are young, that are radical, that have a lot of trauma, and now they become the leaders of these movements, and they cause a lot of internal strife and stuff on the progressive side of things. That's really detrimental to even real life organizations. Okay, that's my point. Sorry.
I couldn't agree more. But
go ahead, Sunday. You had a criticism.
Is Katie muted?
No, Katie's not muted on my end.
Oh, she muted.
I muted myself because I wait for you to let me speak. Okay, so Destiny, do you consider yourself a young person?
Probably not at this point now.
Okay. Do you know that a lot of people think you're really toxic online?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I don't understand. So young people are more toxic. I don't see this as like an age thing. It sounds like all the criticisms you're making is that social media makes people a bit kooky, which I agree with, but you're also a bit kooky on social media as well.
I am,
So this
but
doesn't seem like a young people issue.
Being kooky is my job. I make money by being kooky. If you worked with me on any of the campaign stuff that I do, I am very respectful. I am very courteous. I'll be professional in all my interactions. When I'm working
But you're criticizing Twitter behavior.
No, I'm criticizing people that are ending up like shutting down their organizations because they're trying to like unionize and they're unhappy with like the answers they're getting, and then shit goes fucking crazy. I think this happened with was it the Young Turks, or was it there was another progressive like body where I think the people wanted to unionize, they weren't happy with the answer they were getting, and I think like or was it a publication that got completely shut down?
Are those the young people?
I think a lot of it is led by young people, yes.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood you, because I thought you were talking about young people with a lot of IRL trauma coming to Twitter, being advocates, and then being radical, and then saying a bunch of shit.
No, hold on. I'm sorry. To be clear, the original question was, I think, unless I missed something, I thought the original question that Wick asked was, does this carry over to real life organizations as well?
It was.
And I think that what Brianna said before is, I think for a lot of political canvassing, it's a lot of it is actually like middle-aged like women. Are the ones like leading and participating, and generally speaking, things are more chilled out as you get older. There's not as much like kind of like ego, and not to say that there's not drama with local politics, because holy fuck, there absolutely is. But but when you have a lot of young people together that are very active on Twitter and like want their voice to be heard, which is all fine and dandy, but like sometimes it comes out, I think, in really negative ways. Where everything is like very dramatic and shit gets shut down and people get canceled and it gets a little not good, not productive.
So
sorry.
Maybe I'm being like very, very stupid, and I apologize. So the people that are canvassing, there's drama in that, but generally people are chill when they are older. And the young ones, IRL, are they chill too?
Look, Katie, as you get older, generally, most people get more
I get
Rick,
the
are
point.
you a
I'm just
moderator or are you a
questioning
debater?
it.
What are you?
Like,
this is my show. I'll do whatever the fuck I want, okay? Right? Like, but
Really? So there is no moderation, to be clear. This is a farce.
Uh-oh. He's about to leave. Careful how you answer.
This is a farce. It's all the world's a stage, and we are merely players upon it, right? And sound of fury signifying nothing. Fuck that, right? What we're doing here is we're having a conversation. This is a conversation, and I am part of this conversation. I'll continue having this conversation the way I want. Katie, right? In general, people gain more emotional control as they grow older. That's just true. Do you disagree?
aware.
Okay?
Sure,
so when
I'll
people make a statement, right? When people make a statement that people who are younger tend to have less emotional control, be more extreme in their politics and more extreme in their reactions, and this causes problems. What is your problem with that statement?
What are you referring
My problem
What
with
is the
that
basis
statement,
for declaring that?
Do you disagree with the assessment I have just made?
I don't know on what basis it's made. You just stated it.
Here, can I give a real life example? Then Katie, you
Please.
can like respond to this. Here, so here's like a real example. Okay? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to single out like the trans community, but these are the people that I've talked to the most that are like in a minority community advocate. So here is something that was given to me that's pretty directly tied into age. So a lot of trans people email me. They're saying things like, NB women on campus drive me fucking crazy for this reason, that reason, that reason. All the trans advocacy that exists on college campuses drive me fucking crazy. I got that message over and over and over again from older trans people. I got a few messages though from older trans people that said, yes, a lot of the trans people on college campuses are fucking crazy and insane, but a lot of these people, for the first time in their life, have an open community where they can actually talk about a lot of these trans issues. So of course they're going to be crazy. And I guess to relate it to a person, if you've ever had like the atheist phase in your life when you are finally allowed to go on the internet, and that was the cringiest moment ever when everybody was an atheist in like 2010 on fucking Reddit and shit. But it's because we finally get to shit on God and all that. We escaped our Christian backgrounds. Yeah. But I think that's largely a function of age. That like eventually you kind of like you get through your radical shit and then you kind of age out of it a little bit, and you still want to advocate for things, but you're in a way more chill place, and you can get people talking to people that disagree with each other, and you're not trying to like cancel and destroy their lives because not everything is like the most like apocalyptic event to you.
Okay.
That's like an age example. Yeah.
So Brianna, since you have probably the most experience with like canvassing and political activity, IRL, do you feel like young people struggle with that more?
Yes. I'm sorry. And you shouldn't. Like, I'm thinking of one dude I knew for, it was the Gang Michelle Wu elected here in Boston, who, by the way, is a fantastic mayor. If you love progressive politics, you should love Michelle Wu. She's 20 out of 10. And this younger dude got on a bike out there every single day, could cover so much more space than someone like, frankly, my age, even though I run 5-6 miles a day, just had tons of energy, could do it all day long. We gave him a special plaque, medal, just a fantastic guy. He had skills and energy that older people don't. But the fact is, there are a lot more older women showing up to get this done. So it's a hold on, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. You need to not cut me off. So I think that the younger people, when they're there and they're invested, they are excellent. But as a proportion, this is what I mean by social media making many of us fall into a trap. I don't think there's enough modeling at the high end. Destiny, I'm not trying to call you out specifically because I think it's everyone. I think it's Hassan. I think it's Vosh. I think it's everybody. I don't think there's enough of a message for younger people saying, if you really care about this and you really believe in these politics, here's how it happens. Canvassing, phone banking, donating, like the nuts and bolts electoral stuff. At some point, I think those of us that are older and have platforms, I think we have a responsibility to model what effective political change looks like, because it's not just arguing online, in my view.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not reliable. That's completely understandable.
That's
I guess
not what
I
I'm
just got
saying. I'm
confused
saying
as to-
fewer of them make it a priority on a Saturday, very specifically.
Noted.
Sure.
So we're running out of time. Okay.
Or wait, did Katie have a response to that? I'm curious.
Oh, Katie, do you have a response to that?
I asked if they are more radical. I heard they're less likely to appear on a Saturday or less reliable. So
Are they more radical? Yes.
Yeah, it seems to
Yeah.
be the case that like when people start becoming politically active, they want to make like this crazy amount of change, become like super like revolutionary types or whatever. I see it a lot in Portland, and these are mostly young people. It just kind of makes sense, especially once people start becoming politically active. They're like, oh, I have political power, I'm going to do fucking everything. And, yeah.
Then I guess I just got confused. What was the Twitter tweeting had to do with that specific comment?
Because people think Twitter equals votes. I can show you mathematical, cold, hard data that can show you political ads and social media presence can swing a few percentage points in an election, but the thing that's going to win that more is volunteers and canvassing. That matters a lot more. TV ads are very expensive. They make a big impact.
Look at like the Young Turks and Cenk. That's a huge online media presence. What did he get? Was it 1.5% of the vote that he got when he ran? It was a very, very, very low. Not to shit on him or attack him, but to show like the ineffectiveness sometimes of some of the online
100%.
stuff.
Cenk is my boss, and I think he's a great guy. He's raised millions for the Democratic Party. Has never gotten credit for it. He'll be the first person to tell you that.
Sure. I'm not doubting that. That wasn't my point. It's all good. We can keep going.
All right, Wick, go
Well,
ahead.
Sunday had something to say, and we'll close it out after Sunday makes his final plea to us.
Final plea to what?
Well, you had something to say, Katie.
Well, I haven't actually heard much of a point from anybody on this panel except for Katie. I don't see precisely what I'm pleading for.
Okay, well,
I'm glad you got your connection with Steven, Brianna. I hope one day you're relevant again.
Why are you such an asshole?
This was a farce. Because
This is a farce?
This is a farce. You said it was a farce. You
It
agreed.
does feel a little farcical, I'm going to be honest with you.
It is what it is. I hope everyone I hope everyone enjoyed this farce, right? I hope everyone enjoyed this talk. It was a conversation, and to be clear with you, I don't think it was unproductive. I think we had some substantive discussion. I enjoyed it, and I hope everyone else did too.
Have a good night.
Okay, I want to give everyone. God damn it!
No.
What? Okay,
He ran. Oh no.
At least he waited to the end. I'll turn off these damn nameplates. I'll leave the Wick one because I like the Wick one. But yeah, this idea that he didn't get his whole ass way, so he ran like a little child. Like, this is why we don't win when it comes down to it. When you need to stick it out, when you don't get your own way, when we need to go door to door in the fucking freezing cold in the last 10 people have slammed the fucking door in your face. And
It's
if you
his
can't handle that,
brand.
anyway.
It's
But
his
I want to give
brand.
everyone a final closing thoughts. I'll rant it enough. And thank you for being here. We'll start with Kid Not Kin, and then we'll work our way around. Go ahead, Kid.
Sure. Yeah. I think my final thoughts is just I think people need to be a little bit more like I think what was said earlier about like demystifying this like these angry trans people online into understanding like the situation that a lot of these people are in and where like a lot of these feelings come from, I think is really good. I think that kind of a practice needs to happen to everybody within politics, and I think that would make the polarization less of a problem. It'd be easier to pass more policy, reach more people, etc. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you for being here. Where can people find you?
Kid Not Kin on all platforms.
Okay. Katie, please.
Destiny, happy to hear that you're progressive. Was kind of confused since Nick Fuentes seems to be doing the hard work and very impressive, and all the other lefty people don't do anything. But okay.
Wait, what? Do you not agree with that statement? I'm so curious on that, because a lot of people get really triggered on the left when I say that. But it's so true, isn't it?
It's just that the fact that you're impressed that Nick Fuentes, someone who's a neo-Nazi, I don't know, has a work ethic or like sacrifices his money versus
Is it
like,
not
people
impressive?
who are Sure, it's impressive, but I'm not particularly interested in the impressive feats of neo-Nazis.
Why not?
So why not? That's a good question.
I think it's.
I should hit up Nick Fuentes. I want to hear more about this guy.
Well, I mean,
He's
like,
achieved more politically than you ever will. so
chill, damn.
Maybe you give some
We don't
advice.
have to be so fucking mean in here. You guys are so
I am
mean.
completely fine with that.
Well, I'm sorry, I had to say
considering
something
what
this
person
panel.
No, I actually had something to say to you too, Jenny. I thought it was very funny in your opening statement when you said that like progressives are concerned about white, like trans women in sports, when conservatives are obsessive about that, and we're just like reacting to it. So I just thought it was a fascinating point that you made.
Can I just say something super quickly on this? You know, I grew up in Mississippi. The only reason I'm a Democrat today, like I grew up Fox News, Sean Hannity, church 3 times a week. The only reason I ever saw the light is because Democrats were willing to go out there and talk to me and express a different point of view. And at the risk of people like President Sunday telling me I'm kissing Stephen's ass, I do think that there's value in engaging with these people, not because I want Nick Fuentes platformed, but I think if you're presenting alternative viewpoints to people that can be persuaded, that has value. It's not something I'm going to do with my platform, but I think I can tell you firsthand, if no one had ever bothered to reach out to me, I don't know where I would be today. So that we have to stop being so fucking obsessed with being right that we don't build anything and we don't win anything. That is the reason progressives are failing.
Super based.
Well, yeah, that's any response, Katie?
Yeah, I have a response.
Not to interrupt all the closing statements. I'm sorry, but this is.
I'm really confused. Who is reaching out to it? Because all I'm hearing is Nick Fuentes reaching out to Destiny's audience and Destiny talking about how he's impressive. So maybe I misunderstood you.
Okay, hold on. When I said
what
Fuentes is impressive, what I'm saying is that the amount that he's been able to accomplish with far less funds and far less mainstream backing than people like Asana Vosh is really impressive. Like, if we did the same on our side with the amount of resources we had, like I said, like, holy shit, like, I got 300 cameras together on a single announcement on a single stream. If Vosh and Asana did that shit together, yeah, go ahead.
So you talked on this panel about how if progressives care about their goals, they should do stuff that are effective to promote their goals, right?
Yeah.
So I have no issue saying Nick Fuentes is very impressive with his achievements. I'm just not sure how promoting Nick Fuentes and shitting on who is a neo-Nazi is helpful to progressive goals. You can say that it's impressive.
I'm not saying
promoting him to your audience is helpful to progressive goals. And you claim to be a progressive.
Yeah, I don't think we should promote him. I'm not saying we should promote him.
You are promoting him, though.
By saying that they're effective advocates for the things that they believe in?
No, by having them on your show, by calling them your friends, by hanging out with them, by legitimizing them.
Okay, that's a fundamentally different type of conversation, which is a fine conversation to have. But what I was just saying is that they're very good at they're very good at like putting their money where their mouth is, basically. And for people on the left, when they get popular online, at least in the entertainment world, it feels like fucking pulling teeth to get them to do anything politically effective, which is frustrating.
Sure.
Cool.
You can find me at that Katie. I removed the dough, so it's DATKATEE. I might be coming back to streaming. I might not. I enjoyed this.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thank you for being here, and thank you for staying till the end. That was very grown up of you. Next
I didn't run.
We have Jenny Matrix, please.
Okay, I think that if you ever want an example of the kind of thing I was talking about earlier about progressivism being a self-serving circle jerk that benefits the people who talk about it more than actual people who it claims to help, I think this conversation is a great example. I think that Katie and Sunday basically just came on and said absolutely fuck all for the last 2 hours. It was absolutely insufferable, and I'm gonna go and kill myself. If I'm still alive tomorrow, you can follow me at Heterodox Takes on Twitter. Thank you and good night. I hate you all.
Thank you for.
They mean in a video game, by the way.
Yes, in Minecraft, of course.
Yeah, in Minecraft. Actually, sorry, no, I do want to say one thing. I want to say, Brianna, I actually think it was really refreshing hearing someone actually talk about pragmatism in progressive politics, because it is, again, something that I brought up at the beginning is how progressives seem absolutely allergic to pragmatism, and it's insufferable. So thank you for talking about ways that progressives can actually do stuff.
I appreciate it. Thank you for saying that.
Destiny, any final closing thoughts?
I think it's kind of funny in a conversation about like who's hurting progressives the most. It turned into an infighting panel for about 70% of the time. That was entertaining to me. So
fair.
Well, the trick to infinite content is to ask the left why it eats itself, and the left will begin to eat itself just by uttering those words. It's an infinite content loop.
Either that or by inviting President Sunday. Yeah, one of those will.
And it's a combination. You know, we finesse these things. Brianna, any final thoughts?
I just you know, I'm not trying to advocate any standards that I'm not trying to hold myself to as well here. You know, one of the things I learned in rehab, I've been sober for 20 years, is it's often easier to change yourself than the world. And I think if we're serious about building political power, we're going to have to let some things go. And I think we're going to have to hold ourselves to higher standards in how we conduct ourselves. It's a measure I've certainly fallen short on, but it's a measure I think it's worth striving for. When I think about who I am at my best, I'm trying to build things with people, and I'm trying to accomplish things with other people. You know, a man without anyone with him is just someone taking a walk, right? So I think we need to radically reframe how we're thinking about these issues, because you know, just to be honest, Jenny, I agree with your assessment that a lot of the times it's just a circle jerk.
Well,
wait, wait real quick? Can I
Sure.
do the thing?
Please.
There was a hard question asked earlier that wasn't a good response to, and you just said something. I'm actually curious to hear your response to it.
Please.
Somebody earlier, I wish I could remember, whoever asked us to take credit for it. Somebody earlier asked, how do you tell people which issues to leave behind? And the trans issue is, the trans question, is like a big thing that's like the boogeyman, the specter of like progressive politics right now. When you have trans people that like are seeing all the legislation that's being proposed or passed in some places, when they see all of the alarmist rhetoric online, when they see all these things, and then they feel like people are saying like, listen, this just isn't your time right now. Sorry. We need to talk about other things. How do you get those people on board? Certain people that feel like they have an issue that's important to them. How can people decide what's important to be left behind versus what they need to fight to the death on?
I think that's such an important question, Destiny, and you can't. Like, I'm sure you've seen this in your community. You can't tell someone that's 20 who really strongly feels they're non-binary that that's not important. They don't deserve, you know, equal rights. That's not an equal message. I think, like, if you put me in charge of, you know, the transgender rights movement in the United States tomorrow, what I would do is I'd try to build a storage test of about $10 to $30 million. I'd start pushing back on some of these lawsuits, and I'd focus on something in the same way that gay men in the 90s put everything behind gay marriage, right? They found one thing that everyone involved could agree on, and they used it as a spear to penetrate the armor, and then they were able to get other things afterwards. So I think that there's a real need for leadership. in the trans community. I just have no idea how anyone would start to begin building that.
Okay.
Okay. The thin end of the wedge, as they say. I think that's something that the conservatives use to point to. The conservatives point to this and say that, well, yes, that's why we can't let anything in. And that, I mean, that's another conversation, right? We talked about how conservative responds to threats and things like that. But yeah, thank you for being here. What do you got going on? Where can people find you, Brianna?
Oh, just find me on Twitter if it's still working tomorrow. Brianna Wu.
Thanks for being here, gang. So this was my first YouTube stream. I think it went rather well. If you guys liked the content, you can find me at youtube.com/@wick-tv. You can also find me on Twitter, Twitch, where I do most of my streams, which is twitch.tv/wicktv. No spaces or ats or anything like that. Great. So one more thing I've been asked to do by Not So Erudite. She DM'd me, and she asked me to read a statement, which I'll do. The statement is as follows. And this is Not So Erudite saying this. She says, I provide a service where I help people find a therapist in their area. Many people struggle to find a therapist that suits their needs. I have more understanding of different designations and credentials. I charge a one-time fee of $40, supply them with 3 to 5 strong options, and if none of those therapists work out, I give a full refund. Not whatever shit Sunday said. Okay, thank you again for being here.
Wait, can I just share a personal story about her just before we jump off? Because I think this is really important.
If everyone wants to. Well, now we're not ending the stream. I'm just letting everyone go.
Sure.
If people want to call in and stuff, I can give you my Discord link.
100%.
And,
This will just take a second.
Go ahead.
You know, I think what I found so disingenuous about Sundays, I did Erudite's show, and like I said, I've been sober for 20 years. And what I was really impressed with by her before we were starting it is she made it so clear in DMs before we started that she was not a clinician. She was not there to diagnose anything, despite having a ton of professional expertise here. I can tell you my one-on-one experience with her, she was so careful and clear in delineating her role there that she just wanted to have a conversation that just I think if you know her and understand the way she conducts herself, I think it's really laughable that she's claiming to have credentials that she doesn't. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's insulting.
Noted. Anything else before we switch to the next segment? Yes? No? Okay. Thank you again for being here, gang. You can stay if you like, or you could go if you like. Either way.
Wait,
if
can
you
I yell at you now?
You can absolutely yell at me. Go ahead.
Okay. I thought it was really shitty and disingenuous of you to just say that, like, you organized a panel and then the left ate itself. Because if the left is, apparently everyone agreed it was just me and President Sunday, we seem to be pretty in cahoots, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and fuck you.
Sorry, the left designated everyone it didn't like as a liberal and then it ate them. How's that? Is that a better description of what happened?
Ooh.
Sure, I don't think that's what happened, but you didn't talk much, so maybe you didn't get what happened.
Okay, well, you spoke a lot, but you didn't talk much either.
That's true. But to be fair, other people at least try to shut me up.
Well, can I just ask, though, Katie, do you not think the left eats itself? Do you disagree with that assertion?
Can you define eat itself, and how does that differ from other
Do you
communities?
think that the
eating
left has a problem with pushing people out, micro-otherizing, and dealing? Well, I'm not. Oh, you have a 2% difference with me? You're not a real progressive. I'm the real progressive. Do you not see that as a problem that's permeating the left?
More than other communities?
No, we're not comparing. We're just saying,
not?
is this a problem in the left right now? Yes or no? It doesn't matter if it's a worse problem among conservatives or a less of a problem among conservatives. We're not talking about conservatives.
Doesn't?
Among the left, are you just not understanding what I'm saying?
It's like the president of Sunday
Wait, I think I understand what you're saying. I just find your framing to be super uncharitable, so I have an issue with it, right?
How would you frame it?
I think that I heard Destiny say that the left eat itself, but so does the right. They just do it in different ways. And as the leading figure of thought in progressive spaces, I think I can take from Destiny's opinion and say, if we both do it but in different ways, then I don't see how that's a unique critique of the left. Do you get my point?
It's like a unique critique of the left, but like at some point you have to like take the onus on like what you have the ability to change.
Yeah, so kid, you didn't get to talk much too. How do you want to change the left eating itself? Can you give me a solution, please?
Yeah, stop assuming malicious intent on everything. Go outside and treat people better. Yeah, that's it.
Is that for me personally or for all the
maybe.
left?
Yeah, maybe. I don't
Okay.
know.
Ooh.
Okay.
Personal
Oh, fine.
attacks on the table.
Well, we have a caller. If we want to bring him in and see what they say.
Bring
Parallax.
him in.
Yeah. Okay, Parallax, what do you think?
Oh, Jesus, I don't know how far behind the stream I must be to have been dragged in just now. Hi.
What's up?
Yeah, you are the content right now, Parallax. Let's hear it.
Hi. Jesus, I am so far behind in the stream. I am listening to the, I just got done with Brianna's comments on President Sunday's video. I don't have a lot to say tonight other than President Sunday being a pedantic son of a bitch, while getting so much wrong is absurd. It's a waste of time in everybody's fucking way, both tonight and in that video. And he should really learn what the word credentials means, because Kyla expresses her credentials very clearly, which is that she has a graduate diploma.
Yep.
And then she expresses her title that she uses at work, which is a psychometrist. Fuck off, you pedantic loser.
It's so disingenuous. She said it 100 times. She's been very clear about that. And I'm sorry, I know probably no one wants to hear a feminist point of view on this, but there is a legitimate, like, it is hard for a streamer, especially a woman, to like be public about who you are, and this fear is always going to be in the back of your mind that a bunch of nut jobs online are going to find your place of work and target you there and then harm your ability to make a living. I'm sorry, that is amplified for women out there in the world.
Post your private fucking Facebook and contact
100%.
your university. You loser.
Holy shit, I just realized for Kyla, this isn't even the first time this has happened. I feel so bad for her.
He's still a fucking loser.
Can I say this? So, Destiny, do you remember this in your stream, your Keffel's Manifesto stream? Because he came on there and you started, you asked your chat. You asked your chat, hey, does anyone know who this guy is? I might want to have him on our stream, someone else on Sunday's discussion. And then Sunday came on and immediately started accusing you of doxing his friend, trying to dox his friend. This is the problem. He's such a hypocrite. He holds other people's standards that he will not hold himself to, and it's sad.
Sad indeed. We do have one more person. Was there anything else, Parallax, that you wanted to ask to the panel, or was it just the erudite stuff?
No, I did that. I wasn't ready to be pulled in when you pulled me in, but that was the most important thing to get off my chest. But I do think that we touched on some really important things, and I want to compliment Brianna on touching on the fact that, like, the most important thing, and I think it got ignored, is that the left is so concerned with being right that they don't concern themselves with being effective. And I really wished that there had been more of the panel that was focused on that than pedantry over fucking words. It was a really great point, and it's arguably the most important thing that could have been focused on in this panel.
Luckily, we have a
question.
Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example of the left being ineffective? Because I'm hearing we should be more effective, but except for stopping the crazy Twitter mob and not being mean to Destiny, I need a bit more, like, effectiveness than that.
Look across the United States and look at almost
just real quick. You got some
Yeah,
background
I know. I'm
noise,
turning
dude.
it down. Kid just
Please.
DM'd me. I just turned it way down. I didn't know. Kid just DM'd me. Long story short, you should look across this country and look at non-national elections and see how badly the Republicans absolutely wipe the fucking floor with Democrats across this country. When the further you get away from the national stage, the more you will see that Republicans wipe the fucking floor with Democrats, and there's a reason.
Yeah.
And it consistently prevents Democrats from being able to get ideas from the ground up, because we can't win at local elections and smaller offices. So yeah, the left is not effective.
That's great. That's not what I asked for you to tell me how we should be more effective, and then you told me what is happening, not an actual advice.
Can I give an example of, like, a framework that I feel like I've identified that's problematic?
Please.
I'm very familiar with this because I used to give this framework a lot. I think that the issue is that the left has created a couple of these very bad, like, thought terminating paradigms that make it so that, like, resistance has to be maximized, other you're essentially doing nothing. So there's two really big examples of this. One has to do with the paradox of tolerance. So essentially what we have is, if we want a society that tolerates everybody, well, obviously we can't be tolerant of the intolerant, right? That's true. But the problem is that leaves the window open to label so many people as intolerant that what happens is people view your political advocacy as you're either completely and totally 100% on board, or you're going to side a little bit with the intolerant people. You know, all of the comics that come out where it's like, on one side a person is like, oh, I think that we should help trans people, and on the other side a person's like, we should murder all of them, and the centrist guy is like, I think these both make good points. Everybody's like, that's what a centrist is. You're either binary with us or you're completely and totally against us. I think that the theoretical construction of those types of things, like the paradox of tolerance, leads progressives to these worldview points where you're either 100% with us or you're a fascist, and that makes it impossible to, like, pass or do anything, because people have to be totally 100% bought into your ideology or they're an enemy.
Can I add on to that? Because I really strongly agree with that. I also think a side effect of that is I think it weakens our ability to make intellectual arguments and appeal to the other side. I can tell you, having run for office, if you're not able to go out there and have a conversation with any type of person that disagrees with you and find some common ground and connect with them, you're not going to be able to fundraise, you're not going to be able to canvass. I think this all or nothing thinking makes us much weaker because it makes it so we can only talk to ourselves. I'm not saying you have to agree with the other side. I'm saying you need to understand it and be able to counter those arguments. I think that is a very important, powerful, realpolitik skill to have.
And I think that to build off of that, to reply to Katie, this is the exact framework for what we need. We need to start finding common ground within the disagreements in the left, finding ways to get into spaces organized and work from the ground up, which is what I'm talking about.
And not just the left.
And not just the left, but in
not
general.
Not just the left. We like, I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is a problem we have. We have to reach into conservative and moderate spaces. We have to.
I'm talking, yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, to be clear. I'm referring specifically as a reply to Katie's question. We've got to find common ground amongst the people on the left we disagree with so that we can organize on a local level and build from the ground up. We at the left, we really want to win the presidency, the Senate, and the House, and we don't want to build from the ground up. That is the issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, a big. I think an example of this is probably something along the lines of like when I talk to a bunch of people about like pro-choice versus pro-life stuff, a lot of the rhetoric that I end up seeing sort of equates the pro-life angle to be just strictly anti-woman. And then when I talk to people that are like pro-life, like they have like a totally fundamentally different view on what consciousness is, on what the worth of a human life is, and there's so much like religion and stuff like wrapped up into it. But like if you sort of give this nuance into the equation, like there is a conversation that you could end up having between these two sides that just kind of gets stopped once you start equating it all to like, oh, all pro-life stuff is basically just misogyny.
So Katie, yeah, that's what we've all kind of circled around this. A lot of people have answered your question. Do you feel your question's been answered at this point?
Well, I haven't heard any solutions except how to make individual, because the solution, Wick, and President Sunday made a good point by saying that since we're not an organized group, it's really hard to make fractured individuals online do what you want them to do. So we can advocate, and I'm fine with that. Brianna is doing that, Destiny is doing that, you're all doing that. Hopefully it would influence people. I don't do the stuff that you say that progressives do, so I don't have a personal response to that. So, you know, it's just not systemic solutions. Can I quickly say something?
Yeah, go.
Yeah. I know, and I agree that because progressives are the one, and I heard kids say this, and I agree with it a lot, about how because we are the one wanting to change things, we are the ones that have a lot more responsibility to make that amicable, to explain that properly, to convince. Like, we can't just expect people to come to our side just because we think we're right. And I'm paraphrasing, kid. I hope that's okay. And Yeah, and I agree with that. But I also think that when I hear political like commentators talk about this, I find it interesting that no one is able to explain the progressive mentality very well. Like kids said they assume malice a lot, and that was like the only attempt at interpretation. I heard progressives are malicious or either very stupid and ineffective. I
No,
think
I didn't say that progressives are malicious. I said that they're interpreting malicious
they assume
intent
malice,
onto
yes.
other people. Yeah.
Yes.
Not that they do that maliciously, but that's just a problem.
I
Yeah.
think sometimes where progressives really mess up, and I've personally noticed this with a lot of people I've talked to, especially in school, is they expect people to make jumps that like are kind of unreasonable from like where people are at to like where you want them to be, right? I think like the issue is you have to start like either if you have like an ideology that's like much further left, you probably want to find groups of people that like are more willing to hear that out, right? Or are more willing to work with it. But you can't go into like a rural red community that's been rural red for a really long time and like start insulting them for not like adopting your ideology. You probably want to find steps that they like are reasonable for them to take and try to work on those, right?
Can I interject here? And I say this really respectfully. I think you and I have a very different theory of change, and I think this is very different from what you were saying too, Kit. Because I think your paradigm when it came to life versus abortion right, pro-life, though I think it's anti-abortion. I think your theory of change seems to be we go talk to people, we meet them in the middle, blah blah blah. I think that's sometimes true. I think. Well, sure.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. So I think in like Destiny brought up an example, some gun rights legislation where it's not bifurcated, it's not all or nothing. Like let's focus on handguns or a lower minimum wage just to get some movement there. That's a really good example in my view about kind of communicating. I do think for some issues it is all or nothing. And I think sometimes in politics, it really is a question of how many people can you get over to your own side. I think sometimes something I've seen a lot on campaigns is you're so focused on beating the other side or responding to the other side that you're not thinking about mobilizing every single voter that you have. Just one important thing here. The big disadvantage that the Democrats, including progressives, have compared to the Republicans is a data deficit. We do not have the same database, the same fundraising email lists, the same associative information to figure out what voters are going to respond to your messages at the same scale and availability that the right does. So I think like sometimes we're so focused on this internet idea of arguing when it needs to be like just organizing and gathering people.
I will just let you know I'm gathering all your data as we speak. It is being routed to my server and it will be used for the causes I deem appropriate, what you can convince me to use it for. Does that answer your question, Katie? Do you feel satisfied or are you still unsatisfied? And just to be clear, before I let you answer, we are cycling people in and out because I want to get through as many people as possible. So that's why Parallax did. That's all.
I just wanted to quickly like finish my point. So yeah, when I was saying about the progressive perspective, I think that I'm not saying that it's good. So maybe when I'm putting up resistance, people are thinking that I'm disagreeing with them, and I'm not. Like I think these observations are not wrong. I'm just am genuinely asking about. I heard the solutions. I'm just not sure how to enforce those solutions on people that I have no control over, except for trying to socially sanction them.
Well, I think that's all we can do here, right? That's all any of us are advocating for. Nobody's saying we should like make a lot of put people in jail or we need to like assassinate people in real life.
Well,
like we're just talking about social
if that's all
advocacy.
you're advocating for, we spend a whole lot of time saying the same thing over and over again and advocating for the same thing over and over again while repeating that endlessly. So, okay.
Well, but I mean, that's all we do online, right? That's all Tucker Carlson does. Tucker Carlson isn't a legislator. He's not a lawmaker. He's not passing any laws, right?
Sure, but a lot of people complain that we don't have policy. We didn't talk about policies. That was going to be my main point, but we were busy talking about how Twitter people are bad, which is true. They're bad.
Well, no,
and
hold on.
we should socially sanction them.
It goes hand in hand. The issue wasn't.
Let me finish my point. I beg of you.
You gotta be quick.
Okay.
You gotta be quick.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Brevity is
Sorry.
the soul of wit, please.
I thought we were doing back and
Okay.
forth. Go ahead. Go for it.
So, I'm just saying that while especially I agree, young people are bad at not using it in a derogatory way. I think a lot of progressive lenses are looking at outcomes. So if what you're saying will lead to transphobic outcomes, then you might say that's transphobic, and people take offense to that. If it will lead to racist outcomes, you say that's racist, and people take offense to that. So I think there's a miscommunication there in looking at systems versus individuality. And that's just my opinion.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm done with.
Sure thing. So I don't think there's a miscommunication. I think the problem is the outcomes are not binary. There are different levels. Like, people view transphobia as a binary thing. There's absolutely not. There might be a person who, if their own kid was transphobic, they'd kill him, but they would vote in favor of any trans thing because they don't care about it for other people. That's fine. There might be some person who's like fully on board with almost every single trans thing, but they won't date a trans person ever and won't even consider it. And then there might be a person who just wants all trans people removed from society. They don't even believe it's real, right? All of this exists on a spectrum, but progressives have a hard time staking out positions on the spectrum. It's either a binary yes or no. In terms of like policies and how you can discuss like different positions of policies, I gave the example earlier of gun control. Listen, give conservatives silencers with no restriction and give conservatives AR-15s and then regulate pistols, right? That's an example of like a compromise. And then do like red flag laws or close boyfriend loopholes if that's, I think that got closed on the last gun legislation, stuff like that. For abortion, give conservatives outlaw all third trimester abortion in the United States unless it's medically necessary. That's fine. And then make first and second trimester abortion federally legal. I don't know if we would have the support for that, but if you did that, that covers like 98%, 99% of abortions right there. Boom. And that's like, you know, good points. For minimum wage, push for state minimum wages instead of a federal minimum wage. For healthcare, push for state healthcare. Yeah, those are like policy positions that I think progressives have a really hard time.
But you said yourself, it's not really the progressive side that poses the issues with that. I don't think I think a lot of progressive would take Roe v. Wade back if we could just like not do third trimester abortions. Right?
I don't think so.
Really
I don't agree.
choice.
I don't agree. I don't think they would.
Okay.
I think it'd be all or nothing for a lot of them. But that's
Destiny.
my perspective, right? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Destiny, earlier you asked the question of like what issues do people have to like, how do you decide what issues you leave behind, right?
Mhm.
And I think something that some people in this panel even pointed out is that like one of the benefits the left has is that part of its assortment is in like one big unified group. And I think what that allows some people to do is that like you don't really have to leave behind an issue, but like I think people just need to be like reminded you have to be realistic about where you're pushing these issues, like I said earlier, right?
Yeah, but that kind of means like
push,
leaving behind, right?
No, because I think you can still push for these issues, but I think one of the problems is like a lot of people want like these extremely really big changes. I did Model UN recently, and I got to witness kind of like the process of how these things work and like how these changes happen much more incrementally. And I think people need to be like, they have to either witness it or like be forced to like understand that like you're not going to get these big changes, right? Just arguing about it online, like shifting the Overton window, like I guess it might make you feel better, but it doesn't get you those changes you want. Right?
But
and
like
if you want those changes, you can push them in like specific areas where you might be able to like help people out where people are already like amenable to your cause, right?
I'm just saying that there's certain like you have political capital to do certain things, and I don't think you can do it as much as you want to all the time. So for instance, if you're an immigrant or especially Hispanic, especially coming from Mexico, if you have family or whatever, and you voted for Biden because you wanted to see change in immigration, you probably feel pretty salty right now because I don't think literally anything
I'm
has been
a
changed.
DACA recipient. My family's been here like 20 years. We still haven't gotten
you
shit,
have
bro.
like nothing. Like I think they closed down some of the more egregious separation camps and changed a little bit of the policy, but for the most part, like immigration is almost exactly the same.
But it feels like that every time, right? Like immigration is never something that's ever like actually pushed for, but it's something that makes people feel a little bit more safe, right? That's why these people vote for it. And what you could do, like somebody like me, right? I could find areas where like, let's say like arrest rates are like a little bit higher for people who like aren't immigrants or people might be treated a little bit more poorly. You could probably find groups in those areas that are like more willing to sympathize, right? And try to push for those groups like, hey, we might be able to like put in policy. Like in Texas, something I think would be really good is trying to push for parts of Texas to like allow immigrants to get licenses, right? Which is like,
I think they do that in California, but
yeah.
I think the Democratic Party has, there was a term I didn't know until I ran for office, which is called Hispandering. It's the fact that Democrats cannot win without the Hispanic vote, so they just show up last minute and start talking to these groups and promise them the sun and then just forget it until the next election. I think structurally, I think overall, I would give a very high appraisal to the Biden administration in terms of progressive things they've done. I think that we have ignored that particular issue at our peril. And I think I really worry about the future of the Hispanic vote in the United States, because the Republicans are doing things like they built out local community centers for people, Latino people, like Spanish-speaking radio stations, bringing that kind of messaging out, those kind of right-wing talking points. We're just not even thinking about that. It's this kind of structural unwillingness to dream big and get a message out there that is why we continue losing, in my view.
Okay. FK, thanks for coming on. Rezi, what do you think? What's your
I just have
question?
specific things to detract from certain people, as well as using my angle to make Destiny a little worried. I specifically want to start with Katie. Katie, what is a leftist?
Rezi, a leftist?
Yeah, leftist. Like, what would you consider a leftist?
A leftist for Americans is someone who's like a socialist or a communist, right? And you would assume they have progressive values.
So you're saying that like center-left people who are liberal, capitalists such as Destiny aren't leftists then?
Not from my understanding.
Okay. Do you think that like level of purity testing is something that ultimately is very difficult to meet with you, or like to meet with people who hold these views of socialism or communism, or even just, having people who believe in capitalist liberalism who want to make a more fair system?
Okay, so there was a reason I very specifically said progressives, because I am not very... If Destiny said he was a leftist, I didn't ask Destiny if he was a leftist, because as far as I know, he believes in capitalism, right? If you want to tell me a different definition of what a leftist is, and you tell me that it has nothing to do with economics, that's fine. I'll take it. That's just what I learned. So
I think that politics has two parts to it. One of it is social politics, and one of it is economics, right?
I agree.
Do you need to be absolutely perfect on both to be considered a leftist or part of the left coalition, even with the delineation that you've given for America?
Well, no, because I consider myself part of the left, even though I'm not a socialist or a communist, right?
Okay.
So I can be part of the alliance, but I wouldn't call myself I call myself a leftist on accident, but I try to say I'm a progressive because I care about the social issues, not about the
Misrepresenting your credentials, I see. Okay, I'm gonna have to make a YouTube about that.
Professor, no!
Yeah, so
stop!
anyways, with the whole you saying that, it's basically, I think that when you're employing like these purity tests, you're ultimately keeping a lot of people that would go ahead and come over to say that, to even go ahead and basically do the no true leftist, no true infighting thing in your closing statement by saying that even Brianna Wu isn't on your side is actually a fundamental issue with the way that you're approaching this.
Okay, then I'm sorry if that came off that way.
Yeah, do you think I'm on your side?
I think that we're all pretty much
on
I'm
asking Katie.
Both sides.
No, she struggled to answer. She's thinking.
So I was told that we were going to be on the same side, you, me, and President Sunday.
Sure.
And then the panel, and that's how I acted on the panel. And then the panel kept grouping me and President Sunday together, you as well. So at the end, in my closing statement, I said me and President Sunday because I wasn't sure what was happening. Sure. And I don't know your content. So.
Respectfully, I realize you're younger, and when you're younger, you think everything is kind of based on you. So I say that respectfully. But
I think that's not respectful. I think that's why I'm
Fuck, wait, what did she say? I was reading a message. What did she just say?
The question at hand is, when it comes to issues in an aggregate sense, in this, in the idea of who is on what side trying to get things done, do you perceive someone like me? I literally run one of the few progressive super PACs in the United States. We worked with Nina Turner a ton. We were one of the few people that showed up in the Nina Turner race. Like, I have stood up for women's rights in a very serious public way. I've literally run for Congress to try to counter the Trump administration. Do you perceive me as being on your side, or am I not pure enough for your conception of progressive politics?
According to what you said, of course you're on my side, right?
Sure.
I don't know you. I never heard about you before what you just told me, right? I'm too young for that, respectfully.
Sure.
So, yeah. So from what you're saying, you're clearly a progressive.
Yeah.
I don't know if we were on the same side on this panel, but that doesn't really matter. I'm not sure what is the constant gesturing with like the purity testing. Riz, can you explain to me what you mean when I purity test Destiny?
What I mean is that I think you're purity testing everyone, and I want to go ahead and move to my next point, which is actually
No. I need you to explain that to me, because if you're gonna say that I'm doing that,
I think that
I
you're
think
purity
that's
testing
fair.
people. I think that, like,
Can you
again,
explain
have
what that
people- Okay,
means?
what I mean by that is that you are deriding people and their commitment to these issues, right? With the way you talk, the way you're going ahead and separating and otherizing yourself from them as well. I think that that's what I mean by purity testing.
Okay, so when I asked Destiny if he's a progressive, that was me purity testing him, even though he said he's a progressive, and then I accepted that, and then the entire panel, I treated him as a
I
progressive.
mean, I specifically was referring to your closing statement, but go ahead, go off, Queen.
Oh, okay. So I guess everything
but
else
anyways,
I said
I
doesn't
actually
matter.
wanted to go ahead
All
and
good.
buffer you up a little bit here with a criticism of now Brianna. I'm lumping you in
Please
with
do.
with Jenny. Why did you, Brianna? Why did you bring up her age? Right? Like the thing is, it's like feel that like you're going ahead and otherizing her based on her age, and Jenny, quite the same with the tone that you're taking, right? Like this is the same like leftist infighting, the same consumptive, disease that goes in and plagues this level of politics. I think that, maybe if we were in a bloody sports part of this, but I think we're trying to actually get to points where we can understand one another, and my cat doesn't block the camera. He needs it with his balls, sorry.
I think that's a fair criticism.
I think that honestly, like that
I've
was
tried
like
for
some
2 hours to just
Yeah.
smile, and I guess my patience failed in that moment, so I apologize.
Yeah, and that's fine.
I'm neither
But
a
Jenny,
leftist
why
or a
did you
progressive.
not even give a moment of that? And I think that that's honestly characteristic.
Because I'm not a
of lot of
leftist or a progressive.
Okay.
It's not infighting when I do it. I don't care about what you guys do. Okay?
Agreed.
Okay, so you can just be an asshole to people just because.
Do you think that's what not being a progressive is? Is
Well,
just
no, I
being
just
an
think that's
asshole?
what being an asshole is.
Well,
Okay.
Rezi, thank you for coming.
I'm not done. I have one more.
One quickly,
Hey.
briefly. to
Destiny,
Tyson.
when you go ahead and talk about third trimester abortions, how do you respond to doctors that are unwilling to perform abortions because they're not sure when it's medically necessary? That ultimately makes the argument to go ahead and have these abortions be even open up until the end of the third trimester.
Usually medical decisions are made under a doctor's discretion. If they can't, then you get a consult. If the problem is a moral one, this is really mean, but pick a different job. It's not
I guess
your
it's more the question of doctors that are afraid of losing their jobs because of state bodies trying to regulate them, and that's actually something that we've seen crop up in Texas and Indiana.
Well, I mean, my answer is going to be boring and obvious, right? I wouldn't support like attacking doctor jobs for performing medically necessary abortions, right? You would hope there'd be some kind of like statutory protection or some sort of like licensing protection for people that are performing a surgery where it may or may not be on the line, right? I think if we can protect cops that shoot and kill innocent people, we should be able to protect hospitals and doctors that might perform an abortion that maybe wasn't 100% medically necessary, maybe upon review it wasn't, but yeah. The only reason why I focus on the abortion thing is because like those third trimester abortions are such insane edge cases, and it feels like we all want to like fight and die on the hill of third trimester abortions when it's such a rare procedure that really nobody likes. Like even the most evil abortion having woman in the world is going to have a hard time terminating a third trimester pregnancy. Like the dude's like kicking around you at that point. That's a rough one. But
But it happens in that instance most of the time because someone has like a catastrophic birth defect.
Mhm.
They're going to be giving birth to someone that's going to need care for the rest of their life. I mean, look, I think I've expressed on this panel, I am generally a person for compromise and getting what we can. I just have to tell you, if you're saying, look, you're going to have to care for a child for the rest of their life, and they're not even going to be able to respond to you, and you're going to become a full-time nurse, and that's going to be your life from now on. That's a real personal cost, and I feel like that's not present in the discussion a lot of the time.
Did your question get answered, Rezi?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for answering my questions. You've been lovely, kid. You're super hot. I'll talk to you all soon.
Be safe.
Wow.
Nugs, you're up.
Hi. Yeah, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel now. Yeah, so Brianna, you said
fucking
you said yeah, damn straight. All right, we deserve rights too. Okay. So the you mentioned something about the young radical people being like kind of part of the problems you identified when it comes to actual activism on the ground, and Destiny seemed to agree with that. Do you agree that they push like the worst elements of the online discourse as well, or is that a separate problem?
No, I want to be really clear, and I genuinely apologize if I wasn't clear about this. The volunteers I have worked with in my career, which is plenty of democratic elections at this point, generally speaking, you're there to work. If you're getting paid, you're really, really there to work. And you kind of tend to focus on just the job you've got to get done rather than what your individual beliefs are, because it's really more like who can cut more canvas for the day, who can get through more of their phone call sheet. It's not really about what you want, it's about what the candidate needs.
So I guess we're talking more about when the opinions become relevant to what they're doing on the ground, like they're participating
Can you give an
in
example of that?
Sure, like meetings where yeah, like participating in like town halls or whatever, where they stand up and give like very progressive takes, things like that.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I would pay anything to get more college students and high school students out to your local DTC to participate, because it is so old. Like, respectfully, you gotta show up if you want to take over this party, and I do. You know, you've got to show up, and that means running for local, like, terrible positions like treasurer or vice chair, and it means like working elections. So I'm begging young people. Yes.
Sure, but if we're identifying this group as, you know, again, you guys seem to agree, the group that is causing some of these like weirder, out of left field radical positions, you know, some of the more aggressive, progressive positions. You're also advocating for them, like standing up and being the ones, you know, at these town halls, potentially getting this kind of media attention for these like more fringe views. Are you fine with that?
Yeah, well, this is genuinely how I feel. Yeah, I think if you look at my public presence today and the way I conduct myself versus during, you know, Gamergate, right? I think you see someone that's a lot more calm and measured, right? And thoughtful about how I advocate, right? That's not an accident. That is from spending so much of the last few years having to talk to people I don't agree with and trying to build things with people. That was a very useful thing. So it's my view that if you get people off the computer and get them out there to like try to work with people to accomplish things, it's not that I think it's going to de-radicalize them. It's that I think it's going to give them a deeper perspective on how to get along with others and work towards common goals. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but I might be missing something crazy here, but I feel like you were very strong on like the whole Hogwarts legacy thing, and I feel like that's one of the bigger like online backfires when it comes to progressive discourse, right? Like that clearly hasn't gone particularly well.
I feel like I talked about Hogwarts Legacy for 2 hours. I think I probably should have been more judicious in my public statements. I am not convinced that this battle is a net loss. I think the right has pushed a lot of social issues over the years and fought losing battles and has ended up with some power. And I think sometimes just showing up and fighting an enemy, even if you lose, has value, in my view.
Okay, but I mean, you showed up and fought, or rather the overall progressive group on that issue showed up and fought an enemy that I don't really know I agree exists and probably wasn't worth the political capital, right, in expending all of that effort online, and then the conservative backlash, and now, you know, a bunch of free marketing for a game. Even if you did believe that the game itself had some problems, it seems like that backlash has been counterproductive and just given the conservatives an easy W, right?
So maybe the different. Do you mind if I ask? Are you a game developer? Have you worked as a game developer?
No.
Okay, so I have.
I have a real job.
Game development is a very, very, very hard job.
I know. Go ahead.
So one of my goals with this is I think it is helpful to drive the social cost up for the game developers that choose to work at WB, to make that a studio that people are embarrassed to work at, and this to be an IP that they're embarrassed to work on. I can tell you for a fact, because I am, I still am pretty connected to the game industry. We're having real conversations about, is it ethical to work there? And I think when there is a sequel, I do think staffing is going to be a challenge. And I think the only way they're going to be able to staff it is by really making some compromises in the way Harry Potter is engaged with. So look, I fully posit with you, it's very possible we could have lost this battle entirely. It's not my ideal framing. This is a battle that J.K. Rowling wanted to fight, not me. But I am not convinced they're not going to benefit. Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to get too deep into
Yeah,
this
like,
part.
I don't want to like loop on this forever and ever.
Sure. It's fine. I did have one more question, which is there's been a lot of conversation about purity testing, and I think maybe this is more for Destiny actually. It seems like you just end up with the same problem in the opposite direction, where instead of, purity testing for, you're not left enough, now we have to start excising groups of the left that are too radical or are using the wrong language or continuing to push more radical. Hell, I would like it if there were fewer people bitching about the Hogwarts Legacy shit, right? So if it were up to me, I would be saying those are the people that we should be ignoring, and the true left is over here, where with the more reasonable, more inclusive takes that aren't saying, that Hogwarts Legacy is a character test, right? We're not excluding people based on whether they play a fucking video game or not. So how do we excise that group of leftists compared to, the existing gatekeeping that's already happening here? It feels like the same problem in the opposite direction.
Okay. If you have an answer, but
Was that a question for me or Brianna?
Either one.
Probably you.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna. I feel like I'm gonna repeat the same thing I said earlier. Like, I think that we try to find what the most reasonable positions are, and then you kind of bully people out for positions that you consider unreasonable, right? So like I disagreed obviously with the Hogwarts thing. So my advocacy is just gonna say like if you want to play that game, it's fine. It doesn't matter. I generally stand against J.K. Rowling's statements on trans people, but I don't think that means that we have to boycott every single thing that's related to her or Harry Potter whatsoever. But yeah, that's all I can do is publicly advocate for my position, right?
Okay, so we just gatekeep in the opposite direction.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you a follow-up on that?
Me or him?
You.
Yeah, go for it.
So if that's true, do you see the people who wanted to do the Hogwarts Legacy boycott as the real progressives, or the progressives who were quiet and didn't talk about it because they couldn't give less of a fuck?
Well, I think they're probably all progressives, right? Progressives can disagree on things, right?
But when you talk about progressives, you're talking about the boycott people.
Sure, in that case I was, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Don't you think that's a bit too general?
What's too general?
Do you think the boycott people are like a big enough of a force to be like a representation of progressives, that we're in a panel talking about progressives, those should be the ones that we focus on as like a representation?
I imagine even in progressive movements, we're probably pretty cut on the Hogwarts Legacy stuff, right? I have to say that it's like a barometer for the left, but like even in Vosh's subreddit, there was like a lot of fighting on whether or not like we should ever boycott the Hogwarts Legacy thing. A lot of people are going back and forth on it.
Which he was against, right?
Who was against? Vosh?
He was against boycotting.
I don't know what his positions are. It depends on whoever he's sucking up to at the time.
I can tell you.
Sure. I'm just saying that, like, in general, I think that a lot of progressives were wrestling over whether or not that should be boycotted. I don't think that was like a bog standard, like, progressive position, right?
But that's kind of like the good infighting, right? Or is that the left eating itself?
I don't think infighting is bad. My issue with infighting is when people...
Wasn't that one of the major critiques?
What?
Yeah, but
there was a shitload of leftist infighting, like.
Yeah. So I said verbatim that some infighting is probably good. And I also said verbatim that gatekeeping is good. Right? There's nothing wrong with disagreeing and fighting with people inside your movement. I think that's perfectly fine and healthy and as a part of any movement. The problem is when it gets so extreme that you are excising people based on minutia of ideological differences. So for instance, like...
Yeah, but what determines what a minutia is basically your personal opinion, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to be able to... I can't define all of that, right? But I extended you the same courtesy earlier where I get... Hold on. I extended you the same courtesy earlier because somebody was asking you, I think, this exact question that you're now asking me. Somebody was asking you, it might have been Wick, Katie, how do you decide exactly like which people to cut out of the movement? And then that's when I gave the example of like, well, if a person is like, I don't like trans people or I don't want them to be anywhere involved or whatever, they're not allowed to, be in the movement. That's probably not a progressive. But I can't give you the exact cutoff point. I can just say, like, broadly speaking, like, these are the positions I think we should adopt to push forward a broad progressive policy that we do all agree on.
Well,
and there's going to be disagreement in there.
I was actually going to answer your question about what should we leave behind and what should we not. And I think that's different than talking about the minutia thing. And when you say like progressives are handling like stuff that aren't important, I think you decide what's important, what's not important. So that's not a very good definition, I guess.
Here's what I think is important that almost all progressives, I would almost say that this is probably a defining progressive belief, is you should believe in some broad form of trans advocacy and trans protection. So that means some sort of access to medical care that's not treated as simply cosmetic or elective. And it probably should extend, it gets a little bit more, but probably should extend to minors as well. At the very least, we should be able to agree that if a doctor and a parent agree, that minors should have access to that treatment as well in a way that's medically necessary, not cosmetic or elective, right? So that would be like a progressive idea. Now, where we're gonna fight over is exactly how do we advocate for or push that. So let's say that I come out and I go, okay, the trans minor shit right now is just fucked. It's not electorally tenable. I think that what we push is to codify some trans stuff for adults, and then maybe from there we'll move like later. Now, if somebody comes out and they disagree like Destiny, that's stupid. If we don't fight for trans children now, it's never gonna happen. That's okay infighting. That's totally fine, and that's a good type of infighting. Those are the discussions we should have. But if somebody comes out and they say, Destiny, you fucking hate trans people. Get the fuck out of here, you transphobic piece of shit. That's not okay infighting, because we have the same end goals. We just disagree on the process, but now we're gonna excise people based on the disagreements in the process. That's like the difference in my mind between bad infighting and good infighting.
Okay, so it's just about the type of talk that you use and how you choose to engage in the conversation rather
No,
than
not at all. It's not to do with the type of talk or how you engage with the conversation. It has to do with like whether you can have a like, here's a problem with a lot of progressives. There can be no room for disagreement on the process at all. You have to be 100% on board with it, or MLK is getting dragged out again, and his letter for Birmingham is being thrown in your face. President Sunday did it to me in this conversation. You're the white, I think he mentioned that thing, you're the white moderate, we would have never gotten civil rights, right? It's not just being nice people. You can even be mean about infighting, but it's when you start saying, like, we need to kick this person out of the movement, that person's not a true progressive, get that person out of here. I think that's where the problems happen. If that makes sense.
Okay, that's just a
but the exact same thing happens.
What I meant.
The exact same things happens if we're cutting out those people based on them being too radical on the left. Like one of the issues we have is that. Hold on. No, well, I mean they would be right. Like if you're bullying them out, if you're gatekeeping them out.
Leftists.
Okay, so wait, hold on. So if we're including the, let's say, okay, right. The issue we have is that the conservatives will magnify anything that the broad left does, even down to like a single fucking TikTok. So we do have to exclude certain elements of like more radical leftist ideas, or maybe that, you know, they're not included in like the broad leftist group yet, because they will get magnified and attributed to the whole of the left. This is one of the big things that happens to leftism. They will take a tiny thing down to a single TikTok, and they will apply it and say, this is what the whole left believes. This is what they're all advocating for. This is all what they're all fighting for. So how do you hold that standard across the whole community without excising people who think they should be part of the movement, but they're too radical, and they end up being, you know, essentially used as fodder in the culture war?
I could be wrong, and I don't know how I would even begin to quantify this, and I know I stand in the face of a lot of people that disagree. I don't think that actually happens. I think that there's a popular...
Oh, really?
Yes. I think there's a popular thought that what happens is conservatives will take a very minor pet issue and they'll magnify it to make it way bigger than it actually is. I think what actually happens is conservatives identify something that is a minor position. I'll use this example. My 2-year-old child is trans, okay? The amount of people that actually say that, this is probably like 4 on the planet that are actually coming out and saying it's very, very, very rare. It's not a real issue, right? The problem isn't conservatives picking that out and making it an issue. I think what makes it an issue is when conservatives pick that out and they start to fight over it, a lot of people will try to defend it. And I think that if the majority of the people were like, you know, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, do you think 2-year-olds are trans kids just like 16-year-olds to me? I'd be like, no, that's probably dumb. And they don't really have anything to fight over with that. And they kind of like have to abandon it, because if they start to harp on that issue and there's nobody that they can target, there's no group of people willing to defend it, I think you start to look a little bit crazy, in my opinion.
It's excising them then, right? So then we are completely cutting them out at that point, right? We're saying we're not going to defend this. We essentially you're asking for the left to disavow that behavior, so they get cut out of the left. Okay, all right.
I don't know about disavow, but I'm just saying, like, you pick your battles. Like I don't think that drag is inherently sexual, and I think you could probably even do drag shows for kids. It's like fun and cute or whatever, and it's probably okay. But I'm not going to defend it on public. It's just not worth it. It's such a huge loss right now in terms of everything going on. I would say, like, fuck defending that. Maybe in the future we'll look at it, but right now it's just not worth fighting that battle because it's such a minutia thing. And why would you stake so much of the reputation of all the progress you're making with trans people on like drag shows? It's just, I don't think it's worth it. For drag shows.
Hang on, I think one of the wait, sorry, but I think one of the reasons here is there's a kind of contagion theory that goes on where conservatives will lock down something as like terrible. I mean, they've done this historically with satanic. Today they're kind of doing it with grooming stuff. They'll say this thing is grooming, and then the things associated with it will start to become associated with things that are already locked down as grooming, and it ends up with this chain reaction where they end up calling, I mean, this happened with Balenciaga, this happens with like shit every other week on Twitter. You end up with conservatives just saying that something is part of like the overall grooming agenda of the left, because that stuff wasn't defended. And at some point, like, there is a line where that starts to touch things that actually matter. So where do we hold that line? Is it just
I just want to respond super quick, and then Brianna,
yeah,
go, okay? Because I want to. Okay, I think the Balenciaga thing is a great example. Everybody was creeped out by the Balenciaga thing, and nobody was willing to defend it. I think the right wanted to peg that on like the left, but like nobody wanted to defend that, and it got dropped in like 3 days.
Actually,
what?
I defended it.
Oh, okay. You might have defended it, but I think broadly speaking, I think people didn't defend it, and I think it got dropped out of the news cycle in what, like 3 or 4 days. Like, and even Kanye, like everybody's talking about that, and then it like disappeared pretty fast, I think. But it was because nobody wanted to defend that, I think.
I mean, I continue to see conspiracy theories saying that, you know, people wearing Balenciaga stuff has, you know, pedophilic connotations, right? So I don't know if that really dropped out of the conservative side of the discourse. It just stopped being defended because the next thing that they were calling grooming happened. Sorry, Brandon, you were going to say something.
No, strong point. Everything you said, dead on. I completely agree with it. You too, Destiny. You're completely right. That's where the central thing is. I just want to draw your attention to something that I think this.
Wait, how can we both be right? I thought we disagreed.
I think you're making strong points about the difference here and the conflict that's at play here. I want for you to notice the framing of what you're talking about, because this is so damned important. You're talking, and Destiny is talking about us responding to basically a controversy that the right is ginned up. Now, I am old enough to know they've been doing this since the 80s, the 90s, the nils, and they're doing it today, and they're much better at this with social media. I think one of the reasons I've kind of decided to, you know, with Destiny, with you put my differences aside, is I think you are doing some important work with setting the topic for the left. And I think we don't have that same kind of apparatus out there saying this is what you should be paying attention to. Not drag shows. Let's talk about what's happening with trans kids across the nation. You know, we need our own media ecosystem, because I agree with you. It's a losing battle no matter what side you pick on that, and it's always going to be a losing battle. We are going to have to go on the offense as a left. And I think
billions of dollars to set the discourse, I think, right? Like it's not accessible to us.
Correct. So, and respectfully, Destiny, one of the things I really wish you could do is to put more of your differences aside and work with more people. Jank is awesome. Jank is 10 out of 10. Sam Cedar is awesome. Like, maybe you don't like some of these figures here, but I think there's so much opportunity for you to set a dialogue, because the culture on the left, it's not being set by CNN. It's being set on Twitch and YouTube and Reddit.
Rely on Destiny.
I think you have a really outsized role to play. I think there's good work you could do if you would work with others more.
To be clear, I agree. I work with anybody all the time. Okay, usually it's them that don't want to work with me. But yeah, like I had a conversation with my good cum bucket guzzling friend Sam Cedar. That was a fun conversation. But no, like I'll have a conversation with these guys anytime. And like I said, I agree.
That was
I think
a good
like,
debate, and you kicked his ass. And I subscribed to his show, but
nice.
You really destroyed him.
Okay, yeah, it was a rough conversation, but like, no, I'll work with anybody. I agree. Like,
Sure.
I think it's like the funniest and craziest thing to me is that like Vosh, Hassan, and Destiny, I think we're still the largest streamers for left-leaning politics. I don't know how big Denham's famously has gotten, but the fact that none of us can work together at all is like insane because like everybody fucking hates each other. It's the craziest fucking thing in the world.
It's sad.
Can I interject here, if I may? Getting people that were more left to come on the show with Destiny was a struggle. I reached out to so many people who just turned me. Oh, Destiny's gone. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I talked to a famous video game streamer friend of mine today, and I was talking to her like I'm debating Destiny later today, and she just went white because I was talking to her.
You are like the boogeyman to some people, but no, I think that
Ghost of Twitch.
it's this inability to if I can't be in the same room as someone else without being getting secondary sanctioned, like because of something Destiny did, not even something I did or said, but because I'm in the same room as something someone else did or said, and I didn't punch them in the face or call them a Nazi, and I can get those sanctions, that's a fucking problem. Smug, did you get your issue addressed? Did you have...
Yes, ice me, send me out, kill me, do it!
To the void. Okay, Ginger, you've waited patiently in a long time.
Real
Oh,
quick. Yeah, I'm going to pop off.
Thank you for
want
being
to,
here.
Say goodbye. Brianna, thank you for the good faith. Super cool talking to you. Destiny, good talking to you too. Katie.
Ooh.
Jenny.
Uh-oh.
It was good.
I would go
good to
better.
see you too. You're real based. All right. Have a good one, guys.
Can I just say, I think it's really funny that for the most part, I don't think Katie's been mean to anybody, and she's just getting shit on by everybody in this conversation. I think that's very fucking funny. Sorry.
I probably gotta go as well. It's like 2 a.m. here. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you.
See you
Thanks
guys.
for
Have
being
fun, be
here,
careful.
Penny Matrix.
Bye.
Wow, I really know how to clear a room, don't I?
Nice job.
Hey, Ginger, do you mind if I quickly ask Destiny a question before you go?
Oh,
Go ahead.
Please don't.
Uh-oh.
Please don't.
We have a large room, and I want to get as through it as much as possible. Like you've had
That's great.
3
Yeah,
hours.
You've had a lot.
Had 3 hours. But if
Go ahead, Ginger.
please.
So I wanna touch back on a topic that Destiny brought up, which is picking and choosing our battles. The problem with most progressives is the fact that they want to jump on everything that bothers them, even if it's a minute issue. They have to bring it up. They have to make a case about it. And although yes, the right does that in their own way, the problem with progressives is I'll bring it to Keffels. She decided to have her own way about things. She decided to go about things the way that she did, getting Destiny canceled, going on Twitter and deciding to pick a fight with anybody that she possibly could. She did this to herself so much that she ended up breaking down on stream because of it. She was holding herself to such a high standard and having everybody else hold her to such a high standard as far as progressives are concerned, that when she decided to open up and be like, oh, well, I kind of like this and I kind of like that, her chat turned on her. And that's the problem that we're facing over and over again, is that you need to choose your own battles and choose them wisely. Because if you're going to nag at everybody for the tiniest things, when there's a big issue, nobody's going to want to pay attention to you.
Okay.
I agree.
I think I largely agree.
Was there a question? Like, hurrah! I agree. Yeah. Do you have a question there?
Well, actually, my question was for somebody that already left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Wait, was it for President Monday or?
Yes.
Damn. Wait, what was your
Well-
question for him?
Yeah.
I can be a stand-in. Ask your question. I will
please
put on
don't.
my Sunday dress and I will answer your question. Go ahead.
Well, my issue with him is the fact that he likes to jump onto these panels, and he knows what these panels are about. And he gets to speak his own mind, but as soon as somebody else steps in and decides to, hey, that's kind of wrong and this is how I feel about it, he gets super emotional about it and storms off, and then gets frustrated when people talk to him about it and ask him not to do that.
Madam, I would just like you to listen for a minute indubitably. That is just not true. You are misrepresenting me, and I will see you in Twitter court. So there you go.
I did not run. I did not run.
Okay.
I did.
Thanks. No problem.
Thank you so
We're
much for
gonna do
having
one
me.
more. We're gonna have two more callers jump in. They'll jump in at the same time though, and then we'll call it quits.
That's great. So Destiny,
Nice talking to you guys.
you're a progressive, right? And you care about effective activism.
Trider, yeah.
Okay. Do you think you generally care about that more than like your money or content or revenue?
I mean, like, I balance the two for sure. But I mean, I generally
Okay.
try to point my way I try to balance the two. We'll say that.
Okay. Because earlier you gave a critique about how leftists are not willing to make those financial concessions for their causes, or
Yeah.
progressives. Sorry.
Yes.
So if a lot of people thought it would be very effective for progressive for you to Vosh to work together again, would you maybe try to make peace with him?
Yeah,
in a way that
hold on.
isn't content driven?
It's always with those people. I have no problem working with anybody. I don't hold grudges for almost anybody. Yeah, it's always on their end that they don't ever
But
want
you
to
know
do.
that's not what I'm saying. Like, you know Vosh has issues with you, and in your manifesto you basically you talk a lot about despising him, and to be fair, he says the same about you. But if you cared about activism, you could try to make actual peace. I just think you more care about the content you can generate from the feud, right? Like, honestly.
Wait, no. The maximizing
No.
of content would be working with him. Our duo debates did really well. Bringing him onto these like fresh and fit shows would be huge viewership. Even debating him with things would be huge viewership. And also I make him a better person because he doesn't have anybody to copy takes off of now, and he's like getting lost in a lot of shit. So no, I think like we synergize with each other and work really well. Me and Hassan debating would make like really good content. From a content point of view, it makes more sense for us to work together even. So no, but that's just
So do you
has this,
think
yeah.
they are the issue with not working with you?
Yeah, of course. Well, of course, I would say that too, but his
Yeah.
his excuse is going to be that.
Can I ask directly? Destiny,
What?
if I set up a debate between you and Vosh, you'd come?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Vosh, the ball's in your court.
Well, it's been in his court for like 2 years, but his
Let me
argument is
ask
that
you
like,
this. Let me ask you this. So
Yeah.
let's say it's 2024,
Mhm.
right? We've got an election to win. Let's say it's Joe Biden again. He's our nominee. Yeah, DGG tried to recruit me to go down to Georgia. I couldn't say yes because, PACs obviously cannot coordinate with political campaigns. But if I could find a way to, get it so outreach to say Majority Report or Young Turks, and then everyone like Destiny, DGG, Young Turks, Majority Report, we're getting every streamer to put together people to go canvas together for 2024. Would you be willing to give a project like that your thumbs up?
I would tentatively say yes. We considered this before because there's actually a group of Vosh people that wanted to come in and canvas and work with us. If I say no, it's not going to be because of ideological disagreements. If I said no, it would just be because having multiple fan bases trying to come together under the same event might lead to some bad leadership clusterfucky problems.
I could see that.
Mhm.
Maybe
but
we could.
I wouldn't care
say,
if wanted to cut up Georgia and we should all go to Georgia to canvas. Like I'd have my people, they'd have their people, and the other group of people would have their people. And if we've got canvassers that are closer, let's say that we go to Columbus and they go to Savannah or some other place in Georgia, Atlanta or whatever. We could send canvassers to other people's groups. That'd be
Sure.
totally fine. Yeah. But the
you could
cluster
also split it up, figure out a different swing state. So
Mhm.
DGG goes down to X swing state. We
Mhm.
get Vosh to go over to a Y swing state. So there's no I just think that's the kind of I think that kind of leadership from the top. I think it's modeling what you want to see in the world.
For sure.
I think it's sending a message to the Democratic Party because something I don't look. Let's be clear. The House of Representatives, they're probably not calling DGG saying, "Hey, can you bring me out some volunteers here?" If you can raise your profile as someone that can deliver volunteers for people, that gives you real world power,
Mhm.
right? It gives the progressive movement power. It says that, look, young people are not just here to bitch on Twitter. You're here to get some stuff done. I think that would be, I think it'd be a really good moment for all of us to feel good about going and building something.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, between the three of us, I know we could fill over 5,000 canvassers. This is not even a question. And we could put them almost anywhere in the country too, and we can get them really, really, really driven. I think in one weekend, my canvassing crew in Georgia knocked 10% of the doors in the state that had been knocked for that entire campaign, and that was just with my fan base. Hassan could probably mobilize 5 times more people.
Right.
But it's just hard.
And think about the media that would get too,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it would be. I think there are ways to get out positive messages on this that we're just not thinking about because there's not leadership at the top, in my view.
I agree. We have to build the bridge, though. That's the first step, is building this bridge so that we can work together instead of working apart. I think that's an absolutely great point. And you know what? Content-wise, that would be awesome. Destiny, Vosh, and Hassan, right? Raising money for a trans charity all together in a debate where all the money goes to trans charity. Excellent. But we have some. We're going to close it out after these three individuals get their say, get their questions answered. These are the last three. Sorry, gang. We'll start with Tuna, please.
Hey, what's going on? So this is a broad question, but maybe it's more specific towards Destiny because you kind of reminded me specifically of this while you were saying something. So earlier, and in general, people have been saying that the left has a gatekeeping issue. Everyone's kind of talking about this idea that there's this, general left and that people are, purity testing, doing all this. I agree in the sense that people will say, we are the real left and you are the fake, and that's like fighting over the claim to the word. But it feels like a lot of this like so-called gatekeeping is more so just like necessary separation. I don't think that progressivism is a single movement right now. I think that we just have like oil and vinegar that needs to separate. Do we have to think of it that way? Or like, it seems like this is growing pains, right? Or am I the only one seeing that?
No, I think that there are things that progressives could bring way more people in on. They could be way bigger tent on some stuff. But they get too much into the weeds on things, and it inhibits their ability to build a larger coalition of voters. I think for the most part, it truly is either a race to moderate or a race to mobilize your side rather than like getting more and more purity tested. There's a reason why like there's a reason why we had to like bow so much to like Cinema and Manchin, and it's because those are like the only types of candidates that could hold those seats, right? We're not going to be, towing the line for AOC because she could be, no offense, but she could be replaced with any other Democrat. Like a rock with painted blue would win in her district. So yeah, I understand again, and I agreed with Katie here a little bit that like you have to cut out some people, obviously, right? Like if you're against like gay marriage, you can't be a progressive, But if you have like questions about and being uncomfortable about like sex reassignment surgery for minors, that's a totally fair position to have and still be like fully on board with progressivism, like 100% of the way. I just think we have to be careful like where we cut people out.
I think it would behoove all of us to think about goals that unite people. Like, for instance, with transgender people, I think if the message were similar to like gay marriage, it was let's make sure trans kids have access to public schools, right? Let's make that a right nationwide. That's a more unifying message that you can bring people behind. I think one of the problems is progressives, there's a real tendency for us to pick the most divisive message possible. Look at police violence. What was our message there? Defund the police. I'm very amenable to police reform, but this is the worst slogan in the history of slogans, right? So there's something about us where we just take glee in taking the most extreme position and trying to get people to refute that, right? And that, I would argue, is something that's it's about you feeling good in that moment, but it's not anything that's going to build political power, in my view.
Cool. Anything else, Tina?
Yeah, I mean, when talking about goals, and this is the other problem, this is what I've seen and I think is the main problem on the left, is that the left kind of switched towards doing an aesthetic politics instead of a principle-based politics. I just don't, when we're talking about the idea that because we have the same goals in mind, that means that we must be on the same side, that's kind of indicative of the problem that I'm seeing, because like I don't see the left talk enough about shared principles, shared means of getting to a place. We all kind of agree, yeah, on ends, but if we're going to be talking about, if we're going to be talking and winning in politics, I feel like principle has been the reason, even though they're not good principles, I think that's the reason that the right has been doing a lot better at growing than the left has. Why are we focusing so much on saying this is where we're going to go instead of saying, and the Democratic Party does a lot better at this than the quote-unquote progressives do, saying this is how we're going to get there.
Man, I don't know. When I think of like, if I think of a leftist extremist in the United States, like you've got to be on board with a ton of social policy. You've got to be on board with almost socialist communist stuff. You have to be anti-establishment in a lot of different ways. You have to hate the current political party, the Democrats. And then when I think of the radicals on the right, which are Trump fans, you have to think that like Trump memes really well and owns the left. And like, that's kind of it. And there's like a really big tent to how big like Trump, that I would consider Trump personally, I would consider Trump to be a fascist. I think Trump is very, 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 very radical. And he was able to grow a huge base because, like, I think so many different people could get on board with that. And they didn't purity test the fuck. Because, like, if you really think about it historically, Trump's not even really a Republican. He's not really. Like, he's had all sorts of crazy positions in the past. He's kind of said whatever the fuck. He's at the Clinton's wedding and shit. But because he, like, memed on the left well and people thought that was funny, that was, like, enough for him to grow, like, a massive voter base. Yeah, and it's so much harder on the left for us to, like, deal with that.
I agree. I also think it's true. The right doesn't ask you to spend a lot of time being bad. When I think about when I first started developing my consciousness on the left, you have to learn to feel really bad about this and that, and the amount of stuff you have to worry about and think about and feel awful about and question yourself on the progressive side is a very, very long list. And I'm not saying it's not worthwhile, but I'm just saying there's a higher mental load, and you're asking people to examine and feel negative about what they're doing. When I think about the Republican Party at their most simplest message, it's fucking Top Gun, right? Like, it's the military and a dude just out there with a cowboy hat on, right? It's a feel-good message. I think that it would really behoove us more on the left and the progressive side to talk more in positive terms about what we want to build and who we want to be. Like this idea that you could be free from your healthcare being tied to your job, right? That's a really freeing, positive thing for us to strive for. So I think we need to, I think we focus so much on the purity sometimes, their messaging is universally negative.
Who was the bald guy that ran, bald black dude that ran in 2016? Democrats.
Yeah, what was his from? Was he
Herman
No. On the Democrat side.
Democrat side. He was a Booker? Cory Booker?
Was it Cory Booker?
Yeah, Cory Booker.
Yeah,
he
Cory
said
Booker,
something
right?
that was so good. I haven't thought about this much before, but Brianna brings up a really good point that synergizes with what he says. Is it feels like on the left, it's gonna sound like a meme, but it truly does feel this way. It feels like a lot of people on the left fucking hate this country. They hate the United States. And it really does feel like they want to teach you that we raped and killed Pocahontas and we hate fucking slaves and we are all these horrible things, the America. And Cory Booker said something really interesting in an interview, or not an interview, when he was on stage, and that was that the Democratic Party needs to stop attacking rich people because it feels like Democrats hate success. And it really kind of does feel that way. Like when I go to Republicans, they want you to be like business owners. They want you to have guns to protect yourself. They love their fucking country. And like on the left, it's like, okay, well, hold on. You're white. You don't even get a voice, okay? And then secondly, like this country was built on slavery and imperialism and colonialism, and we have done all these horrible fucking things, and America's one of the most racist fucking countries on earth. And it's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, it's demeaning. It's like, holy fuck. Like I feel kind of like shit at the end of the day when I look at, when I get like, woken up on like, so here's feminism, and this is why 98% of men are rapists, even if they don't know. It's like, damn. It is a big ask, and it feels like there's not much sometimes to celebrate on the left, and like you can't be patriotic and you can't celebrate like any financial success. Like, yeah, I don't know what the change is to that, but that is a point. I think that we're down on ourselves a lot over here. Holy shit.
I'm tired of tweeting something and like being told by someone who's 20 that America is like a racist imperial country. I know that. I'm old enough to understand that, but I'm also seasoned enough to have a longer view to know this country is not just about the mistakes we've made. We've done some really awesome things as a country, things we should be really, really proud of. We've shown leadership around the world. What Blinken is doing right now at the State Department is really, really awesome if you pay attention to that. We've shown amazing leadership on Ukraine. And you've got this class of children where their only message is America equals bad and evil in all circumstances. There's a huge mental load to that.
The United States, just if I may jump in briefly, the United States is one of the least racist countries in the world. It just is. It's one of the least racist countries in the world. It's one of the least problematic countries in this world. And we are hypercritical of it. Criticism of America, A-okay. But when you're hypercritical and you refuse to see any of the good,
correct.
I'm losing my words. It's late for me, guys. Okay, Double, please go ahead. What do you got?
Yeah, so I guess I just had like a question about the value of more like extreme or
Hold on,
radical
wait. You can go do your question, Katie. Your fucking country over there is literally killing half the fucking people living there. You can't laugh at us, okay? Fuck you, motherfucker. You guys are so fucking racist. You even hate dark-colored fucking Jews, okay? So don't even fucking start with me, Miss Israeli.
Nobody
Sorry, double shine.
wants me here.
Double shine.
If
Go do
people
your thing.
heard what I
Sorry.
said online, I
Yeah.
would literally be taken away by
Okay,
citizenship.
good.
I
I'm
don't know what
glad.
the fuck
I
you're
hope
talking- I
Netanyahu
need you-
himself
I
fucking
need-
kills you in a video game. Okay.
Destiny,
Sorry.
send me a fucking jet over here because they're gonna murder my ass because
Okay,
I'm a
okay,
bad Jew.
chill.
Okay?
Chill. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, double shine. Say what you're gonna say.
Well, I feel
Sorry.
bad because Wick will never let me on the show again if I just cut a conversation about Israel. So if
No,
you
go,
want to
go.
go at that,
No, we're
It
not.
wasn't a conversation. Destiny was
Alright.
being funny.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so my question was about the value of more like extreme or radical positions among the progressive movement. Earlier, Destiny, you were talking about $15 minimum wage and how that was pretty much untenable, but $12 was something that could have seen,
Maybe,
enacted
I
in
think.
policy.
But it was an example, but yeah.
Right. So I guess I'm curious about like, would the conversation have even been there if we didn't have these people pushing for more extreme agendas? And do we lose some of that pull to like normalize these things and make them, public conversation when you basically are just like, I think a little eager to just write them off as too extreme? So you
No,
don't have to
let me
defend
be
them.
super clear, okay? Activists are really fucking important. And there should be people out there saying 15 an hour is slave labor and we need 25 an hour. Those people are important and they have an important role to play, but they need to understand the role and we all need to understand the role, right? Because if people weren't pushing for, the most extreme shit, maybe we never have gay marriage, right? If people weren't pushing for the most extreme shit, maybe civil rights never happens in 64, right? That's possible. But but we have to understand that activists are activists and they agitate and they push us in a direction.
Yep.
But if you don't meet the activists, it's the same thing with like a moral ideal, right? If you don't hit like the moral ideal, it doesn't mean you're a horrible dog shit person. Like it's the journey to that ideal that should be celebrated. And it's the same thing for activism. If we don't meet the activist demand, that's fine. We keep pushing that direction. But damn, you don't get canceled for not meeting the activist area,
Well, I guess I'm curious then. So, like, when Nina Turner, for example, because she's pushing like the $25 minimum wage thing, right? And I think it's like easy to laugh at her because obviously that feels a little insane, right? But I don't know how to deal with those people as somebody who has like a little bit more moderate policies. Like, I'm just not sure how to deal with those activists.
Nina Turner would have been a great congresswoman, and I think this really speaks to your point that there is a value in a Nina Turner being in the Democratic Party saying we really, really, really need to go in this direction. She lost because a billionaire pumped a lot of money into a PAC and flooded the television with anti-Nina Turner ads. Like she cozied up to this one group and it was wildly effective, right? And I think very much at the detriment of the people in that district. So I really agree with you. I think something that I really admire about Nina Turner as I work that race is seeing what a brilliant person she is as a retail politician. Like I urge you, go watch her hit on The Breakfast Club. She is talking to Charlemagne the God. It is the connection is wild, and she's pushing these issues and talking about what the black community in Ohio faces. It is amazing. So I really agree with you. That has value. I think that even though there are things she said, they've been wildly divisive, and I think she would tell you they were a mistake. I think ultimately, like Destiny, you once said we can't think about people in percentages. I agree with you on that. I think the majority of the percentage of Nina Turner is someone who has been wildly successful at building a base of power and working with people in Ohio. So I think that has a lot of value. I think AOC is doing that as well.
Okay. Does that answer your question? And to also kind of illustrate it, right? Remember, we almost got universal basic health care, not universal basic health care, UBC income, UBI, sorry. Universal basic income. That was put on the floor, right, by Richard Nixon, of all people, right? But the left wouldn't vote for it because it wasn't enough. And so because we did not, take what we were given, we got nothing. And that's the thing that happens. Okay. Anything else, or else we're gonna go to Weaponized Discourse and close this out. Okay. Thanks for being here. Weaponized, what you got?
Yeah, my question's going to be directed at Brianna Wu. Although obviously I would love everyone's take on it. I'm very interested in how much you're really emphasizing a grassroots shift, and particularly using media to direct people towards like getting to the streets, canvassing. And I really appreciate that because I got my start canvassing. And the problem is I've reached this nihilistic phase. So maybe you can talk me down. Where even once we did the impossible, which is we got a progressive candidate in office, even then they weren't enough. And often, while in office, pushing some of the policies that they had pledged to their own base that they were going to pursue actually got them canceled, made it really difficult for them to make alliances. And so, to get quite specific, too, one of the candidates locally, she had made a career for herself, suing the police, holding the police accountable, and she, before 2020, was elected on this sort of this pledge. But with the protests in 2020, there became a movement to try to defund the police for more than she felt was possible to win. And because she wasn't willing to ask for 50 million, she was only willing to push forward 15 million. She lost all of her supporter base. It was very publicly clear. And in many ways, it was obvious in that moment that she had already lost the mandate for re-election. And surprise, she lost re-election. And for the last 2 years of her candidacy, really, it was just pretty clear no one was going to cooperate with her. So what I want to know is, while I appreciate you pushing towards electoral, and de-emphasizing sort of online rhetoric, can you not see how the online rhetoric supports the electoral process once they're in office? And what's your sort of response to that?
I think it's extremely well said. We have a similar situation here in Massachusetts. Michelle Wu is our mayor of Boston, and Maura Healey is our governor, right? Is the tea fixed? No. We've got real work to do. I think you're exactly right. And I think, unfortunately, take it from someone who's a little older than you are, politics is about having your heart broken again and again and again and again. We have a hard job. There are no perfect politicians. And, I think that the ultimate answer is to raise the number of progressives that we have in positions of power. I think that's the way we do it. But I agree with your assessment that when they get into power, they're still dealing with this fundamentally, this reality of American politics that protects the status quo.
It protects the status quo, but I would push back. Though. It protects the status quo, but she lost her mandate because she wasn't willing to go far enough, and because of this purity testing, right? Because people couldn't understand her doing what she needed to do as a politician, which is compromise. And because of this, she lost the mandate that she did have. And so, one of the issues is, while I agree, I do agree. I think if more progressives were in office, they could build more coalitions with themselves, and they wouldn't have to necessarily compromise as much. So I agree that could be a solution. But one of my issues is one of the reasons why I've come to media and become interested in media programming is because running for office isn't enough. And it's clear that when there are politically activated activists who are focused on extreme rhetoric, they're not going to appreciate the work that we've done to get to the place of compromising, because they can't really conceive of how compromise benefits them.
Yeah, no, I think that's dead on. And I also think you're really correct about media being a key part of the problem here. Look at the Build Back Better bill, right? We're consistently going out there attacking progressives as though progressives are the ones standing in the way of Build Back Better. No, that's not true. We were the ones trying to get the bill to the president's desk that he wanted, his agenda that he campaigned on. It was Manchin and Sinema that were standing in the way. We had no way to get that out to normal people other than Young Turks and Majority Report, in my view. So I think it's really incumbent upon us to build alternative media structures to get these points of view out to the masses. Because Destiny's not here right now, but he got zero credit for Georgia that I've seen in the mainstream press, because no one's out there thinking about that story and writing about it. We really need our own alternative media ecosphere in the same way the right has.
I guess one of my things, and I don't want to, this is like classic, more lefty progressive moment, but it's almost like I want to suggest a new purity test. I want to suggest that the people in these media environments have done that work, right? That they actually have gone out. Because one of the issues is that we do have people often talking about these issues of political compromise when they haven't actually hit the streets, and they haven't actually realized the value of compromise. So it's very easy for them to speculate from their armchairs.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Okay.
Wait, can I
Oh,
respond to
decided
that
on
real
new
quick?
character.
Something about that?
Oh, yes.
Brianna brought up something really, really, really important. We know this from psychology. It is a fact. When you are socialized around other people, you cannot demonize them. It is impossible for somebody to be like, well, I won't say impossible, but like if you meet more people, you talk to more people, it's hard to be like racist or transphobic, because if you meet enough of these people, they're going to be human to you. The same exact thing works when it comes to political points of view. The reason why people online hate people that disagree with them politically so much is because if you've never met them, they genuinely seem like fucking barbarians, right? How can you be anti-abortion? How can you hate women so much? How can you want to enslave them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Like, it's the worst, most horrible fucking thing in the world, right? But if you actually meet pro-life people, and as much as they might be cringe, you talk to them and you realize, like, okay, you're religious, it's a human, you think babies are blah, 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 right? At the very least, you don't come away thinking that they're like these animals, these monsters, these savages that are just completely politically opposed to you. And compromising with them becomes possible because you understand them better. Nobody wants to compromise with a fucking monster. And when you never talk to other people that disagree with you politically, they are monsters. So the compromise is out of the question. That's why everybody is like so quick to like compare everybody to Nazis and fascists in the most evil way possible. It's because they have like no foundation of which they understand the other person's point of view.
Conflation crisis. That's what we have. Everything has to be the worst possible version of itself because that's what drives clicks and views. Okay, gang. This has been great. Oh, did you have something else, Weppy?
Oh, well, not really. I mean, I was interested, though, I agree completely with that sentiment. I'm not steel-manning it for the sake of raising it, but rather that I've seen why people veer towards this demonization, and it's because it gets clicks, right? It gets people interested and it gets people mobilized about issues that they weren't otherwise. And so while I completely agree, it has upstream harms. One of the issues is it's also the entry point for a lot of people who otherwise didn't necessarily consider themselves political. Do you think that in the end, that end result is more harmful than it is worth it to engage? Or do you think maybe that could be the entry point for people and we could really emphasize that our thought leaders de-escalate people, right? De-radicalize.
Yeah, you can emphasize de-escalate people. This is something that is always going to be important to keep in mind. Politics is a reflection, and media is a reflection, ultimately, of what the people want to see. Now, there's a little bit of push and pull on both sides. A radical content creator can make people more radical, but if you've got a bunch of people who, if you socialize people around black people enough, and they go online, it's going to be kind of hard to get them to buy into, like, crazy race realist, like, neo-fascist, Christian nationalist, like, very racist type people. Because it's just not going to match your lived experience much, right? Or for me, like, I've talked to a lot of conservatives and shit. I'm never going to watch a program where there's some guy screaming about how like all conservatives are evil people that hate women and blah blah, because like I know them and it's just not going to affect me much. So I think it's important to understand that like while yeah it can be annoying that some of these people online are so radical and push people in bad directions, which they do, a lot of the times because the people themselves are already very receptive to that message. I think that's important to keep in mind too. Yeah, people are too quick to blame the media when I think the media is oftentimes a reflection of the people that consume it. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I do think there are structural. I think the incentive structure with media in the United States is misaligned with outcomes that are desired for the people. I don't think there's anything malicious about it. I get frustrated when people attack journalists because I think it's an underpaid job generally. But I do think a lot of the times, just to be completely honest, I no longer watch cable news, right? I feel like I get more informed by listening to certain YouTube and Twitch channels, right? Because I feel like there's this bias towards sensationalism and conflict, and I think the real discussions that I find intellectual and stimulating, I think they're happening on Twitch and YouTube, in my view. So I really hear your point. I think it's a strong point. I think it's well said. I do think there's a misalignment that's not always in the public interest. I also do have to say, I would love to know, how do you kind of account for the fact that if you're saying media, we get the media we deserve, or we get the media that there's a market for, why is kind of the political sphere on Twitch so male dominated? Because there aren't a lot of women, in my view, that are, I mean, we certainly have some women figures, but it's very disproportionate in my view.
I think a lot of parts of the internet are pretty male dominated in general. And then I think Twitch's background probably informs that a lot too, right? Because Twitch came from gaming stuff, which was super heavily male dominated. And then it kind of, what we have now, I think grew as an extension of that.
I agree with that. I also think Twitch values different women for different things. Like when I see Pokimane, I see her
That's
as
another discussion.
no. I'm not making a joke here. I think Pokimane is brilliant politically. I think she is so good at getting people to form a connection with her audience. I think I just think the world of her, right? I wish there was a format for someone like Pokimane to talk about this stuff, because if she did, I think her audience would turn on her if she got a tenth as political as the average YouTube channel, even though she's clearly smart enough to do that kind of work. So
yeah,
I
but the
do
problem
think,
is these people are maximizing for a career, unfortunately, right?
Yeah,
there's just
I
it would
agree
be
with that.
fucking disaster for them to ever like even begin to talk politically. Yeah.
When you talk about relying more on like individual like journalists and like YouTubers and live streamers, do you think like you lose some of the accountability of like the more mainstream media channels where, I mean, on YouTube you can pretty much say like almost any radical idea you want, aside from like COVID misinformation. So do you think that might foster some of that like more radicalization?
Yeah, I don't like the shift towards. I mean, I am an alt media person. I don't like the shift towards alt media because I feel like the lack of accountability is really scary to me. Yeah, like you can get so I don't know. Never mind. I was gonna mean, but yeah, I don't like that.
Well, what do you have thoughts on this, Brianna? If not, I have.
I'm just surprised to hear that. I mean, I think one of the reasons, like, I have no desire professionally to be a Twitch streamer for a living, but I think one of the reasons I've chosen to spend more time doing stuff like this is it's very clear to me this is where the culture is set for younger people. I feel very strongly that that's the case. So I agree with you. There's not this standard of fact checking, and there's not an editor kind of looking at stuff, and I think that is I think we clearly see the outcome of that. But I think it's important, and I think that it's powerful. I think there are issues that get talked about on Twitch that would never get covered on corporate media, in my view.
Oh, sorry.
No, I agree 100%. Yeah.
I think the decentralization of the media, of the information, right, has happened because people, well, first of all, more people have access to a camera and the ability to be broadcast and the ability to gain an audience. And also because legacy media, right, has lost the trust of the American people, right? It just has. Trust in media organizations is at an all-time low because they've gotten it wrong so much, right? And they've been unable to hold the trust. Now there are some bad actors who are pushing that too, right? That who are using those mistakes that have been made to really kind of ram that home. But I guess I disagree with Destiny here. I think that the decentralization of information is largely a good thing. The problem with having a single or just a few institutions with such immense amounts of institutional power to have accountability and choose what is truth and what is not, that has problems of its own. So I guess it's just half a dozen of one, six of the other. That's all.
But I think that kind of echoes what Destiny was saying, where like people are just finding content that's sort of what they already believe is true, and they're just getting it reaffirmed. I don't think people are going to like.
But that happens with legacy media too. That was not different during legacy media days. That was not substantively different even back. When in the newspaper days, there were hundreds of newspapers that you could tailor to what you wanted to read, right? And there were the socialist rags that were being printed by not fit for to use as toilet paper, right? It's a human thing. I don't think it's a necessarily a reflection of technology. But I've talked enough. I've ranted enough. I've kept you all enough.
Can I make one more point on that? I don't agree with that, and there's a phrase I hear people using increasingly, anti-fans. I love Destiny. That's why I watch your show in the first place. I enjoy hearing arguments from people I disagree with, and I think there are a lot of people out there that are like me. So I think that any streamer would probably tell you there are a lot of people that watch their content that don't like them, right? True. So I don't think it necessarily segments us into bubbles, right? I think that sometimes we click on things. Yeah, I can tell you over time, like listening to different points of view, it certainly changed the way I've approached things and thought about things. So I don't inherently agree it's always a bubble. I think there's a bit of mix over in my view.
Maybe. that's another conversation entirely. I will say that thank you for being here. Thank you all for coming. I'm not sure how YouTube works where I can send people off. I don't know the commands yet, so I'm just going to end the stream. Gang, if you liked what you heard today, and if you'd like to hear more, we do this on Twitch all the time at twitch.tv/WickTV. We also do it right here at youtube.com/@Wick-TV. Come check us out. It's great. Thanks for being here, gang, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Thanks, Wick.
Okay, we're done. Thanks again for coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Much.
Okay, I'm gonna go eat, and I gotta pee right now.
Have fun, buddy.
For sure.
Thanks a lot, y'all.
See you later.
Yeah, see you guys later. Bye.
Thanks for stopping by.
I always feel bad leaving because I'm not sure if people are like waiting to see if they can talk to me, and then I just like leave and they're like, oh. Wait, what is this?
Runway straight ahead. 300. Ja, inside.
Split VOD, gotcha, bud.
Right, line up and wait. Traffic on file for the crossing runway. 200. Minimum. Continue. Gleich sehe ich. Power ist hoch. Jawohl. AC 4051, contact ground point 9. 100. 70. 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, retard. Spoilers. Reverse. Green. Diesel.
Wait, I am so confused. I have so many questions right now. They sound like they have French accents. Why are the numbers and everything in English? I think retard means slow down in Italian? Isn't that in music like a retard? And probably in French it means slow or hold back or something. Or wait, what language are they speaking?
30, 20, retard.
Or I mean they're speaking English, but they sound like they have, is it like a French accent? Oh, Italian? I don't know what the fuck. German? Oh, fucking whatever. Why are they saying the numbers in English and then using retard? Does retard mean something in English for slow down? I didn't know that. I actually have no idea. All airline shit is in English. It's literally... to retard something in English, is that a word? Delay or hold back in terms of... I had no idea. Retard is a mechanical term. Retard timing on an... Oh, okay. I guess I've never heard it before. I've only ever seen it in... Is it retard or is it retardando? Jesus, it's been so long. I've only ever seen it written musically, and then obviously to retard something means, but I didn't know in English it actually meant more than just a held back person. I guess that's what it means, huh? What is a retardando? That's not a thing. What am I thinking of? Something ondo? Bro, I don't remember any of the... I haven't read music in so long. Oh no, it is. Oh, yes. That's when you're slowing the speed down. No, okay. Fuck you. I was right. End yourselves.
Retardando.
Yeah. Fuck you guys. Don't gaslight me. Motherfuckers.
Hello.
What do you want? How the fuck are you still awake? You're degenerate.
Well, I have to succumb to American interests.
True.
So.
Hey, absolutely. Never fucking forget it. Or that Iron Dome is going to be taken away quicker than you can say Palestine 2.0. What do you want?
Yeah. So, like, first of all, do you want me to put my cam on?
No, I don't care. You're good.
Cool. Just a few questions. So, if I offered an alternative that said that people act in a way that is hateful to their political opposition, because at the end of the day, like, you know, Nick Fuentes really can be the sweetest guy on the earth. It doesn't change his positions that he's a neo-Nazi. Or taking like a less extreme example, because you don't like it when people call each other people Nazis and fascists, although he literally is. a pro-lifer.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let's take a deep breath, okay? I want you to try doing this without being so fucking condescending and passive aggressive. I know you can do this.
Am I being condescending?
Yeah,
I'm
try
sorry.
it. Just try it.
Okay.
I believe in you, okay? Okay, now try again.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I apologize. It's just like I got dogpiled to heaven, and I get yeah. Cool. Okay,
Yep,
whatever.
Go for it. Nope, go knock yourself out. Go ahead.
Cool. Oh my god. Cat. That. Okay. So I apologize for that. Do you want me to remake my point in less?
No, I'm sorry. You hadn't actually made the point yet. You were just getting snide remarks at me over and over and over again. So go ahead. Give me a point. What's your point?
I thought you missed President Sunday, so I was giving you like a taste.
No, I don't miss President Sunday. I got enough of his sleeper agents in my community. I'm looking at you, Strader.
Professor.
Yeah, whatever the fuck his name is. Okay, go. What's up?
Yeah. So a pro-lifer can be a good person. I'm not saying that they're not, but at the end of the day, with certain beliefs that people have, not so much beliefs. I don't care what people believe. I care what they vote for and what policies they support. And if a pro-lifer at the end of the day
Hold on. Are you a big Vosh fan?
A big Vosh fan? No. I used to watch Vosh a lot, but I really got off.
You should care about what people believe in. I think it's pretty important, but go ahead.
Okay.
But it's fine.
That's
Go
not
ahead.
what I meant.
I know. That's fine. Don't worry about it, but go ahead.
Okay. So, oh my god, what was I saying? Yeah, so at the end of the day, if a pro-lifer is going to support taking away abortion rights, no matter how much I humanize them, they are going for a policy that is denying me, as a woman in this case, some rights that I might find very important. Now, I think Vosh does this really dumb thing, by the way, where he calls people evil because of that, because he's like, if they don't believe in my position, then they are evil. I think that's very silly.
Based.
Yeah, I think it's inflammatory for no reason. But I do think animosity is granted, especially when positions that, even if you're a great person generally, if your policies are supporting harm to me or someone else, minorities, whatever the fuck, it makes sense that people who are part of those groups that your policies will harm will be upset with you.
Yeah, that's
right?
totally fair. You should be upset. Yeah.
Okay, so what you're saying is that people should just be nicer and not be super hateful, but just like respectfully disagree when you say I don't deserve the same rights as you do? When I say
Hold
you,
on,
I mean
wait, hold on. I don't know what part of this conversation has anything to do with being nice. I can't tell if you're trying to like get an own on me for being mean on Twitter. I don't know where I've ever said be nice or what. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, connect me
Okay.
to this because I have no idea like where this is coming from. I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
Sure. So I'm addressing the part in the conversation where you and Brianna and I think Weppy were talking about how you really demonize the other person when you talk to them, and how it's better to like realize that you're talking to a person, and then because you can make compromises that way. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
just talk
If
to
you're
them.
trying to
Yeah.
effectively communicate with people, it's good to empathize with their position and everything. Yes. Broadly speaking, yeah.
Sure. Okay. My two main, I guess, questions or points that I'd want to hear your position on is that, first of all, you said that will promote like compromise, but not everything is compromise is available on, right? Like what Brianna said. Like, for example, a very extreme example again is like, how much compromise could you have made about slavery? Although I guess Jim Crow was a compromise. I don't know.
Kind of far from slavery, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Keep going.
Okay, and my second one was that the reason why I said, okay, so you're just saying being nice is because then if you're saying it's completely reasonable that you have animosity to someone that offers a policy that hurts your rights, then I don't see the difference between having animosity to them and between then, I mean, of course I see a difference between hating them and thinking they're a demon, but on a consequentialist level, they are advocating for something that is very harmful to
Okay,
you.
you and President Sunday operate on a different level. I don't know if I'm just too retarded or I don't know what you're asking. I'm just completely lost. What can
my
you
God.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I have no idea. I really don't know.
Okay.
Help
I'll
me.
try one more time, and if not, then I'll let you go. I'm sorry. So.
Okay. Who are we talking about right now? Like, who are we talking about? Yeah, reframe this whole convo. Yeah, who are we talking about?
I thought you made a critique about how it's bad that when people discuss their political opposition, they see their political opposition as like pure evil monsters.
Yes, correct, yes.
And it's better for discourse when they humanize their political opposition.
Yeah, I don't like the word humanize, but yeah, sure, yeah. You see them as humans and people and not just evil demons. Sure, yes.
Awesome.
Got you there.
And
Okay.
I'm saying that whether your political opposition is a good person or a monster, I guess, is not really relevant if their policy that they are pushing is denying you something very fundamental like your rights.
Okay. This is why I was asking the Vosh question, because he used to do this weird, he like bit some philosophy for me a long time ago, and I was really philosophy stupid about this consequentialist stuff. And this is a saying I heard by him. I don't know if you, I shouldn't even be talking about it because I'm talking to you right now. But that idea that like, oh, well, the consequence is the only thing that matters. Consequence is the only thing that matters. The consequence is not the only thing that matters.
No, I don't think it's the only thing that matters.
Sure. But like, there's a couple of things we've got to factor in. One is that if somebody's trying to take away some right from you because they're evil and they hate you, or they think that you're like less than human or something, the way that you would combat that person is going to be a lot different than a person who thinks that that like fetuses are humans and they don't want babies to be assassinated, right? The way that you combat these two things is going to be way, way, way different. So it's important to take into account what people believe in, number one. And then number two, something that is tough and hard, and progressives hate to hear this, and conservatives hate to hear it too, is if we live in a democracy, you're going to have to accept that sometimes we're going to have some minor disagreements on things, and sometimes we're even going to have some major disagreements on things. But that's kind of like part of living in a democracy, as much as it might suck. Yeah.
Absolutely. But again, I feel like the critique that you're making is that it is, I don't know what adjective you'd like me to use, but it's like a negative thing where in the discourse we demonize each other and view each other as like fundamentally evil or whatever. But then you say, if somebody wants to deny my rights to abortion or to deny trans people the right to transition, then that's just like a difference of opinion, and we should like just respect that that's living in a democracy. But if I see them as a demon, that's somehow so reprehensible that would be like the thing that you would criticize. That like my issue with this person who wants to deny my rights.
Yeah, I criticize the other person. I criticize the other person as well, of course, right? I don't agree with their position.
I just didn't hear that part. I apologize.
Hold on. Do you think I don't criticize people that are fucking pro-life? Do you really think that? There's no shot you actually believe that, right?
I don't know what you. I'm addressing the arguments that I heard.
Well, we didn't even talk about pro-life or pro-choice. Right? What?
I'm sure you're. I hope you're not pro-life. I don't think you're pro-life.
No, I'm not. So, like, obviously, I disagree with their positions.
Do you think that their position? Okay, I'm not going to ask you what do you think about their positions. It's stupid. Do you think that women who want to have the right to abortion have the right to think that pro-lifers are trying to deny them basic human rights?
No, I don't think so. I think basic human rights is a tough sell.
Why not? Okay, so their right to bodily autonomy.
A little bit, but like the issue is that like the argument on their side isn't just a restriction of freedom. The argument on their side is that you're murdering a baby, right?
Yes, but and again, okay, I understand that you have an issue with consequentialism, but I'm not talking about who's right and what is the nuance of the positions. I'm talking from the position of the woman who wants to get an abortion. And she is being told, look, I sympathize with your circumstances. I understand, but I can't support you getting an abortion because I believe this is a life and I prioritize that life over your bodily autonomy. At the end of the day, that person is saying, you will not get your right to bodily autonomy because I have a different priority.
Okay.
And then I'd argue that that woman in this instance is like that person is deserving of the ire of that woman.
Yeah, I don't know what your ire is fine. You can be mad at people. I'm mad at people all the fucking time. It's half my shit. It's okay to be mad at people. It's okay to think that people are like depriving you of rights. That's fine. It's okay. I'm not telling anybody not to be mad about it. I'm just saying when it comes to being politically effective, it's generally better to work from an empathetic approach, generally.
Okay, sure. I'm just saying that, like, an empathetic approach. Sure, you can always be empathetic, but at the end of the day, it's a bit problematic when you're always. It seems like there's a bigger emphasis on why do you think this person is so bad just because he has a difference of opinions with you, rather than what the opinion is, you know? So it's like, why are you so mad at, why are you treating Nick Fuentes with so, like, lack of respect when he's just a neo-Nazi? He's
Hold
just
on,
a
wait.
cool guy that
Okay, hold on.
happens
You're
to be
conflating
an
like 7 different arguments into one, like you Voltron together like those.
Okay.
When I was talking about not hating people over political disagreements, I was talking about infighting in political groups. I think there's plenty of things. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about infight. There's tons of things to hate Nick Fuentes over. When I get mad at people for calling him a Nazi, it's not because I'm saying they're being mean. I just don't think it's an effective political attack because you end up not understanding his point of view and you end up not being able to attack his point of view. If somebody tells me they hate Fuentes and whatever, I'm fine with that. There's plenty of things to hate him for. His political beliefs are abhorrent.
So you were talking about infighting in the sense of, like, in the left, that I hate tankies to the point where I think they're monsters? Was that the argument?
I'm talking about infighting to where, like, you have a political group and you share like 98% of your beliefs, but like you still find ways to like cancel them and kick them out. That's the infighting I was talking about.
Okay. Can you, like, just give me an anecdotal example of something like that?
Every single day on Twitter, constantly on the left. Let's see. What was like the last? I don't know, because I've been in London for like a week, so I don't even know. What was like the last major fucking infighting bullshit that happened?
Do not ask me. I'm not involved in that. I think it's not good for your soul.
I guess
But you'd know.
The Hogwarts Legacy thing is, I think, a decent point. ContraPoints getting canceled constantly is probably the point.
Okay,
I
then
think
I guess
Keffels
I
is
just
infighting a lot with
misunderstood.
them.
I
Oh,
thought
yes.
you meant as, like, general disagreement between, like, conservatives and progressives, and you meant, like, inside communities.
Wait. What do you think? Well, hold on. I'm super curious because obviously you speak English well and everything. What do you think infighting means? Because you're just talking about.
I know what Did you not hear what I just said?
No. Because
Okay,
because you just said
then I'll
I'm
repeat
sorry.
it.
It sounded like you said I thought you were talking about like fighting between like liberals and conservatives, but that wouldn't be infighting. That would just be fighting or outfighting.
Yes. The reason I apologized is because I guess that I missed that part in your argument in the panel, that you were specifying that you're talking about infighting and not general political disagreements.
Okay, then we were talking about a totally different thing literally for that entire fucking panel. Okay.
Yes, that's why I apologize.
Okay, well. Good
Okay,
one.
I really appreciate the time. I apologize
Yeah,
again.
no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
Be careful. Jesus. Wait, I think you're actually confused. The specific comment Katie was referring to is when you and Brianna Wu were talking about progressives compromising with conservatives. Well, yeah, you should compromise with conservatives, but you should also still fight with conservatives. But when we're talking about infighting, that was a different conversation, I think. Oh, man. Okay, one more. Back to the looping back to the red pill stuff.
Making the big plays. They're not people who are like sitting in the street. Oh.
I'm making the big plays. What are you guys screaming at? Uh-oh.
We're actually we're discussing street culture. I'm actually I agreed. Yeah, I agreed with your take about the whole house phone fiasco. How like a lot of these guys are just like really fragile.
Okay, that's okay. I'm trying not to get killed or kill anybody, so I'm moved on from that.
All right, so Destiny said that all the
Nope. Okay, go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, man, a few things I wanted to discuss with you. Actually, first, I want to start off with an observation.
Uh-oh.
So, I was watching. It's not bad, dude. Why do you suspect it's gonna be bad?
I'm sorry.
I was watching your debate with that Andrew Tate dude. I don't know. Is he like a fanboy or like what's his qualification?
Oh, even
like,
worse. He's a Islamic. I'm sorry. The whole Muslim community has a massive fucking hard-on for Tate ever since he converted. So if you're a Muslim and you can like speak, like you're literally, I think like fucking Allah sent down like a second prophet named like Worship Tate or some shit, and he's like commanded like all Muslims like 5 times a day they pray to Mecca and then they get on their Twitter account and they try to fucking shill for Andrew Tate. It's unbelievable, but yeah, unironically, like that whole community has like come out hard for him.
They pray to Mecca, but they jerk off to Andrew Tate.
Yeah,
dude. I could not believe it when that dude played the race card. I was flabbergasted. That's the argument. That's the hill he was going to die on. This whole thing with Andrew Tate is a result of racism and Islamophobia.
Yeah,
was
it was,
just
yeah,
on-
it was just silly, yeah. But I didn't know, but apparently that guy, people linked me his profile after. I don't want to misquote this. I should look him up. Apparently that guy is like a professor of theology for Islam as well or something. Can somebody find that exactly so I don't...
Yeah, he's a theological expert. I saw that on your subreddit.
Yeah. Somebody linked that. I don't want to misquote that, but like, yeah, he's got like some theological background in Islam as well. So, yeah, it's not surprising that that's like the, yeah.
Here's the sad realization I'm starting to come to. It's a very sad realization, is that people on my side, I wouldn't say I'm on the right, but like I'm heavily into the manosphere, the red pill, blah, blah, are just as much of snowflakes as people on the left.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we're all just snowflakes, you know? That's how it is. Some people don't like when you make fun of abortion. Some people don't like when you make fun of
I'm not a
Factorial. What are you going to do? But
No, dude, I could never imagine like trying to make like the race up. Like if I ever get into a scandal, did you know it's because I'm Russian?
No.
It's because I immigrated to this country at the age of 7 from Russia, and everyone's hating on me. No, so okay, so there's a few things. I was watching your debate with Vikram, or discussion, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. I figured we'd start off by just asking you a few questions. We see where you stand on this. So, what do you think men who are incels need to do to improve their results with women? I've heard you say that becoming emotionally available. What else do you think there is to it besides becoming emotionally available?
The broad focus that I have right now is, so very broadly is what I would say is, I think the question you have to ask yourself is like, what am I offering to a woman? Like, why would she want to be in a relationship? What is she going to get from me that she doesn't get from just her friends or whatever? So I think that that's one part of it. That's like a good starting point. In terms of like, what do people need to do? I don't know. This is like a hard one that I'm probably going to spend more time thinking on in the future, but like, you have to develop this this ability to converse with and have fun with and be like compatible with women. And that's a skill that I think for some people, just by virtue of your social groups and everything, you develop it like really, really early in life. I'm not like a dating coach or a charisma on command guy or whatever. I don't know how you teach people that in their like teens or 20s. But I know that if you haven't learned it by the time you're like out of school, if you're in a male heavy dominated field or whatever, it's going to be really, really, really hard because practicing gets really, really hard. So yeah, I don't have like a walkthrough for that, but.
I mean, like, I don't want to keep pushing if you don't have like a solid answer on this, but like, is there anything like you could think of? Like, okay, like Vikram, let's say Vikram is an incel. He comes to Destiny. I fucking beat off to your Factorial videos. I'm your biggest fan, but I'm an incel. Tell me specific things. Give me 5 specific things that you can do, that I can do to stop being an incel. Like, would you have any more specifics you could offer him?
So there are like, yeah, so I can make this list, but every single thing is going to have like 15 sub things. So I guess we'll just start on like a couple things. So like, here's one thing I would say is, do not ever, ever, ever come off as desperate or clingy. Have your own life, have your own shit going on. If you ever give off a desperate or clingy vibe to somebody, they're gone forever. That would be like one piece, right? But then obviously you could say, like, well, what do you mean by desperate? Like, you can go like 15 layers deep into that. Do you want me to go any deeper than that, or is that like an okay like level?
No, I think that's pretty straightforward, and I agree with you on that. Don't be desperate, don't be needy. Okay, keep going.
One is don't be desperate, clingy. 2, some of these are just going to be basic social skills as well. Number 2 is have a genuine interest in the other person. From a genuine interest will spring a whole bunch of other things. So if a person tells you something in a conversation, don't just run down 20 lists of questions. Like, play on that thing. If somebody tells you they're like, oh, you know, I'm a teacher in like a disadvantaged school or some shit, like, well, why? Like, is there a reason for that? Like, follow up conversations by showing genuine interest to people. It super helps your conversational skills. Being able to ask good questions to get the other person talking about themselves. That's one thing. Another thing, this actually should have been number 1. This is the hardest one, obviously, though. Have confidence. That's like the most important fucking life skill you can have. But in terms of like developing that or fostering that or what that looks like in a conversation, it's probably going to play into a lot of these other things. Don't come off as desperate, having a genuine interest in another person. Like, all these things are kind of vibing off confidence. A 4th thing is going to be consideration for another person's time, consideration for another person's like space. When you're hanging out with somebody, be aware of like what they're comfortable with. Be aware of how comfortable they are with you touching them or being in their bubble. Be considerate of other people's time. Don't be fucking late to first dates. Don't ever fucking do that. Don't be late to a first date. When you're talking to somebody on a first date, don't ever fucking look at your phone ever, not even a single fucking time, unless your mom is dying and you've got a special ringtone for it. That would be a piece of advice. Yeah, these are all like really general disparate pieces of advice, but I think these are probably some of those. I haven't thought about like what were like the top like 3, 4, 5 things I'd say, but like these would be like a starting point, I guess. Yeah. Fifth one is going to be unironically is going to be like rooming and grooming. If you're going to bring a girl back to your house, buy a fucking plant or something. Don't make it look like your like dorm is like Ted Bundy's fucking jail cell. Like have some kind of like thing going on. And then the general thing of like make sure that you don't have fucking patchy facial hair. Get a decent haircut. Make sure that you don't even have to have good fashion. Just have clothes that fit. And make sure that you're presenting yourself about as well as you can be, you know, without having to go to the gym and getting shredded or anything like that. Those probably be like my starting point somewhere there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I wrote down everything you said. The only one I want to explore further is the be confident. So Vikram asked you, but Destiny, how do I become confident? So what would you tell him?
Yeah, go back in time and be 6 years old and work on it.
No, but like seriously.
Yeah, I'll say this is what it means to me. I don't know how you foster this in other people. I'm not a very socially reflective person. For me, there is a person that I want to be, and there are things that I want to do in life. And in order to do those things, I have to be the type of person that can do those things. So my life is me on a journey to make myself the type of person that can do the things that I want to do. And as long as I'm on that path and I'm committed to it and I feel like I'm making decent progress about it, I have an immense amount of love and respect for myself. Regardless of what anybody else fucking says about me in a forum, in real life, or whatever, if a girl shoots me down, that's fine. Having that space that I've carved out in the universe that I can occupy, that another person can't take from me, gives me the ability to navigate the world, conversations, professional relationships in a way where I have a presence that other people can feel. I don't know how you tell somebody how to develop that, because sometimes people are very reflective of others around them. If people are giving them shit, they kind of break down. Other times they need a lot of reinforcement from a partner or a family, and if they don't have those two things, they break down. Yeah, I don't know how to foster that at all. I truly have no idea. I'm not sure. I can tell people what to do, but I don't know how to I could say well, don't judge yourself based on what people around you think. That's an easy thing to say, but like I don't know if people can just do that, you know?
Here would be my answer. Confidence generally comes from competence, right? So if you're really good at something, you're probably going to be confident at it, which is why like someone like me who's like very confident, when I gave my first public speech, I was not that confident, right? Because I've never done it before. Now that I've given 5 or 6 public speeches, I'm a lot more confident, right? Because I have the competence at positive reference experiences. So for someone who's an incel, I think the biggest thing that needs to be done is they need to break the losing cycle. So every single incel has tried over and over and over and over and over again. They have failed. And losing actually affects your brain chemistry, and so does winning. There's a very interesting book about it. It's called The Winner Effect. But that actually, like losing over and over again, will affect your brain chemistry, and same thing with winning, right? Which is why you want to break the losing cycle, and you want to start getting some positive reference experiences. So whenever I coach a guy who's an incel or virgin, I want to make the challenge level as low as possible, right? Because these guys are already second-guessing themselves. They're not that confident, don't have the best social skills. So I think the mistake that a lot of them get into is they're like, they have the skills to play level 1, they're trying to play level 6. They're trying to go to a club and pick up a girl, right? That's too challenging for them. Like they're not ready for that yet. So what I would do is try to get them really, really solid photos on Tinder, right? Have them a sexual bio. So then they set up a date straight to the house where literally all they have to do is open the door, not have a heart attack, and basically make out with the girl, and then it's over, right? That's how easy I want to make it for the guy. Then they lose their virginity, right? Then we can start upping the challenge level. So then we can start doing public dates, right? Still from Tinder. Once he has a few success with that, maybe try approaching girls in real life. Maybe try going to a bar. But we slowly up the challenge level, right? We have to change their brain chemistry from losing to winning, right? So we have to develop a pattern of them getting positive reference experience. So we can't do that. Everything else is going to make no difference.
I don't know if that works, but if you've had success with it, then that would be your model. So here would be 2 questions that I would have for you, or 2 challenges that I'm interested in. So here's a problem that I have. I know a surprising amount of people in this industry who are incredibly competent, but they have horrible imposter syndrome. It's way more common than I ever thought, and that might be a selection bias on my end. I don't know how I would account for those people using your model. I know a lot of people that are smart. Fucking Lily Peach was a really great example. Amazing artist, really good at voice acting, amazing at music, tons of creative, awesome ideas, fun person to be around, and she has horrible imposter syndrome issues. And I know so many people like that like doubt themselves, and I meet them, and I almost think they're joking when they tell me, and they aren't joking. So that's like one challenge. And on the other end, and then I'll let you tell me how you do this. On the other end, I've met people that are very confident, incredibly confident, but these motherfuckers don't have fuck all for competency. They're arrogant. They don't deserve the amount of confidence they have. They can be fuckboys. They haven't really done much on their own. They come from rich fucking families. They haven't do. But these guys like exude confidence. Like, what the fuck? Why? You don't deserve to be this confident. So that's the issue I guess I have in my mind, that competency leads to confident, because I know highly competent people that have no confidence, and I know very confident people that aren't confident. So I'm curious how you address that, or how you deal with that.
Yeah, sure. So let's start off with the first one, the imposter syndrome. So typically imposter syndrome happens when you're basically, your life circumstances change too fast. So when you go from like, you're like a struggling musician, you make one song, you're like the most famous person ever, right? It happened really, really fast, right? Your internals haven't caught up to the externals, right? In deep down inside, your perception of yourself, your self-image hasn't changed to accommodate your circumstances. So really the way around that is to just be slow and progressive, right? So, and again, with like this stuff, unless like, again, you have like a song that hits it big or something like that, if you're just like learning success with women, you're not really going to go from like nothing to like a lot in a very short time span, unless like, again, I don't know, something crazy happens. So I don't think that's something you really have to worry about when it comes to, game with women. I think that typically happens more with careers where people just like take off too big. Like you see those with lottery winners, right? Which is why the statistics on lottery winners are just abysmal, because these people go from being broke to being, having $100 million in one day. And deep down inside, they still think they're broke, right? And that takes again, that's why they get imposter syndrome. But do you know anyone in like the pickup community who has imposter syndrome, or like anyone in my side of the internet, or is this more just like musicians?
It's like everybody that works in content creation. It's some people that work like professionally. I've like met a lot of like pretty talented people that work as like devs and stuff who think that they're like not good at all. And then I've met a lot of people that talk themselves up a lot that are fucking dog shit. I don't know. It's just, it's interesting to me. Where the imposter syndrome and the overconfidence syndrome. But what you're saying essentially is that like small victories over time will very slowly remodel the inside of your brain to give you more confidence to tackle new challenges, because once you see you can accomplish some things at a smaller level, you can start building it up to basically bigger levels, essentially.
Yeah, you change your self-image of yourself. So everyone has a self-image that they carry around, right? And whenever there's a massive incongruence between like our external results and our self-image, that creates like stress, that creates anxiety, right? So if your self-image is that like you're like a loser who's not good with girls, and you have a hot girl who's into you, you're probably going to self-sabotage, right? Because it's like, whoa, right? And you're not even going to do it consciously. It's going to be subconsciously, right? But again, and there's different ways to change your self-image. There's an interesting book that talks about a different way to do it through like meditation or whatever. I've never tried it that way, so I don't really speak on that. The way I've done it is through a series of small victories over time, and then basically eventually your subconscious realizes, hey, I'm no longer this loser. I haven't been this loser for years. I'm actually, somewhat good with women, right? So, and then your self-image starts to mold and change.
Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah,
so
I don't know if I've met a lot of people who've done that, but it's possible. Yeah, I don't have the experience like building people like that. So yeah, you could be totally right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would use myself as like, obviously like using yourself as an example isn't the best, but I would use myself when I was 18, 19, I literally thought I was the biggest loser when it comes to girls. Like I was just like, why would any girl ever be attracted to me? I'm such a loser, right? Like obviously I don't think that anymore, right? And just that was like massive amounts of, like just repeated actions over and over again. I mean, there's other things you can do. You can do like, what's the term? I forget what the term is. Basically, it's when you have a negative thoughts and you like twist it and make it positive. That's like a what's the term? Cognitive behavioral therapy technique. I don't know. I've never tried that, but I think there's other ways to do it. I just can only speak on the one that I know. But the second thing, people are confident without confidence. That is true. Those people do exist. There's kind of like two types of confidence. There's your core confidence, and then there's your specific confidence when it comes to the activity, right? And there's some people who are fortunate enough to have a high level of core confidence due to the fact that they had really good upbringings. So when they were like, where their self-image was being really molded around like 7 or 8 years old, people were constantly telling them they were the man. People were saying you're awesome. They were the popular kid in school. And that gives them a false sense of superiority, right? And typically more has to do with ego than self-esteem. They have an ego that they're this awesome person. And the difference between ego and self-esteem is that people who have self-esteem, they don't really care what the outside world thinks about them, versus for people who have an ego, their ego is dependent on external validation. So yeah, that can happen for sure. There are those people that exist. You can have confidence without being competent, but if you start developing competence, on average, you will improve your confidence in that activity. And when you build up confidence in certain areas, in several areas, then that starts to bleed over and you start to get some core confidence, right? So, you can do things that you've never done before, but you still feel at least somewhat confident because you're like, hey, I've done all these other things. I've succeeded. I'm not a loser. I'm a guy who can get things done. And that allows you to be more successful in other areas of your life.
Sure. Okay.
But yeah, so going back to the 5 points you made. So you said, don't be desperate. I agree with you that one. Don't be, don't be desperate. Don't be needy. Be confident. Obviously, we agree on that. Rooming and grooming, I think generally you're right about that. I think guys need to stop being sloppy. The two, I think that not necessarily I don't disagree with them. I just think they're like largely insignificant, is be considerate and be genuinely interested, because I think a lot of these incels are already very considerate and they're already like trying to be genuinely interested. So I don't think it's like these like assholes who are like LARPing around as incels. It's generally like very sweet guys who are just it's like you look at the guy, he's like, he's so sweet, he's so nice, but the girl's like, I would never fuck him. So I think for them, being considered, being genuinely interested isn't really the thing that's going to move the needle. I think for a lot of those guys, it's actually being more masculine. And I know you said that most men are decently masculine. I completely disagree with that. I think the majority of men are not decently masculine. The examples you used were like celebrities, like Johnny Depp in Pirates of the Caribbean, stuff like that. But I think it's a different ball field when you're famous versus if you're just a regular dude. I think vast majority of men are not decently masculine, because what is really attractive is sexual polarity. So men are typically attracted to feminine women, and women are typically attracted to masculine men.
First of all, on the incel thing, I don't agree that there is a genuine level of consideration. There's a difference between the nice guy syndrome is something different than just being a considerate person. And I think it goes to show in terms of like what the nice guy thing is. Like if you're being nice to somebody and the goal is to get something out of them, that's not really being considerate. And I think people can kind of tell. I think this is how a lot of kind of the weird, I'm not calling all incels rapists or anything, but that's how a lot of weird rapey stuff happens in streamer communities, where it'll be like, I bought a hotel for you, I bought airplane tickets for you, and you flew out to this convention to meet me, and you're not fucking me. Like, what the fuck? I was being so nice and considerate. And it's like, you weren't really being a considerate person at all. You're just trying to do things to like fuck the person. I don't think that a lot of people that haven't spent a lot of time building social skills around other people are in general considerate. I actually think being considerate is one of like the rarest like personality traits. I think that people are generally pretty self-centered, pretty self-absorbed, not like in a horrible, evil, mean way, but they just generally don't have an understanding of what's going on with other people around them. Something as stupid as like a girl complaining about oh God, my dad is being like an asshole today, or oh, like I had an issue at school or some shit. Like the next time you see them at a dinner date, like being like, hey, what's up? How are you going? Hey, how did the thing with your dad turn out? Like saying something as stupid and as simple as that is like a huge key in a person's mind where it's like, oh, this guy paid attention to something I said like a few days ago and has asked me about it. That's like I think that's a big thing that goes really far in some kind of conversations. For the genuine connection thing too as well, like forming a genuine connection where the person feels like they can talk to somebody that's interested in them and interesting, can give them interesting feedback on what they're saying and then follow up that conversation from a conversational point of view is pretty important. I don't know what like being more masculine means. Like if I think of like the average incel and I think of like his average inability to like get with a girl, I'm not thinking he's like not masculine enough. I'm thinking he's missing things like confidence and social skills generally. Those are now, but maybe you think that some of these things are masculine. I guess you can talk on that. We're talking on any of these things. Go for it.
Yeah, so I think being considerate is like generally tied to empathy. And I think there are some guys who will definitely benefit from being more empathetic. That was like actually one of the big things I developed in my like late 20s, early 30s, right? It's like I got good at picking up girls, but like the empathy part, I was like semi-empathetic, right? But when I learned to be more empathetic, that made my relationships a lot better. Less fights with my girlfriends, longer relationships, like I'm going on the longest relationship I've ever been in. And like I think a big part of that is I learned to be more empathetic, right? So there's definitely a time and place for that. However, I think for the incels, generally like 95 to 99% of the time, their issue isn't a lack of empathy. I think a lot of these guys are, a lot of these incels are, at least from what I've seen, like take that I am Skippy guy. Very feminine, very awkward, just kind of like, just a girl doesn't look at him and is like, yeah, like this guy would fuck the shit out of me. The girl looks at him, she's like, yeah, this guy would like do my homework for me, right? It's just like the vibe they give off isn't like a confident, grounded, dominant man who's gonna fuck the shit out of the girl. It's just not the vibe that girls get from I Am Skippy and any of these other guys.
Wait, real quick, who is the I Am Skippy guy?
Oh, you've never heard of him?
No.
Oh, bro, I just opened up a whole can of content for you. He's like this 40-year-old virgin. He makes really cringy videos where he tries to like pick up girls, and it's like really bad stuff. Abba and Preach roasted him because he's like literally getting like borderline like R word because he's that desperate. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's just a fucking character.
Okay, jeez.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you reviewed one video of him like a year ago or so.
Hold on, I barely could make out what you were saying. What did you say?
Remember?
Vikram was saying you reviewed one of his videos like a year ago.
Oh, okay. I might have. I just don't remember. But okay. People are saying in chat I've watched some of his videos before, but yeah.
But yeah, he's like the poster child of like an incel, right, or a virgin, right? And it's just like when you like, and I've coached a lot of these virgins and incels, and it's always the same thing. It's not like I coach these virgins or incels, and it's like, wow, this guy's like too much of an asshole. He's like too like cocky.
Yeah.
You know,
wait.
to, like,
just real quick on that. Because
Yeah,
you keep saying this thing. When I say not empathetic or not considerate, I don't think that the opposite of inconsiderate is not asshole. It's just like aloof, like just not aware. I think is the issue that I have. So like there's like an example that I give a million times. Anytime I'm with another person ever, I'm always pulling people out of the way because they're not aware that they're fucking standing in the middle of doorways or standing in like lanes where people are moving. And I was like, hey, watch out, hey, chill or whatever. They're like just not aware of like what's going on with people around them. And I think that extends in general to conversations with people as well. That when I say people are being inconsiderate, I don't mean like, oh, you're being an asshole, you're trying to fuck her, bro. You're not like treating her like a human. I just mean you generally just like don't have an understanding of like what that person is thinking or what's going on in their mind. And you're like very self-centered, like focused on your goals, and you're just not like keeping in mind like what's going on the other end of things. I think an inconsiderate person is not somebody that's an asshole. They're just like kind of like in their own head is what I mean, I guess.
Yeah, so even if we go off that, I would make the argument that like 99% of incels would benefit from being more aloof. Like, would you agree that you can be too considerate when it comes to dating, and that will lower your odds if you're just like too empathetic, too considerate?
No, I don't think so. But I mean, I do with the way that you're phrasing it, because like, but like I'm gonna disagree that that's considerate. Like if like a girl shows up and you're like, oh my god, hold on, let me get the door for you. Oh my god, hold on, let me get this. Oh my god, right? But that's not being considerate. That's also being inconsiderate because you're not realizing you're coming off as like a fucking weirdo when you do shit like that. I think, right?
Right, like the way I see it play out is like a girl like might give the guy like a shit test. Are you familiar with the term shit test or the concept of shit test?
Yeah, my whole life is a shit test. Yeah.
Okay, so a girl gives a guy a shit test, and the guy's like, really? Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that. Like, the girl, like, playfully gives the guy shit. Like, for anyone who's watching who doesn't know what shit test is, so a girl's, like, playfully testing the guy, right? So the girl might be like, oh, you're gonna wear that? Oh, I thought we were going on a date. Like, she's saying playfully, right? And someone, I think in that situation, it is beneficial to be aloof, be like, ma'am, that's my outfit, take it or leave it, right? Versus like a lot of these incel guys who be like, oh my god, I'm really sorry, I can go home and change, They're trying so hard to like connect with a girl, trying so hard to be empathetic that they're not coming off as masculine and grounded, right?
Sure,
so I think
I'm gonna push on this harder now because I feel strongly about this, okay? And maybe I'm having a communication issue here. Okay. Empathy or consideration, all that means is you have a good understanding of what's going on in the person's mind, right? So if I know that I'm having a fun time with a girl and we're coming to the end of the night, right? And I might ask questions like, well, bar's closing. You want to go hang out at my place? What do you have to do? Whatever. And she's kind of like, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit tired, right? And I know that she's kind of messing with me. I'm not saying that being empathetic or considerate there means like, oh my God, like go home and sleep, queen, right? If I know that she's joking, I'll probably play back. I'm like, oh, well, good thing my bed is really comfortable, right? I'll like make a joke or play back. But that's being empathetic or considerate as well. For some reason or somehow, I'm not accusing you of doing this, but like I feel like a lot of things get reframed in these horrible lights. Like being emotionally available as a man means you have to be like a blithering, blubbering, like crybaby, right? I don't think that's true. I don't think you think that's true, right? But like being being empathetic and considerate doesn't mean that you're being a fucking simp. It just means you're aware of like the other person's comfort zone and what the other person is thinking is what I mean generally.
Yeah, I think it's a spectrum, right? There's a right amount of consideration to bring to the table on a first date, and that increases once you start getting to know the girl and dating the girl. Mm-hmm. I just literally want to fact check myself, so I Googled what's the definition of considerate. It says careful not to cause inconvenience or hurt others.
Yeah.
Which kind of goes along with, yes, if you are too worried about causing inconvenience to the girl, or you're too worried about offending her, that is going to really fuck up with your risk. That is really going to fuck up with how successful you are when it comes to being good with women, right? Like you need that to walk that fine middle line where you're not a total asshole, you're not completely aloof, but you're somewhat aloof. You're not too worried about offending her. You're polarized.
I mean, like,
you
again, you say like
you
too
don't-
worried
you
about
don't-
offending.
let me just finish the thought.
Yeah, go for it.
You don't care that much if you offend this girl, if you inconvenience her, right? Because again, you're just doing your own thing, right? There needs to be some level of that combined with some level of consideration. Again, it's a middle line you need to walk. And when you go too far to one end of that spectrum, where a lot of these incels are, where they're just like so worried about like offending the girl or getting her to think that they're weird, they're really worried about her, and like they're becoming too considerate, and that is going to work against them.
Yeah, fuck. We need to someday we're gonna like play some of these dates out or some shit. Like when I think of myself, I am always thinking about like offending the other person or being rude or disrespectful to the other person. It's something that I consider a lot at all points in every interaction. But like I feel like the way that we imagine these scenarios playing out is so much different. Like when people think I'm quote unquote negging a girl on stream, right? I am super brutal with a lot of my conversations. But in the course of me being brutal, I'm always thinking like, is this too far? Am I being like too much of a dick here? Like, is the girl still like being playful with me? Or have I like been actually mean? Like, these are things that I'm constantly thinking about. I never think like, okay, I'm just gonna be cool and fucking, fuck this, whatever the fuck she, and then go like as hard as I can. I think that you can be like thinking a lot and being considerate of the other person and having these thoughts without like turning into like a pussy about it, I guess.
Well, okay, first of all, I think you may think that you're like, that you're trying to be ultra considerate, but if we look back, like I think this is what makes you an effective streamer is you're not afraid to be polarizing. Like, like given the fact, like, okay, just going back to that speed date where you were like, that chick was a bitch, like you weren't being considerate in that moment. You were just being yourself, right? And again, that's like, you have a lot of takes like that where you're not afraid to offend the other person. You're not afraid to call people out. You're not afraid to even give them shit. I've seen this time and time again. So I wouldn't say it's fair to say that the first and primemost thing in your mind when you're doing a stream is being considerate. I think you do consider that for sure. I think you're a nice human being. But I think also you kind of have this take it or leave it type of vibe. Hey, this is who I am. Yeah, for sure.
But to be one more step there, though, the empathy or the considerateness from me comes in where I know what I'm doing when I do that. When I tell that girl, like, oh, I think that girl's a bitch, whatever, like, I know that it's over at that point, that it's done, right? I would never say something like that, and then when the girl's like, oh, like, I can't believe you said it, I'm like, whoa, hold on, I didn't mean to say it. Like, I know that I'm shutting things down. It's just being aware of, like, the impact you're having on another person. There are times when I do say things where it's like, hey, this person is over, this girl's not coming home like this, but I know that that's what's going on. I'm not just, like, clueless about it. I think that's where the empathetic part is just, like, having an understanding of the other person's mind and what the impact of what you're saying is. It doesn't always mean you're having, like, the nicest impact, but at least being aware of what's going on, right? If I lose a girl or if I lose a date or if I've got a girl and she doesn't come home with me and it fucked up, I generally know like where things were. I was like, okay, I think this part she probably didn't like this or this, she's not into that or whatever, and I know like what's like I can figure out like pretty quickly like okay, this is just not it, right? That's all I mean. Yeah. I'm pushing on this particular part really hard because I think so many people when they say empathy, and I don't know if you have the same feelings, when I say like empathy or considerate, I don't mean to just be like a pushover baby bitch who's like, oh, queen, like let me do everything for you. That's not at all what I mean. I just mean like being aware of what's going on in the other person's mind.
Well, there's levels of it, right? There's different levels of it, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't be considerate at all on a first date. I'm saying there's levels of it, and when you go too far, when you're trying too hard to be considerate, you do basically, because again, consideration means like like you're worried about offending someone or whatever. When you're going too far in that direction, you are not being yourself anymore. You're not being polarizing, and you are less attractive as a partner. Right, so there's levels of it, but if you go too far, which I think a lot of these like if you watch the I Am Skippy dates, like I think it would be funny if one day we do like a review together. But literally, there's one date where he was like, he literally shows up to this girl's house and he's like, hey, you texted me that you wanted a Klondike bar, so I went to the store and bought you a Klondike bar. Look at me, I'm such a good guy. And the girl just has like pure disgust in her face. It's like, ugh. But this is like, yes, when you try too hard to become too considerate, then it does lead you down the path of becoming a pussy. It doesn't need to, but that's typically how it goes. It needs to be balanced out with this take it or leave it type of mentality that, I am who I am and I don't give a fuck if people like me. I'm not too worried about hurting other people's feelings. I know what I want and I'm not afraid to express it. I mean, I think I've heard you say this in the past, is that like you're like very direct with women. You're like, hey, this is what I'm looking for, kind of this is what it is, right? That's that's the opposite of being like ultra considerate. If you were ultra considerate, then you would be worried that you expressing that you're looking for sex would offend them, right? It's consideration to some extreme. It's long-term consideration. Maybe you can make that argument, but that's not what these like incels are doing. They're not showing up on the date like you would and being like, hey, you know, this is what I'm looking for and blah, blah, blah. And this is like my sense of humor. They're like trying really hard to just get the girl to like them, and they're really worried about offending her, and they're really worried about making her uncomfortable, and they go way too far in the other direction. I don't know. Maybe
I think we actually 100% agree. I think we just use the words differently, because like that, like if you're being too afraid of offending somebody, if you're being too scared to like say what you mean or whatever, then like an empathetic person should realize that like, okay, well, she's like not being attracted towards me right now because I'm being a giant fucking pussy or a big walkover. Like or like when me being like upfront knowing I might offend somebody, maybe I should use a different word besides considerate or empathetic. I'm not sure. Just having an awareness of what exists in the other person's mind. Like when I'm very upfront about like, hey, this is casual. I'm only looking to fuck. If you are, that's cool. If you're not, then that's fine. Like that to me, that like the response I'm looking for there, my like dealing with the other person is still going to be pretty empathetic. But when I say empathetic or considerate, I have an awareness of what's in the other person's mind. I know this might turn the other person off. It doesn't mean I'm always trying to be the nicest person. It doesn't mean I'm always trying to like simp or suck out the person. It just means I'm aware of like how they're feeling about things. But we're going back. Like I said, I think we largely agree on the effect here. I maybe just don't like this word, or maybe I need a better word for it or whatever. Because I'm agreeing with everything you're saying past that. Like you shouldn't be like trying really hard not to offend somebody, or trying really hard to never say anything that makes the other person sad, or being like an ultra simp. Those are like huge turnoffs. Like I agree with you on that stuff. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you this question: when you're on a date with a girl, what takes higher priority? Not offending her or not making her uncomfortable, or expressing what you want and being who you are? Which is more important to you? I know they're both important, but which one is more important?
Oof. I probably. It depends on what those things mean. Fuck. I would probably lean, like when you say expressing who you are, can you talk a little bit more about that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, just like being yourself. Like you want to make, like, let's say you're talking, you want to make like a edgy joke, right? That you think is funny, and like you can do one of two things. You can like just say fuck it, I'm gonna make that joke, and she's either gonna fuck with my humor or not, or you could be like, ooh, I don't want to like offend her. You know, it's a little too much. I just won't say it. I'll just be quiet. Or the girl does something you don't like. You can be like, hey, like, you know. I'm not saying get butthurt, but you can be like, hey, you know, cool. You're going to be like, hey, I don't want to rock the boat. You know, that's kind of what I'm getting at.
It's going to, well, that's hard because I have a lot of mass. It's going to depend on who I'm talking to, right? So, like, if I'm hooking up with, semi-recently, like, there was a girl who, like, was previously ideated as, like, a communist and shit, and was, like, very, very far left and shit. There was a lot of very edgy jokes that I'm not going to say around her. I'm going to push a little bit, and I'm going to make some kind of edgy jokes, but nowhere near the level of edge I'm normally at. So it's going to be enough to establish that, like, hey, I've got a pretty edgy personality. I'm going to push you a little bit on some things, but I'm not about to make, like, the most insane jokes I have, because she's going to fucking stop talking to me immediately if it's too much. But that's going to depend a lot, I think, on the person I'm talking to and where, like, I try to meet them where they're at in terms of how I establish my personality, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's just social calibration. That's something that's also essential if you want to be good with women, right?
Sure.
You have to be able to calibrate. Yeah, I'm going to act differently around like an OnlyFans girl than I'm going to act around like a church girl if I ever go on a date with a church girl, one in a million years. So yeah, I think that's something a little different. That's just calibration. Okay, what is like, let me pose the question like this.
Sure.
What is like one date activity that you just hate doing? Like for me, I personally don't do dinners on the first date, right? Like that's something I hate doing on a first date. What is it for you? Is there anything that you just hate doing on a first date?
Group activities. If it's a first date, I want it to be one-on-one. I don't know if that counts or if that's cheating, but.
Oh, it does count. Fair enough. I'm the same way. Okay, so there's a girl, you like her, and you know, you're like legitimately interested in her. She invites you on a group date. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna agree to the group date, or are you gonna say, hey, I'm not really into that?
I'd probably just stop talking to her. If group dates are the most like platonic fucking shit in the world. If it's the first time I'm gonna see you and you're really gonna fucking group date me, nah, I would honestly, God, I would assume they're not interested, and I would either talk to someone else or play Factorio or stream. I think I just wouldn't show up at all. But
the point is you wouldn't go along with it.
No, no. I'm not. Absolutely not. You're not dragging me on fucking some show and tell bullshit. No, I'm not doing that. No, fuck no. I wouldn't even waste my time.
That answers the earlier question. You do care more about being true to who you are and basically pursuing your needs rather than pleasing people or rather than being ultra considerate, right? So you're exactly like me. That's normal. That's good. You should be like that, right? Because if you go to the other extent, you're just gonna make yourself miserable, going along with things you don't want and developing resentment. So that's good, right? But a lot of these incels are not like that. They will go on that group date even if they hate it, because they're just so worried about rocking the boat. They're so worried about losing the girl. That's the point I'm trying to communicate.
Don't be a pushover. I agree with that, right?
Like,
especially because like being a pushover and not establishing boundaries, because another way I avoid that group date shit is I'm not gonna have, like, in my opinion, I think we agree on this. Women have even talked about this before. I think women decide like within the first day at least, if not like hours, on like how they're viewing you in terms of sexually versus like friendship wise, and going on any kind of group activity. I feel that's a really easy way to be like close friends with somebody. Like, and if that's not what I'm going for, like I'm not gonna why would I put myself in that fucking position? Yeah. But if you're the kind of guy who like acquiesces to all of that, it's like, oh yeah, I'll do this and that, then you can probably find yourself in a situation that you don't want to be in. You don't want to just be friends with some girl who's like going out to hang out with all of her friends. You wanted something more intimate, and you didn't like establish that early on. And now that you set the pattern, it's going to be almost impossible to break out. If you're the type of person that didn't have the confidence to set the pattern in the beginning, you're probably not the person that has the confidence to break out of the pattern at the end. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. Most of these virgins and incels, it's not like they have no women in their life. They typically have like a few female friends, which is what I've observed. There's a few women they're hanging around. So it's not like they don't know how to talk to a woman at all, typically, unless they're like really autistic. It's typically like they have a few girls they're friends with, but they have no idea to show like how to show sexual interest. And the reason they get friend zoned instead of like actually, like having a chance with that girl is because they just go along with whatever. So they will go along with the group date. They will go along with the dinner, right? They will do things far, far worse from that. They'll literally drive, pick up her laundry, like fucking watch her dog, do all this crazy shit, right? Because they're just so worried about offending her. So would you agree that like a lot of these incels could benefit from being a little bit more aloof? I think at the end of the day, I'm probably gonna agree with everything you're saying. We would just use like slightly different words to phrase it, I guess. Because again, because I'm gonna agree with every single thing you say, but I'm gonna reframe it in my like empathetic, considerate lens. Like I'm being highly empathetic and highly considerate when she asks me on that group date, because I know what's going on in her mind, I know what she's thinking, and I'm not gonna go there because I know what you think when we're gonna go out and hang out with like all of your friends. Like I'm not gonna do that. I'm not an idiot, and I know what you think, and I'm not gonna let you think that. So I'm just gonna go do my own thing, or I'm gonna ask for a one-on-one thing. And if you're not interested, you've told me all I need to know about where I stand in this like relationship thing. But I would describe that as like a form of like empathy, but you would use a different word in terms of being aloof. I think we agree fundamentally on what's going on. We're using different words to explain it, I guess. Yeah.
I think you're right. I think we do agree. We're just talking about semantics right now.
Sure.
I think that's like a lot of red pillars will probably challenge you on that because they will associate those words the same way I did. But yeah.
I think the words that you should say something real quick. The words are pathetic. I think the word needs to change, and like what I hear describing Destiny is like more so comedy and comedic elements, and like figuring out where a line is and figure out how to get up to that line in order to be edgy. And and you said yourself you're a funny person, or you grew up as a funny person, so like you know where the line is, even if you're not trying to be funny, you're just trying to get something else. Like you know how to navigate that, think about things through that lens. And I think like the issue is like how do you get somebody to think of things in a way to like knowing, well, one, having knowledge, especially if it's like a dating thing, they're not used to dating. Like, how do you get somebody to know how maybe somebody else feels, and how they are in that, like, what the situation could turn into if they haven't been there too? Like, how do you get somebody to think about things in a comedic way where you like know where the line is and how to go up to it, and then when you cross the line and all that stuff, like that's the main thing that's like tough to figure out.
Do you want to roughly restate that? It's really hard to understand whoever that is, or just because they're kind of far from the mic. But
yeah, you can.
Oh, my fault.
Wait, Q2, can I get through my points and then you can raise your points with Destiny? No, you're good. You're good, buddy. There's two other things I wanted to discuss with you. This is again. I feel like quite often when you and I have debates, we largely wind up agreeing. It was just a question of communication. So maybe this will be like another one of those cases. but you said most men would gravitate towards a dominant woman if they didn't have insecurities, or like I'm sort of paraphrasing, but that was the general gist of what you said.
So this was here. This is a longer point of this, and I caveated a billion times that I don't know if this is true or not. But I hear people say things like men are leaders, women are followers, men are dominant, women are submissive. I hear these things generally over and over again. In my experience, in being in management, in doing leadership in video games, and existing in the fields that I exist in, on talent, everything, it feels like most people are followers, most people are submissive. It is an exceptional person that is a leader. A man by default is absolutely not a leader. The vast majority of men are followers. And so the question was posed to me is like, even the most feminist women, do they like a dominant man in bed? In my personal experience, the answer is overwhelmingly yes. Almost every woman wants you to be dominant. But I wonder on the male side, because men overwhelmingly are not leaders, they're followers in real life. That's the only way society works, if most people are followers. I wonder if on the bedside, if most men would prefer a woman to just like take charge and figure things out, or if they don't, but not because they don't actually prefer it, but because they would feel insecure about it. I just don't know the answer to that. Like, I can speculate, but I have no data. But I caveated a million times. I don't know what the actual answer is to that, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, just like a speculation. I mean, like I guess I don't really have the answer either. I just have like my personal experience. I'd venture to say that only a very, very small percentage of men would actually enjoy being dominated sexually. I do agree with the first part of what you said. I think very few.
Oh, wait, before you talk on this, can I just clarify just so we don't waste too much time? When I say dominated, I don't necessarily mean like you've got a ball gag in your mouth and the woman is pegging you with like an 8-inch fucking BBC. I don't mean that necessary form of domination, but I mean one where like the woman is taking charge, where she's like, lay down, I'm gonna ride the shit out of you until you fucking, or I'm gonna blow you, blah, 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 and I'm gonna like set the charge on everything. That's what I mean when I say domination. I don't mean she's like pegging you, to be clear on that. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, then I think it will be a higher percentage. I still think the majority of men will not be into that. I think like the majority of men enjoy being dominant. I mean, there's of course there's exceptions. We have this guy on my channel, Mr. Slave, and his whole thing is like being as submissive as possible with women.
Sure.
Like he gets massively turned off if the woman is submissive. But like guys like him are like the exception to the rule. Like I think the vast majority of guys do prefer to be dominant if given the opportunity. But I do think that like this primarily is sexually. Like I think that when it comes to like leadership, like outside, like in work, I think that like a woman can't be as much of a leader as a guy. I mean, averages probably men are more leaders, but yeah, like a woman can be. But I think even like those like boss babes or whatever you call them, like the chicks are like the CEO of their company in bed. 99% of the time she likes to be submissive. She likes a guy to like just take charge. But yeah, I don't know how far it extends outside the bedroom.
Yeah, and then I'm just curious from the differences between men and women there, because I don't know for how many men, I don't know how much of it comes down to like massive insecurity things, because that's hard sometimes. Like for instance, like it's really easy to do like a female male threesome. It's very, very hard to do a male female one, and it's because guys are legitimately like worried about like being gay, or if it's gonna like turn them off to even like see a dick, and there's like all sorts of weird, and I don't think that's like a natural biology men are just like that. I think there's like a lot of weird kind of like insecurities built into it, in my feeling, but I mean I could be wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't know if we're disagreeing on too much, because this is kind of like a speculation of yours, so let me move on to the next thing.
Sure.
This is more of a question, but I want to see. So I had a very interesting debate last night on James Modern Day Debates channel about for who dating is harder, men or women. So who do you think dating is harder for?
It depends on what we mean by the harder. Like I would say that dating is harder for men because it's harder for them to get into relationships. But then I would say dating is harder for women because it seems like it's harder for them to find people they want to date. But so I don't know, like I don't know how I would consider like dating is like a really broad thing, and who's it harder for? I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, give my take on it.
Sorry, what?
Can I just give my take on it, responding to Destiny?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, hey Steven. I feel like so the general take that I've heard is that it's easier for women to get the first date, but it's a lot easier for men to get the second date. But then the issue from that would be that most men are not getting the first date, so only a minority of men would even make it to the second date to have a benefit. So overall, like men would have it a lot harder. I have a hard time seeing from which metric would women have a harder time within the dating scene.
The harder time for women, the challenge that women face that men don't face is it's very, very easy for women to get sex from a lot of guys because guys will fuck way lower than their dating standards. So women have to play interesting games around controlling sex for men because they're not trying to be a person that somebody wants to just fuck. They're trying to be a person somebody wants to just to fuck and date. And that's a challenge that women have to face that men don't ever really have to worry about.
Let me give my take.
Sorry. I was going to say, isn't that a fair... I'll just respond and then you can go and I'll stay quiet the rest of the day.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, isn't that like getting laid is the first step to a relationship, right? You begin, you have sex, and then you get to know each other more and more?
Nope. Getting laid is the first step to a relationship, the same way that being really close friends with a girl is the first step to fucking. They're totally separate things. There are guys that will fuck women that, bro, not only would they never want to be fucking in a relationship with them, they'd kill themselves if this woman got a selfie with them and post it on Instagram. Okay? I've done that before, okay? There are absolutely women that guys will date. Guys will fuck so far below what they would date. And that woman thinks, Alex, I know you've been in these situations, and I hate being here, and it's awkward, but like, fuck. Hold on. I don't want to piss off anybody. Listen, if
man. You won't offend me.
No, I don't care about offending you. I care about offending people I talk to. If you're a woman that I'm currently talking to, you do not fit this box, I swear to God, okay? But it sounds like I'm describing you. I swear to God, I'm not describing you, okay? Just in case you're a woman who's talking to me right now, okay? There are women that will fuck a guy, and they're not getting quite, like, the response they want out of him. And sometimes when they don't get a response after a while, they'll start, like, sending pics because they know that, like, you'll open the app to check for the picture, but you didn't respond to their messages, so it's the way... Like, there are women that will keep playing that sex card over and over and over and over and over again because they think eventually they're going to get you close to that relationship, but you're not ever moving in that relationship direction. The same way that guys get friend zoned, I think women can get fuck zoned. So I'm just pushing back on Vikram's point there that like sex is the first start of a relationship. Absolutely not. It could be, just like how talking to a girl and getting kind of friendly with her can be the first part of like fucking her, but not necessarily. Sometimes those things run on totally different tracks. Sorry, go ahead.
I got to push back against that.
Yeah, I'll let you go ahead. Can I just respond to this and then I'll let you go ahead, I promise. No, but here's the thing, Destiny. It's like, a guy might get like a really average dude who has like maybe even below average game or whatever. Like that guy could get laid maybe once a month or even less than that. While that girl, even though she might get fuck zoned a lot, she's getting laid like 5 times a week if she wanted to, or even like let's say 5 times a month.
Yeah,
like,
but remember, it's different desires. The woman's goal is not the sex, because women can get sex whenever they want. The woman's goal is like
statistically, she's more likely to reach that relationship stage just based on the number of people she could go through, you know?
Maybe it's possible.
Maybe it makes sense.
Wait, hold up, Max. One at a time. Wait, okay, I've got to massively push back against that. All right, so I would start off my series of inquiries with a question for you, Destiny. What percentage of women that you've been in a serious relationship with did you start dating before having sex with them? Because for me, it's 0.
Probably 1. Probably my first girlfriend, my first girlfriend, high school. Yeah.
But the vast majority of your relationships you had sex with before you started dating.
Every other one, yeah, for sure. That's the kind of person I am. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're like a lot of guys. Like that is extremely common. So yeah, for guys, typically, we have sex with a girl, and then if all else follows, we. So typically, like the vast majority of time for men, sex does come before the relationship, and sex is the starting point for a relationship. So I don't think you could say that those two things are like loosely correlated or like not correlated at all. There's a heavy correlation. Like every guy pretty much is like having sex with a girl, and then he likes her. They keep having sex, and they start dating. That's how most men operate.
Yeah. Oh, this might be actually something we have a huge disagreement on, because I think I've heard you say this point. I disagree. I think a woman knows. I think a woman knows whether or not she'll fuck a guy very, very, very early on.
Sure.
I think a guy knows whether or not he'd date a girl also really, really early on. I don't think a woman, and I don't know, maybe you'll disagree with me, I don't think a woman can ever fuck her way into a relationship with a guy. Just like I don't think a guy can ever friend his way into a relationship with a woman. If you see a woman and she's like, maybe for you, or not you, I'm sorry, but for a guy, she's got like a 50-person body count, and she's got like some friends that you don't like, and she's kind of got like, we'll say 1 kid, whatever, like pile on all the horrible, whatever shit that people don't like about women. Let's say she's got all that, 50 body count, 1 kid who's 6 years old, a baby daddy who's kind of weird. That woman is never fucking her way to a relationship with you. It would never happen.
Yeah, I think I disagree with that. I think people start to grow feelings over time, and quite often you wind up getting into a relationship with people that you thought you would never date. When me and my current girlfriend met, Natty, we were straight up strictly fuck buddies. We both said we're just gonna keep this casual, like we're not gonna date. I never imagined myself dating her. She never imagined herself dating me, and lo and behold, we are dating, right? And that's been actually like that with a lot of my relationships. I think you keep hanging out with someone, you start to develop feelings for them. You start to realize it doesn't always happen. Sometimes you keep hanging out with them and you realize they're fucking suck and you never want to date them. But like quite often, you do start hanging out with a girl and you start realizing, hey, there's all these things about this girl that I like that I didn't realize, in the beginning. And also like the 50 body count or the fact that she had like this stuff is largely emotional. It's not logical. Men like to LARP around and pretend like, it's just like the best option. But typically, men get into a relationship for emotional reasons. It's typically not logical, and I think,
I think I can partially agree with you there. The only different thing I would make here, though, is that like there's something I'm still thinking about. I don't know if friends with benefits exist. I think that might always turn into either a relationship or a dumpster fire. So if you found a girl. I would separate out, here's what I would do. I would take one night stands and I would put them in one category. And then I would take friends with benefits and I would put that for a man really close to a relationship. I think that if there's somebody that you're willing to meet and fuck on a regular basis, I think there's a high likelihood that, like you said, like feelings are developing or there's some foundation already there that's a lot greater than just like a girl you'd be willing to fuck one time in a club. I think generally speaking.
It can just be initially for like me, and I think a lot of guys, it's like, hey, this girl's hot. She's not crazy. She's pretty fun to talk to. So I'm gonna make her a friends with benefits, right? But that's not typically, at least for me, that's not enough to be in a relationship with someone. I have to learn a lot more things about her. I mean, I've had many friends with benefits type of situations that were not one night stands that were neither relationships or dumpster fires that ended very amicably when one of us got into a relationship. So yeah, I don't know, man.
Were you in relationships when you had those friends with benefits?
Quite often, no. Like quite often, I was not in relationships most of the time, I was not in a relationship when I had friends with benefits.
Huh, interesting. I guess I personally feel like a friends with benefits situation is already like, you're almost in a relationship already, depending on the extent to which you communicate. But, I think, I don't know. I guess there's an element of like personal preference or whatever. But I think friends with benefits, it's certainly further along than a one night stand or a date when it comes to a relationship. I still think like typically when you're friends with benefits, you're both fucking other people, so you're not monogamous with each other. Typically, you're not really that intimate. You haven't met each other's parents. Those are like serious relationship things when you're like meeting parents and stuff. But I guess depending on how you're friends with, I feel like friends with benefits looks like the first stages of dating or like the very early parts of like casual dating. That's what it feels like to me. Like you meet semi regularly, you have sex, you're probably doing like kind of coupley things. Maybe you literally just booty call, but I think usually you're like watching movies. You might even go out to eat. It feels like extended, like friends with benefits that's lasting for like more than a month is like, it feels like an early stage relationship to me. But I could be wrong. It might not be for everybody.
But I think that supports my earlier point that sex is the beginning of a relationship.
I mean, it's the point is whether or not sex is the beginning part of a relationship, because I think any relationship is going to have sex before it begins. It's whether or not like sex is kind of like what builds into the relationship. I guess the earlier point that I feel, and I might not, maybe I changed my mind on this, but the earlier point I feel is that like if a guy is willing to engage in like extended, like a friends with benefits situation with a woman, like I feel like you've already made a lot of pretty challenging decisions with the woman that are like close to like deciding to date her. Maybe you're not fully dating her yet, but like here's a question, I guess. Here's a question, okay? Okay. Yeah. Think in your mind of all the girls that you've been friends with benefits with, okay? Or think of like extended friends with benefits situations, right?
Yeah.
Are these girls close? And then think of, do you have women in your life that you fucked one time that like you don't really, you wouldn't fuck them on the regular?
Yeah, of course.
When you and then you've got women that you've dated before, right?
Yeah.
When you think of friends with benefits, do you think that they're closer to the women you've dated or the women that you would have like a one night stand with and don't really want to see again?
I think they're probably closer to the woman I've dated, but for me to be in a friends with benefits situation with a girl, she just needs to be hot, semi-reliable, and not horrible in bed, and like not crazy. That's really all the criteria for me to be in a relationship with a girl. There's like 20 more things. I need her to be semi-intelligent. I need her to have a good sense of humor. I need her to be very empathetic. I need her to be very loyal. Like, there's like so many things. So
Okay,
only a small
interesting.
percentage of the girls I was in a friends with benefits situation with would I ever actually like seriously date. It's like probably like 10% or something. It's a small percentage.
Gotcha. Okay. I feel like a lot of my friends with benefits end up with me being in relationships with, because I do open relationships, so I'm already in a relationship with somebody else. But I feel like a lot of the girls that I've been friends with benefits with, if like one or two things would have been different, I probably would have dated them. Like I'm pretty close because we're already doing a lot of things that are like, we're almost a couple. Because if I'm friends with benefits long term with somebody, we're probably going out to see movies, we're probably going to dinner, we're probably sleeping over, we're probably hanging out. But I might be more intimate with my like sexual partners maybe than you are, or maybe you do that too. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no. When I'm just friends with benefits, we just basically have sex, and once in a blue moon, if we're both hungry, we'll get food. But yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's different then.
Yeah. But okay, going back to the initial thing. So here's kind of my I guess my position during that debate. So I think that men and women face different challenges when it comes to dating marketplace. However, if we're to look at like who overwhelmingly, holistically has it harder, I think men get the crown, and I think that that's for a variety of reasons. I think that the other side likes to make it seem like men are the gatekeepers of relationships and women are the gatekeepers of sex. But in reality, part of that is true. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. But when it comes to relationships, it's not always the man as the gatekeeper. It's typically who's less needy. So whoever wants the relationship less. I just had too many coaching clients who literally like were the ones who wanted the relationship. The girl didn't want a relationship with them. So I think that one really just depends on the couple. So I think that when it comes to getting into a relationship, once you've been dating, it's probably equal difficulty. But because it's so much harder for a man to get the first date, then if we consider those things, because look, if let's just say that, I don't know, like 20% of the girls that you go on a date with are open to being in a relationship with you, and for a girl, 20% of the guys she goes in a relationship with is open to being in a relationship with her, right? Well, if the girl can get like 10 dates a week and the guy gets like 2 dates a year, even though it's about the same, overwhelmingly, the girl has a way higher success rate or chance of being able to get into a relationship. So that was like my whole take on it.
It might be possible if you run the numbers game out, but it seems like, I mean, like women don't go after, like women could have way more. I think men actually have, I think men have more average partners than women when it comes to sex.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Yeah, so it seems like women aren't chasing the sex thing as much as they could be. I guess I just like if I think of in my head, if I think A and B are seeing each other and they've been fucking for a while now. A really wants to push for a relationship, but B's not really feeling it. In that situation, like 95% of the time, A feels like a woman there and B feels like a guy. Where they've had a sexual relationship for quite a while and one person wants to make it more serious and the other person doesn't. It always feels like it's the woman that would want to make it more serious, but the guy's just not. My intuition might be wrong there, but.
Yeah, I don't know. My speculation is that's like kind of split down the middle, where like sometimes it's the guy, sometimes it's the girl.
I guess and to add on to that, and again, you might disagree. I feel like women don't usually entertain long-term sexual relationships with people that they also wouldn't be able to date. I feel like that's really rare, but I could be wrong on that. That's just a feeling I have.
I think a smaller percentage of women do that than men. I think, generally speaking, that is something that more likely is to happen to a guy. But typically, like a woman, maybe she'll wait a month, maybe she'll wait a year, but at some point she's going to be like, hey, where's this going if she wants a relationship? And I think quite often guys will do that too if they want a relationship.
Okay, anything else?
No, I mean, that's basically it. Last question. When are we doing the cold approach challenge video, whatever you want to call it?
Good question. We should at some point, though, huh?
You want to make it happen this month?
I'm trying to think of how many places I'm going to this month. I don't know. We should try it. I respond better to my text, and I'll try. I see your text. I just suck at responding to them so bad, but I'll try to respond to them better. Yeah, because you text me all the time and you invite me to places, and then I'm like, I suck at responding.
I feel like I'm like texting like a fucking hot 18-year-old girl.
Yeah, no. I do way better at responding. If you ever message me on Discord, I always respond to Discord at the absolute latest 48 hours, and texts are just like whenever I fucking see them again because I suck at that. But yeah. Who all are you guys like all in your place right now? Who are all these people in the background?
No, they're not in my place. We're just I'm using StreamYard, so it's a whole bunch of people that were on the panel because we were doing a show before you came on. But yeah, I mean, we're doing a pickup challenge, actually, as kind of corny as that sounds, next weekend. But even after that, we could do something.
Okay. Well,
The last question: how often do you debate guys?
how often do I debate guys?
How often do you debate each other? I mean, you and Alex.
Not that often. I feel like most of our debates are like just conversations.
Yeah, maybe a couple times a month. I think it just depends on what I'm talking about or what's going on.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's really fucking tough to find something that I substantially disagree with Destiny on. That's the issue. But yeah, cool, man. All right, buddy. I'll hit you up on Discord then.
Yeah, have fun. Be careful, bud.
Bye, dude. Have a good one. Take care.
Right, say goodbye, Destiny.
Goodbye. Why is he telling me to say goodbye? This is my Discord room. I don't have to leave. I don't want to. Jeez. Okay. Okay, I think tomorrow we're going to start off with that debate review so I don't get caught up in panels and shit. What do you think about this take? See ya, goodbye, Destiny. Oh, I thought he said say goodbye, Destiny. My bad.
So recently I made another video that was talking about the state of heterosexual relationships and how a lot of men are worried about coming to therapy for fear that they'll be picked on by a female therapist. That video blew up, and a lot of questions that came in were, what is women's contribution to some of the hardships and difficulties in a heterosexual relationship right now? So I want to speak to that. I think a lot of us women, whether we're conscious of it or not, have a ton of rage. I'm not talking like the type of rage where you're throwing things across the room. I'm talking like this seething, quiet, internal rage. And sadly, it's quite justified in my opinion. So for example, in a study by the Pew Research Center, they found that in half of two-parent households, both parents are working full-time. Regardless of the fact, the Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2022 found that women are doing 5.5 more hours of household labor each week. However, men are continually overestimating how much they're doing at home. In other words, even though the household labor division is not equal, men believe it's equal. This is one tiny example of why women are frustrated. But I've noticed something in doing a lot of individual therapy with women that many continue to hold a double standard for men as well. So they say, I want you to be emotionally intelligent, I want you to do more around the house. I still want you to make more than me. And I still want you to provide for me, even if you make less than me. So here's an example to demonstrate what I mean. I've worked with women who make a lot more than their partner, but if they go on vacation, they're like, well, I want him to pay for the flights. I want him to treat me. I want him to buy me all this stuff. So many women are actually still buying into this patriarchal norm that men should provide. So you want them to be more traditionally masculine, but also more traditionally feminine all at once. The other thing is that when there are men who are trying to change their behaviors and they want some positive reinforcement, because of the rage that women have, they do not want to give it. I hear a lot of women being like, oh, you want a trophy every time you do something? And I totally get this, but I also think we need to recognize that if a man is changing his behaviors, if he's doing exactly what we've asked, appreciation goes a long way. Because when we repeatedly do this, this is also what causes men to say, well, fuck it. If I can't do anything right, I'm not even going to bother. So we perpetuate the very cycle we're trying to get out of. Those are my thoughts on the subject. Let me know what you think. So recently I made another...
Wow. I don't think I disagree with any of that. Get high. Oh my god, new Hops. Okay, no more jokes. I always say Unk is the best rapper, okay? Unk is not the best rapper. Hopsin is the best rapper. This isn't the intro to an album, it's a tour promo. The question is, what would creativity look if you fused Hans Zimmer, Stan Lee, Jordan Peele, Eminem, and Akira Toriyama, DBZ creator together? Oh my god. As a dude, I feel like if I was after something serious, I wouldn't fuck unless I knew something serious was on the cards. Does that really make me abnormal as a dude? Yes. It makes you super abnormal.
You see, just prove that money does not equal style. People that come in
You fucking bitch.
private class in banana shoes to meet up with Amaranth and do sex jokes for 3 hours.
I had this girl, and you know, we were like eating like stuff, and then she was eating like later, but
As the people observer asked a deep podcast question to Amaranth. What her goal is with her stream, where Amaranth answered,
vision for the whole thing.
Yeah, I have a vision. I want to take my stream and use that to educate people for animals, and I want to like rescue dogs.
Didn't you say that if you want something serious, you shouldn't bang right away? The girl shouldn't, but the guy probably can, because if the girl's willing to fuck you, she's probably willing to date you. Not necessarily, but probably. So guys guys, you can fuck as early as you want. Who the fuck cares? But for girls, you generally have to hold off. Now, I think as a guy, you should be patient if you're looking for a relationship because you want to sell that you're willing to be patient. You're not just trying to fuck. I think you should chill. But I mean, like, yeah.
And horses.
Jesus Christ.
It seems like she's educating people on bestiality by wearing a horse mask and suck their mic off. The only thing she educated me on was how to not raise my daughter.
Oh my God.
Every single streamer stood up for Amaranth. And why did nobody stand up for X? And why is she still doing booba streams if she said she was forced to do that? And why is XQC built like a candy cane? Is he joining the remake of Hunchback in Notre Dame?
Everything we're using, but wasn't the worst, was it?
No, wasn't the worst. And why has he been wearing the same shirt for 5 months? And how does Mira have the stomach to roast X when her ex is Mitch Jones, who is famous for having piss bottles in his room?
Do you still pee in bottles? Sometimes I sneak one, yeah.
That looks like a female watch. You
Oh.
need a bigger one. Like, what is this? Felix, who put your outfit together?
We should travel, but like, you know, not like stream together travel, but like, no, like you can stream, but I'm saying like, I just like a good traveling partner because not many people just really appreciate like the act of traveling and.
Yeah, maybe that'd be cool. I can't really guarantee that, you know.
So I don't need.
Yeah. All right. Bye, Mary. Yeah.
And why did no girl help X when Minx tried to bite his shirt off?
Means coming into the broadcast.
Jesus Christ.
Fucking retarded. Is she good? Yeah. This is an animal.
She's drunk only works for girls. Because if a guy did what she did, nothing makes sense. I'm out.
Jesus Christ.
Like, the entire right wing was pissed off with Nike, and their sales only went up. Boycotts don't work. Like, institutionally, boycotts don't work.
Well, that's not necessarily true. They do work on like local levels.
On local levels, yes. On local levels, on stuff that has like a material action that can be overtaken, like how strikes don't work on YouTube, but they can work at a factory. You know, there has to be a level of localization for it to be functional. But this is a digitally distributed video game. So obviously that wasn't going to fly. If you acknowledge...
Oh, he's live. Debate on Hogwarts Legacy, also Twink Death. Don't care about this. LOL, it was a fake panel to get Wix some credibility to Destiny and Jews? Okay.
Game is frozen LUL. It's time for sense.
Hold on.
CD. Game is frozen.
And he got locked under because the lava fucking turned
Game is frozen LUL. It's time for send CD.
He got so fucked. Okay, tomorrow, guys. What's the Manifold Markets bet? What's gonna happen first? Am I gonna get the secret ending in Factorio, or is Forsen gonna be at XQC's time? I don't think Forsen's ever gonna be able to do it. But okay, I'll leave you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Ripperino. Should I host Vosh? No, fuck him. Fuck it. Why not? Go watch him debate people. Oh, actually, I bet I don't know if I can. Redirect privilege isn't needed. Oh, no, because he doesn't follow me. Okay, well, good luck. Ribriano, cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dabbuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, albuccino, my dude. I will catch you guys tomorrow, Reno. Be careful.